African Parliament. And so the constitution of that committee, for us, really, we can't, I can't judge on who is there and whether it's going to be credible. What I can say is transparency is absolutely going to be the order of the day because, of course, you know that parliamentary committees are broadcast live, and South Africans will see for themselves as to how the deliberations are going. It'll take a similar shape to the ad hoc committee that we have seen, just before now it's concluding its work into the allegations by Ndantla Mkhwanazi, Lieutenant General. And then, of course, we've also seen Madlanga Commission. It's also a different day in South Africa where the appetite, honestly, for wrongdoing, we think that it's coming to an end. And so South Africans are more alive now to what is happening in their parliament and in their politics than before. Nobody is sleeping anymore, expecting politicians to do the right thing. We think that the time for accountability in South Africa has absolutely come to a head.
I thank you so much for your time and joining us this morning. That was Lerato Ngobeni, Action SA's Parliamentary Chief Whip. We're asking you this morning, is the ANC applying its integrity rules fairly on all members? Let's listen to some of your voice notes.
Good morning, SAFM listeners. Sir Elvis, Minister Mutunu was found, or he claimed on records at the ad hoc committee that he made that decision. He discussed it first with the president, and on records he answered Malema. They said on the statement on the record, yes, I have discussed that thing with the president. And the president won't act on him. That is why he acted on Minister Stolashe, but not on Mutunu. I thank you.
Good morning, Elvis. It's Hector here from Bramfisher. I think the ANC Integrity Commission is applying its rules fairly. The one for Senzo Mkhunu, there were allegations that needed to be proven, and it's a long process. But the one for Minister of Social Development, Sisi Tolashe, is given. Evidence are there very quick, and whatever she did by hiring a maid and using the social development money is there, can be proven very quick. I think they are fair. Thank you.
Jambo, Africa, my hello. Good morning to you, Mr. Presley. Good morning to your team. Great show always. It's good to hear your voice. Keep it up. What's on my mind this morning? If March to March is a strong party, why are they not going for Chinese? Let them go and attack Chinese. Chinese have already taken over almost 90% of liquor shops. Go around all the provinces and see why are they just going for black Africans. It's Uncle JJ, truck driver.
Maeli, it's Tuelo in Kimberley. We welcome the appointment of parliamentarians in the impeachment committee. My question is, when will there be the final recommendation of the Matlanga Commission? It needs to roll. We can't wait any longer.
Extreme child-on-child sexual violence is something no one wants to acknowledge. So all policies dealing with it need to be based on the reality that is very damaging. That is likely a symptom of something much worse in the sexual violence child life. Child protective services also need to be involved, as this is likely, but not always, a consequence of direct sexual violence or some other horrible things in the child's life. Peter Hampatela Mashid, good morning.
Shlangani says Ntate Elvis and the wonderful team, including Marumo Gakana. The president gave reasons as to why Senzo isn't fired. He's waiting for the commission's report. The ANC is doing things in accordance with their constitution. The Integrity Commission is doing a sterling job under the circumstances. That's where we got to leave it. From the team this morning, Molo Bocheng Sabidi, Tracy Boomgart, and Marumo Gagana. Our senior producers, Ronald Perry, technical producer, Mark Perella, and executive producers, Vutsila Koto. I'm Elvis Presley. We'll see you tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Ciao for now. Arrivederci!
Thank you, Elvis and the team. On the top stories, 300 Ghanaians expected to depart South Africa shortly and 31 people killed in Israeli strikes. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana and a very good morning. 300 Ghanaian nationals will depart South Africa on a repatriation flight from the OR Tambo International Airport shortly. The repatriation of the first group of Ghanaians for the recent wave of protests against undocumented immigrants in South Africa. South Africa's Home Affairs Department has vetted the group. Earlier, Ghana's High Commissioner to Pretoria, Benjamin Kofi Kwashi, said that diplomatic efforts between Pretoria and Accra remained central to addressing concerns around undocumented migrants.
The way to go is through diplomatic engagement. My Foreign Affairs Minister and the Honorable Lamola have spoken on countless occasions. They've looked at the diplomatic solution to this problem. We've had discussions with DECO. We've had discussions that have been facilitated by the Honorable Lamola himself. We've had meetings where Ambassador Sekolo has sat in, Ambassador Nyameke Goso and co. All of them have one thing in common. We all agree that this should be solved through the diplomatic channel.
Meanwhile, the ANC National Executive Committee has urged the premiers of all the 9 provinces to create a team which will respond to any conflict between South Africans and undocumented migrants. This follows an urgent meeting between ministers in the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. They discussed ways of addressing rising tensions in the country over undocumented migrants. ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula addressed the media in Johannesburg yesterday.
The NEC urges every provincial premier in the Republic to activate a quick response team on immigrant tensions in their province, working in concurrence with SAPS, the Prosecuting Authority and the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Social Development, the Provincial Disaster Management Centers, and the National Disaster Management Center.
The accused in the DJ Waras murder case are expected to be back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. Media personality Warwick Stock, popularly known as DJ Waras, was shot dead in Johannesburg CBD in December last year. 2 accused, Victor Majola, who is alleged to have orchestrated the killing, and Amindo Pakula, believed to be the gunman, are facing charges of premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Police believe the incident was a planned hit which happened when DJ Waras was working at a building near the Carlton Centre. They say suspect that is linked to disputes surrounding security operations at the building. The accused remain in custody as investigations continue. The Gauteng Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department has directed municipalities to ensure that there is alternative water supply as Rand Water embarks on its planned infrastructure maintenance. The maintenance is due to take place from the 29th of this month to the 2nd of next month. It is expected to leave some areas with poor pressure to no water. The department has instructed that there should be sufficient water tankers for residents. Spokesperson Thiongongi says they met with municipalities who presented their preparedness status.
COCTA committed to enhanced monitoring and the activation of emergency response mechanisms to ensure rapid intervention where required. Through the Gauteng Operations Centre on Water Security, housed at the Provincial Disaster Management Centre in Midrand, COCTA will be monitoring and supporting municipalities during the period for rapid response.
Lebanon says 31 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. This as Israeli forces expand their war against militant group Hezbollah. Israel has told residents of vast areas of southern Lebanon to leave. The BBC's John Sadworth reports from eastern Lebanon.
Rescue crews are frantically digging through the rubble as 2 tiny arms poke through a hole they've made. Caked in dirt and dust, 7-year-old Mohammed is eventually pulled to safety. The strikes here were part of a wave of intensifying Israeli action ordered in response to the increasingly deadly use of new fibre-optic drones by Hezbollah. There are plenty of Lebanese who despise Hezbollah, but there's also little support for Israel, deep anger over the growing number of civilian deaths.
Recapping the top story, 300 Ghanaian nationals will depart South Africa on a repatriation flight from the OR Tambo International Airport shortly. The repatriation of the first group of Ghanaians follows a recent wave of protests against undocumented immigrants in South Africa. I'm Wandilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 6:30.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines, Soccer News. President Cyril Ramaphosa to host Bafana Bafana Farewell ahead of the World Cup today. And we also bring you action from the junior box. Well, they had a blitz. They hammered Fiji. We'll find out more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Early Wednesday pressure and some real pressure on Joburg's N3 Highway. It's all around some overnight roadworks. Northbound, the lane restrictions between Heldmace and Van Buren, that is now jam-packed from as far back as the N12 Elands interchange. Coming out of Germiston, Alberton, very heavy traffic on that run through to Bedford View direction, Galilees. And then southbound, some overnight roadworks between Modderfontein and Linksfield Road, causing a backlog passing the Edenvale area, again on your way to Galilees. Crashing on the R21, blocking a lane by Pomona Road, that's northbound, heading up from the airport towards Pretoria. And if you're leaving Pretoria this morning, 2 breakdowns on the M1 South, one by Rigel and one just shortly after past the R21 interchange. Looking okay for commutes between Durban and Pietermaritzburg, no major problems. We'll keep an eye on the R102 this morning. Verulam through to Phoenix been heavy last couple of mornings due to roadworks that have been in place there on that section of the R102. And Cape Town just sort of building up with volumes noticeable. N1 inbound from Brackenfell, N2 inbound from Khayelitsha. Plus there's a breakdown on that N2 inbound just around Borchard's Quarry, so it gets a bit slow from Khayelitsha passing the airport runway area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7 after 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. I'll be with you until 9 o'clock as you step into your day. Well, what can you expect coming up on the show today? A commitment that Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital wards will be reopened by August. Parking facilities by October. Government says a new war room has been established, chaired every Tuesday by the Gauteng Premier, Banyaza Lesufi. It will bring together a number of stakeholders to enforce the public protector's remedial actions. Now, all of the challenges there point to a procurement system under collapse. We'll be unpacking the latest coming out of that ministerial visit at Charlotte Maxeke within the next couple of hours. President Cyril Ramaphosa has filed a 63-page application in the Western Cape High Court. This is to throw out the Phala panel report, the one document that at this point could end his presidency, and he's warning Parliament that he'll interdict the impeachment if it dares go ahead with it. We'll unpack that, and in the final hour of the show, we'll take a look at a debate that refuses to die down. Should the Western Cape go it alone? Should they basically exist outside of South Africa? We'll find out why the loudest backer of this particular position is now writing to the US President, Donald Trump. And of course, we'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The numbers to dial to get in touch with us on our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send those WhatsApp voice notes to 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic, Zai with your sport, and Ntauleng with your business. And we hope you stay with us as you step into your day.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, Would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 11 after 6 o'clock. Let's quickly browse through what you can expect with it on the country's national dailies, at least on the front pages. I'll start with the Citizen. Debt squeezes top earners. And that there, the time of the big spenders in the country appears to be over. Alarmingly, Debt Counseling Group, Debt Busters, shows in its latest report that the top earners are financially choking on their debt, needing 101% of their salaries to make repayments. So where does that leave the poorer of us, says the front page of the Citizen. And I think it's a reality, right? All households are feeling the pressure and the impact of the increased cost of living. And when you look at the further detail of that story, it speaks to how households are now requiring more than their salaries to cover debt repayment. And the issue is that we're not expecting the Reserve Bank to drop interest rates again anytime soon. So that means that there might be very little relief in sight. And it's really about then what are the decisions that we need to be making to manage that cost of living. So that's what's on the front page of the Citizen rather. Also on that front page, Kings of Africa. It's a big picture of Mamelodi Sundowns and their captain Themba Zwane lifting the CAF Champions League trophy with members of the team. That picture taken as they touched down at OR Tambo International Airport on Monday. So that's what you can expect there. The front page of the Sowetan, they're going with Phala Phala Saga. Cyril tears into Ngobo report, and it's really then trying to unpack the 63-page affidavit or application submitted by the president's lawyers in the Western Cape High Court yesterday. The president says Judge Ngobo erred in his mandate, and Ramaphosa also seeks to evade impeachment process. This is after the retired justices panel found he may have violated the Constitution. So they're unpacking it a bit further there. And also on the front page of the Sowetan, you're going to find a picture of the players, the Sundowns players. Downs paint Mamelodi yellow. And that's the players that went on an open bus tour. This was through the streets of Pretoria yesterday, celebrating the win. This is of the CAF Champions League trophy. And, you know, the bus also, it's like they were prepared for the win. It's a Sundowns bus. And it's like this bus had to be prepared at least 3 weeks. It had to be ready at least 3 weeks in advance. I don't know. If that's not faith, I don't know what is. Hey, so that's what you can expect then on the front page of the Sowetan. And then the Business Day also going with the Phala Phala matter. Ramaphosa blasts Phala Phala report. panel's findings rely on hearsay, says the president, as he fights for his political survival. And he's really pushing back hard at that independent report, and he wants it thrown out. And again, of course, part of the action then seek to also halt the process that will be unfolding in Parliament. This is with regard to the parliamentary inquiry. And there, in the review, the president does not seek an order interdicting Parliament from proceeding with the impeachment inquiry. He does, however, threaten to file for an interdict when the National Assembly decides to continue with the impeachment inquiry. And this is despite the fact that the review process is underway. So those reports that emanated about a week and a half ago were seemingly not incorrect around the president, looking at steps to see how he could halt the processes in Parliament while this matter unfolds in the courts. And you can also expect that to be the story on the Star. Ramaphosa evading accountability in the Phala scandal, and president wants impeachment process paused while the court reviews report. And they've got analysis there from several political parties who are responding then to the official filing of those papers in the courts.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's take a look at your weather and what you can anticipate this morning. There are no fire warnings, no advisories, and no warnings generally for the day. So we'll get straight into it then. In Pretoria, fine. A low of 10, high of 23. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In Johannesburg, fine, low of 9, high of 22. Vereeniging, fine, 6 and 20. Mbombela, partly cloudy, 13 and 23. Polokwane, fine, 7 and 22. Mahikeng, fine, 8 and 25. And Vryburg, fine, 8 and 26. In Bloemfontein, fine, 6 and 23. In Kimberley, also fine, 12 and 26. In Uppington, fine, 8 and 28. Cape Town, cloudy, becoming partly cloudy. Wind light and variable, becoming northwesterly towards the afternoon, 14 and 19. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In George, fine, wind light and variable, 12 and 20. In Gqeberha, fine, wind light and variable, 15 and 21. In East London, partly cloudy, becoming fine and cool. The wind light to moderate northeasterly, 16 and 22. In Durban, partly cloudy, becoming fine in the afternoon. Wind light to moderate southwesterly, becoming light to moderate northerly to northeasterly in the afternoon, 20 and 24. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In Richards Bay, partly cloudy, becoming fine in the afternoon. The wind light to moderate northwesterly, becoming northerly to southeasterly in the afternoon, 16 and 27. And in Pietermaritzburg, morning fog patches, otherwise fine, 11 and 25.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial *120 *355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. we share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
It's 20 after 6 o'clock. Let's get into our global briefing. Then we'll start off in New Delhi. The United States, India, Japan, and Australia have relaunched the Quad, as they call themselves. And this time it's with real muscle. There's a critical minerals pact, a new maritime surveillance plan, and their first ever joint building project, and that is on a port in Fiji. Dr. Oscar van der Heerden is a senior research fellow at the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. Joins us this morning for the Global Brief. So, Dr. van der Heerden, good morning to you. So, the Quad now has moved from communiques seemingly to something a lot more critical and a lot more concrete. Tell us about this alliance, and somehow there seems to be a China that is lurking over all of these agreements. What is this about?
Yeah, good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners. The Quad is, as you indicated, an alliance that is there between Australia, India, Japan, and interestingly, the United States of America. It dates back for some time. It then went quiet for a long time, and it's now clear that it has been revived. It's back. And I do think it's interesting you mentioned China. I do think it has been revived by the United States as a counterweight to the rising China. And rightfully so. With it now coming back together, they have agreed in New Delhi to build a port in Fiji, which is going to service that part of the world in terms of the South Pacific and South China Seas and the islands around the island nations, and it's just going to make for more interesting import exports in terms of using that particular harbor port as a conduit between those countries. So a very interesting development.
The other thing, Oscar, is that there are a couple of things at play, and some of them sometimes may seem quite contradictory, because while you have the Quad, resuscitating its operations, Donald Trump was in Beijing, less than 2 weeks ago, and he was talking about a G2 partnership with China. Now, Xi Jinping, looking at the latest, what do you think he makes of that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's clear that President Xi is going to look at this and say that this is clearly directed at China as a counterweight, and that the trip by America is trying to suggest that they want their cake and eat it. On the one hand, they want a bilateral relationship with China. They talk of a G2, as you say, but at the same time, as a plan B, if you like, they also then in Quad doing all kinds of things that is clearly directed at strategically being a difficulty for China. So China will be looking at this and thinking, clearly this is a counterweight against us. It's a challenge for us within this part of the world. And of course, the interesting consideration, besides Donald Trump and what he says, is that Xi is going to think, what is India up to? Because India, as you know, is part of BRICS, which is another multilateral formation.
Yeah, I guess the time for self-interest has never become clearer, right? Let's move on to Australia. A royal commission there into anti-Semitism has hit out after Jewish witnesses to the Bondi Beach attack after they were harassed online. And it says that, the abuse of these witnesses proves exactly why this commission is needed.
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, it's a very dangerous thing, a very unfortunate development in Australia, where for the sake of the listeners, last year December, certain individuals, Australians, decided to arm themselves with automatic rifles, go down to Bondi Beach, and then opened fire, killing quite a number of Jewish people. I think about 25, if I'm not mistaken. Fortunately, some locals that were in the area overpowered the gunmen, and they were then arrested. Now, there were a number of witnesses to the events on that fateful day, and these are people that are now being harassed on online, by various people in Australia. Basically, a rise in anti-Semitism, which of course is unacceptable. And the intimidation. And so the Royal Commission that has been set up to investigate this attack is now beginning to voice publicly that there is a rise in anti-Semitism and a rise in attacks online against witnesses. And just generally, I mean, unfortunately, as you know, Kathy, with the ongoing genocide that is being perpetrated by the Israeli government in Gaza, you can see why there are people that are taking issue with Jews all over the world, which of course is an unfortunate thing because Jews all over the world has nothing to do with what the state of Israel does.
All right. And just before I let you go, Oscar, in Canada, Alberta is heading for an October vote on breaking away. This is a story that resonates also locally. In the last hour today, we're going to be debating, right, this idea of the Cape Independence Lobby that wants the Western Cape to also, break away from the rest of the country. Is secession becoming something that is somewhat of a global contagion?
I don't know if I would say that it is a contagion, Kathy, but it certainly does rear its ugly head in certain parts of the world. We know the Catalans in Spain. We know, for example, that there's talk, as you say, here in the south, in the Western Cape. And then, of course, there's the Alberta situation. I'm sure there's a few examples elsewhere. But with Alberta, oil-rich province of Canada, and that's always a dangerous thing because they think that they can do it alone because they have the wealth of the oil. Similarly, in the Western Cape, because they somehow have, Cape Independence have come to the conclusion that it is self-sustainable as the Western Cape. They don't need the rest of the country, and so on and so forth. But Prime Minister Carney basically saying that, they need to look at examples elsewhere in the world. For example, Brexit. When England decided to break away from the European Union, and still today, 10 years later, they are suffering the consequences of that, trying to cope, trying to reintegrate the economy with the Europeans and so forth. So, not a good thing. The Albertas had a informal, if I could call it that way, petition. And the law says if 178,000 citizens say that that needs to be investigated or looked at, then that can happen. That has now been challenged in court. And basically, the government has said, come October this year, they want the people of Alberta to have a proper referendum that basically says, should the province go legal route towards secession, and we'll have to see what's the outcome of that October vote.
Oscar, I can't believe it's been 10 years since Brexit. Where does the time go? Dr. Oscar van Heerden, a senior research fellow for the Center for African Diplomacy and Leadership at the University of Johannesburg. So some of you already then weighing in on the stories that we've covered this morning. No surprises, lots of reaction, of course, to the president's filing of his review application.
Good morning, Kathy. I want to appeal to President Cyril Ramaphosa to respect the Concord judgment. President Ramaphosa violated the Constitution and the law, and he should be held accountable. He must allow the process of impeachment to unfold without any interference. Shoti Sinolen Mafefe Limpopo. Thank you, Kathy.
Billy Masha, you're in Skukune. Good morning.
Morning, Chris. How are you?
Go for it, Billy.
Well, I'm just shocked that there's a person who is trying to go as far as America to get the Cape independence. So I'm not sure whether these people think that is Trump the president of this world, or is he the president of America? If they want to go to America, they can easily go there and have their independence there. This is Africa, this is South Africa. We do things our own way at our own time. Please, thank you.
Okay, Billy, stay tuned, particularly for that debate coming up after 8, because that's where we're going to be unpacking more of those letters, or that letter that has been written to the U.S. president. It's time for your latest news headlines, and Ondela is actually standing by at the news desk. Ondela, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. On the news headlines, the departure of 300 Ghanaians on a repatriation flight from the OR Tambo International Airport has been delayed. This after it emerged that some of them are yet to be processed. The accused in the DJ Waras murder case are expected to be back in the Johannesburg Magistrate Court today, and Israel says it has attacked the new head of militant group Hamas military wing in Gaza despite the nominal ceasefire there. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Extremely heavy pressure on the N3 North into Van Buren. Overnight roadworks overrunning there this morning, and major delay impact the N3 backs from the Rand Airport interchange, N12 from Trekker Road. Both of those roads squeezed into Elands, and then heavy up past Cement Factory through Heldnace and up into that Van Buren Road exit. Only one lane open through there. N1 North looking slow through Malabongwe. Something happening there on your way through the Four Ways. Pretoria heavy backlogs. N1 South a breakdown just after Rigel Avenue. Traffic parking all the way back through to Atterbury and looking pretty heavy as well. Durban looks like the roadworks are still in place. R102 between Verulam and Phoenix. That route's busy. Spillover onto the Chris Harley option down towards Trade Centre. So as you were Monday, Tuesday, you are again this Wednesday in that Verulam, Ottawa and Phoenix area. Cape Town this morning, broken down vehicle into inbound at Borchers Quarry. Not really having a major impact. The traffic gets heavier after that from the airport all the way through to Mowbray Main Road. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Zai Khan, good morning. Look, can Bafana draw? I mean, look at what Pirates is doing. Look at what Sundowns is doing, guys. All right, so President Ramaphosa is hosting the national team.
Yeah, who's going to stay? Who's going to go, Kathy? Yeah, I don't know what to say, but to forget about the cabinet reshuffles that could happen, the real tension is tonight with Hugo Broos trimming his squad to 26. Yes, the president will be there hosting the national team's official farewell dinner in Pretoria. Now, after the coaches' team were eliminated in the round of 16 at the Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco, Bruges not mincing his words, saying complacency, tactical ill discipline, bad attitude and unprofessional conduct must be rooted out, and players making themselves guilty of this conduct will not be considered.
Disappointed after the tournament. We didn't achieve what we wanted, first of all. Secondly, our level of the games we played was not what we were used to. And there are several reasons, but I think the most important reason was that during all the camp and the AFCON, I didn't feel what I call the Bafana DNA. Mm-hmm. So quality, mentality, discipline, it was not there.
All right, let's go to Milford FC. They made the ideal start to their PSL promotion relegation playoff campaign, edging Cape Town City 1-0 at Athlone Stadium last night. And Cape Town City pushed for an equaliser, but Milford holding firm. The result sends Milford to the top of the early standings, while City now face mounting pressure ahead of their clash against Magesi, and that will be on Saturday. Now, the Junior Springboks continued their ruthless form with a 82-25 6-5 demolition of Fiji at the Under-20 International Series at the Wynberg Boys High in Cape Town. South Africa will wrap up the series against Georgia at the Makota Stadium in Stellenbosch, and that will be on Saturday. On to tennis action, the top seed Aryna Sabalenka made a winning start to her French Open campaign. She had a straight sets victory over Spain's Jessica Buzas-Manero. The Belarusian won 6-4, 6-2 to book her place in the second round at Roland Garros. The defending champion Coco Gauff also advanced, brushing aside fellow American Taylor Townsend 6-4, 6-love. And the home favourite, Louis Boisseau, exited the tournament after a straight sets defeat to Russia's Anna Kalinskaya. And finally, cycling, Jonas Vingegaard tightening his grip on the Giro d'Italia, claiming another mountaintop victory on stage 16 in Switzerland. The Danish rider attacked with just over 6 kilometres remaining before soloing to victory, extending his overall lead to more than 4 minutes. We'll be back cycling to the podium on the national briefing with more sport at the top of the hour. I am Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. We'll start off with U.S. consumer confidence. That seemed to have slipped in May.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, this comes as households in the world's biggest economy grew more concerned about rising living costs linked to the war in Iran and higher fuel prices. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index fell 0.7 points to 93.1, while its measure of current economic conditions dropped to a 3-month low. Although expectations for the next 6 months improved, Americans remain under pressure, with 2/3 of consumers saying they have cut back spending by buying fewer goods, delaying major purchases, and opting for cheaper alternatives. The share of respondents saying jobs are plentiful also fell to its lowest level since 2021. Now, the data is concerning because consumer spending is the biggest driver of the U.S. economy, meaning weaker confidence could eventually slow economic growth even as the labor market remains relatively stable. Now, data out of the world's second largest economy painted a more upbeat picture, with China's industrial profits surging 24.7% in April, the fastest pace since late 2023. Now, industrial profits track earnings generated by large manufacturing, mining, and utility companies, making the data an important gauge of business health, factory activity, and broader economic momentum. Now, growth accelerated from a 15.8% increase in March, supported by stronger energy prices and gains in high-tech manufacturing, particularly electronics and computing equipment. Now, profits in the oil and gas sector also returned to growth, while mining earnings jumped sharply. Still, the recovery remains uneven, with automakers and furniture manufacturers continuing to face pressure. Now, the stronger profit data comes despite signs of slowing retail sales, softer industrial output, and ongoing weakness in China's property sector. Now, the positive data out of Asia helping lift investor sentiment this morning, with regional stocks also tracking gains on Wall Street as easing tensions around the US-Iran conflict and a rally in tech shares boosted risk appetite. Overnight, memory chip maker Micron was among the top performers, helping drive gains in both the S&P 500 and the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite. The mood was more subdued on the JSE, however, with the all-share index closing slightly in the red, weighed down by higher oil prices. In currency markets, the rand holding steady ahead of tomorrow's interest rate decision, with the currency currently at 16.36 against the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 19.04 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. Catch you back just after 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Advocate Mantula, a refreshing morning to you.
Refreshing morning, Sis Katie and Jumbo Africa. Back in Gauteng, Sis Katie. Just to remind you, I have mobilized a lot from University of Mpumalanga, the VC, the DVC, vivid listeners of Africa in Focus. They are saying this is a master class. That is Professor Tenjiwe Meiwa and Professor Moses Mbewa. I hope young people in that province are listening as we unpack the African continent.
Look, what I know is that they absolutely would appreciate the shout out that you've been giving them on air. You're doing a much better job of that than I do, Advocate Mantul. I can learn a thing or two from you. Definitely. All right, so this morning then we'll start off in Addis Ababa. There's an election coming up on the 1st of June and the opposition there seemingly bracing for what may be a landslide for the ruling party.
Absolutely. Let's take our listeners back to 2021 when the party of Abiy Ahmed took 96%. We know this group before. Rwanda has shown, Uganda has shown, Cameroon has shown that. But now the elections are scheduled on the 1st of June, where Abiy Ahmed now he's got uncontested 64 regions in the 547 constituencies in Ethiopia. The only concern is that no voting will take place in the northern part of Ethiopia. We know that area of Tigray, Mekele, where there is still tensions, and we know that's one agreement is Katie that South Africa hosted the AU to mend that peace process. But elections are now being prepared in Ethiopia, where the capital city of AU is based, Siskesi, and we will be monitoring those elections because they are very important. We are talking about 130 million citizens who will have to cast their votes on the 1st of June next month.
Oh, the Republic of Congo is leading by example. They're getting rid of the borders.
Yeah, you see, President Denis Sassou Nguesso on Africa Day, when he was meeting with the bankers in Brazzaville alongside Africa Day celebration, says that come 2027, January 1st, they will abolish visa requirements for all African citizens. Others are saying, is it a major step towards free movement and trade? One is looking at other countries that have done. We know Kenya, Rwanda, Botswana, and other countries that have been looking at this. But others are saying it's a new chapter also for African movement of people and as well as abolishing these visa barriers. 2027, Congo is open for trade and for business, probably.
Well, we're going to have to watch what the result and the implication of that is for Congo, especially economically, because Absolutely. If they're able to show positive economic indicators as a result, it could inspire other countries to follow suit. So in Senegal, we're seeing then attempts to try and bring that government together after those sackings that we had in the last 2 weeks.
Senegal, it is moving at a fast pace. Ousmane Sonko yesterday elected as the National Assembly Speaker, what they'll call the president. Fire on the other side, appointing an economist as a prime minister, Amadou Alminolo. This is a guy who was a former central banker in Senegal. And Sonko coming very clear to say, but you have appointed a new prime minister. There was no consultation. So there are issues and tissues, but no further issues. Let's follow Senegal closely, because this is worrying when you see the two young leaders fighting. Now the other one is the Speaker of Parliament. The President, the Executive have to account to Parliament. How are we going to work with that separation of powers rather than it might be confrontation and conflict of powers in that Parliament?
It does seem that too many decisions are being made while there's the situation is in flux. I don't know where all of this is going to lead. Our historical archives, we're going to the 27th of May, 1963.
I am going to the land of Kenya, Nairobi, where 63 years ago, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta was elected as the Prime Minister of Kenya after his party, the Kenyan African National Union, won the country's first general elections. You will recall Kenyatta was arrested for being active in the Mau Mau rebellion, released in 1961. 1963 gets into the seat of Prime Minister. 1964 became the first president of the Republic of Kenya. This is the father of Uhuru Kenyatta. Asante sana Sitsethi, SAfm leading the conversation and observing the Africa Month.
More chances to play, more chances to win. That's the future of the Lotto Mzansi. Introducing Multiplay from SAFmRadio. For the first time ever, you're not limited to just 6 numbers. With Multiplay 1, you can pick 7 numbers, and if you only get 6, you still win. That means more combinations, more excitement, and more chances to win big. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAFmRadio from June 1.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Major delays. A very, very substantial backlog this morning coming from the South Alberton, Germiston on your way through to Galuli's overnight. Overrunning roadworks. Only one lane open through Heldnace up to Van Buren. You can imagine the chaos. The N3 back to Grey Avenue. If you're coming in from Sprayview, you'll get to Grey and then you'll stop. If you're coming out of Alberton, you get through Reading Interchange and then you'll stop at Voortrekker. And then both of those highways jam solidly through Elands, up past Cement Factory, through Heldnace and up to Van Buren. I would think if you're heading for a flight connection out of Germiston, Alberton, and you're on that highway towards Van Buren, you'll probably be late. It's that sort of backlog this morning. So one of the options is off at Elands. Take the N17 down to the Rondebolt Road exit. Rondebolt Road up through Boxburg. It becomes the R21 straight through Jet Park and into the airport that way. Very heavy, worth avoiding. Also crash in on the R21 around Pomona Road. That's causing a delay both ways between Pomona and the R23. If you're airport bound or trying to get through to Pretoria, it's heavy. A crash on Pretoria's N1 south at Garsfontein. Big backlogs from the N4, Emma Highway already. No lights through the Dustport Tunnel, Transorania at Hagen. That's a bit of a nightmare. And day 3 of major delays coming out of Durban's Ottawa, Verulam area on the way down to Phoenix. Those roadworks on the R102 backlogging everything again this morning. And Cape Town busy but fairly standard across the highways. No major incidents, just a lot of traffic. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 6:48. Let's get into this story now. In just a few weeks, the country is going to be marking half a century since the young people of Soweto walked into police bullets on the 16th of June. And that's really commemorating the uprisings of 1976. Well, from tomorrow, WITS and its partners host the first ever academic conference to bring scholars and the actual student leaders of 76 in one room. It's under the banner 1976 at 50, and this is to reclaim the radical history behind what we now mostly see as a day off and lots of braaiing. That's what public holidays in South Africa have become, right? Professor Noor Niftahuddin joins us. Prof, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. So this conference, of course, is the first one, at least that's how it's being put, that brings scholars and surviving student leaders of 76 into the same room. What is it that you're hoping to evoke and do through this?
Thanks, Kathy, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, we do think it is probably the first conference of its kind. And we have set ourselves a number of aims. I should say that we've been working with organizations like the Seth Masibuko Foundation for more than 18 months to try and put together this conference. And the aim really is to move away, as you said, from the annual celebration of Youth Day that have been stripped off the meaning of the significance of 1976. So we have a number of people who are presenting papers, more than 40 papers and several round tables in conversations to draw attention to the significance of 1976 and importantly to try and understand the underlying causes and also the way that young people in Soweto and elsewhere in the country were politicized very quickly. They created organizations. The photographs that we see about the uprising, including the very famous photo by Sam Nzima of Hector Peterson after he was shot, often portray the uprising simply as a violent eruption, as a riot. But in fact, we know that it was a peaceful march against the imposition of Afrikaans. And across the country, and this is a really important part of the conference, demonstrations happened in solidarity with the young people in Soweto. And there were protests not only in June, but especially in August and September across the country. Cape Town became an important center of protests in which so-called colored and African students got together in protest. And so there were all these really significant moments that happened across the country. And in our mind, very few people know and understand what happened, not only on the day, but how the protests completely transformed politics in South Africa. This uprising in 1976, together with the worker strikes in 1973, really marked a decisive change in the political landscape of the country.
And what you're saying is really important. Sometimes for the purposes of narrative setting, right? Histories are framed in a particular way, as with the Soweto, as with the 76 uprisings, that they're centered largely on Soweto. And what you're saying around the fact that there's a broader national story that has been written out of our memory, I believe that's quite critical. Just unpack that for us, and what you believe is lost to our country when we don't tell the full story.
Yes, Kathy, I do think, firstly, we must remember that Soweto was the epicenter. This is where the early organizations happened, where young people, Seth Masibuko, Spongile Mkabela, and many others, Tsietsi Mashinini, these were key figures, right? But what had happened around the country from the early 1970s were perhaps two key things. So one was that the number of students, black students in high schools increased exponentially, in part because there was pressure by industry for more semi-skilled workers, right? And second, so the number of students black students across the country grew significantly, which meant that high school students became an important social force. There were millions of students in schools, larger than any other time in the history. Secondly, was the significance of black consciousness. This new population of students became politicized in many ways, but they embraced the ideas of black consciousness. So when one thinks of the national uprising, it's really important to remember, the kind of politics that informed the movement of students. And of course, conditions in these schools, in Bantu education schools and schools in colored and Indian areas, particularly in the poor areas, deteriorated, significantly in the 1970s. And there was significant pressure by students, to demand better education. And so that while the protests were, erupted in Soweto first, it represented or reflected discontent among students across the country. That is why one had, in various parts of the country, including in rural areas, by the way, which very few people know about, small towns, students marched immediately, as well as in bigger townships like Alex and the East Rand townships in Gugulethu, Nyanga, Langa, and Cape Town. So the national character of the protest is important because it created the foundation, one of a new movement that grew from the late 1970s and into the 1980s, but also built organizations, which was critically important.
Professor Noor Niftahuddin, you're certainly going to be hearing more on that particular conference that's going to be held at the University of the Witwatersrand. And I wonder, what do you think can come out and should come out of gatherings of this nature? I mean, some people argue that it's mostly for nostalgic purposes, so people can walk down memory lane, remember the past, its challenges, its victories. But surely there must be a greater meaning that even a generation of 2026 can draw, not only from the protest, but just from the spirit of that generation. So I'll take some of your reflections on that too.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, what began as a shutdown over water, roads and jobs in Mangaung has now turned into days of looting, and it's impacted immigrant-owned shops that have been stripped bare. This is in Bloemfontein and in Botshabelo in particular. Buses have been stoned, schools shut, and more than 140 people arrested. Potso Mutoko is the individual or the man in charge of the National Service Delivery Forum. Potso, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So let's talk about this shutdown then that has affected Bloemfontein. What were you hoping to achieve through it?
Well, thanks, Kathy. And I would say we wanted to get some changes on certain things, particularly on CBD.
But so I'm going to ask you to try and move around. The connection to you isn't great, and I'm struggling to hear you. So maybe if you can just move around, it might improve the quality of signal that we have. But yes, tell us about this protest.
Yeah. Okay. As I see, the protest mainly was about CBD delivery. And our intention was just to shut down the head office of the Mangaung Metro, where corruption is rife, and also the certain provincial departments where this maladministration that we have been raising for quite some time now. And our community should understand that the shutdown action was undertaken as a direct response to ongoing service delivery challenges affecting our people, particularly the state of roads, the budget system toilets that we have here, and we are forced to live as if everything is normal on these conditions that's unbearable. And also we have corruption at higher best here in the Mangaung. With the companies that are fronted to loot our money and rent no services. And I can challenge those in authorities to tell us our water reservoirs are not guarded. We've got evidence of that. But there are companies that are invoicing the municipality for such services.
Sorry to come in. I'm going to ask you to please try and move us off speakerphone and speak directly into your handset so that we can hear you a bit better. So for all intents and purposes, you began this shutdown as steps in action against a government that has failed in delivering. Let's remind ourselves, right, of the fact that Mangaung itself has been placed under national administration. So there's nothing new in as far as the state of affairs is concerned. But why then has the shutdown become what it is? Why are shops being looted? Why does it seem that there are, migrants that are also being attacked now in Mangaung? You also have workers and school children being negatively affected. People are walking 10 kilometers to get around because you are not allowing vehicles, buses, taxis. You're not allowing them into the community.
Directly, not myself personally, particularly so, but it is an action that's undertaken by stakeholders, not only myself also. I am the representative of the stakeholder forum that decided on this particular action. And of course, the main purpose was to address the same challenges that were seen, and that will be becoming more problematic.
All right. But so, yeah, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to leave it there for now. The quality of that connection simply is not great. We will try to get perhaps Poto up on a different line just to understand what is happening in Bloemfontein. So by all means, it seems that shutdown is continuing. They do seem to have reached some kind of consensus around allowing taxis to operate yet again. If you're out in Bloemfontein and you've been affected, please tell us what is the latest with regard to this shutdown. We'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial 086 000 2032. That's for our studio line 086 000 2032. It's 7 o'clock. Time for your latest news on Della. Good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you, Kathy. On the top stories, departure of Ghanaians on repatriation, flight delayed and accused in DJ Waras murder case expected in court. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. The departure of 300 Ghanaians on a repatriation flight from the OR Tambo International Airport has been delayed. This after it emerged that their flight manifest or list has been amended and some of them are yet to be processed. Earlier, the High Commissioner to Pretoria, Benjamin Kofi Kwashi, said that the South African Home Affairs Department had vetted the group. The repatriation of the first group of Ghanaians follows a recent wave of protests against undocumented immigrants in South Africa. Ditaba Tsotesi reports.
We're still here at the OR Tambo International Airport waiting for this flight to depart to Ghana. Now they are still busy processing these Ghanaians who are willing to go back home. You can imagine it's a high number, like 300 people that are being processed there. So far, more than half of these people who are departing today have been processed. The High Commissioner also said that this is the first group that they are taking home today. But in total, they are expecting around 800 or more than 1,000 Ghanaians who are willing to go back home. We remember the decision was prompted by the wave of protest in South Africa against undocumented immigrants. So the Ghanaians are saying they want to go back home because they feel unsafe in South Africa. They say they fear for their lives and also they feel unwelcomed by South Africans.
Meanwhile, the ANC National Executive Committee has urged the premiers of all the 9 provinces to create a team which will respond to any conflict between South Africans and undocumented migrants. This follows an urgent meeting between ministers in the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security cluster at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. They discussed ways of addressing rising tensions in the country over undocumented migrants. ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula addressed the media in Johannesburg yesterday.
The NEC urges every provincial premier in the Republic to activate a quick response team on immigrant tensions in their province, working in concurrence with SAPS, the Prosecuting Authority and the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Social Development, the Provincial Disaster Management Centers, and the National Disaster Management Center.
The accused in the DJ Waras murder case are expected to be back in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. Media personality Warwick Stock, popularly known as DJ Waras, was shot dead in the Johannesburg CBD in December last year. 2 accused, Victor Majola, who is alleged to have orchestrated the killing, and Amindo Pakula, believed to be the gunman, are facing charges of premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Police believe the incident was a planned hit which happened when DJ Waras was working at a building near the Carlton Centre. There is suspect that it is linked to disputes surrounding security operations at the building. The accused remain in custody as investigations continue. The Gauteng Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Department has directed municipalities to ensure that there is alternative water supply as rainwater embarks on its planned infrastructure maintenance. The maintenance is due to take place from the 29th of this month to the 2nd of next month. It is expected to leave some areas with poor pressure to no water. The department has instructed that there should be sufficient water tankers for residents. Spokesperson Thiongongi says they met with municipalities who presented their preparedness status.
COCTA committed to enhanced monitoring and the activation of emergency response mechanisms to ensure rapid intervention where required. Through the Gauteng Operations Centre on Water Security, housed at the Provincial Disaster Management Centre in Midrand, COCTA will be monitoring and supporting municipalities during the period for rapid response.
Israel says it has attacked the new head of militant group Hamas's military wing in Gaza despite the nominal ceasefire there. Mohammed Odeh was appointed after Israel killed his predecessor this month. Palestinian health officials say 3 people have been killed and more than 20 others wounded in an Israeli strike on a residential building in Gaza City. This man was caught up in the Israeli military strike.
There was a sudden airstrike by Israeli warplanes. It was a surprise. They hit a rooftop apartment in a building with 3 missiles, and they weren't simple missiles. They were heavy ones. There is no ceasefire. Day and night there's shelling. The shelling is constant here. They say there's a ceasefire, but there is none for us. This is the atmosphere during Eid al-Adha. As you can see, it is Eid now.
Recapping the top story, the departure of 300 Ghanaians on a repatriation flight from the OR Tambo International Airport has been delayed. I'm Mondolambana for SAfm News Headlines at 7:30.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your bank was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OUTsurance saved 32-year-old Parushka a whopping 729 Rand on her 2020 Haval H2. Get a quote now, and if OUTsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. Soccer news, Kaizer Chiefs stealing the spotlight again, this time by firing their coaches after a week dominated by Orlando Pirates and Mamelodi Sundowns. Let's also bring you tennis action from the French Open. Yannick Sinner cruising past Clement Tabor. That's in the opener. We'll have all the details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Major backlogs heading through to Van Buren and therefore Galulis on the N3 North, overrunning overnight roadworks around Van Buren. Major delays. They start on the N3 North at Grey Avenue, so that's just after Sprayview. They start around the Reading interchange on the N12 eastbound into Elands, and they're all joined up through to Van Buren. And of course, a lot of the sort of local alternatives are seeing some very heavy traffic volumes as well this morning. So if you're moving Alberton, Germiston through to Bedfordview, just stay off that N3. The further you are away from it, the easier the traffic will be. It really is very heavily backed up. Crash on the R21 between Pomona Road and the Benoni exit, heavy both ways to and from the airport. Crashing on Pretoria's N1 South near Rigel. Big queues coming from Stormful this morning. If you're coming in from Montana, that's a major delay all the way through to Garsfontein. And traffic lights out Trans-Oranje at Vomhagen, causing backlogs through that Dustport tunnel. Durban Day 3 of major queues out of Ottawa Verulam on your way to Phoenix. Roadworks on the R102. Major delays on that route. Chris Harney, spill over down to Phoenix Highway, and again just through Ottawa, everything really busy. What you went through Monday, Tuesday, going through again today. Cape Town R300 loaded between Stellenbosch Arterial and the N1 heading north. N1 inbound Plattekloof to Kuiberg interchange busy, and the M5 seeing some traffic this morning, moving slow from Ottery right up to the N1 Kuiberg interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 9 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up on the show in this hour, we go inside President Cyril Ramaphosa's legal gamble to stop his impeachment. We also look at the 31 MPs who could ultimately decide his political fate. But before that, government says the fire-damaged wards at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital will finally reopen in August, 5 years after the fire. Ministers insist that that commitment is different this time around. The obvious question, though, is why should the public believe them now? We'll unpack that shortly. And then one of South Africa's great custodians of storytelling, Dr. Gcina Mhlophe, continues her reflections on the reality check this week. And she says the arts are not just an added extra in education, but they're essential to how a nation remembers, imagines, and raises in its children. We'd, of course, also want to hear from you throughout the show. The numbers to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your text messages and your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. And of course, we'll have all your important updates, traffic, weather, markets coming up within the next hour.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Exciting news. South Africa SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, so we start off this hour. It's 12 after 7 o'clock, taking a look at this story. And the NPA now has filed a complaint against the magistrate in the Joe Sibanyoni matter. It believes that the magistrate's conduct and orders issued against its prosecutor raises serious concerns. The NPA spokesperson is Kaiser Khanyago. He joins us on the line. Mr. Khanyago, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So it looks like the NPA has made somewhat of a 360 turn here. When this matter first came to the public attention and to public light, it seemed that your prosecutor was the one in the wrong and that he had abandoned and derelicted his duty, but seemingly that was not the case.
Thank you very much, Casey, and to the listeners. We didn't basically make a U-turn. At the time when this matter happened last week, Monday, the information before us was just the fact that the prosecutor didn't come to court. And therefore, what we then did was to then deal with that particular issue, which is the prosecutor, to say, let's suspend you so that you can have time to come and explain to us what happened. And then that is what then happened. But at the same time, we started other two processes. The one process that we started was to then engage with our legal team around what really happened, so that we then get the transcript from the court on what really happened, to deal with the issue of the prosecutor being found guilty of not coming to court by implication being given a warrant of arrest. And that we looked at it and we realized that was done in a manner that is not really in compliance with the law, because he was found convicted basically in absentia and all of those. Therefore, we then started that second process by doing the leave to appeal, and then now we looked at the conduct of the magistrate, separate from the leave to appeal, which is now this issue around that we took to the Magistrates Commission.
The point, Mr. Khanyago, is that you suspended him even before you had a version on record about what he says happened.
Yeah, that was because at the time we were trying to get hold of him ourselves and we couldn't. And that is what we had to do at the time, because we were responding to something that has happened, and unfortunately that was the case. Then he later surfaced a day after to then give us the indication.
Do you think your
what
actions now retrospectively were premature, and what is the status of that suspension?
No, it was not premature in the sense that we were confronted with a situation that is putting the organization into disrepute. And we felt that something had to be done at the time. And now the process is still continuing. The internal investigation is happening, because it's not only the prosecutor that we are looking at. We are looking at the whole process, because when he came back to us, there were other things that were said that about other people not doing what they are supposed to do. Therefore, we are looking at that. If it clears them, so be it.
There have been reports that he received messages on his way to court that morning, that if he had arrived, he would be assassinated. Are those true?
That is his version. Therefore, those are some of the things that we are testing, but that is what he indicated to us.
Is he receiving protection?
He was receiving protection from the day the matter was put onto the roll. For those who are in the court, they would know that every time he arrived, he was coming with security from both our security and the police.
Have you found a reason to increase his security? I mean, if it was enough for him to not show up on the day, does he genuinely feel that his life is under threat, just merely doing his job in this matter?
Yeah, I can't tell you about the increase or not increase, because it will be a breach of security itself. But we are making sure that he's safe.
Yes, but do you believe his life is under threat?
Every time there is a high-profile case like that, we do that protection purely because we believe that the prosecutors need to be protected. And in this particular instance, we believe that what he is indicating might be correct. But like I said, we are finalizing our investigation around this matter.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Kaiser Khanyago speaks for the National Prosecuting Authority, and of course now they've called the magistrates' actions into question, and they are following this matter up. On to this story now around the Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital, where the officials that were part of the ministerial visit to the facility yesterday say that it will reopen its doors, at least the wards that have been closed will reopen in August, while the parking lot will be reopened in October. Professor Alex van der Heever is chair of Social Security Systems Administration and Management Studies at Wits School of Governance. So at the heart of the challenges, Professor van der Heever, is procurement, and really a procurement system that is in collapse. Do you get a sense that how the officials are responding to it by moving from manual electronic procurement systems to electronic procurement systems, that's going to deal with the issue?
I think that we need a complete revamp of South Africa's public procurement regime, because at this point in time it is entirely capturable. And that's largely the consequences of that we're seeing across municipalities and the Gauteng Department of Health and the National Department of Health and the South African Police Services. And that's where essentially your top structures of your procurement process, your CFO, your head of department, your head of supply chain, are all appointed politically at the end of the day. And so a new NEC with a network comes in, they sweep out the old guys, they put in a new team, and they can basically capture that procurement system from top to bottom and protect illegal conduct all the way through. So the making the system transparent is an important measure to improving, minimizing this kind of risk, but it's not sufficient on its own. But transparency by default is what's required. That's not in the current legislative framework. By default means everything is made public on public dashboards and information for everybody to check and review, with automatic escalations where there are red flags which can be automated. That's basically where you go with public procurement systems, because they just attract criminals. So South Africa's public procurement system has essentially wreaked havoc across South Africa, and that's why we are seeing such a decline in the quality of public service delivery.
There is, of course, this perception that what we are seeing happening in Gauteng may be worse than elsewhere in the country. We take a look at Tembisa Hospital, which was referenced by the finance minister yesterday, and how you see similar patterns of corruption that were identified there also coming into play when it comes to Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital. And one then just wonders, other calls. Yesterday we had Dr. Joseli Tape on air, and he said that the Department of Health in this province needs to be placed under administration, that's the only way one is going to be able to deal with these issues. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree that, in fact, this department needs to be put under administration. The only issue is how will that administration be applied? Because what's happened typically in the past is they've treated it as a technical problem. It's not. It's a corruption problem right from the top. So you look at Tembisa and the rest, and note that what was happening at Tembisa Hospital only came to light because Babita Deokaran was assassinated, and News 24 focused on doing an analysis of it. If they hadn't done that, we wouldn't know about it. And the same thing that was happening at Tembisa is happening in other hospitals. And we've seen the fires and so on that happen at hospitals and at the Bank of Lisbon building, which is the head of department for the Gauteng province. All of these were instances where evidence was potentially being destroyed as part, and this includes fires at Tembisa Hospital as well, of the documentation that was being investigated around the Tembisa fraud. So it's right, but the problem is that the top structures have not taken any action to deal with the corruption and have actually been part of hiding information, not disclosing, not investigating, not appointing proper forensic investigators, not replacing criminals who are operating in many of the hospitals and at the top levels of the Gauteng department. So all of that suggests that if you put under administration, the logic is you go in and you remove that top structure, you replace the top structure with people that can be trusted, and then you get out of there, because administration doesn't work unless you put in place people who can actually run the system. But typically, they just centralize it and keep the rotten apples in the departments. And so the administration, the Section 100s don't work, because you basically leave them infected. So you've got to go in, remove, replace, get out, and run the system properly. Okay. But you do need to initiate investigations and deal with this rot, but it is deep in the Gauteng Department of Health.
Professor Alex van der Heever, let me thank you for your time then on this particular story.
We asked rugby legend Frans Valstein what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. Frans, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
If your medical aid was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 27-year-old Liam an awesome 640 Rand on his 2020 Ford Ranger. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
The National Briefing on SAfm.
Well, let's get into this story now. It's 24 after 7. The president filing his application to review the Phala Phala report in the Western Cape High Court. Bophelo Sileka is an independent legal analyst. Bophelo, good morning. Thanks for your time. The issue I want us to focus on is what the president's legal papers bring up, and it's around the parliamentary process, right? The impeachment process. He's not outright asking for an interdict, but he certainly does not want to see that process continue while his matter is still being considered for review in the courts.
Good morning, Kathy. You're absolutely right. The president anchors his review essentially on three grounds. The first one is a common law review, and the second would be a constitutional principle of legality, which requires that all public power be exercised lawfully, rationally, and within the bounds of the authority it's conferred upon. And the third one is a direct constitutional challenge to the panel's actions and the constitutionality of the process itself. So it's narrower and it's more of a targeted attack. And that's where the argument of the panel in the papers of the president state that it acted irrationally, exceeded or misunderstood its mandate, and acted in a manner inconsistent with the Constitution. So his papers, at least from our reading, identifies 4 respects in which the president submits that the panel allegedly misunderstood its mandate. And before engaging those, it's important to establish what the panel's mandate actually was from the terms of reference. And a cursory reading would tell us that the panel was asked or was required to consider any preliminary inquiry relating to a motion and thereafter make a recommendation whether sufficient evidence exists to show that the president committed any act constituting a ground for removal. That's the core of what's coming out of the papers.
Do you anticipate the president having issues with this particular review being heard, given the issue of timelines? Will the court accept that it's launched off the back of the Constitutional Court hearing and therefore it has the timeline for review has not subscribed?
Absolutely not. What I do anticipate is an internal contradiction that the court may point out. And the first problem is that the president concedes that the panel was conducting a preliminary assessment, and he says so explicitly. But then he expects it to have applied a standard that goes beyond what a constitutionally constituted preliminary inquiry requires. And if we were to phrase it simply, one can simply not say or use a tertiary standard when marking a grade 7 exam paper. The standard must engage or match the stage. The second problem that I think we need to highlight is that President Ramaphosa never denies what sufficient evidence means within the context of a preliminary inquiry. He adopts a higher vague threshold which exceeds the confines of Rule 129G. And he approaches this like a trial, which I think is wrong. But in doing so, he acknowledges that it is just a preliminary phase, and that contradiction, as stated earlier, is embedded in the papers themselves. And I expect the court to point it out to him.
Do you also expect Parliament to enter the fray, given that there are mentioned, and parliamentary process then is also being brought into scrutiny here?
I don't expect so. And this is where the papers, for me at least, become particularly interesting. The president does not bring an interdict, but he's very deliberate in his signal to the National Assembly, in his papers, that he will seek an interdict if Parliament proceeds with the impeachment committee process before the review is determined. So the question then might be, why not bring the interdict already? I think there are three reasons for this. The first one is a threshold problem. To obtain an interdict, you must satisfy the requirements of a clear right that is being infringed. And we can go on and on about that. But I want to focus on the third one, and I think it's most significant. Bringing an interdict now would require a court to halt a constitutionally mandated parliamentary process. And that is a separation of powers argument, Kathy, that will be waiting to be deployed against him. That any court that asks to interdict Parliament from proceeding with a process that the Constitutional Court itself ordered revived would face an extraordinarily uncomfortable position.
Bophelo Seleke, it certainly seems that, there's very little room to maneuver on this one. He's an independent legal analyst. It's 7:30 on Dela. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. And on the news headlines, it's now clear how many Ghanaian nationals will be repatriated today. This after the flight manifest was amended after a large number showed at the OR Tambo International Airport in an effort to get on the repatriation flight. City of Johannesburg officials say they are confident that the High Court will rule in their favor in the Marble Towers case this morning, and the veteran Texas Senator John Collins has lost a primary election to a challenger that U.S. President Donald Trump has endorsed. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Major delay still with us coming out of Alberton and Germiston on the run through to Bedfordview this morning. If you're en route towards Giluli, so heads up, you want to get some alternative routes to stay off the highways. It's the overnight roadworks that overran at Van Buren, plus the normal restrictions at Heldmace. Traffic's heavy. It's all the way back through Grey Avenue, deep into Germiston territory on the N3. It's all the way back to the Reading interchange, R59 on the N12. Those highways merging at Elandston all the way up to Van Buren. All the side roads and local alternatives absolutely full and heaving as well. Major delays if you want to get from Albert and Germiston through Bedfordview this morning. Mike 1's pretty heavy. Boyson's all the way through to about Melrose, so slow on your way to Stanton. And 114th Avenue out to Willie Mandela's quite slow. Crash on the R21 between Pomona Road and the R23 Benoni exit. Heavy both ways to and from the airport into that scene. Pretoria's got a crash and a breakdown in 1 south at Garsfontein. Very heavy traffic queuing all the way back to Stormful Road this morning. Durban, there's a vehicle burning on the N2 North between Gateway and Sabaya. If you're on your way to the airport, that is jam-packed. Day 3 of major delays from Verulam down to Phoenix because of the roadworks on the R102 and just heavy pressure on local alternatives. Breakdown, Durban's N2 going south after Spaghetti Junction. That's slow. Also the N2 North from the M7 through Spaghetti Junction into the works area is pretty heavy. And if you're driving Cape Town this morning, queues on the M5 coming through from Grassy Park and Retreat. Big traffic up towards the Kenilworth Racecourse Road exit. Behind that, Ottery Road, absolutely solid going west into the M5. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 7:33. Oh, Zai Khan. Chiefs stealing the spotlight, but not the kind of spotlight that we want. But I guess the right kind of spotlight, right? Because Chiefs now getting its house in order. Not nice seeing Pirates and Sundowns and all of these other teams winning.
I know. Let's just recap. Pirates won the league. Sundowns won Africa. And Chiefs, they found a way, okay, into our headlines. Okay, it's brand power. We'll give it to them. But to be fair, you know, they've got a new coach. They're casting their net wide. They have, not renewed the contract, as our technical producer would say, of their coaches, Cedric Hayes and Khalil Ben Yusuf. The club is looking to rebuild ahead of next season. Now, their new head coach appears to be gathering pace. Reports linking Belgian tactician Sven van den Broek to the vacant post at Naturina. The 46-year-old previously worked alongside coach Hugo Bruges, and that was during Cameroon's 2017 AFCON triumph, as he's also coached clubs in Morocco, Algeria and Tanzania, winning league as well as cup titles along the way. So the Kaizer Chiefs' search for a new coach appears to be gathering pace. Also gathering pace, President Cyril Ramaphosa hosting the national team's official farewell dinner in Pretoria tonight, with Coach Bruce expected to announce his final 26-man squad during the event. After naming an initial 32-player prelim group last week, he will have to drop at least 6 players from that list for the World Cup. It's mandatory for each participating team to have 3 goalkeepers, meaning one of the 4 on the preliminary list has to go. It won't be Ronwen Williams. He's the captain-elect and a player that's back in form, just like the newcomers who Bruce selected for the most recent friendly international against Panama, players who provided that spark that was missing at AFCON. Here's Coach Bruce.
I'm 100% sure that it will be there when we go to World Cup, and it will be already there now for the friendlies. And that's why we changed some things also in the team. I think we need some new impulses, and that will certainly reinstall the Bafana DNA.
All right, let's go to rugby. Junior Springbok captain Vusi Moyo hailing his side's maturity and cohesion after their 82-25 victory over Fiji in the Under-20 International Series taking place in Cape Town. Moyo slotted 11 of 12 conversions for 22 points. South Africa, who ran in 12 tries, now face Georgia in Stellenbosch on Saturday as preparations continue for next month's Junior World Championships. And let's go to some cricket. The defending champions, the Royal Challengers Bengaluru, have reached the Indian Premier League final by beating the Gujarat Titans by 92 runs in Qualifier 1. Now, today, Sunrisers Hyderabad will play the Rajasthan Royals for is an eliminator, and Gujarat will play the winner in Qualifier 2. Let's go to tennis. Top-ranked Yannick Sinner routed the number 171 Clement Tabor 6-1, 6-3, 6-4 in the first round of French Open to extend his winning streak to 30 matches. Here's Sinner.
I'm happy to play night. I'm happy to play day. Whenever they put me, and then we see. I think I handled the heat very well in the Wells. It was very hot this year, so I didn't have any issues there. We prepared us in a good way. Of course, here different heats, but the humidity is not as tough as maybe in Australia or US, but.
And that's your sport. We'll serve it up some more. Top of the hour for the national briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning again. So this, of course, is the kind of story that will have us holding our breath. South Africa's leading indicator rises, and this is ahead of the interest rate announcement.
That's right, Kathy. Now the print points to the economy showing signs of improving momentum, with stronger money supply growth, firmer vehicle sales, and increased building activity supporting the latest business cycle data ahead of tomorrow's interest rate decision. Now, the composite leading business cycle indicator compiled by the South African Reserve Bank rose 7.5% year on year in March and 2.4% month on month. The indicator is closely monitored because it aims to predict economic activity several months ahead, offering an early signal on the direction of the economy. Higher commodity prices for key exports and improved job ads also contributed to the increase. However, economists caution the figures remain backward-looking and may not yet reflect more recent global uncertainty and oil price pressures that could weigh on growth and inflation expectations. Then over in company news, retailer Pepco is a step closer to launching its new Bank Plus B after securing regulatory approval. Now, plans to launch the bank are set for April next year, and Pepco will use its network of more than 6,500 stores to combine digital and in-store banking services, targeting 1.8 million primary banking customers within 5 years. The retailer says it already processes roughly 22 million cash in and cash out transactions annually, alongside 4 million bill payments, highlighting the scale of its existing financial services ecosystem. Now, the announcement comes alongside strong interim earnings, with profit rising 10.3% and revenue climbing 13.2%, supported by growth in its core retail operations, with brands like Pep Home, and Ackermans posting growth. The update also comes as competition intensifies among retailers and digital banks targeting South Africa's underbanked consumers. Now, shifting to equities, trade is expected to remain volatile as investors keep a close eye on developments between the US and Iran, along with movements in the oil price. Now, Brent crude currently trading below $98 a barrel, setting the stage for another mixed day on the JSE. Globally, markets are finding support from a rally in tech shares, with both US futures and Asian stocks lifted by gains in US memory chip maker Micron and South Korean firm SK Hynix. Then in currency markets, the rand remains relatively steady ahead of tomorrow's interest rate announcement, trading at 16.36 to the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 19 to the euro. And that's where I leave things with you today. Catch you bright and early again tomorrow morning. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Sauda, a new reason to play has landed. Sizekaya is shaking things up with cascading jackpots. Every last draw of the month, Powerball Extra and Lotto 5 Max will now have guaranteed winners. More winners means more celebrations across Mzansi. No waiting, no hoping, just life-changing moments. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya from June 1.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026, under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:42. Let's get into our reality check for today. And Dr. Gcinam Mhlophe continues her reflections for us on the reality check this week, our segment that causes us to pause, reflect and think seriously about the state of South Africa. Not just what's happening, but why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what must be done to change it. And we're just aiming to deepen the national conversation and to ask about the practical steps that we need to build the South Africa we want. So, Dr. Mhlophe, good morning to you. It's a pleasure yet again to host you on our segment this morning. And today you want to continue building on the foundation that you have set, but you're asking us, to draw on lessons from those who came before us, the names that we need to remember. What is chanting the bridges and interventional dialogue?
Oh, good morning, Kathy. What an honor to be with you on this program again. I'm grateful to be able to talk about what really moves me. Chanting the bridges is what I always call us honoring, remembering recognizing those who came before us. They lay down for us to cross over, to be where we are here today. The sacrifices they made. And sometimes we take people's sacrifices for granted. I think we have come to a place where we are so good at looking at the terrible times, the uncertainty, the selfishness, the greed, the fear that comes from all of that. And we think, oh, war is me. And we almost don't see that it is possible to go across. When these great names and great pioneers were working and fighting and striving to make a better South Africa, things were worse than they are today. And so we can do this. We can really learn from their lessons, from their experiences. So the moaning and blaming and crying is not going to be the answer for us. I think I must call on somebody that very few people, I don't even think that you know this name, the great poetess Nontsizi Mgqwetho. She says, ume phezu kwamatye uyakhwaza ngezwi eliphezulu uthi mayibuye iAfrika, mayibuye iAfrika. iAfrika ayiyanga ndawo, buya wena. You are standing on big rocks, calling out loud in a big voice. You say, come back, Africa, come back, Africa. Africa hasn't gone anywhere. You must come back. I'm looking at the fact that we've veered so far away from the main road, the path that we should have taken when we say we are a free nation. And we make these big statements, and we have got these significant dates, and we celebrate them. And sometimes I'm thinking, why use the word celebrate? Can we commemorate? Can we honor? Can we go back and readjust our journey and look at the moral compass of a nation? When I look at that as well, we can come back. We can come back to the main road. No nation has ever go so far away from the main road and not be able to come back the wheel. We need the will, not political only, but civic society, community, homes, the central fireplace is always in the house, in the home, to bring back all of that. And I say, let's call out loud the names of those who came before us. Many of those names are hardly ever mentioned, and I don't understand how. Whether you're looking in the heritage space, when I talk about the great names like Khabu Mngoma or Babu Machikiza, when I talk about Philip Tabane, when I talk about Sophie Mqina, talk about Mamlindiwe Mabuza, I'm talking about big names, Stephen Bantu Biko, yes, Sebakumbula, or Reverend Figeni, sibabize ngamagama of Joseph Shabalala in the heritage space as well as in the political space, Babu Mutlana, Obabu Sofa Sonke Mpanza, in the business space, Obabu Mamponya, Smabize, Roger Sishi. There are so many people that have made things better wherever they were. The midwife, the pioneer, the torchbearer, Mamu Sisulu. I think of somebody who did so much for your nation. Think about them, say their names out loud. And why are there schools in South Africa where history is not taught? How is that even possible? It's atrocious. How can we remember those people and be inspired by their achievements? When we are inspired by their achievements, we know that we can do better. We know that we can have the courage again to say they lay down for us. Remember their teachings, how they led by example with integrity. History, her story, unromanticized, mind you, unromanticized, because nobody is perfect. These will empower us. They will reignite our fire, our courage to do good. In this South Africa we are living in, it's not only unique. We think that only South Africa is going through all of this. Let's look across the borders in other countries. People are going through unnecessary wars in different parts of the world. The world is shifting, is moving so badly. It's almost like there's no turning back. It's almost like the globe is turning so fast that it cannot even keep up with the sun. I think we can come back to the main road as a nation. Let's look at also what it is that we talk about when we are alone, when we're not on public platforms, when we say, this is not right, this is not supposed to be like this. That integrity is when you are alone looking at yourself in the mirror. When you are looking at yourself in the mirror, you say, they must do this, they must fix this. Who is they? How about you playing your part as well in whatever line of work you are in? I know that sometimes you feel so small. I have heard that somebody, one of the proverbs from our African continent says, if you ever feel small for some reason or other, you've never spent a night with a mosquito. So you can never be too small to do anything. We must make a difference. It's a call to action. And look at flowers. A flower has to be broken open in order to bloom. South Africa has got to be that flower. Ubabu Jonas Gwangwa used to talk about flowers of the nation. Can we be those flowers of the nation and be prepared? It's painful to be broken open. When we are broken open, when we bloom and greet the sun and say, thank you that the sun is still shining and I'm still here. Let's be broken open, feel the pain and make a difference. And I call that chanting the bridges, honoring those who lay down for us to cross so that we are here today, pick up our weapons and move forward. Ngiyabonga.
Dr. Gcina Mhlophe, what does one say? I mean, so much that you are evoking in us, but the powerful line there, a return to self, right? A return to self. That is what is she saying we need in order to fully realize everything we want to be as a nation. Thank you for your contribution, as always, for this week. All right, I'll be taking your calls shortly. That will be straight after the traffic with Rob Byrne. You can call in on 086 000 2032. The WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Rob, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, and wasn't that great? I love that quote. We're spinning so fast here on Earth that the sun can't even keep up with us. That's a classic line. Very heavy coming out of Alberton and Germiston areas this morning on the N3. Overnight roadworks overrun at Van Buren. Those lanes have been lifted, but we did warn once they were lifted, the traffic's so heavy that it runs into the normal closures that are there at Heldene. So N12 at Ilan's interchange. In fact, you'll feel that on the R59 link onto the N12 all the way up to Van Buren, and the N3 from Grey Avenue. So if you're in from Sprayview, Phosphorus, a big lot of traffic there as well. Mike 1's fairly heavy today. Boyson's all the way through to Caller Drive. Protesting just south of the Nirvana Junction Golden Highway. There's a lot of pressure on both of those routes this morning. Part of the Golden Highway is closed. Southern parts of Eldo's community out and protesting. So Golden Highway just south of Nirvana Drive is where that flashpoint is. Truck crash on the R21 going to and from the airport. The collision there between the Benoni off-ramp and Pomona Road. Pretty heavy delays both ways. And the M1 south through Pretoria heavy this morning from Stormville all the way down to Rigel. A couple of crashes and some breakdowns as well. Durban's N2 under pressure going north from the M7 through Westwood Mall, and then a vehicle fire up by before you get to Sabaya, plus a couple of breakdowns as well. So the N2 north from Gateway really heavy getting up into that. Day 3, a major delays between Verulam and Phoenix. Roadworks on the R102 backing things up and just spreading traffic delays through that area. Very misty this morning between Middleburg and Emalafeni out in the Mpumalanga area. Drive carefully on that region, please. And Cape Town, the M5 is heavy coming in from Grassy Park and Retrieve. Big queues up through towards Wetton Road Bridge. Behind that, Ottery Road, driving west to get into the M5's heavy. And a crash delay between Somerset West and Stellenbosch on the R44. A motorcyclist involved this morning at the Annandale Junction. Rob Byrne, SAfm Traffic.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Mzansi, a new reason to play has landed. Sizekaya is shaking things up with cascading jackpots every last draw of the month. Powerball Extra and Lotto 5 Max will now have guaranteed winners. More winners means more celebrations across Mzansi. A new chapter begins with Sizekaya. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is operated by Sizekaya from the 1st June 2026.
The National Briefing on SAfm.
Can we be those flowers of the nation as urged by Dr. Mklophe on the reality check this morning? Yes, don't get upset. We'll play both the song in the last hour. So now you have to listen until 8:55. That's the commitment, until 8:55. All right, let me go to the open lines. Taking your calls on 086 000 2032. I understand that we've got Potso on the line, and we tried to speak to Potso earlier. He's the leader of the National Service Delivery Forum out in Mangaung, where a shutdown has been taking place. Potso, good morning again. I hope your line is going to be better this time round.
No, thanks, and thanks. I hope the line is better this time.
Yes, it is slightly better, Potso. The big question to you, of course, is on the status of the shutdown for today and why it is that the shutdown has resulted in bringing schools to a complete close, buses, taxis not being allowed to get around in Mangaung. How do you explain that?
All right. I will start by saying I made it very clear when I passed the resolution of the stakeholders meeting that essential services, schools are not going to be affected. Unfortunately, there are these young people who are frustrated by their things, especially unemployment, I would say, because of our government system has subjected them to poverty and hopelessness. Now they resort to other things because they have nothing to do. But this one, it is a hijacked program. If you remember, Sunday, early in the mornings of Monday, this happened while we were not even on the street ourselves. We heard about the looting when we are preparing for the march to start around 8 o'clock in the morning. Only to wake up with the sound that there's a looting and the stuff all around. There are those people who hijacked this platform deliberately to discredit it and deliberately used these young other people who are not well informed about the issues. And the shutdown was not meant to do any other things than to go to the head office, the provincial government and the Mangaung Metro head office, to demand our response that we have been waiting for a very long time now.
So Potso, what are you going to do now? Because there clearly is an issue.
What I will say is that we uplifted the shutdown. And we trying to make sure that everything comes to normal. And the Department of Education will make a plan to activate some measures that, of course, I've seen the media statement that they are doing so. So we are not deliberately involved or not ourselves involved in the listing of looting. And I said it many times that it is not what we intended, and it is not our people who were at the march who are doing those things.
Okay.
And I can tell you there are some elements that I'm going to ask the police to investigate in detail, because we do understand because we went ahead and checked what is going on, especially on Tuesday in Botshabelo. We monitored the situation. But in Bloemfontein, there are suspects that I want to report to authorities with the information that I got behind the back. That that there's something, that there's no way these young people can start just doing that without any supervision or influence from somewhere.
Okay.
But we do have some lead in that regard. We're going to... Yes.
Poto Mutuko, we're going to have to leave it there. He's the leader of the National Service Delivery Forum. As you heard, they're denying then that they're the ones that have been behind the violence, behind the looting associated with the shutdown taking place in Mangaung. Let me go to Reverend Janchi, and you are in Bloom, I understand. Good morning.
Hey, very good morning to you again, Sis Kefi, and to your listeners who are listening to the sound of my voice. Yeah, I'm based in Bloemfontein. I just want to quickly comment on this particular looting that is happening. It actually began on Sunday night. Sunday night when I was asleep, I kind of like heard some noises, but, thinking that maybe it's only noise that's happening outside, but not knowing that when I woke up on Monday, I've got to prepare to go to work. When you go to the shops are looted, and even the owners are no longer there. So it's very sad what is happening. We understand the frustrations of our people that at times we have to stand up and face the municipality to say, fix this, fix that. But now, if it results to this, and these things, to be honest with you, because I was on the ground, I had to go to Rocklands and other places to see what's happening. This looting, it is being done by young people who are still at school. Unfortunate part.
Did you see young people?
They are young. Those
really?
Guys are young, man. They are around your 15 years, your 18 years. Some of them your 13. And
Sure.
to make it to be much more worse and such a disgrace. Ladies are involved in this, and some of them they even went to the bottle stores. They took alcohol, and for me, I would say it's about time that our law should really, really be strengthened, and such things should now come to a point whereby these people have been given a harsh punishment.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it is criminality here that is being committed.
That's it.
You can't commit a crime and expect to get away with it.
And due to the fact that we have videos that are circulating on social media spaces, those people should be identified. Those people should be jailed.
Okay, Reverend Janji, we're going to leave it there. I mean, Bonzo said young people, but it alluded to youths, right? Reverend Janji now bringing an even broader perspective. School-going children? School-going children? All right, it's time for the latest 8 o'clock news update. Ondela, good morning.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Thank you, Kathy. On the top stories, Ghana to confirm the number of citizens to be repatriated, and court expected to rule on the Marble Towers case. For SAFM News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good morning. The Ghanaian High Commission is yet to confirm how many of its country's citizens will be repatriated from South Africa today. This after the flight manifest was amended after a large number showed at the OR Tambo International Airport in an effort to get on the repatriation flight. The initial number of the first group of Ghanaians to be repatriated was put at 300. Meanwhile, Ghana's High Commissioner to Pretoria, Benjamin Kofi Kwashi, says his country will not retaliate as protests against undocumented migrants continue in South Africa.
Ever since this whole March and March, Operation Dudula and others have been marching, have you seen any Ghanaian on the streets of Accra going after any South African? No. You know why? The state institutions in Ghana work. We believe that if there's any South African in Ghana that needs to be repatriated to South Africa, it is not an individual's responsibility to do that. It is the responsibility of the state institutions. We are living in a very law-abiding environment, law-abiding society, and there will be no reprisal attack. My Minister of Foreign Affairs has stated time without number that do not expect any reprisal attacks from Ghana. Ghana is bigger. Ghana would ensure that we continue to work together with the spirit of Pan-Africanism.
Meanwhile, the Home Affairs Department has requested another list of Ghanaian nationals expected to be repatriated later this week. This as officials intensify efforts to verify those who are leaving the country. Ditaba Tsotetse reports from the OR Tambo International Airport.
The Department of Home Affairs says verifying Ghanaian nationals earmarked for repatriation is a rigorous process that requires time and careful checks. Officials say many of those opting to return home are without proper documentation, complicating efforts to confirm identities and travel details. Ghana's government is today repatriating an initial group of 300 nationals, while another group is expected to leave on Sunday. Ditawa Tsotetse, SABC News, OR Tambo International Airport.
City of Johannesburg officials say they are confident that the High Court will rule in their favour in the Marble Towers case this morning. Property company The Golden Rod Group has taken the city to court to halt the demolition of unsafe structures that are added to the building. Legal representative for the City of Johannesburg, Advocate Mpati Libakeng, says the need for public safety has informed his client's actions against non-compliant properties. She says that the demolition is necessary to uphold bylaws.
My lord will note that the first contravention notice on putting unlawful structures was issued to the applicant on the 12th of April 2022. The second issue on rates penalties non-compliance was issued on the 15th of June 2022. 27 September 2023, there's a follow-up inspection. And there is still non-compliance 17 months later after there had been an undertaking to comply.
The Golden Rod Group's lawyer, Advocate Ruben Maputa, says the city's demolition of structures at Marble Towers would be unlawful.
The reason why you'd want the Section 21 specifically requires judicial overview. It is precisely so that if I have a case to make about remediation, that the magistrate or a judge seized with the matter can take that into account in coming to the conclusion whether there should be demolitions or not. Now, the City of Johannesburg, as I understand their papers, they say we don't need that. It's not required. But that can be correct on the reading both of Section 21 and looking into their own previous conduct.
The veteran Texas Senator John Cornyn has lost a primary election to a challenger that U.S. President Donald Trump has endorsed. Cornyn is the latest Republican figure to be punished over perceived lack of loyalty. The winner is Ken Paxton, a scandal-plagued Texas Attorney General. Ed O'Keefe is a senior White House correspondent for CBS.
So it also begs the question, well, if you're doing this remake still, with only 2 years left in your term, and your party has to start thinking about the future, have you potentially backed the Republican Party into a corner? And are you losing the ability to attract independent voters, maybe even disaffected members of the Republican Party who aren't happy with the president, and certainly Democrats who aren't inclined to support him at all right now? That's why Democrats are so hopeful that for the first time since 1988, they might be able to pick off this big seat.
Recapping the top story, the Ghanaian High Commission is yet to confirm how many of its country's citizens will be repatriated from South Africa today. I'm Mondela for SAFM News Headlines at 8:30.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Packing lunch for work saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 40-year-old Nomtandazo pays only 516 Rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i20 and gets covered for full retail value if her car is stolen or hijacked. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM sports headlines. Let's go to rugby. The Lions, they're looking red hot when it comes to taking on, well, a very important team. That's right. It's the quarterfinals and looking forward to that action. We also bring you some news with regards to Kagiso Rabada in the IPL as he closes in on the most wickets taken this season. All the details at around 8:30.
SAFM.
guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Well, Victoria's M1 South still pretty slow this morning from Storenville all the way down to Rigel. A crash and a couple of breakdowns on that run through. Joburg's N3 and N12s out of Alberton and Germiston still solid. The N12 from Reading Interchange, the N3 from Grey Avenue, all joined up through the Elands and up to some earlier overnight overrunning roadworks at Van Buren. They've been lifted, but it's that permanent closure at Heldenace that keeps that traffic from flowing freely. The N1 a breakdown going up to William Mandela heavy from just after 14th Avenue. Mike 1 Boyson's through to Corlett Drive. Truck crash on the R21 between Pomona Road and the R23 Benoni exit, heavy both ways there. And protesting erupting this morning just on the Golden Highway south of Nirvana Drive. So very heavy on both of those routes. Durban, a vehicle fire N2 north between Gateway and Sabaya. Heavy queues into that scene. The Phoenix area jammed again, third morning in a row. If you're trying to get from Verulam down to Phoenix via Ottawa, roadworks on that R102, same as you had on Monday and Tuesday and again today. Breakdown N2 south near Clare Road Bridge coming from Umgeta Road towards Spaghetti Junction's heavy. Cape Town, the N1 inbound slow from Plattercliff Hill to Kuburg Interchange. The M5 is heavy today coming through from Grassy Park and Retreat. Big queues up towards the Wetton Road Bridge area. Behind that Ottery Road coming from Ottery really slow down towards that M5 highway on-ramp. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. We're in the final hour of the National Briefing. Welcome if you've just joined us. Coming up in this hour, the debate that simply will not go away. Should the Western Cape break away and govern itself? The question that we're asking, will secession help or harm the national project? That debate coming up shortly as its loudest backers are now writing to the US President Donald Trump for help. They want him to get involved. We'll also then get into our Built in Mzansi segment where we'll meet the man behind 50,000 free Microsoft qualifications for young South Africans. And of course, we'd love to hear from you. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
More chances to play, more chances to win. That's the future of the Lotto Mzansi. Introducing Multiplay from Sizekaya. For the first time ever, you're not limited to just 6 numbers. With Multiplay 1, you can pick 7 numbers, and if you only get 6, you still win. That means more combinations, more excitement, and more chances to win big. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya from June 1.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026, under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Mzansi, It's time to get your game up to scratch. Sizekaya is giving you more chances to win big with scratch cards. All you have to do is grab a coin and scratch the card to reveal if you've won. If you've hit it big, you can claim your prize instantly. The more you scratch, the more chances of winning. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya from June 1.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
Well, let's get straight then into our briefing debate this morning. Will secession help or harm the national project? And as there's the debate around Cape independence continues to divide opinion in the country. Some are saying, particularly those who support the argument that the Western Cape would function better as a self-governing state. However, some critics warn that this could deepen inequality and also threaten national unity. Well, the Cape Independence Advocacy Group has now written an open letter to Donald Trump. They're asking the US president to pressure Pretoria into a referendum. Now let's get our guest. Phil Craig is the leader of the Cape Independence Advocacy Group. He joins us on the line this morning. Phil, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and thank you very much for the opportunity of joining you this morning.
Shabuddin Rumani is a political commentator and activist. Shabuddin, good morning.
Morning to you, Kathy, and morning, Phil.
Phil,
morning, Shabuddin.
Let's get into it then. So, you've written this letter to the US President Donald Trump. I want to give you a chance, in your own words, to tell us what are you asking the US President to do?
Yeah, so look, this is obviously in response to the US's decision to extend the Afrikaner refugee program. So I think we should see this letter in that context. And what we have effectively done is to write to Donald Trump and say, look, this is a great offer to try and help people. And, you know, it's great that you recognize there are significant challenges going on in South Africa. But the ultimate solution, in our opinion, is not to encourage people to leave South Africa. It's help us to find solutions here in our country where we can improve the lives of everybody. And more than that, and to point out that it's not just Afrikaners, but many other groups, particularly minority groups, and I don't just mean ethnic, I also mean ideological minority groups, who effectively are being governed contrary to their democratic will.
So Craig, let me understand that clearly. You basically are saying that you somewhat are piggybacking of the increase in numbers. This is, I think, by about 10,000 that has come out of the US for more Afrikaners to be given refugee status in the US. And you are saying to the US president that he shouldn't just be looking at it from the prism of the Afrikaners, but that in fact there's a bigger problem here. But the solution to the problem is around the Western Cape then being able to exist as an independent state.
Yes, I think a lot of that is correct. I think the only thing I will say, so absolutely, there's a bigger problem here, and the problem is to help us to fix it here. And then I think we have to see that the Western Cape, the Cape independence is a solution for the people of the Western Cape. We would argue it's the best solution. If other people have alternative solutions, we're all ears. Other parts of the country may require different solutions, but we have to understand that there's a fundamental problem with our current system of government. And if you look at the Western Cape, then you'll see that for the last 30 years, or last 32 years, it's a matter of statistical fact that the majority of people in the Western Cape have never once been governed by the government that they actually voted for at a national level, and they're being governed according to policies that they didn't choose. And that breaches a fundamental human right, and it's best recognized in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in Article 20, which says that all people have the right to pursue their economic and social development according to the policy that they themselves have freely chosen. And we have this situation.
So Phil, the challenge that you have is that the referendum party, your referendum party, won just 0.26% of the Western Cape vote in 2024, and this is before then folding into the Freedom Front Plus. So where's the hard evidence that the province actually wants this?
Well, the hard evidence will only exist when we hold a referendum. So you have to separate the tactics that we use to try and create leverage and the ultimate goal. So our goal is to hold a referendum in accordance with the South African Constitution and ask the people of the Western Cape.
Yeah, but
all
Phil,
of them,
you gave the people of the Western Cape an opportunity to vote for you and to vote you into power, and they didn't. How would a referendum be more significant than a vote that would actually have put you in power, as you're arguing?
Well, so there's no doubt that we wanted to try and look. We didn't form the referendum party to take power. You know, we had very little budget. We formed 6 months before the election. We formed the referendum party to try and put pressure onto the DA to force them to hold a referendum. It's clear that specific tactic wasn't successful, and we now have to look at other means. But I mean, there are very clear examples around the world, and probably the most recent one would be Brexit. You know, where the Brexit party, I think, peaked at something like a UKIP party at 12% of the vote, but when a referendum was held, 51% of people voted in favour of Brexit. And there's a very, very clear distinction between elections, which are across a broad range of issues and are about who's in power, and a referendum, which is on a single issue. And that's exactly why they are distinct in the South African Constitution. The South African Constitution allows for elections to determine one thing and a referendum to determine a different thing, and those two things mustn't and cannot be conflated.
Shabuddin, let me come to you. This idea that this is what the Western Cape wants and that there is evidence to back it up. Your reflections on that. I mean, does and can Craig legitimately claim to speak for the majority of people in the Western Cape?
I think Cape Exit must be very, very careful in the way that they phrase what they're trying to do in the Western Cape in particular, and I think largely also in South Africa. I think the key drivers here is to create an exclusive enclave for those who have, as opposed to those who don't. And I think, and I'm trying to cut the points down to something really, really simple, because that's what it's seen as amongst those that we speak to, certainly. And you made a very, very important point. I mean, they had the opportunity when they in the last elections, and they did not get a seat in the government, which tells you that there's no interest in secession. But perhaps what one should consider here is that it's starting to mirror the kind of colonial settler logic that was seen elsewhere. And Phil mentioned Brexit. Brexit has caused enormous damage to the UK. And they're not going to admit it, but it was a big mistake. I mean, there have been referendums held in Catalan, in Spain, for secession. It hasn't worked. We will remember the Biafran War in West Africa for secession. It didn't work. Instead of, and I'm going to try and be careful about the use of the word race. Instead of white people fighting to assimilate better into the broader body politic of South Africa, this secessionist movement, in my view, in our view, those people that certainly we talk to, have always thought that it's an attempt to almost, and I'm putting this in air quotes, Israelize the Western Cape, make it a special region only for those who have, as opposed to the others. And the other point that I think we must make is that the Western Cape contributes greatly towards the national budget. Excluding the Western Cape from the national budget would mean that the rest of the country would suffer as a result thereof, which harks back to the old apartheid years. So we must be careful that we do not consider, the attempt to secede from the broader body politic of South Africa. So I think Phil must understand that it's not very different to the separate development that was kind of foisted on South Africans from 1948 onwards. And by the way, the key document formulated apartheid policies was the Tomlinson report, which was a British product. And that forced almost the kind of secession that we now were stuck with for so many years. The fact that we struggled for 30 odd years is a struggle that's ongoing, that will reach a point where it will turn the corner. There's no doubt about that. I think the danger is that organizations such as Cape Exit and the whole group that's proposing referenda, they're trying to compare South Africa in 30 years what others have achieved in 150 and 500 years. It's not going to happen like that. So people like Phil, and I'm not pointing fingers at Phil himself, but just the thinking should rather find ways and means of looking at how best the largesse of the Western Cape is spread better across the nation and support the growth in various different areas. This is not going to work for the Western Cape, and if it does work, it will be largely because they have the support of secessionists like Donald Trump and others like him.
Phil, do you see what you are proposing as a revival of the old homelands and what that evokes within the South African psyche, and in particular what that potentially does for national unity?
No, I see it's exactly the opposite. It's absolutely fascinating to listen to Shabadine talk about colonialism, because effectively what we have here, what is colonialism? Colonialism, and what was wrong with it, is you have a distant authority imposing its will on a local community against theirs. And actually, that's exactly what we have now in the Western Cape. We have an authority in Pretoria that was elected on the back of the national majority, imposing its will against the will of the people.
Craig, I think if we stay away from this idea, because you don't have on record any credible evidence that the majority of people in the Western Cape support you. And what we have on record, at the very least, is the outcome of the 2024 election. That shows that even by virtue of what you say, you stand for. If we are to look at the support that you got in that election, it is dismal at best. It is dismal at best. So make the argument, but I think that the idea that you say you're going to represent the views of the majority of the Western Cape, I don't think that that's really credible.
Okay, look, in fairness, I was making my point and you stopped me halfway through, and I obviously, I guess you're hosting, but actually I'm pointing out this very distinct architecture of the Western Cape not being governed according to its democratic will. Now, you say there's no evidence, there's substantive evidence. There's 4 years worth of independent polling that show a majority favour a referendum being held, and actually we're the Cape Independence Advocacy Group, not Cape Exit. The Cape Exit is a separate organisation that had 800,000 people have signed up in support of this. Now, actually, what we haven't managed to work out is how to get those people to vote against or to vote for this in elections. But to say there isn't extensive evidence of support is entirely wrong. And that is the purpose of the referendum. I mean, it's the argument is let's not have a referendum because we don't need to know the answer. If we have a referendum, either we will be proven right and there will be support, or you'll be proven right and there's no support, and then we can put the matter to bed. That the referendum is allowed for
Craig,
in the Constitution.
Don't misquote me. I didn't say that there's no support. I said you cannot credibly claim to represent the views of the majority of people in the Western Cape. That's what I said.
Okay, we can only speak for ourselves, but we can speak for Cape Exit. It can speak for the people.
Let's talk about taking this matter now to the U.S. president. What was the thinking behind that? And given already the tension that exists between the U.S. and South Africa, your considerations in what role this will play in either worsening or rather, should I say, in how it impacts that already volatile relationship?
Well, look. So you have to see the bigger picture. So secession is not something new. It's not something extraordinary. In fact, about half the countries that exist in the world today came into existence within the last 100 years. Secession is far more normal and ordinary than people think. It's ultimate, and it's increasingly common. Or the reorganization of states, as we recognise the right of people to self-determination and for them to be able to reorganize themselves according to the will of the people who live in a particular region. Now, obviously, the primary focus of any independence movement is domestic, and our primary focus is domestic because it focuses on the democratic will of the people. Do they want it? And obviously, there's an awareness component, there's a lobbying component, and then there's a measuring component.
Okay.
But also, beyond that, there is an international element, the concept of international recognition. So it's important that we do engage with other countries to raise awareness both internationally as well as domestically.
Craig, do you believe this helps or harms the national project?
Well, I think this helps the people of the Western Cape, and I hope it helps the national project.
The national project. The national
getting
project.
there. I hope it helps
cannot
the
help the
national
national project. I'm sorry.
Well,
Shabodin, I'll give you a chance
can
shortly.
I come in here?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a chance shortly. Just let him answer. Does it help or harm the national project, Craig?
Well, I hope it helps the national project, but that depends whether the national project is going to catch a wake-up.
No, but hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy for yes and no. Yes or no? Does it
if
help
we
or
fix the
harm?
Western Cape, we can show the rest of South Africa the policies it should be followed, because we've got issues with unemployment, crime, education, housing, and we can fix those in the Western Cape. And if we, through this, can show the rest of South Africa how it should be done, that absolutely will help the national project.
Shabodin?
No, I was going to ask for a very simple question. Does the Cape Exit movement believe that reviving a colonial-era imagination of separation instead of contributing to a pan-African vision, because that's what Africa wants, not what you want for, or your organization for a referendum to secede from the rest of there's this broader discussion, conversations being had at this point in time, particularly given the experience that we've now recently had with what's happening in Palestine, what's happening with the war against Iran, and the ICE attempt to remove people from America and send them back. That's what's key in the conversations that's happening at this point in time. So instead of an organization such as Cape Exit contributing towards a shared development, integration, solidarity of the people, and not consider the architecture, because the architecture is what it is. And we must be careful that we don't fracture that architecture to a point where each then province decides that we want to secede. Maybe the question should be, so why Western Cape and not the Northern Cape or the Eastern Cape for that matter? It's largely because the Western Cape, it has what the nationalist movements across the world would want to have, which is an enclave of privilege for those who can afford to be in this area. Those of us who live in the Western Cape, we struggle to survive because, of property prices increasing, etc., because there's a large percentage of foreigners buying into this area. God knows where they come from, but the funding is huge for driving up prices and excluding those who are poor. And if you go into the townships, you'll find that there would never ever be a support for a referendum of this nature.
Let's leave it there, gentlemen. Let me thank you for your time, Shabodin Rumane and Full Craig. So I'll take your calls 086 000 2032. I know we're going to have plenty of reaction to that, and of course some of the other stories we've been tracking for you throughout the morning. On Della, it's time for your latest 6:30 headlines. Good morning. Did I say 6:30? 8.
You just did.
8. I'm having so much fun. I want to start all over again.
I think his headlines at 8:30 on SAFM. I'm Ondilambana. The Ghanaian High Commission has now confirmed that less than 300 of its country's citizens have boarded the repatriation flight from South Africa to Accra. City of Johannesburg officials say they are confident that the High Court will rule in their favor in the Marble Towers case this morning, and unionized workers at Samsung Electronics in South Korea have approved a landmark profit-sharing deal. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg's N12 and N3 routes out of Alberton, Germiston on the way to Bedford. You remain heavy. The overnight roadworks have finally been lifted, but we keep reminding you that there are the permanent roadworks at Held Nason. That big backlog of traffic hasn't been able to really free itself up because of that. So coming up from Elan's past Cement Factory on your way to Funbeera, it's heavy. More delays between Galulis and Modderfontein as you head north through the Edenvale area. Mike 1's got a lot of traffic this morning between Boysons and Sandton, and the N1 has a breakdown going up into William Mandela, so the run through Randburg quite slow. Crash bottom of the N1 at Buccleuch coming through Allendale Road. That's all of a sudden heavy. The N1 south in Pretoria is starting to ease up. It was really heavy earlier this morning with breakdowns and collision scenes around Castfontein, but all of that now out of the way. Durban, a vehicle fire on the N2 north at Sibaya. Well, between Gateway and Sibaya, if you're on your way to the airport, still pretty heavily backed into that scene. Ottawa through Phoenix, heavy delays again this morning. Multiple routes under pressure because of the roadworks on the R102. And a breakdown, N2 south before Spaghetti Junction, pushing queues back towards Inanda Road. Cape Town, the M5 that was queuing heavily up to Wetton Road this morning is eased up. There's a bit of traffic between Kenilworth and the N2 highway on that section of the M5, and a very serious collision on the R44 at Annandale Road. If you're moving from Somerset West to Stellenbosch, there's a heavy backlog. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zai Khan, we're starting now with the rugby. The Bulls are bracing for a massive URC quarterfinal showdown.
Yeah, Kathy Loftus on a playoff weekend. It's not rugby, it's controlled chaos. That's for sure. Bring your vuvuzelas, bring the booty rolls. We are rolling with it. That's how it's going to go come Saturday, 1 o'clock. Packed stadium expected in Pretoria as the Bulls are chasing this quarterfinals. They'll host Munster. And Bulls captain Marcel Coetzee saying there is added motivation within the squad. The Bulls are chasing a 5th straight appearance in the URC playoffs and will be looking to continue their strong finish.
Our purpose is bigger than the occasion. You know, we want to. There's goals set out for us, and we're chasing that. So, going into a tough Munster side, we're not even looking beyond that, to be honest. We're just focusing on Munster 110%, and we want to be accurate on the day. We want to impose our game plan that we want to play in.
Let's go to the Lions. They believe their famous wild dogs mentality can help them upset Leinster, and that's in their United Rugby Championship quarterfinal happening in Dublin. The Johannesburg side have received a boost with winger Eric Cronje returning to fitness, while captain Frank Horn and centre Henko van Wyk remain in contention and are returning to training. Let's go to soccer. Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Jaden Adams has dedicated his CAF Champions League winners medal to the late Ashwin Andres, his former teammate at Stellenbosch FC. Now, the Brazilians were crowned continental champions following a 2-1 aggregate win over AS FAR Rabat in Morocco to end a decade-long wait to become Africa's best team for a second time. Adams revealed that memories of Andres, who tragically died from multiple stab wounds in 2023, came flooding back after the final whistle.
I think the journey is, I can't describe the feeling. I think this is just another big one for Oswin, who passed away. I'm just happy to add another trophy to his on his behalf and to his family for Stellenbosch, Idas Valley Club as well, club mates, Kayamandi, everyone in Cape Town, and for South Africa who was behind us. Just thank you.
Kaizer Chiefs, their search for a new head coach appears to be gathering pace. Reports linking Belgian tactician Sven van den Broek as well as Benny McCarthy and Pitso Mosimane to the vacant post at Naturena. Now, Chiefs are believed to be considering several candidates following the departure of co-coaches Cedric Hayes and Khalil Ben Yusuf as the club looks to rebuild ahead of next season. And finally, golf CJ Cup Byron Nelson champion Wyndham Clark has surged 31 places up the official world golf rankings Following his record-equaling victory in Texas, Clark fired a 11 under par 60 to climb from 75th to 44th in the world. South Korea's Siwoo Kim also climbed into the top 20 after finishing runner-up, while world number 1 Scotty Scheffler remains firmly at the summit despite finishing third. We'll be back at the summit with more sport with John Gericke. That's around 12:30. For the national briefing, I'm Zaikan.
Outsurance can't improve your karaoke skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. Want all the bells and whistles of car insurance at a great price? It's time to switch to Outsurance. Not only could they save you some big bucks, you also get that legendary out bonus that pays you a percentage of your premiums back if you're claim-free. So, are you ready to switch and save? Don't miss out. SMS right now to make sure you always get something out. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer in FSP. T's and C's online.
Did you know the moonwalk was first performed in slippers? Now, we can't prove this fuzzy fact. But we can promise that when you show support for Slipper Day, you help fulfill dreams for children with life-threatening illnesses. And that's a fact. Do it for the dreamers and wear your slippers on Friday, 29 May. Visit reachforadream.org.za to find out more. This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Get into the beautiful game with the free Spa Limited Edition soccer ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 1 kg Kellogg's Cornflakes for 72.99, save 12 Rand. Or 200 gram Jacob's Crown coffee or 230 gram refill, excluding decaf, for 159.99, save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026 while stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and the SAFM family. Tapelo from Kuruma, Northern Cape. My view is Cape Town does not belong to white people. Cape Town belongs to the Republic of South Africa. It does not belong to white people. It belongs to the Republic of South Africa. So this Cape exit, they must go and do it in England.
Good morning, Kathy. This is Mkolisi from Durban. This man must be deported back to his own country. He must be deported back to his own country because we can't have people who are trying to be divisive towards the unity of South Africans.
Hi, Kathy. I understand this guy is not British. He just got a citizenship South Africa. Why can't the government withdraw his citizenship here? Because you cannot have people who get citizenship in this country and come and cause division in this country and nothing happens to them. No. The government need to withdraw his citizenship and it must go back to UK. You want to take us back to colonial era?
Good morning, Sis Katie. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. Sis Katie, Johannesburg is the economical hub of South Africa and needs to be protected. I was a bit disappointed to hear that they owe around 5 billion rand to Eskom through the electricity bill. However, I was also happy to hear that the Minister of Electricity is happy and willing to provide technical assistance to resolve this issue. But they must resolve it, mitigate, and also eliminate any potential repetition of such incidents.
Yeah, and this is something, right, that the people of the city of Joburg need to keep in mind, that the city is now technically insolvent and more creditors are going to come knocking on the door. And we just have to think about the state of the city and who we think will be capable of fixing this very deep financial mess that we find ourselves in. Sintu, you're calling from Midrand. Good morning.
My dear kids, how are you?
Sintu, I'm well. Try and speak a bit louder for me.
Okay, I'm saying, how are you? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go for it, Sintu.
Yes. Kathy, man, I don't understand why you guys, you'll go on and give more airtime to racist people like these ones. You see, I think I'm in cahoots with those guys who are saying that the government must deport this guy because it's taking us back to colonial and apartheid era. You see, South Africa is a unitary state. It's not a federal state, you see, where we have other races staying together and making their own laws, you see. We really do not have some tangible reason why they would want to secede from South Africa. You see, what is it that they want to achieve? Is it really? But really, I think the government must have a stance on this matter and try to make it a point that we do not condone racist people like these ones. I think he must be deported back to where he belongs because we're trying to build a formidable country united in its diverse and make sure that whatever problems that South Africans will resolve them amicably. So,
okay,
this is my take, Kitty.
All right, Sintu, thanks for that. And look, we can't ignore it, right? Think about what happened in 2017-18 when we started first seeing the first lobbying to the United States, right? Look at where that has ended up today. There are literally people who can apply for refugee status in the U.S., in South Africa. So it is certainly not to be ignored. Bramoro, you're in Bloom. Good morning.
Good morning, Awasi. How are you?
Good, Bramoro. I understand that you're Ghanaian, Bramoro.
By birth.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate and applaud President John Dramani Mahama, the Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister, Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, and the capable, hard-working High Commissioner we've had in South Africa, Excellency Mr. Benjamin Kwashi, for the swift service they've rendered to Ghanaians in South Africa who are intending to personally go back home. This has been unprecedented in the history between Ghana and South Africa. The repatriation of Ghanaians from SA to Ghana shouldn't be mean as a poor service that South African government has rendered to Ghanaians. We applaud South Africa. We will always defend South Africa wherever we find ourselves. Let us not allow any group to instigate violence existing the peaceful relationship between Ghana and South Africa. This too shall surely pass. South Africa is openly welcomed all Ghanaians, likewise Ghana. Hence, to date, you've never seen a group of Ghanaians masquerading the street of Ghana, demanding or seeking for the repatriation of South Africans or shutting down South African businesses.
And Bramoro, have you considered, did you consider at all taking one of those flights, leaving South Africa?
Honestly, I will be the last Ghanaian to leave South Africa. The moment you hear Bramoro has finally departed from South Africa for good, that means there's been a total breakdown of communication between South Africa and Ghana, which I doubt is going to happen. The strong unity that we have existing between Ghana and South Africa should not be tarnished. Some of us will never depart South Africa for good. We might go for holidays and come back because there is no man born by a woman who will be able to shut down that beautiful relationship. What we would rather urge the South African government to do is to sit and make sure the law works instead of certain group of people not being authorized by the state, not being employed by the state, taking the laws into their own hands and tarnishing the good image of the country. We need to condemn that. But in doing so, thank you, Mama.
We're going to leave it there. Thanks for that. I'll stay in Bloom. Magdalene, good morning.
Morning, Kathy and the listeners. Kathy, I'm coming with the point of reality check. Africa must come back. I think that point of Africa must come back, you even said to the guy, before the guy stepped in, you said, I'm sorry, the doctor stepped in. You said, let's even check what is the cause in the current situation of South Africa. I'm going to say to you, it come together with what happened in Bloemfontein before the march. Because the thing is that you can talk to the people, making them aware of what steps going to be taken. But it only depends on the people's reaction from what has been a pain to them. The thing is that I'm not condoning that. The thing is that what causes the situation, the uncomfortable and unneeded situation in South Africa is the ANC and its secret agreement it had with the United Nations about the foreign nationals in South Africa and never communicated with the South Africans about this. Instead, they always say, the president will always say, come and say, oh, South Africans are
what secret agreements are these, Magdalene?
The thing is that, Casey, ever since Winnie Mandela was alive, she used to say, South Africa has been sold. We never understand. But Monday, when the foreign nationals marched in Cape Town, they said it. They said South Africa doesn't apply according to their agreement with the United Nations about us, the foreign nationals in South Africa. We're not comfortable anymore in South Africa. So they forbidden the agreement they agreed for us foreign nationals in South Africa. And that agreement was never communicated with us South Africans. Instead, we are regarded as resilient communities. What is the meaning of that?
Let's leave it there. I think I sort of understand the broader point that you're making, but yeah, these have been rumors, have been conspiracies, right, of backdoor agreements signed. But what do we actually know about those? Or how legitimate are those rumors, or is that speculation? Jonah, you're in Wellington. Good morning.
Good morning, Natalie. How are you?
You're speaking to Kathy. You're live on the radio.
Hi, Kathy. It's Jonah Craig speaking. I just want to get back to the whole debate. First of all, if you give your guests both the opportunity to speak, you could have listened to the whole debate and understand what it's all about. Cape Independence is not for race. Cape Independence is for all the people, black, colored, white. It's standing up for things that they believe in, for their children, for a future, for their schools, for Afrikaans, for each and every one, not just black people, not just white people. This is not about race, and that's the problem that people don't see. It's not about race.
Jonah,
it's about standing up for what you believe in.
I'm
believe
curious.
In Afrikaans in our schools. They're
Jonah?
taking away our schools. They're taking away our religion out of our schools.
So,
that is not
Jonah,
for the people.
I'm curious that you say it's for everyone, but you mention Afrikaans solely as the language.
No, it's Afrikaners. It's Zulus. It is Khoi, it's San. It is for all
Jonah,
the people. I'm mentioning
Jonah.
Afrikaans because I am Afrikaans. But if you listen to your guest and not interrupting one of your guests the whole time, you would have actually listened and heard what he was about to say. And that is the problem, because no one wants to listen, because it's always race. Race is not coming into this discussion. Race is, Cape Independence is for all people.
Okay.
Every race.
Okay, Jonah, it's for all people and Afrikaans, but you can add the others also. You can add them as well. Okay, let me go to Robin. Sheesh, we don't have a lot of time left. Let's take Robin. Rob, good morning.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. Just popping in for a quick one. The N3 North still heavy from Elands up to Van Buren. It's just a big backlog of traffic after some earlier overnight roadworks over around there. Truck crash on the R21 between Pomona and the R23. That's quite heavy. There's a backlog as well southbound just coming into that. The Mike 1 slow from Parktown up to Sandton, and the N1 North a breakdown at Willie Mandela. So that's still quite slow. Crash just on the western side of Blue Hills. If you're going between Diepsloot and Blue Hills on that section of Summit Road near the R55 junction. Durban's going to stay busy for a while between Verulam and Phoenix on multiple routes. It all stems from the roadworks that are still underway on the R102 there. Also, the southbound track of the N2 backed up from Inanda Road down to Spaghetti Junction. That's the usual broken down vehicle. Cape Town's still fairly busy on the N1 inbound from Plattercliff, Plattercliff Road area, maybe N1 City from there right through to the city centre. It's slow. And the R44, big delays this morning after a very serious crash up by Annandale Road. If you're going from Somerset West to Stellenbosch, the traffic is heavy. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 8:54. We're getting ready to get out of here. But before we do that, we are going to profile yet another South African organization that is quietly building the country. And of course, today we're focusing on a company in artificial intelligence and digital skills. So 50,000 free, globally recognized Microsoft certifications have gone to young South Africans at no cost. This particular one offered by the Youth Employment Service, that's YES, and it's just won the Tech Impact Award at the Centech Africa Tech Week, and that's for consistently reaching out to over 70,000 young people. The man behind it, Ravi Naidu, he's the chief executive at YES. He joins us this morning. Ravi, good morning to you. Congratulations on your recent award. Many South Africans have heard about YES, but perhaps we haven't seen or come to understand the work that is going into YES. We mostly just look at the numbers and think there's a youth employment service, but there are not enough jobs being created. This is certainly a new aspect or underreported aspect of the work that you do.
Yes, no, thanks very much, Kathy, and you're completely right. It's not just about the number of people, it's also what they're being prepared for, the roles they are being equipped to play for the country going forward, because YES is not a public works program. It's not really going to be able to make sure that it directly creates a job for every person, but what we want is to ensure that people are also given the skills to be leaders in sectors, to be the entrepreneurs in sectors, to be the main professionals in the next 10, 15 years. So that's where, and as a private sector program, it is, the biggest such program in the world that is fully funded by the private sector. So it's really about the quality of the people coming through, and can they play a very important part in supporting the long-term growth of the country. So digital skills, being able to use AI as a support, that is so important for young people to have those skills, particularly if they're going to play important roles in the future. And that's why these numbers, 70,000, 100,000, and so on, are very important for the country.
It's quite significant because, as you've said, YES is fully funded by over 2,000 companies, all private money. Does that mean that the courses and the skills that are available to young people are aligned with what industry needs?
Yes. So yes, the YES is different to other programs. Because it's funded by private sector companies who then get 1 or 2 levels up on the BE score in recognition for this contribution to youth empowerment. But because of that link to companies, it is demand-led, not supply-led. So it's the things that companies want. So because most of these people are going to be working in the companies are training them and supporting them for the roles the companies need. So that is absolutely critical. And as you know, Kathy, we know that about 86% of employers are going to be significantly impacted by AI by 2030, and about 40% of all the existing skills will need to be fundamentally reworked or changed in that same period. So there has to be a process of getting South Africa ready for that. Not that we think AI must replace people, but that just to succeed in the global economy, we really need people to work with AI support and to make them competitive. So I think that's really what we're preparing for.
Ravi, many young people take up training opportunities with the hope that it will open up pathways into employment and into really decent work. How do you manage that? Because often that expectation is not always met.
Yeah, sadly, most of our skills programs, which are supply side, are focused mostly on the production of a certificate. And a certificate on its own, Kathy, doesn't help you that much unless it's got a demand side to it. And unless it's what companies are saying, no, that certificate we really think you ought to have. So we have a lot of space in the country just to rework the way we do skills training. So the way YES does it is the other way around, where it's linked to what the companies are wanting. So that's the way we do it. And when we do have skills like this AI certification and other digital, it's called high demand digital certifications, like the ones you mentioned, where we can do 50,000 a year exam-based certifications and others, it's because we know, and I don't think anyone will debate this, that digital skills, whatever your job is, having a degree of digital skills is so important, whether you're in logistics or IT, whatever it is, or a chef, you actually need to work with apps and so on. So we think that is an absolute requirement across the board. So that we have really put our effort into, and we know the take up is good, and the people who have come through have done well. Can I tell you an interesting story on this?
Very quickly, Ravi, we've got to get out of here.
Okay, so the person who actually built the platform for Microsoft to help people get their skilling is actually a YES alumni. And that is a pure coincidence. And it's so interesting because it just shows how people who come through the platform come through YES, go on to do other things that are catalytic for the country.
Wonderful. Ravi Naidu, we're going to leave it there, CEO of the Youth Employment Service. Our time is up. We're back tomorrow between 6 and 9 o'clock. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Thank you, Kathy and the team. On the top stories, less than 300 Ghanaians board the repatriation flight to Accra, and court expected to rule on the Marble Towers case. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. The Ghanaian High Commission has now confirmed that less than 300 of its country's citizens have boarded the repatriation flight from South Africa to Accra. The flight has a 300-seat capacity. Some Ghanaians have been turned away because their papers are not in order. They will be given an opportunity to travel on the second repatriation flight this week. The Ghanaians are departing as protests against undocumented migrants continue in South Africa. Ditaba Zodezi reports.
The repatriation flight remains grounded hours after its scheduled 4 a.m. departure. Officials are working to finalize checks and ensure all procedures are complied with before the Ghanaian nationals can leave. Those earmarked for repatriation arrived at the OR Tambo in the early hours and are still undergoing processing. Ditabo Sotezi, SABC News, OR Tambo International Airport.
The Electoral Commission will this morning launch its communications campaign for the local government elections scheduled for November the 4th. The campaign is expected to outline the electoral management body's readiness to hold the polls and raise awareness on key aspects of the electoral process. The Commission hopes to generate interest in the polls at a time when confidence in the country's democracy is at an all-time low. According to a recent survey commissioned with the Human Sciences Research Council, just 17% of citizens are interested in voting in the upcoming elections, with only 36% preferring democracy as a system of governance. The Commission's Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, Masego Shiburi.
We will launch the campaign for this election, including the creatives that underpin. At the heart of that campaign is an attempt for the Commission to contribute to rekindle belief in democracy as still a preferred way of arranging our public affairs. We hope with that campaign we will enthuse voters that are disillusioned to still yet believe in voting as a preferred way of arranging public affairs.
The NPA has confirmed that it has filed a formal complaint with the Magistrates Commission. The complaint follows proceedings in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga earlier last week. They relate to the decisions of Chief Magistrate Tudulethu Donjeni in the State versus Madoda Sibanyoni case, convicting a prosecutor for contempt of court, authorizing a warrant of arrest against him and removing the case from the court roll. The NPA has since filed a notice for leave to appeal the decisions. NPA spokesperson Keza Khanyago.
We believe that when the Chief Magistrate presided, there were certain things that were not done properly. One, for example, is the use of the language on the 15th against the prosecutor. But also, we are looking at the fact that she was able to convene a court when the person who's supposed to convene the court is supposed to be the prosecutor. She convened the court, and we believe that that is wrong. And we want Magistrate Commission to then do an inquiry and look at the conduct of the magistrate.
City of Johannesburg officials say they are confident that the High Court will rule in their favour in the Marble Towers case this morning. Property company the Golden Rod Group has taken the city to court to halt the demolition of unsafe structures that are added to the building. Legal representative for the City of Johannesburg, Advocate Mpati Libakeng, says the need for public safety has informed his client's actions against non-compliant properties. She says that the demolition is necessary to uphold bylaws.
My lord will note that the first contravention notice on putting unlawful structures was issued to the applicant on the 12th of April 2022. The second issue on rates penalties non-compliance was issued on the 15th of June 2022. 27 September 2023, there's a follow-up inspection. And there is still non-compliance 17 months later after there had been an undertaking to comply.
Unionized workers at Samsung Electronics in South Korea have approved a landmark profit-sharing deal. It has averted a strike at the world's largest memory chip maker, the BBC's Jack Kwan reports.
Around 73% of the union has voted to say, yes, we will accept the deal given by Samsung Electronics. And I think the company and the country can rest a little easier now. Now, according to the deal, the company will set aside 10.5% of its operating profit as bonuses to be dispersed as company stocks to the workers. And if this profit that they are getting today is sustaining for the rest of the year, each worker is expected to walk away with around hundreds of thousands of US dollars in bonuses.
Recapping the top story, the Ghanaian High Commission has now confirmed that less than 300 of its country's citizens have boarded the repatriation flight from South Africa to Accra. I am Ondalambana for SAFM News Headlines at 9:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Ivory Coast, West Africa. One of West Africa's economic powerhouses, bordered by Liberia, Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Ghana, with a coastline along the Atlantic Ocean, a nation of movement, trade, and culture. Abidjan rises as one of Africa's busiest and most vibrant cities. French is the official language. Dozens of local languages reflect the country's cultural diversity.
Côte d'Ivoire gained independence in 1960, a nation shaped by growth and periods of political division. The world's largest producer of cocoa, agriculture, trade, and industry drive a fast-growing economy. But challenges remain: inequality, youth unemployment, and political tensions. Still, the country continues to rebuild and expand with energy and ambition.
Côte d'Ivoire moves forward with confidence and momentum. In every skyline, in every market, in every rhythm, there is drive. Côte d'Ivoire, ambitious, vibrant, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Lovely to be with you today. It is Wednesday, and that means we are making our way through the week, wading our way through the week, as the case may be. Lovely to be with you again this morning. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you. Geniwe and Melissa taking your calls. They're producing the show as usual. Ndando is our gentleman of sound mind today, and Lucky is behind the camera lens. So thank you all for joining us, and thanks to the team for keeping the show on the road over the course of the morning. All right, so we've got quite a packed show again for you today. And remember, our lines remain open throughout the show. We always start the Daily Discourse with an open line, which means we love to hear from you. Tell us what's on your mind. Studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, please. We've been getting some very long ones in, and I haven't been able to read all of them, nor have I been able to read the text, because some of them are starting to look like essays. Okay, so please just try and keep those as short as you can. Make sure your voice note is audible. If you can keep it to between 30 and 45 seconds long, that would be great, please. And then remember, you can listen to us on your radio. You can stream us live from our SAFM website, or you can also watch us. You can watch us on. You can listen on DSTV channel 814, first of all. You can also watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on X as well as Facebook if you'd like to see what is going on behind the scenes. Some of the big stories we're looking at this morning, we're talking about this issue of home affairs. You'll know that the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster got together in the last couple of days. They've had some very intensive talks, and a lot has come out of that. One of the things that has come out of that is that the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee is a bit concerned about litigation against the department, right? They're refugees and asylum seekers who've taken the department to court, and he's going to talk to us about that and various other things around the migrant issue a little bit later on. It's also 20 years, believe it or not, since the Civil Union Act was signed into law. It was actually our former Deputy President, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who signed that into law 20 years ago. And it was such a groundbreaking thing because South Africa became the first country in Africa to agree legally to same-sex marriages, right? That definition has been expanded now. It need not be a marriage. It can also be a civil union of some kind, a civil partnership, right? But very interesting indeed. We led the way in terms of that on the continent. I think we were probably only the 7th country in the world to have agreed to that. So we're going to have that conversation as well in a short while and find out how same-sex marriages have blossomed in the last 20 years, whether there are many more of them than there used to be, whether they have started their own families, and how normalized this has become in our society thanks to the law. And then over the weekend, I had a lovely conversation with Justice Edwin Cameron. As you know, he was a Constitutional Court judge in this country. He is such an astonishing man for all sorts of reasons. He is both physically and intellectually statuesque. That is the way I would describe him, because he gives such careful thought to deference for the law while holding the human side of things so well at the same time. His notions around social justice are very powerful. And so we're going to have a conversation with him about one particular aspect of a book that he wrote along with two of his colleagues, Rebecca Gowan and Sahela Rajpal. They wrote a book called Behind Prison Walls, Unlocking a Safer South Africa. And one of the things that occurred to me when I was interviewing him on the weekend at the Kingsmead Book Fair was that, we imagine prisons to be locked away and people to be locked away in prisons away from our purview and entirely cut off from our lives, our daily lives in this society. And that's actually not true. He described it as a revolving door. That people go into prison, they come out of prison, and therefore what happens to them in prison becomes an issue to all of us, because once those people are back in our society, it has a very definite effect on our society. And so the ways in which we want correctional services to be managed are important to all of us as ordinary citizens. And one of the main things that he mentioned, which also made an impression on me, is that it's mostly black men in this country who end up in prison. At the same time, it's largely black men who fall among the disadvantaged in our country, right? So what kind of start do you have in life if you fall into that umbrella group where you are a black man, you're born into deprivation, you never get the input that you need, you don't have the family that you require, the support systems at school, you don't get access to the kind of education that will change the trajectory of your life. And then you end up in a situation where you commit crime. What happens then, right? And so it said to me that reading this book opened my mind to the fact that we have to consider a lot more things other than the person has done something wrong. We need to apply retributive justice. There's a lot that needs to change in our society. We're going to talk today specifically about what he calls the prisoners of poverty, meaning those people who've committed small crimes, petty crimes, stolen a loaf of bread, that kind of thing. And I don't want to say that it's limited to that kind of crime, because there are other types of petty crimes that will be covered by this definition that he's speaking about. But the interesting thing about it is that there are prisoners who are awaiting trial for a long time, and they've committed a relatively small crime, and they sit in prison for a very long time because they cannot afford the bail of less than 1,000 rand. And it also ends up costing us as taxpayers a lot more to keep them there. So we're going to have that discussion on the show. There's so many other stories that are on the go over the course of this morning. And I'd love you to give us a call, make use of that studio line or our WhatsApp line to communicate with us. We're going to take our first call from Ngonde in Cape Town. Good morning to you, Ngonde.
Joan Joseph.
How are you?
I know you well.
I'm so well every day.
Joan, I'm very much pregnant this morning.
Yes.
I'm in my third trimester, and my waters just broke. And the problem is basically what happened in the show of Kathy earlier on.
Yes.
Right? I want to expand based on that.
Yes. Was that the interview? Yes. The interview
there
with...
was a guy that called Philip Craig.
Yes.
You know?
Well, the Cape Independence.
Yes, Cape Independence, And Joan, I'll first begin by asking you, what is this huge mountain here in Cape Town called?
Table Mountain, as I understand
Table Mountain,
yes.
right, in English.
Yes.
In Afrikaans, Tafelberg. Now, do you have an idea that the Khoi, right, did not call that Table Mountain, right?
Yeah.
That mountain was called Isikamisa, the open one.
Yes.
Because if you look at it, it looks like it's open at the top, right?
Yes.
Before the Englishman ever set his foot, or maybe it was the Dutch, Jan van Riebeeck.
Yes.
Before that, there were people here, right?
Of course. Yeah.
That mountain was called Ikamisa, a Khoi name for open one, right?
Right.
Now, what I'm trying to say, there's no need for that guy to say what he said. And I understood later from the show that it's actually from Britain. It was no wonder then, right? Because before, we had 4 provinces in South Africa, if I recall. Cape Province, Free State, Transvaal, and Natal. That's it.
Yes.
During those dark days, right?
Yes.
And now we've got 9, all right?
Yeah.
What I want to say before I finish, is there's been rumors around, that from the 2nd of June to 6th of June, the leadership of the ANC back in that year, 1991, before 94, right? This is rumors. It appears that those top executives of the ANC were called in a farm called Vergellen in Stellenbosch by one Johan Rupert. Malema knows about this. Malema is a young man. He probably was 10 years old at that time.
Yeah.
Anyway, apparently this top leadership of the ANC, right, were told in no uncertain terms by Johan Rupert, right, that, fellows, there are two things that we must not touch: land and economy. But if you don't touch those things, then in return, quid pro quo, I'm promised to give you shares in various companies. And it's no wonder then that a majority of them are millionaires, some of them billionaires, right, for not having worked anyway, right? One can mention Cyril Ramaphosa. She was a unionist.
Ngonde, I'm sorry, this is turning into a bit of a monologue, Ngonde. What's your point about the Cape Independent Party? Excuse me.
Well, I must say that Philip Craig, I can agree with him with one thing only, right?
Yeah.
That he's exercising his constitutional right of freedom of speech.
Yes.
Remember, freedom of speech, anything you say, you are free to say it.
Almost
because
anything. Yes.
Freedom of speech is like opening floodgates to irrigate direct ground below. Johan, good morning, John.
Thank you, Ngonde. And tell me how you feel about that. I mean, I'm inferring from what Ngonde said that he's not in favor of it, but I'm not sure because he didn't actually come out and say it. So tell me what you think of that. 086 000 2032. WhatsApp 0614 104 107.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Exciting news, South Africa. SABC TV Licenses has partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses. Pay yours. Make a difference.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
20 minutes past 9 on the program. Thanks for the messages that are coming in on the WhatsApp line. One of you says, morning, JJ. I hear rumours that our tax money might be used for Ramaphosa's case to pay his lawyers. If that's true, then we must also count him as corrupt. One of you says, morning, this is Monet. What do you understand under black men? I am brown. You know how many brown men are in prison, by the way. That's very true, by the way. And he says, by the way, I'm disgusted that we are still referred to as coloured. I am not coloured. I am brown just like you. So, Morne, so many things to unpack about your message there, and thank you for that. I'm using black under the Steve Biko definition of black consciousness, right? So that refers to several groups actually. We're talking Indian coloured as well as African, but also yes, I understand that many people who are labelled as coloured are not comfortable with that. I've heard many alternatives for that. Some people want to be referred to as mixed race. Some people want to be referred to as Kamisa. There are so many definitions for that, and I think we must respect people by what they prefer to be called individually, because it does vary from person to person. But if one is using this term so-called coloured, because there are people in the country who embrace it, unlike internationally where you cannot use this term, there is a huge number of coloured men in prison as well. And again, I link it to that disadvantage. I don't know if I'm correct in saying that, but in areas where you do find crushing poverty and lack of access to resources, there's a greater chance that people are going to end up in prison. So, we need to have those conversations about who ends up in prison and why, and how we can prevent that from happening in the first place. One of you says, "Hi, JJ. On the issue of immigrants in South Africa, I would like to say kudos to the Ghanaians for leading by example. I'm hoping that my Zim government will follow suit and bring 10 trains for a start. Let's go, guys. We're no longer welcome here," says Eddie in Bulukwane. And I think that first group of Ghanaians has left. There were some delays, but they've now got on their way. Cindy in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. You want to talk about Cape Independence, Cindy? Good morning.
Hi, Joanne. How are you?
Hi there. I'm so well, thanks. You're the first woman on the show this morning, calling into the show.
Yeah.
I'm going to celebrate this every day until we get more women calling in as a habit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cindy.
Yes. I want to talk about Cape Independence. I feel like if we're looking at it from one lens, we are actually missing the bigger picture.
Okay.
The big picture here, we'll start with Philip Craig. Phil Craig, he is from Britain.
Yes.
Right? He's in the country, and we know for a fact that it's so difficult to get property in Western Cape. Citing, I've got 2 relatives living in Western Cape, one working for government. She cannot even afford to buy herself a small apartment.
Mm.
Now I've got another colleague who's a cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Recently got a job, can't find a place to stay in Western Cape. They are both there, they live there.
Sure.
But they can't afford because of the influx of people who are like Philip Craig or Phil Craig, who are living in Western Cape, coming with pounds and dollars. Basically, the province is being sold to the highest bidder. Now we're going to find a place or a situation whereby we've got a housing crisis in the Western Cape. And that's what they want to do. They want to landlock the Western Cape for people like any South African who has a right to move around and live anywhere within their own country. They can't do that because now, basically, they are selling the whole province to whoever's got more dollars. And the South African rand cannot afford to get properties there.
You know,
it's
Cindy, you're
more
making,
than
yeah, I hear you. I think you're
And
making
it's
a
more than
brilliant point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more than just being a Cape Independence. They're selling it to people from outside the country. Now, the regular South African cannot afford to live in Cape Town. They cannot afford to just be there. And if you trickle it down to other provinces, that is the same thing. For them, they can't get like your ordinary jobs. I was talking to my sister, I've got many sisters, sorry, Joanne. So I was talking to my other sister, and I said, why is it that people cannot get your simple jobs as a cleaning job?
Yes.
Because a cleaning job, as a 16-year-old can clean a house.
Mm-hmm.
They can cook, they can clean a house.
Yeah.
So it's not an expert field. But
Yes.
you'll find that the job market where it's a cleaning job is infiltrated by people from Lesotho, people from Zimbabwe. Now, people in South Africa are complaining about the very same thing. It's just that Phil Craig just wants it to be, legalized, basically. But it is the same thing that they're doing across the globe. And I think the frustration that people are having with regards to illegal migrant and immigration as a whole is that there is no cap.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be a quota.
Interesting. Cindy, thank you very much for those thoughts. And I certainly agree with you in regard to, maybe it's a kind of, can we call it a kind of subtle social engineering that's happening there? Because the more people you bring in there, the higher the property prices are going to shoot up. The more people you bring in who can really afford to live there. And so the prices in particular areas are going to go up. Properties will not be easily available on the lower end of the market. And it seems to me that really the only property property, and I could be wrong here, please correct me if I am, then perhaps you're a resident of Cape Town or a real estate agent there and you understand the market better than I do. My perception as someone from Johannesburg is that it's the areas that are not that well cared for where you can still get affordable accommodation, but those are going to be just about the only ones in the city before long. Hlabatini is in Carltonville. Good morning to you, Hlabatini.
Thanks, Joanne, for taking my call.
Sure.
I'd just like to comment about the bus that was full of our African brothers and sisters that was intercepted in Northwest.
Yes.
On Saturday night.
Right.
I think it was around 2300 hours.
Yes.
So this interception of these people was not on the news. I thought there was going to be a report on the news on Monday, but unfortunately it was not on the news, or probably that police station did not report it to the relevant people.
All right.
But what I liked maybe to say is that the Ghanaian commissioner must go down there and check how many Ghanaians, people who are there who want maybe to go home.
Okay.
They mustn't be left behind, Joanne.
All right. Hlabatini, thank you so much for your call. And then Dumile in Kugompo is on the line to us. You also want to talk about Cape Independence, Dumile?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. You know, I wanted to say, Joanne, I think for the people who've been arguing that the people in Orania are doing something right and whatever, I think now people should get the idea of where we are going to.
Yes.
Because when you have people like Philip not talking like this. Now, if you remember when Orania was established, Utadu Mandela, I think the law, I didn't really read the act that allows them to establish that, but I think it's a combination of farms, of people that have combined their farms to start their own kind of state.
I think so, yes. They
Now,
bought off
most of
an
the people
area.
are landowners and they own most of the land in South Africa, and they are neighbors. So what happens when they combine their lands? Because farms are already private property. So if you combine 100 farms in one vicinity, that covers a huge mass of land, and then they claim that's private land, so that's their state, no one can go in. How much small part of South Africa that we black Africans are going to be left with? That's my question. So I think for all these people who keep talking about God, and now they get me clear that really white people want something else from what we want.
I think,
and
I think it's not just not all white people, and
yeah, it's not all of them, most definitely.
Yeah, I think that party is an outlier. Actually, it doesn't even have the support of the Western Cape government, right? The idea of secession.
Yeah.
So, and I think there's not also. I'm not sure that the party leader actually understands the notion of what withdrawing actually means from a country, because there's a lot of support that he hasn't perhaps properly explored in terms of what national government actually brings them. National government does certainly cushion every province in a particular way, and that's not to say that that provincial authorities are not able to manage processes on their own, but there are some things that are done nationally that one completely takes for granted. If they weren't there, you'd certainly know all about it. There would be consequences. And I mean, Brexit is probably a good example of Britain's withdrawing, deciding to vote for secession, for removal from the or exit from the community, the European Union, and then they find out, they go and Google it after they've done that, and then in the years to come discover the consequences. Not very smart at all. So I think secession is a very serious thing indeed that needs a lot of thought and a lot of study before one comes out and just says we want our own province separate from the country. 9:30, it is on the Daily Discourse. Keep those calls coming right now. Undela Mbana is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Electoral Commission says that there is an urgent need to rebuild public trust in electoral democracy ahead of the local government elections later this year. The Ghanaian High Commission has now confirmed that less than 300 of its country's citizens have boarded the repatriation flight from South Africa to Accra, and the NPA has confirmed that it has filed a formal complaint with the Magistrates Commission. The complaint follows proceedings in the Kwaggafontein Magistrate Court in Mpumalanga earlier last week. It follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9:31, and your voice notes pouring in at this hour. Thank you very much. One of you is, quite a few of you actually, are talking about Cape Town. Let's listen to those.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne Matabuche. Joanne, I'm not sure what Helen Zille and DA in Western Cape are saying about the serious crime that is taking place there. Cape Town is ruled by criminals, and the so-called DA government claims to be clean in everything they do, but they are unable to eradicate crime around Cape Town. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you so much for that, Mataboche. One of you says secession under the ANC-led GNU will happen. The Cape Independence cap exit will happen in South Africa. Morning, Johan. SAFM says Bungani in the Eastern Cape. And one of you points out that the government is the biggest landowner in the country, not private individuals. The next biggest is traditional land, owned by the structures that govern the various traditional cultures. That's quite true. I think the earlier callers were making the point that it's not that people own the most land. It's that people coming into the country with their pounds and their dollars own some of the most expensive land in Cape Town and surrounding areas in that province. One of you is thanking the Ghanaians for leaving.
JJ, your team and the SAFM listeners. Sister JJ, this morning I would like to say mahofi to the Ghanaian. Give them, the Ghanaian, a round of applause. Right now, Ghana is going to be a greater country in Africa. Well done, the Ghanaians. Pack your bags and leave. Maybe the other African countries will follow you. Well done to Ghanaian. Matsoho, Mr. Nomlala, Kabane. Thank you, Ghanaians.
Good morning, Joanne. I heard now on Cause FM that that flight to Ghana hasn't departed because some of the people who wanted to board the flight did not have proper documents. It's strange that Ghana is not allowing its citizens to board the aircraft to Ghana because of the documents, and yet they want us to accept them in South Africa without proper documents. That's very strange. It's Reggie in Durban. Thank you.
Reggie, thanks. We must check that out with Ondela in a short while, because she actually ran a headline saying that they have left already. So we'll just see what the latest on that is. One of you again saying that Cape Town is very expensive to stay.
Morning, Joanne. Cape Town is one of the most unaffordable cities in the world. Those who want to come stay here can come, but they need to know one thing. You need a load of cash and a load of guts. The DAs are running this place by the book, and they don't care about a lot of other things but money. You pay for municipal services much more in certain areas than other areas. Richard, Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Richard. And one of you says, spouting conspiracy theories about the 1994 leadership serves only the EFF and MK. The ANC knew they would take that election with an overwhelming majority. They held the cards at the bargaining table. While not everything agreed to may carry support today, the bottom line is I believe they did the best they could to agree a way forward in the best interests of the country. One of you saying they actually support secession by the Cape.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm Takatayan Mangwev in Landi location of Mvava. I support the independence of Western Cape, other than the country that is run by the black foreign nationals specifically, who came from the countries that got independence long before us, but they can leave their own countries. You ask yourself, what kind of independent or democracy?
All right, I'm going to play that voice note a little bit later on because weirdly we have a call coming in right now, but I'll continue to play that a little bit later on. Let me take you to the story in the meantime. Civil society group The Other Foundation has spent part of Africa Month commemorating the signing of the Civil Union Act into law 20 years ago in this country. The actual anniversary is in November this year, but I think it's important to note that the former Deputy President, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, was with The Other Foundation the other day to actually celebrate the fact that she put pen to paper and signed this important document into law. Now, this made South Africa the first country on the continent to embrace same-sex marriages. 2 decades on, we're catching up with the Foundation's Sam Shapiro, who is an official marriage officer with Other Foundation. Mr. Shapiro, good morning to you. Please tell us, 20 years on, how common have same-sex unions become in our country?
Hello, and morning. Thank you for having me on. Can't say exactly how common they are. I don't know the exact figures. So I only know from my personal experience that I've conducted more than 100 to date, and I have a bunch of colleagues I work with who have also conducted many. So it's definitely growing over the last 20 years about how many people are doing it.
Right, that's interesting indeed. And tell me, how are non-LGBTI communities in general responding to same-sex marriages in the country?
Good. Since '96, there's been, I think, about a 17% change or even 20% change over the acceptance of same-sex marriages. So it's showing that legal changes do have an impact over attitudinal changes. So I think it's slowly becoming accepted to the point where the majority is actually accepting.
If I remember correctly, when the Act was first signed into law, there was a section that allowed Home Affairs marriage officers to object to marrying same-sex unions on religious or conscientious grounds. But I see this was repealed in 2020. Do couples still receive objections from Home Affairs marriage officers?
I think it's slower now. I think there's a slow intake of these amendments. But no, I think more and more are real. I know the Home Affairs office I work with has been very open to me talking to them, open to me sort of working with them to start making this amendment real. So I don't know about the rest of the country and different Home Affairs offices. There is always a slower intake from the law being signed and the amendment being signed to people actually enacting it. But I do think that there's an openness to doing it.
I understand the law now also allows you to register these relationships as either a marriage or a civil partnership. Why is that useful?
Well, I think a lot, again, I can only talk from personal experience. Couples when you say you're married as a civil union, there's confusion, right? The idea of marriage is an institution. They don't know what those mean. So the ability to say it's a marriage has a lot of impact in culture, has a lot of impact in their minds and in their families a lot of the time, whereas civil union doesn't have the same impact as when you can say marriage. So they have the exact same application. People are married, and so the ability for us to say, no, they want it under a marriage is really important.
Has the adoption of children become more common among same-sex couples in recent years?
I can't talk on facts about that. I don't know exactly.
Anecdotally?
So I think so. I mean, I know many who have and have since 2006. In fact, in 2006, I was raised by lesbian parents who, just in December 2006, actually did get married because they wanted to push through the door, and my non-biological mother adopted me. So I do think the Marriage Act specifically opens up. The Civil Union Act specifically opens up those kinds of things to a much easier process.
Just a last question. I mean, I take it that you're acting as a secular marriage officer. Do you know of any religious institutions that have been marrying same-sex couples of late?
Absolutely. It's not widespread, but I definitely know a couple of ministers who are doing it. They struggle with their churches. Some have been pushed out of their churches. Some still are in. But there is some progress with different denominations starting to allow their ministers to do it, or they do it outside of their thing. But there is definitely a large group of religious leaders who are solemnizing these marriages.
Thank you so much for putting us in the picture as to what is happening in the landscape there. That is Samuel Shapiro. He's marriage officer registered under the Civil Union Act and movement building officer at the Other Foundation. Do you have a relative who's gone this route? They may belong to any aspect of the LGBTI group. Have there been same-sex marriages in your family? Do you know of someone in a same-sex marriage who's adopted a child? How do they navigate life? Do they feel safe in public spaces? You remember there was a time when there was this horrible term that came about, which is hugely inappropriate, corrective rape. It happened to a lot of lesbians, particularly in areas where they were under threat, and people were supposedly trying to make them heterosexual and using rape as a weapon against them to do so. Do you know, have we moved past that? Are lesbians and gay people feeling more comfortable in public spaces? Are they happy to go out as couples into public spaces, not just to events or areas that where they are safeguarded, but areas as well where everybody is gathering? Share your story with me either on our WhatsApp line or on our studio line.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet? Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why? Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working. Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time. No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free. So what do I need? Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site. Okay. You must help me find the nearest place. It's easy. Dial *120 *355 #. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Have you recently migrated to the new TV licenses payment website? Make sure your account stays active by registering again or resetting your password. Don't miss out on all the fantastic new features our brand new website offers. Get registered today and stay connected with us. With the new website, get your payments done quickly and hassle-free with a wide range of services. So make sure you register to take advantage of all the great client features. Visit www.tvlic.co.za today. TV licenses. Do it for the things that matter.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026 under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
All right, we are heading for 9:45 on the programme, and this is a story that's been quite big on the station over the last few days. We've been talking about it every day, and I think there's been an important development in that you've been following the movement of the Ghanaians out of the country. Apparently there's been some hold up there, but we're trying to determine whether that first batch has left or not. There is so much going on in terms of the migrant story in this country, and so we thought that we should speak to an official who has been involved in many aspects of this, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, Musa Chabane, and he's going to speak to us right now in terms of what has happened in the last few days. You know that the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster Ministers have been getting together to talk about the anti-migrant protests and the marches sweeping the country. You know that Home Affairs has come out in the last few hours saying that there are many cases that refugees and asylum seekers have brought against them. These are legal cases, and the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee is saying, hey, put the brakes on those for a while. And there's so many other angles to the story, so we're going to explore them all with Mr. Musa Chabane, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. Mr. Chabane, good morning to you. Thank you for making the time to speak to us. I have about 100 questions for you, I think, but let me start with this, the latest that you have said about the issues of refugees and asylum seekers taking government to court over their status in the country.
Good morning, and thanks for having us. As you've articulated, that we've met with the RASA to get an update around that those issues of asylum seekers and refugees, and those are the issues that they've raised to the Portfolio Committee in relation to the delays in the courts and also the abuse of the system, though that we appreciate that any other person has a right to approach the courts when she or he he has difficulties with the system that he has been interacting with. So that is the area of concern from the part of the SARA, RASA, and the committee do associate that concern, and we've engaged with RASA, though that we're going to have a second session with them to broadly deal with those issues that have been brought before the committee.
All right. How many of those cases are there in the courts right now or waiting to go to court, Mr. Chabane?
In terms of their report, they indicate that it is 2,700. Those are the cases that have been brought before the case. Before the court, and as a process of appeal out of a decision that the department might have taken, either to reject their applications or the other. So those are the issues that are residing with the RASA, and they've raised those concerns with the committee. And we'll be having a follow-up with both the minister, the deputy minister, on how we can assist in terms of moving forward around the limitations that they've highlighted.
Right. I must ask you, one of the big issues that is brought up repeatedly by migrants into the country, and this particularly deals with those who were not documented but have come into the country and have tried for several years to become documented but have failed at doing that because Home Affairs has not been cooperating or not delivering in the way it ought to. How does one deal with that group of people who remain unverified, not for lack of trying, but because of Home Affairs inefficiencies?
Those are some of the issues that the department is grappling with in terms of following up of those that have been rejected and are within our jurisdiction. And it's an area of important that we pay attention with the Border Management Authority. But it's a process that is underway in terms of the verification. The systems there are not integrated to the extent that you can verify a person who is not doesn't have documents, but within she or he is within our republic. So those are the areas that is also an area that need improvement in relation to the IT system and integration. But the concerns of stakeholders and South Africans around undocumented foreign or nationals. It's a concern that we associate with because any other person who visits or exits to another jurisdiction, she or he ought to respect laws of that country.
But Mr. Chabane, are you saying that when you arrive at the Border Management Authority, you enter the country as an undocumented migrant, you arrive there, Home Affairs doesn't have any kind of representation there, or there's no actual central database on which your name and your status and your details can be recorded so that as you move through the country, there's an awareness of who you are and what your status is?
First, let's take you back that South Africans have raised the issue of porous borders.
Yes.
And if you go through all our ports of entry on the ground, you'll find that there are no fences in some parts of the area, and that is an area that resides with the Department of Public Works, that they must make sure that we have a permanent and sufficient fence around. Secondly, you recall that there was a challenge around how Public Works facilitated the fence at Beitbridge at a time. Minister, I can't recall who was the minister by that time, but 4 or 5 years ago.
Yes.
So the Parliament initiated a legislation that must establish the Border Management Authority. And I get your point that we have systems on place that continuously have people who are crossing into our country illegal. We initiated the process of a multidisciplinary team within the Department of Home Affairs, working closely with the Counter-Corruption Unit and also the SIU team, the Law Enforcement Agency. The report of the interim report of SIU does indicate how some of our officials working with syndicates process undocumented nationals into a country without a document, and others process fraudulent documentation. So these are some of the issues that we've managed to make sure that are exposed within the value system of the department. And the recommendations of the SIU are clear in terms of what must happen moving forward. You'll recall that there was evidence of people being arrested, exposed, who are doing illegal documents and IDs. And this is a progressive move in terms of the law enforcement agency on the ground.
All right. I want to ask about the issue of the issue of refugees versus asylum seekers. I think we don't always have a very clear picture of what the difference is between these groups and what their rights are when they come into the country and ask to be documented. Can you please just explain to us what the difference is between refugees and asylum seekers?
Well, remember in countries you have different wars that necessitate people to seek asylum seeker in our country, and the processes that ought to be facilitated by the Home Affairs and the country, and those that arrive in the country because of seek refugees in relation to the economic pressures around the jurisdiction of the republic, and because of those limitations of our laws, which have been exposed by the SIU in terms of manipulation, and also the review of the citizenship, immigration, and protection, which is currently sitting with government. Those some of the issues we'll be able to interact with by members of the stakeholders and also South Africans to close the gaps that have been highlighted.
All right. And tell me, I mean, you were speaking about this, about people getting onto buses and being able to move on into towns and that kind of thing in South Africa while not having papers. I mean, this is a very interesting thing that our listeners flagged with us, that people get up to the border. They jump across the border, or they come across the border, but they will get off a bus that is coming into the country, and then they will simply enter the grounds of the country. They will enter the grounds at a different area, and they will be able to jump back onto that bus and make their way into towns and so on. And if they're not intercepted by police in that town, then you have no idea that a group partially made up of illegal people has entered the town. So how do you propose to deal with that kind of thing? I mean, you say that Public Works is in charge of the fence. Can't you get them to build a better fence?
We are we're inviting the Border Management Authority, and we must appreciate that the BMA, since its establishment, with the limited resources that's been allocated, it has demonstrated good work in terms of responding to various issues that are conducted in our port of entry, arresting and conducting direct deportation, intercepting illicit goods.
Really,
so in the previous...
really, Mr. Chabane, that's not what we're hearing. We're hearing that the people at the Border Management Authority are corrupt, many of them, and that they're the reason that people are getting through.
I'm trying to respond to a question so that we don't isolate BMA as an institution that has not done anything at all since it is an establishment. Concern of the Portfolio Committee is in our areas of borders. You are correct that we have intercepted buses, law enforcement agency in the Free State and in Limpopo, and in the 2 years ago or so, there was a bus that caused an accident en route to Zimbabwe. Our understanding, and following the report of the SIU, is clear that in the borders or borderlines, there are some of the officials that are colluding with the transport fellows. And I can tell you that I was on the scene when there was a bus that was intercepted by the law enforcement agency of Department of Transport in Limpopo. So the bus was not supposed to be on our roads, firstly.
Yes.
The bus was not in a good state to travel. The driver himself doesn't have permit to travel. So it's a clear indication that at the borderlines, there are coordination of or some of the corrupt officials who are colluding with this area. Hence, we have said the BMA ought to exert its authority, identify those that have been processing the buses, but follow up throughout the country in terms of the buses that are from other countries. These buses are intercepted in Limpopo from Malawi. It has gone through all the systems and it was intercepted right in Limpopo in Polokwane. I'm just citing an example, but it's a word that also the Crossroad agency ought to come to space collectively to work with the Border Management Authority. That's why the committee have also decided that they must also invite them, so that we're able to get a comprehensive report on the status of the transportation that is coming outside the country, but also our interest. Why is these buses are proceeding from our borderlines, where we have officials and the law enforcement agency, so that they account to that space, and consequences must be taken to the officials that have interacted. On the issue of the fence, we are correct that we are interacting with the Department of Public Works, because they have an authority in terms of infrastructure layout around our ports of entry. And that is an area that we're going to interface with the Public Works. We are engaging with them on other areas that are related to the Department of Home Affairs in terms of infrastructure.
I just want to ask one last question, please, Mr. Jabane, and that is, you've had this meeting with the JCPS cluster. There is this 30th of June deadline, which some protest groups are touting as the day to expel migrants. But the worry is that it will end in bloodshed if there isn't an urgent intervention. Are you happy that the suggestion that has been put in place that a provincial authority be introduced to oversee the protests and that kind of thing, and the attacks on certain migrants actually is enough at this stage to prevent something worse from happening on the 30th or by the 30th?
Well, unfortunately, I was not part of the cluster. It's another arm of the state. The executive was able to deal with that part. But what we, as the portfolio committee, any individuals, any person must respect the Constitution of the Republic. And the law enforcement agency must take its course for any criminality that will be conducted. And there are laws, and hence I have indicated that they have right to raise any other issue that of concern. And we associate ourselves with the issues that have been raised by South Africans in relation to the status quo. But that must be conducted within the framework of the law. And we think that the law enforcement agency and the executive will be able to respond to that phase as it arises. We trust in the law enforcement agency, but also we trust with South Africans who are able to conduct within the framework of the law, understanding that this matter is being attended, and also collectively will be able to resolve it in time. Once the bill has been brought to Parliament to review the Citizenship, Immigration and Protection of Refugees Act, all South African and stakeholders will have an opportunity to engage so that we determine as a country, as citizens, the path that we need to proceed to the country. Remember, there are South Africans who participate in other jurisdictions, who are in other jurisdictions, and they respect the constitution of those jurisdictions. And we are firm in that space that any other person who enter our country must recognize that there's a law, there's a constitution, and also must be able to make sure that all of us will respect that. And I think the law enforcement agency will interface with the matter that you are raising, that the executive have met, and I think we trust in the law enforcement agency of the country.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Moses Jabane. He is, of course, the chair of the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. All right, that brings us to just about 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana has your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, the IEC urges public trust ahead of local government elections, and NPA files papers in court in the Sibanyoni case. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The Electoral Commission says that there is an urgent need to rebuild public trust in electoral democracy ahead of the local government elections later this year. The Commission says this was the motivation behind its visit to KwaZulu-Natal last month, according to a survey that the Human Sciences Research Council had conducted, there has been a sharp decline in support for democracy across the country. KwaZulu-Natal revealed the most sharp decline from 65% in 2015 to 43% currently. The Commission will this morning launch its communication campaign for the elections. The Commission's CEO is SAfmRadio.
Some of them are already withdrawing from the democratic project of the country, which is why the Commission has spent an inordinate amount of time in KZN in particular to try to meet with all political parties, certainly those that are participating in the legislature, to meet with the King, to meet with Amakosi, to meet with civil society, with churches and other religious bodies, really to try to change that trajectory, to change the course of the trajectory, to get people re-engaged, to get people to realize that local government matters.
The Ghanaian High Commission has now confirmed that less than 300 of its country's citizens have boarded the repatriation flight from South Africa to Accra. The flight has a 300-seat capacity. Some Ghanaians have turned away because their papers are not in order. They will be given an opportunity to travel on the second repatriation flight this week. The Ghanaians are departing as protests against undocumented migrants continue in South Africa. Ditabatsotezi reports.
The repatriation flight remains grounded hours after its scheduled 4 a.m. departure. Officials are working to finalize checks and ensure all procedures are complied with before the Ghanaian nationals can leave. Those earmarked for repatriation arrived at the OR Tambo in the early hours and are still undergoing processing. The final number of passengers departing could be less than the initial group of 300 nationals. Dita Wasotezi, SABC News, OR Tambo International Airport.
The NPA has confirmed that it has filed a formal complaint with the Magistrates Commission following proceedings in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga earlier last week. They relate to the decisions of Chief Magistrate Thule Tutonjeni in the State versus Joe Sibanyoni case, convicting a prosecutor for contempt of court, authorizing a warrant of arrest against him and removing the case from the court roll. The NPA has since filed a notice for leave to appeal the decisions. NPA spokesperson Keza Khanyago.
We believe that when the chief magistrate presided, there were certain things that were not done properly. One, for example, is the use of the language on the 15th against the prosecutor. But also, we are looking at the fact that she was able to convene a court when the person who's supposed to convene the court is supposed to be the prosecutor. She convened the court, and we believe that that is wrong. And we want Magistrate Commission to then do an inquiry and look at the conduct of the magistrate.
The Mahoilerang Magistrate Court in Limpopo will today continue to hear the bail application of the paternal grandparents of 2-year-old Umpile Sithole. The toddler disappeared from the Ramabuela village outside Mukupane earlier this month. The grandparents, Vinodia Mabuela and Jacob Ledwaba, are facing charges of child neglect. The search for the toddler is continuing. The African continent has continued to show resilience in the face of geopolitical tensions. That's according to the African Development Bank Group's 2026 Economic Outlook. It's been launched on the sidelines of the bank's annual meetings in Brazzaville in the Republic of Congo. Kylie Kumalo reports.
The bank's economic outlook has painted a grim picture for Southern Africa. The growth is set to remain subdued at 2.1% due to higher energy costs, weaker mining and agricultural output. But for Central African countries, they'll see growth rising due to high oil demand. The continent faces an annual gap exceeding $1.3 trillion to meet sustainable development goals. Meanwhile, the Republic of Congo has announced that African passport holders will travel visa-free from 2027. Kylie Kumalo, SABC News, Brazzaville, Republic of Congo.
Recapping the top story, the Electoral Commission says that there is an urgent need to rebuild public trust in electoral democracy ahead of the local government elections later this year. I'm Mondolambana for SAFM News at 10:30.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Burkina Faso, West Africa. a landlocked nation in the heart of West Africa, bordered by Mali, Niger, Benin, Togo, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire. A country shaped by the Sahel, dry landscapes, resilient communities, and deep cultural traditions. French is the official language, but Mosi, Fulfulde, and Dioula carry the voices of everyday life.
Burkina Faso gained independence in 1960. Its name means Land of Upright People, a symbol of dignity and resistance. Agriculture and gold mining support the economy, but insecurity and extremist violence have deeply affected the nation in recent years. Displacement, poverty, and political instability remain major challenges. Still, the spirit of the people endures through art, music, and solidarity.
Burkina Faso stands upright through every storm. In every village, in every drum, in every struggle, there is courage. Burkina Faso, resilient, proud, unbroken.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
All right, we are edging towards 7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in our second hour. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you on this program. Our studio line remains open for your questions and your comments. 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. And I'd like to hear your feedback on the following story that we're bringing you in this next hour. We're speaking to Justice Edwin Cameron, retired judge. He was also, until very recently, inspecting judge of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, but you probably know him best from the Constitutional Court, where he served for a number of years. And he's going to be talking to us about the issue of prisons in South Africa. I'm going into it asking him about this notion of prisoners of poverty, but I want to expand the conversation a little bit, and I want you to tell me what you think about the kind of changes we potentially need to make to the correctional services system to ensure that the society in which it operates and in which it lives is not affected by what happens within prison walls. We're going to have that conversation in just a short while. And then at 11 o'clock, we are going to have a discussion with Brian Hirsch, who is a financial advisor. So start lining up your questions for that as well. Brian comes in with your questions in the last week of the month, and the last Wednesday of the month, I should say. And he's collated your questions over the course of the morning, but we still do take calls and WhatsApps. So if you'd like to communicate with him, remember that is coming up in just an hour. So I'm also going to read through some of our WhatsApp messages that have come through. One of you says, hello, JJ. A substantial number of migrants pass through the border gate and get visitors visas for a month or a week. Then you get to a certain place, get work, then overstay. That's the majority of migrants in South Africa. If all the people of South Africa no longer want visitors, then stop giving people days at the border. But when you take that route, it's going to stall trade between SA and other countries. It's a catch-22 situation, says Eddie in Polokwane. Let's take a voice note on this.
Good morning, Joanne. You see, with regards to the issue of immigration, I think the first point of departure should be this clause to say the country belongs to all who lives in it. I mean, that should be reviewed and it should be rewritten. It can't be. I mean, you can't be a visitor and the country belongs to you all of a sudden. And secondly, the rights of asylum seekers and migrants, I think they should be curtailed, you know. They should be reduced significantly. Because we can see now that actually these people are enjoying a lot of rights that in their own countries, refugees and migrants are not enjoying. This is Mabena in Pumala.
Hi, John. I'm worried about your guest when he says the bus from Malawi was intercepted in Polokwane. The border is about almost 200 km away from Polokwane. So that bus passed Bay Bridge, it passed Musina town, it passed Westrika, then it gets to Polokwane. It was already exiting Polokwane. So it means that if this bus was heading for Makado, then they were going to be successful, including even Polokwane, because it was already exiting Polokwane. So how come all these illegal immigrants, these bars, pass the border, pass two major towns in Limpopo, and then get to the capital city of Limpopo? So it does not make any sense. Simon in Polokwane, thank you.
Good morning, Joanne and the SAFM family. Tapelo from Kuruman, Northern Cape. I just have a question. The people who came into our country or who are coming into our country illegally, before we talk about them with regards to documentation, are they not supposed to answer the question of them breaking the South African law by coming into our country illegally? Have they not broken the law by coming into this country illegal? Can we deal with that first before we talk about documentation?
That's a very interesting question indeed, and it's because many of the people who are fleeing from their countries are fleeing something that would have taken their ability to remain in those countries away from them. So I think of child soldiers, for example, or someone like, do you know of Dr. Emmanuel Taban? He wrote this beautiful book, The Boy Who Never Gave Up. And it's a gorgeous book. I really recommend that you read it. It's about how he fled fighting in southern Sudan, and he walked all his way through the continent and hitchhiked through the continent to eventually get to South Africa. He, of course, became legalized once he got here. He had a few opportunities given to him, and he's become one of the foremost pulmonologists in the country. But his would be a very good example of how you're just fleeing, you're running away from conflict, and when you run, you don't have the time to apply for medical insurance. You don't have the time necessarily to get your papers together and that kind of thing. You're just fleeing for your life. And so there are quite a number of refugees and asylum seekers who arrive at the border under those circumstances. That is why they don't have papers. And that's why they need to be regularized and legalized once they come into the country. It's because they're not arriving by the normal means. They're not catching a flight, for example, to South Africa, landing at OR Tambo or, the King Shaka, whatever the case may be, with their papers in hand. They're running for their lives. And that's where, when they reach a border and they're able to tell their story and they're able to get their first bit of contact with South African authorities, that's where the process of legalization needs to start happening. So it happens differently in different cases. 13 minutes past 10, and I'm taking your calls as well. Jacques is on the line to us from Durban. Jacques, I believe you want to talk about Cape Independence. Good morning.
Yes, Joanne, there's a couple of things. Everybody has their own opinion on it, and like I said, everybody should be allowed their opinion. And if they say that they want to have a referendum, that's fine. Because the reason for me saying that, or the justification for me to say that I allow something like that, not because I stay in the Cape. I stay in KZN, and KZN, the Zulu king at one point in time, I think even currently, there is an opinion that it should be basically a Zulu protected province. It should be a province on its own. I think Zuma actually tried that before, or insisted that a while back, I think when his trial was happening. So I think that for us to say one can do it and another can't is showing that we should not be showing in this country. And the
Jacques,
other thing is that...
I'm sorry, Jacques, your line is so bad. I think what you're saying is very interesting, and I would like to hear it. Do you mind giving us a call back, or I'll put you back to my producers, and then maybe you can make your point a little bit later. But what I think you're saying at this point is that if one should be allowed to do it, the other should too. But we haven't had that example of secession so far. Hopefully you can get through to us again. Mlenze in KZN is also on the line to us, and you want to talk about accountability in local municipalities, Mlenze?
Yes, Joanne. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, the situation in the local municipalities in KZN in particular is very appalling. And I'm surprised why government is not giving it an attention that it deserved and put controlling measures in place that won't be lamentary. It will be given teeth to bite. We've got a scorer in government, a scoper in government. But every time when I listen there, on TV, because now and again they come on TV with their interview with different municipalities, you can tell that the people who are sitting there, they're just asking questions that are on a face value.
Mm.
They don't come to the municipality and then do a walk around
Right.
so that they can ask questions that are directly to the affected areas or affected projects. You see, the most contributing municipalities here in KZN, the leading one is eThekwini.
Mm-hmm.
eThekwini, it's operating like a blank check.
Mm.
It's a pure, clear blank check.
Sure.
Even if you they changed the mayor and put Cyril Taba now.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you the gentlemen under his leadership, they are still operating on a blank check. This morning, I woke up in the news whereby they said a 10 kg pack of SAM is being sold at 2,800.
Good heavens.
Wherever have you ever heard that? That thing is costing around 100 rand. 2,800.
Mm.
That means there is lawlessness, but no matter who is at the helm, the other seat that is following is Umhlatuze municipality.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor in Umhlatuze municipality has got an audacity to go to all TV channels, 403, that is ENCA, the newsroom, even goes as far as Tukozi FM, telling lies day in, day out. But the authorities of Scopa, they don't want to come here and conduct what we call indaba. We, as the people of Umhlatuze, we're going to give them the real issues and the real malfeasance where it's happening.
Thank
the
you.
Bigger
Thank
one,
you.
The
Yeah.
bigger one
Yes.
is the 15 megaliter project,
Mhm.
where 36 million has been spent with totally no accountability.
Mm.
The mayor went to TV and said the project is on 92%. I can tell you the project is still sitting at around 25%.
Gosh, Mlenze, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. And please, I'm going to put you back to my producers. Please just give them a little bit more detail. Perhaps that's a story we can follow up on to find out what is going on in your municipality. All right, I promised you that story. Over the weekend, I was at the Kingsmead Book Fair talking to a respected figure in South African justice. It was former Constitutional Court Judge Edwin Cameron. He, Rebecca Gore and Sohela Rajpal, all of whom work together at the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services, have written an excellent book called Behind Prison Walls, Unlocking a Safer South Africa. It is such an intriguing read. The book is vast, so I'm going to just cover as many aspects as we possibly can in the time that we've got. And one of the aspects I'm going to be focusing on today is what the writers have called prisoners of poverty and how their cases ought to be handled. I'd like to welcome Justice Edwin Cameron onto the programme today. Justice, good morning to you and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Who exactly are you referring to when you speak of prisoners of poverty?
Good morning, Jan. What a joy to be with you and the listeners, especially SAFM. And thank you, too, for the wonderful interview and session at the book fair. And thank you for your kind review. What we are talking about, Jan, is that there are people who have committed very minor offences, maybe shoplifting, maybe possession of tick, or whatever. And we'll come back to why possession of tick, despite the harm, is nevertheless a minor offence. Now, they are assessed by judicial officers. We saw the catastrophe on Monday in a very high-profile corruption extortion trial. But the judicial officer's duty is to say, are you going to stand your trial? Are you going to interfere with state witnesses? Are you going to damage the interests of justice? Do you have an address? These are people who have complied with all those criteria and they've been granted bail. The people we are targeting are those who've been granted bail of 1,000 rand or less. And there are hundreds of people across our country who can't afford. It shouldn't be surprising to us because we've just heard your listener speaking about the what appears to be the desperate corruption in eThekwini. I mean, SAMP for 100 rand going at 2,800. That has a direct consequence because people are kept in poverty, including in our prisons. So at JIX, we started a bail fund.
Right.
I left the job at the inspectorate at the end of December. My successor, Judge Lee Bozilek, and I are two of the trustees, together with Judge Richard Goldstone. We're going to expand the trustees. And we have started with our coordinator director, Jody Lee Fredericks in Cape Town, paying bail for those worthy people granted bail who simply cannot afford to get out of the prison system.
Justice, how did you start this fund, and who or what sustains this fund? Because presumably, given the number of petty crime cases in South Africa, you will need to keep this fund going for quite a while.
Yes, and we hope to expand it, Joanne, so you're absolutely right. Well, we started it a few years ago when Rebecca Gore, who you mentioned, was my law associate. She was succeeded by Sehela Surospol, and the three of us, as you've also mentioned, have written the book on prison reform. And to add to your very generous review, I want to tell your listeners that it's a good news book. It offers solutions, it offers good news stories from the prison system, but we thought that it was intolerable that there were prisoners of poverty. It is so iniquitous that gangsters and thugs, I heard a political candidate here in Johannesburg, Mr. Lukhona Nguni, referring to gangsters in suits. Gangsters in suits can afford 500,000 rand bail, yes, but ordinary South Africans, most of them, can't afford tiny amounts of bail. So we decided to try to change that by starting a bail fund. And it's not uncontroversial, Joanne. The Trump administration is hostile to bail funds in America. It surpasses my moral understanding and my intellectual understanding why, but a lot of what is coming out of Trump's America does that to me. But so I want your listeners to know that there are debates about a bail fund. That's why we've targeted people with tiny amounts of bail and who are not facing charges of violence. So let me tell you a bit about it, because you asked. We did a careful consultation with members of the National Prosecuting Authority, with magistrates, with prosecutors themselves, with former judges, with academics. We had online sessions. We thrashed out the idea and then ground up, wrote an article saying that this is what we want to do. And a long-standing funder of South African causes, who has been a stalwart of many progressive causes in South Africa, actually phoned me, Bill Frankel. He lives in London. He's a former South African attorney who was involved in struggle causes before he left in the 1960s. And he actually phoned me and said, we're going to support the bail fund. Jan, it's the first time in 40 years where I have been applying for funding from do-good organizations, philanthropic foundations and so on. It's actually been offered to us. So Mr. Frankel came on, the Claude Leon Foundation, based in London, supporting progressive South African causes. The Millennium Trust, which was started by Michiel Roux, one of the founders of Capitec Bank. Millennium does wonderful work. They've also been generous funders, and we got a tiny grant from the Bertha Foundation, also London-based, which also has South African roots. And so we set it up, and it's been more difficult than we anticipated, but Jody Lee Fredericks, our director, is doing a wonderful job.
I'm glad to hear that. I mean, tell me as well, I mean, there's also a cost imperative here that is very relevant to the issue. The cost of keeping petty criminals behind bars for an extended period of time just because they cannot come up with that 300-400, whatever it is, in bail, has implications for the state and its expenditure, doesn't it, Justice?
Yes, very much so. In fact, the whole prison system is a vast expenditure. I'm still reminded of your listener who called in just before we started our chat. It's vastly expensive to keep in 167,000 prisoners, the highest number of incarcerated persons in the whole continent of Africa. I mean, Malawi, which has a third of our population, has 18,000 prisoners, which is proportionately so far fewer than we have. So it's very expensive running a cumbersome, disjointed prison system like our own. It's almost 500 rand per prisoner per day. And that does not amount. We have to assure your listeners, this is not hotel food, it's not hotel circumstances, it's not hotel accommodation. Most of our prisons are miserable places, overcrowded. The food I used to get, and I'm sure that Judge Lee Boslet now gets lots of complaints about food. And so it's very expensive, and we think, and that's why we wrote the book, that there can be many forward-looking improvements to that system, and one of them is to release low bail awaiting trial prisoners from the appalling conditions that most awaiting trial prisoners are kept in.
Justice, I'm going to take a call from one of our listeners. Mokwena in Qatqa is on the line to us. You want to talk about a bail fund, Mokwena? Good morning.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for taking my call. I was just wanting to mention something similar to what the judges has started a bail fund, but in our traditional community, you find that some of our people can't afford even like 300 rand bail, and once they're in prison, they're going to have to stay there until it is either paid or the case is finished or what. But something more complicated is if one of the prisoners is someone who's waiting for a bed. He's someone who has been diagnosed of having, for instance, a mental problem. But now, because there's such an influx in the government services for a bed, for a hospital bed at a mental institution, that person has to stay in that prison up until the list from 250 goes down to 0. Then only he can leave and go. But now our Transitional Council has identified such problems and has started to take those people, at least not have them be in a situation of being in prison for like a year or two, but rather take them into the community and give them like odd jobs in the village, keep them busy, but for them at least to be in a community where it is not in prison. You know what I mean? I guess that also alleviates the burden of government to have to take care of people in prison. But I'm more excited about what they have identified, that they can go out of their way to provide assistance for those who don't necessarily have to be in prison, to be outside and to be assisted and taken care of. And I really commend what the judge and his colleagues are doing. Thank you.
Mokwena, thank you. I think you're doing great work there too. A quick comment from you before we go to the news, please, Justice.
Yes, please. And I'm very grateful to Mokwena for raising this. This is something that has been on JITS's agenda for a long time. The CEO that I worked with for 6 years, Mr. Bikmasa, and the Gauteng head, Murisi mentor of JITS, the fact that mentally affected people with mental health issues are kept in prison and are not kept in safe places outside prison, I think is a national scandal. We raised it in Parliament. We've done a lot to try to diminish the numbers, to get them into accredited psychiatric institutions. But Mokwena comes up with an even better idea, that where it's appropriate, where there's proper counseling and assessment, people should be released back into the community. So thank you, Jan, to your listener for raising these issues.
Thank you very much for that, Justice. I'm going to ask you to stay with us because we are going to continue the conversation after the news. I want to listen to what one of our listeners has said about this on the voice note line.
JJ and Justice Cameron, a very good morning to you and the team. Look, my only input is why don't NPA submit to court that these people must be sentenced for community services? I mean, we've got schools, police stations, hospitals that are so dirty. Let these people go and clean there. Learn in bloom. That is just my input.
Thank you very much for that. We'll take more of those and continue our conversation with Justice Edwin Cameron right after your news headlines with Ondela Mbana. It is 10:30.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Electoral Commission has outlined what is required for it to retain the trust of South Africans, and the Ghanaian repatriation flight has not yet left the OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg. The Mahuilereng Magistrates Court in Limpopo will today continue to hear the bail application of the paternal grandparents of 2-year-old Mpile Sithole. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Thanks very much for that, Undela. We are continuing our conversation with Justice Edwin Cameron, a retired Constitutional Court judge, but also, until very recently, inspecting judge of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. And he's been talking to us about what he calls prisoners of poverty, those who get bail for petty crime, bail of really under R1,000 but cannot afford to pay it. And we've had one of our listeners tell us already that there are other such community initiatives already underway. Bonakele in Cape Town is on the line to us. Bonakele, let's start this segment with your call. Good morning, Bonakele. Can you hear me?
Hi, JJ and look, my concern is about offenders or prisoners who've been released on parole, and then once they are out, they commit crime again. Is it not a worrying factor, or what is it that they need to do? Is there anything that they need to do regarding that? Because it's quite worrying. It's been happening for quite a long period of time now. He's been granted parole, and yet when he's out, he commits crime again.
All right.
So what is it that they are going to do so that, because some people or other people, they say if one has been sentenced for probably 30 years, one must serve his sentence. Instead of this parole thing, because they get parole and they commit crime.
All right.
They don't consider that as serious.
So you're not talking about petty offenders, right, Bonakele? You're talking about people serving longer sentences for more serious crimes. Am I right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Bonakele. Justice, I think that's a very good question to start off the segment with.
And I thank Bonakele for raising it, Jan. And of course, we in JIX, when I was there, and I think that my successor, Judge Lee Boselet, is also concerned about this. We're worried about the parole system because it's faulty at two levels. The one level is the one that Bonakele rightly raises, that people are insufficiently monitored, screened, assessed. There are good parole boards and there are less good parole boards. We have experts on some parole boards. We think that the parole system needs a big kick in the posterior to become more efficient. And many people are the opposite of what Bonakele says. People who have long reformed, they've done all the programs in prison, they've educated themselves, they're ready to go back into the community, but they aren't getting to the parole boards for assessment, or they're being denied parole. So there are two sides to this inefficient parole system. But Bonakele is absolutely right. Joan, one of the tragedies of our country and of the terrible corruption is that 20 years ago, we actually had the start of a bracelet system where you can be released on parole, but you have to wear a bracelet.
Right.
If they see you going into a tavern or a pub, if they see you going out of your parole-assigned area, if they can trace you, if as Bonakele says, you commit a crime, they know exactly where you are. That fell to pieces because of corruption. I think it was under Bosasa. I don't want to take a cheap knock at Bosasa, but I think it was started by Bosasa. Nothing happened. It can be reintroduced now, and I think there are moves by the department. That would be a well-directed expenditure to combine the parole system, and those bracelets definitely serve as an inhibition. You can't remove them. If you try to remove them, a signal goes out to the system. We've got a telephony system. We've got many networks, 3 national networks. Why can't we use those skills, that kind of electronic surveillance, to help us with the parole system as well? So Bonakele is absolutely right to be angry about this, especially in Cape Town. I don't know if Bonakele lives in a middle-class suburban area or in a township, but the slaughter, the massacres that are happening there, often by paroled people, not often, I'm overstating that, but on occasion by paroled prisoners, is horrific, and we can do things about it to bring that into curtailment.
Let's take a call from Vincent in Centurion. Vincent, hi there.
Hi, Jen. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go ahead with your comment, Vincent.
Yes, my comment is I think South Africa needs to start looking into this jailing system slightly different, particularly with respect to people that murder. That you don't find a murderer being put in the same jail with somebody who stole sweets for rehabilitation, for example. Because the one minute you walk into the jail where there's a murderer and you stole sweets, they give you someone to murder, and then you become a murderer. I think we've got opportunities that exist where a place where there's a desert near Aggeneys, there in the Northern Cape, you can build up a nice jail, secure jail for only murders. And then you transform Aggeneys to be the court for murderers only. And then we start dealing with murder in a serious note. Because as things stand, you go and rehabilitate a murderer with someone who stole sweets. You're not serious.
Vincent, thank you for that comment. Justice, what's your take on that?
I think that Vincent is raising an important issue of jail organization. And certainly violent offenders should be kept separately. And at the moment, it's not happening. Because of the mandatory sentencing system, and I'd like us to get there because we argue in the book that we took a terrible wrong turn with minimum sentences, compulsory sentences. We don't deny that some offenders must go to jail for very long times, but the sentencing system and the incarceration system, which is what Vincent is putting his finger on, is lacking in many respects. And I agree with Vincent that we should be organizing our prisons better. We do keep, because of the statute, the child protection legislation, we do keep youthful offenders, children under 18 and youths under 21 separately. There have been instances where there's been a lapse in that, but what Vincent is really saying, we need further refinements, and we think, or I certainly think in the book we argue that even that can be improved considerably.
Let's listen to some of the voice notes that are coming through, Justice.
Good day, SAfm. Regarding the prisoner situation, the problem with looking at it in terms of the legal system is that the legal system puts people through the prison system. It's set up in a way whereby criminality is systematic. So what we need is systematic alternatives. And here it comes to the public service. What we need in the public service is productive public work. So the idea has been done before. We need to get our public sector absorbing more of the population, including perhaps reformed criminals, but other people as well, but making people work in productive ways on the railway lines, in the infrastructure, building government housing, etc., etc. That's what needs to be organized. Currently, we have a public sector that is not productive, and that is the real issue. That's an underlying issue for me. Thank you.
All right. We are going to get the judge back on in a moment. We've just lost our line to him, but I'll play more of your voice notes.
Good morning, JJ, and good morning to SAfm listeners. I think it's high time now to review our laws and rules and rights of the prisoner. I feel like if they are spending 500 per person, sure, it's too much. I feel they can make things difficult there so that no one wants to go there. They can make things difficult. Not everything is for free there. Those people, they are not even working. They are sleeping the whole day or whatsoever. So they must try to make something different, make things difficult there in prison.
Thank you for that. Justice Edwin Cameron on the line to us. And Justice, how do you respond to that? I mean, are prisoners kind of spending the day sleeping their time away, or should life be more difficult for them in response to the kind of crimes they've committed against society?
I do want to assure your listener who left that voice note that circumstances in our prisons for the most part are horrible. And it's a myth, it's a dangerous myth and a misconception. I've visited many prisons as a judge. I was a judge for 25 years, privileged to be a judge in democratic South Africa. And I visited even more in my 6 years after I retired from the courts as an inspecting judge. And I want to assure every single one of your listeners, including the listener who left in voice note, that things are really difficult in prison. You don't want to go to prison. And I want to go back to the other voice note where your caller said that the criminality is systematic.
Yes.
I agree. It's a structural problem in society. If you come from a well-resourced home and you've been to a well-resourced school, doesn't mean that you can't become a criminal, but the risks and the exposures and the dilemmas of poverty are far greater, and we should address that as well. I think it arose during our conversation on Saturday, Joan, when you interviewed me at the book festival,
yes,
where we realized that issues are social. Social issues don't excuse crime, especially not violent crime, but there is a lot that we can do. And in the book, we say you should have a holistic approach. You've got to get social workers in, you've got to get education. Our country, especially since the Zuma era, since 2009, when former President Jacob Zuma took office and destroyed the crime intelligence system by appointing a criminal to head it in 2011. And from that date, the murder rate and the violent crime rate went up terrifically because of the destruction of the agencies under Zuma, including the National Prosecuting Authority, including crime intelligence, which I've mentioned, including the police, where shockingly bad appointments were made. So there's a lot that we can do to recognize the systematic institutional and social triggers of crime, the causes of crime, the well springs of crime. But I do want to go back to the second voice note and just to say that we think that the loss of freedom is the greatest burden of prison. It is a terrible burden. If you visit a prison, you come out never thinking the same again about prison. And if you visit the overcrowded prisons like Durban Westville, like Pollsmoor, like Johannesburg, which is called Sun City, like some parts of Pretoria Central, you come out with a sense of shock. So I want to assure your listeners that we do not need to make things more difficult. What we need to do is to improve the prisons, not to make them comfortable, but to improve the rehabilitation, the re-education, the reintegration, which we have promised ourselves when we enacted the Democratic Era Prisons Act in 1998.
I want to take some calls from our listeners at this point, Justice Cameron. John in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. John, good morning.
Morning. I'm a practicing advocate. Pardon, I'm struggling with a bit of flu. I visit prisons often. My practice is mainly a criminal one. My practice isn't criminal, but I deal with criminal law.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for being clear on that.
So I have insight in also, like Judge Cameron, into what goes on in prisons, and the public out there really have a wrong idea of the conditions that prisoners are subjected to. It's not a life of luxury at all, as some people are under the impression. I want to, and it's a related matter, Judge, the problems caused by the minimum sentences legislation. It's something you spoke out about when, before your retirement even, you gave lectures on the subject. You've published articles in journals, and I'm sorry to say, because I've made submissions based on what you've written and spoken about, and it all falls on deaf ears. There are very few people like you who didn't just concern themselves with the issue in front of them, but were concerned about the wider issues. and I commend you for that. And it's just a pity that people don't really seem to be taking cognizance of what you've written and spoken about.
John, thank you for your call. And I think one certainly wants to draw attention to the great work that you've done beyond being a sitting judge, Justice Cameron. So I think John is quite right to bring that to the fore. But he's also making a very important point about this issue of minimum sentencing that you brought up earlier. And maybe you want to speak just a little bit more about that.
Yes, please, Jan. And John, please get better from your flu. Your flu sounds completely authentic. And maybe you even picked it up. I've picked up a few pathogens, not because prisoners are particularly sick, but because the crowded conditions, you can pick them up in prison. So I wish you well with your flu, John. And thank you for your advocacy work as well. I want to go to the root of what John says, which is what a lot of us feel at the moment, Jan, which is that it makes no difference, it falls on deaf ears, what's the point? And I want to address that because there is a point. There was a point at the end of the 90s where President Mbeki took office and AIDS denialism was government policy, and 500,000 people were dying per year of AIDS. It was a horrific time, and what did Zaki Ahmed and Louis Sekadabula and others in the Treatment Action Campaign do? They took to the streets, they took to the courts, they took to the media. And I'm not saying it's easy, but we must not lose hope in our country about our own agency. We are entitled to a good government. We are entitled to hound what Mr. Nguni called the gangsters in suits out of office. To get proper delivery. So let me come back to the minimum sentencing. I want to assure John that it's not falling on deaf ears. I have not met a DCS, a Department of Correctional Services officer or employee who is in favor of minimum sentences. None of us are saying that there aren't dangerous criminals, dangerous thugs who will recommit, who are a danger to society, who should stay inside for long periods. What we are saying is that across the board, sentencing was a wrong turn that we took. We've got compulsory sentences for rape, for murder. We are sentencing a tiny number of people to life for rape and for murder. And most rapists and most murderers, something like 89% of murders aren't prosecuted to conviction and imprisonment. That's a shocking sentence, a shocking fact. So what I'm saying is that the minimum sentencing system is giving us comfort when we hear some terrible rapist has been sentenced to life imprisonment. But what about the 99 other rapists? We have to change our approach to sentencing, to imprisonment, to be smarter and more effective for all of us. What induces crime is the sense of unaccountability, of impunity. And that we can change. And part of that change is going to be to change the minimum sentencing system so that only those who deserve long sentences go to prison, and that we expand the reach of crime intelligence, of policing, of prosecution to reach more offenders so that a sense of accountability, of consequences is reestablished in all our communities, suburban and rural and township.
We're going to take a short break now. We will continue our conversation with Justice Edwin Cameron right after this.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026 under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. What does being African mean to you?
Hatred amongst different African nationals. So I do hear a lot of people say, but why can't they just speak to their government and tell them we don't like this? But that comes from a place of them not actually knowing what's happening out there. So it's a gradual process, unfortunately, but it's something that we have to do, I guess, every day. It shouldn't just be today, but it's something that we have to continue doing.
Let's show the whole world we don't bring peace in our land. Peace now, not another death later.
Celebrating African thought. This is SAFM. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We've been very privileged to have Justice Edwin Cameron with us, speaking about the state of the prison systems in the wake of that wonderful book he, Rebecca Gore and Suhela Surajpal have written, Behind Prison Walls, Unlocking a Safer South Africa. If you're interested in this subject, I really suggest that you get hold of this book, because it really opened my eyes to a number of things about the correctional services system that I was unaware of. We're taking your calls at this hour. Amy in Alberton is on the line to us. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
I never thought I was going to talk about this in my lifetime, but I was moved by the advocate who spoke about the prison problem being a systemic problem. Right. It is very much so. Mm-hmm. In 1996, I initiated the schools, the beginning of prison schools within prisons, with all prisoners living in the same section, like a boarding school. And I initiated that with the first Minister of Correctional Services, who was Mzimela. And I was doing that in the quest to ensure transformation right through South Africa for all people, because the Constitution says everyone who's human has a right to. So I wanted to see that the rights of prisoners are also provided to prisoners, as should be. And the schools started. They opened in every prison. 1996, 97, 98, it was beautiful. By 98, there were even choirs. Then in 2010, 11, 12, I wrote a master's degree, my master's dissertation being exploring the education of prisoners for optimum rehabilitation. When I finished that dissertation, I submitted it to Correctional Services. Minister Ndebele was very excited about it. We were going to implement it. He disappeared. When the following ministers came after that, they blocked it it was like a big war, a weapon of mass destruction, making sure it doesn't take root. And even starting those schools in prison was a mammoth, arduous task, because those warders who were warders during apartheid, they convert the new ones that come with a democratic mentality into that bad mentality of making prisoners real caricatures of a criminal. Thank you. I would say more, but I can't say more because more other people would like to talk. Thanks a million.
Amy, I think we must have a longer conversation with you. I think you'd have a very valuable contribution to make in terms of an interview on this show. And thank you. I mean, clearly, Justice Cameron, this was a veteran who worked in the prisons, and I mean, you want to talk about the issue of rehabilitation, which is a big part of your book as well. It looks like this was a lost opportunity, not implementing some of what Amy had already implemented quite well and had a good success rate with.
That's right. And initial promising signs, and then it got lost in the bureaucratic swamp. And it's a great tragedy, but I want to thank Amy for her initiative. And I do want to say that outside do-good agencies, I use do-good for philanthropic, religious, and other interventions, there is provision in the prison statute for non-governmental organizations to get involved. Now, one thing we've done, for example, is it's related to what Amy said, but not really totally on point. It's a book fund. JIX accepts donations of books, and books make a difference in prison, and they linked to Amy's project in a small way of education. So if your listeners have books, they can contact JIX. My former PA is Musala Selo, and his name is on the web, and they can donate. So there's something that all of us can do. The fact that Amy was thwarted, and that the ministers, and she mentions Nzimela and Ndebele, and it's a distressing tale she tells of swamped bureaucracy, that we mustn't stop pushing that bureaucracy and demanding that they deliver a proper democracy. We're a middle-income country. We shouldn't be having the problems we have. And most of those problems are related to corruption, like your first caller this morning, Joanne, and inefficiency and deployment of incompetent and corrupt people. All of us, can do better, and we deserve better.
Certainly. I want to take a call from Sipho in Viking, and you want to talk about the bail fund, Sipho. Sorry, I know you've been holding for a while.
Yes, hello, how are you, Joanne?
Hi there, well, thanks. A quick comment, please, Sipho.
Yes, I just want the judge to explain as to how many times is this thing going to be given to one particular individual who has committed a petty crime. And I'll also want him to, I don't know if understand that during this petty crime, when they get, these guys are more like habitual. It goes out this week, it goes in this week, next week he's out, free bail, they abuse it just like that because prisoners become good for them. Now, my other question, Joanne, is that these things of, say, gator-based, it creates another problem to the people of the community whom they steal from, because today he steals from this community and then he comes back. The community ends up now mobilizing and killing this person. Now that means now the community has been made to commit murder through mob justice because of this coming out time and again. I would say personally, justice would rather push more effort onto correctional services into bolstering rehabilitation programs. Why am I saying that? First time offender, go inside, you get rehabilitated. Because this bail in, bail out, I know, I've seen them time and again. Every week they come out. And when they come out, the community becomes what you call fed up and take the law unto themselves.
Okay,
so
Sipho,
I
we're
want
going
to know how many.
We're going to leave it there.
No,
I've got your question. Thank you. A quick one, please, Justice, as we head towards 11 o'clock.
And thank you to Sipho for his anger and for his distress. We are aware of the fact that some bailed people recommit. We are talking about offenders who are unlikely to recommit, but I don't deny that Sipho has a good point. And of course, the question of vigilantism is a shame on all of us. Me as a judge, every prosecutor, every policeman, every public person in public life, politicians, because we are failing people with the justice system. But again, Jan, I say we can do better, and we must insist that those in office receiving public salaries do better.
Just a last question for you, Justice Cameron. One of our listeners has asked about supporting the bail fund, how they go about doing that. Can you give us some details, please?
Excellent. That's a wonderful thing. They can write to JIX because the current inspecting judge is a trustee. They can write to JIX. There's a JIX website, and we would be delighted for contributions from the public. In due course, Jody Lee Fredericks, our director of the bail fund, will doubtless start a give and gain or a crowdfunding platform, but we would welcome any donations right now.
Justice Edwin Cameron, thank you so much for speaking to us today. Always good having a conversation with you, and a man who has been so dedicated to our democracy and the development of justice and the service of justice in this country, which he continues to do. We thank him so much for his time on the program today. He is a retired Constitutional Court judge and until December, inspecting judge of the Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. If you are interested in contributing to this fund, just go to type this into your browser, Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services. The acronym is JICS, J-I-C-S, and you'll be able to go onto their website and you can find their details there. If you'd like to contribute to the fund or if you have any questions and want to contact them, you are more than welcome to do that. Justice Edwin Cameron joining us for that last hour of the Daily Discourse. It is 11 o'clock right now on the program. Ondela Mbana has your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, only 10 Ghanaians are documented on the repatriated plane, and the ISC urges public trust ahead of elections. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. The Home Affairs Department says its officials have found that only 10 Ghanaians on the repatriation plane are documented. The plane, which has a 300-seat capacity, has not yet left the OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg. The Ghanaians are departing as protests against undocumented migrants continue in South Africa. The department's head of immigration and law enforcement, Neil, says a false list of undocumented Ghanaians was submitted.
Well, what we have found is that of the 300 individuals that are on that list, we only found 10 of them being legal in the country. The rest of them are all illegal without documents or actually not complying, have been overstayed. But there are some sort of sanctions that needs to be taken, and the Department of Home Affairs will indeed make sure that those are implemented.
Meanwhile, a group of foreign nationals are taking the Inkosi Langalibalele local municipality in Escort in KwaZulu-Natal Midlands to court for allegedly forcing them to close their businesses. The group is expected to file an urgent application against the municipality and its mayor in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg today. Organizations including Lobby Group March and March as well as local business owners are expected to show solidarity with the municipality and the mayor during the court proceedings. The Electoral Commission has outlined what is required for it to retain the trust of South Africans. The Commission's statement comes ahead of the launch of its 2026 local government communications campaign in Midrand, Johannesburg this morning. The Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, Simon Mabulo, says it is essential for the body to be seen to be credible.
We need to meet the constitutional standards, the expectations of the Constitution as we navigate the implementation of the mandate. But we also have got to deal with disinformation because the public trust is abating also because of misinformation in the electoral landscape. So if you don't deal with disinformation and misinformation, it eats away at the level of trust that people have in the institutions. And we've got to implement the electoral law without favor or prejudice.
The Mahwelereng Magistrate Court in Limpopo will today continue to hear the bail application of the paternal grandparents of 2-year-old Mpile Sithole. The toddler disappeared from the Hamabela village outside Mukupane earlier this month. The grandparents, Venolia Mawela and Jacob Ledwaba, are facing charges of child neglect. The search for the toddler is continuing. Bolivia's Congress has voted to make it easy for President Rodrigo Paz to deploy soldiers and declare a state of emergency. This as protests that trade unions and indigenous rights groups have called against fuel subsidy cuts enter the fourth week. The BBC's Todd Kavanagh reports.
The legislation, approved by Congress on Tuesday, had already passed in the Senate. It's being rushed through as the national crisis caused by weeks of roadblocks and protests intensifies. The forced road closures, called by trade unions and indigenous rights groups, have affected the availability of fuel, food and other essentials in many parts of Bolivia. Earlier on Tuesday, the Northern Department of Beni declared a humanitarian emergency due to shortages being felt there.
Recapping the top story, the Home Affairs Department says its officials have found that only 10 Ghanaians on the repatriation plane are documented. I'm Ndalambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30 with Jolani Ngwebe.
Hey, want to check your TV license balance conveniently? Look no further. Our SMS service allows you to do just that. By sending a message containing your ID or TV license number to 44210, you can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Gambia, West Africa. West Africa's river nation, surrounded by Senegal with a small coastline along the Atlantic Ocean. The country follows the path of the Gambia River, the heartbeat of its land, culture, and trade. A nation of rich oral tradition and musical heritage. The Kora, storytelling, and community remain central to everyday life. English is the official language. Mandinka, Wolof, Fula, and other local languages shape the nation's identity.
Gambia gained independence in 1965, Africa's smallest mainland nation with a strong cultural voice. Tourism, agriculture, and fishing support the economy. Ground nuts remain one of its historic exports, but challenges remain. Unemployment, economic vulnerability, and climate pressures. Still, Gambia continues to move forward with resilience and unity.
Gambia flows forward like the river that shapes it. In every current, in every melody, in every voice, there is warmth. Gambia, peaceful, cultural, enduring.
Africa Month on SAfm. Conversations, context, connection. The Daily Discourse on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. It is the final hour. It always shocks me how we get to this hour so quickly. I look up at the clock and then first it's 9 o'clock and then it's 11 o'clock all of a sudden. So yeah, it goes very quickly. Thanks to all these wonderful conversations and interactions we have over the course of the morning. Now, you know, every last Wednesday of the month we shake things up in the finance segment with Brian Hirsch. He is our financial advisor who very dedicatedly comes in every week and he answers your questions. Anything that you've been sending in to him over the course of the week becomes fair game for how he will inform you as to how to manage your money. And remember, you can always get hold of Brian on info@bhca.co.za. His phone number 011-880-4888 if you want to get hold of him today and start leaving those messages or questions for the coming week. But he's collated a whole bunch of them for today. And Brian, lovely to be with you again this Wednesday. I'm going to launch straight into the questions. Why are individuals not saving enough for retirement?
Okay, so there are two different groups. The first group who don't have any money and they're unable to save for retirement and they're going to have to rely one day on the state or families to give them enough income in retirement. But for those who are saving for retirement, there are three very big mistakes. One, starting too late, not realizing that the power of compound grows money over a long period of time and they start too late. The second reason is they don't invest enough. They think they've got a retirement. Everyone tells you, I'm a member of a pension fund. No one really correlates. What does that actually mean? How long have you been in that fund? What are your current values? And the third reason is definitely the wrong investment strategy. And we spoke about that last week, the different asset classes. If you've got a long time to horizon, anything longer than 10 years, make sure that your retirement fund is invested in the best and highest growth opportunity fund. Don't worry about the short term. If markets are down, you are buying more units at a lower price. So the main reason is, and I've seen this all the time, people go into retirement funds and they go into conservative portfolios. You don't want to be in a conservative portfolio. The big advantage is the two-pot system, because now 2/3 of your contribution is going to a retirement portfolio, which at this point in time you cannot draw from. That's a great thing. And also, when people leave their jobs, they do not preserve certainly up money up to in the fund as at the 31st of August 2024. Those are the main reasons why people are not saving enough for retirement, which puts terrible statistics. I mean, 53% of people are going to be relying on families to help them, support them in their retirement days.
What is the difference between a living annuity and a fixed annuity, Brian?
Okay, well, that comes about when you reach retirement. You have a choice. You have to make a decision. Am I going to take a fixed annuity or going to take a living annuity? And that is a big question. So let me at the outset say, please do not make any decisions on this until you have spoken to a financial planner. Your banks have financial planners. You may have people you've worked with, but a fixed annuity is very simple. You reach retirement, you have a lump sum. You take that lump sum and you give it to a retirement fund, a retirement company, who provides you with a fixed annuity for the rest of your life. Now, the dangers of a fixed annuity for the rest of your life, it may be enough today, but with inflation, at retirement inflation, which I always estimate at around about 8%, that means in 5 years, 6 years' time, you're going to be getting a lot less. In 15 years, you're going to be getting half of what you're getting. So understand that a fixed annuity, you give up the rights to the capital, but you don't have to take on any decisions other than at retirement. A living annuity is where you're saying, look, I've contributed for all these years. Oh, one other thing, under fixed annuity, when you die after the guarantee period, because you may have taken a 10-year guarantee period, which means it'll pay you for a minimum of 10 years or for the rest of your life. If you die after 8 years, they'll still continue to pay for 2 years. If you've got a 10-year guarantee and you die in the 11th year, your family gets nothing. A living annuity is where you don't want that to happen. You want to make sure that whatever's in the fund at the end of your life goes to your family. I've discussed that, the concept of, parents bring up children, they educate children, they support children. When it comes to retirement, they have to look after themselves. But a living annuity is where you give an insurance company the money, you make two decisions: how much you're going to draw. Minimum you can draw is 2.5, maximum 17.5, and then how you're going to be invested. So you've got two major decisions to make, and it's an ongoing. It's not a day one. You've got to review it every year. If you, for example, say, I want to draw 10%, let's say you've got $1 million in your living annuity and you want to draw 100,000 Rand a year. If the fund performs better than what you've drawn, the 100,000, your fund will go up. And if you've drawn more than what the fund has achieved in that year, your fund will go down. So you need to make those decisions. And you can't make those decisions without the help of a financial advisor, because it's not a decision day one. It's a review on a yearly basis. How much you're drawing, how have the funds done, what is the value, do you need to change your withdrawing, and alternatively, do you need to change the investment strategy? And as the years go by, sometimes in a year, you're allowed once a year to make the decision. You may change that. So, but then on your death, whatever's left in that living annuity, that will go to your nominated beneficiaries.
A question from one of our listeners, Brian: is a power of attorney for life?
Okay, well, now that is a hot potato. In South Africa, we do not have an enduring power of attorney like you do in other parts of the world, which means if I give you my power of attorney, Joanne, and I then become non-compos mentis, I'm not capable of understanding what's going on, the power of attorney comes to an end. And that is the case for many people who've given power of attorneys to children or to anyone else to act on their behalf when they are no longer compos mentis. And the institutions, the insurance companies, the banks are actually obliged to find out, is that person who gave the power of attorney still capable of making decisions? And the danger for anyone with a power of attorney that comes to an end at that particular point in time is that if you act on that power of attorney and the person then passes on, the beneficiaries can have a go at you for acting at that power of attorney. It could be one child out of 3 that is acting on that, and there could be all sorts of complications. For 25 years, the enduring power of attorney approach to continuing a power of attorney after you no longer have any ability has been in the courts, and there's still fighting going on. I can't understand why the courts haven't allowed South Africans to have that continuous as they do elsewhere in the world. So beware. If you think you can act on a power of attorney for someone who's no longer capable, be very warned that you are acting out of law, and you can be held liable for any actions you take by beneficiaries later on.
We're having a conversation with financial advisor Brian Hirsch here on the Daily Discourse. And remember our studio line number 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. We welcome your questions for Brian at this hour. Brian, this is something that we've tackled before, but I think the answer bears repeating. What happens if you die without a will?
Well, although death, we all know, is inevitable, it's unpredictable. Without a will, your estate, which means your assets, your possessions and investments, may be distributed not according to your wishes, but according to the rigid rules of intestate, which means that's when you die without a will. This can create unintended complications, delays, and even hardships for a loved one, because a will enables you, firstly, to decide exactly who inherits your assets, properties, and any personal items. It may just be a car. It also talks about appointing guardians for your minor children, ensuring they are cared for people you trust. You may be estranged from a husband or a wife, but in the event of that party dying, automatically the surviving spouse automatically becomes the guardian. You can also protect vulnerable family members, such as those with disabilities or special needs, throughout, and have a trust. And you can nominate an executor who will wind up your estate. If you leave it intestate, you leave it for the courts to decide who's going to wind up your estate. And I don't need to tell you, it can take months and even years to wind up the estate.
Yes.
And then you can also, the will minimize potential family disputes, which, Joanne, I see all the time, where people die without a will, and people come from all the source saying they are children from a first marriage, even a second marriage, and there's other people who come and say the party who just died was responsible for helping them. And you can also express your wishes, how your funeral arrangements are. So all I'm saying is 85% of South Africans do not have a will, but that is not only South Africa, that is consistent globally. People die without wills. I can't understand it. It isn't a difficult thing to do. Parents, spouses don't talk about it. Get a will done. Go and see your bank. They will do the will. Yes, they will become executors, but get a will done, however simple it is, so that there are no disputes and complications. You have a will and there are 3 children and 2 from one marriage and 1 from another. You can imagine if they're fighting over your estate, how long it can take.
Absolutely.
Important to have a will.
Brian, stay with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll take a call from one of our listeners when we come back.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
More
More chances to play, more chances to win. That's the future of the Lotto Mzansi. Introducing Multiplay from SAfmRadio. For the first time ever, you're not limited to just 6 numbers. With Multiplay 1, you can pick 7 numbers, and if you only get 6, you still win. That means more combinations, more excitement, and more chances to win big. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio from June 1.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
We're heading towards 20 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking to Brian Hirsch, financial advisor at this hour. Take a call from Mumsy in Cape Town. Good morning to you, Mumsy. What's your question?
Good morning, people at the studio. Thanks for letting us our views. I just wanted to pose a question to Brian. He spoke about, I think, retirement, or something, or living. I knew it was something like that.
Yes.
Now, let's say I invested, maybe I left my money in the bank, like maybe 10,000, and I chose an option that I must get monthly until I die. But because I knew that I left 10,000, maybe they've already paid me 2,000, then I die. What happens to the difference? Because I say that you may have, most black people have adult dependents that are not working. Then I know, okay, what has been paid? I've already been paid 2,000, then I die tomorrow. Though I chose that I must be paid for life. So what about the difference of what I've been paid and the difference that has been left? Where does it go? Like when you speak about residual, because they say, no, you can't if your kids are over the age of 18 or 26. But knowing that they are your dependents, they depend on what is left, how does the institution handle that?
Thanks, Mumsy. Brian?
Thanks, bye.
A little bit of confusion because I was talking about when you reach retirement, what happens with your retirement money and not your what we call voluntary money, which you've invested in the bank. If you've invested 10,000 Rand in the bank and you've withdrawn 2,000 from it and you die, in terms of your will, the balance of that 8,000 and any interest earned will go to your nominated beneficiaries in terms of that will once the will is wound up. So there's no loss to you whatsoever. The living annuity talks about retirement funds at retirement because you've got choices of what you can do, fixed annuity or living annuity. So sorry, am I answering your question? You're not talking about retirement money.
Mumsy?
Yeah, no, retirement. I was talking about retirement funds, not
well, your retirement money you wouldn't have. Yeah, you wouldn't have retirement money in the bank unless you've actually cashed in your retirement funds and then moved that.
You left it with the pension fund of the bank. You left it with the pension of the fund, and then you get
so
a
under a living.
money.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. So under a living annuity, what will happen is, let's assume your fund started at 500,000 and you've been drawing money and the fund has actually grown a little bit to 550. You will have nominated beneficiaries, and those beneficiaries will have two choices. They can either continue with the pension that you were receiving, or they can cash the funds in. If they cash the funds in, then depending on what your tax status and what tax you paid at retirement, the funds will be taxable according to what they call the retirement tables. So again, but everything after tax will be paid to your nominated beneficiary. Under a fixed annuity, nothing gets paid after the guarantee period. And just to repeat one more time, you can take a guarantee period, you can take a joint annuity, husband and wife, you can take all different types of annuities, which I'll talk about also in another program when I deal with retirement particularly. And then, so you have those choices. So fixed annuity after the guarantee period, anything you've given left with the insurance company, it disappears, or the retirement fund under a living annuity, whatever's left will go to your nominated beneficiaries.
Or irrespective of the ages of the children, because they always say no. If
Again, if they're minors, then you may want a guardian to look after them, and if it's large sums of money, you may even want a trust formed, and then you would need to arrange that in terms of your will, that retirement fund money left can go into a trust for the minors, because anyway, children under the age of 18 can't inherit, and I don't think parents want children of 18 to inherit capital. They want obviously monies left to children that the children can be educated and can maintain their lifestyle. But I don't think you want to give a child at 18 a few million rand.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mamsi, for your question.
I think if my grandson got a few million at 18, I know exactly where he'd go. He'd go straight to one of the fancy car dealers.
Well, I'm glad you didn't say the pub, Brian. That would have been worse. One of our listeners says, "Good morning, Brian. Please break down the 50-30-20 budget structure that Jewish families apply." That's Tony from Durban.
Tony, I'm not sure because I'm a Jewish person. I don't know. 50-30-20. I've never even heard of that. Very interesting.
Okay, that's something to research for next week.
Tony,
then, Brian,
I will
please.
research.
Thank you.
50-30-20.
Yes, that's precisely it. John,
I know of the hundreds. I know of the 100%, but I don't know.
Okay, we'll find out about that for you, Tony. Brian is very conscientious about this. John is on the line to us from PE, and John, yours is a bit more complex in regard to wills. Ask Brian your question, please.
Brian, hi. And Joanne. So I'm retired and I have a living annuity. I have a will and I have a whole lot of investments independent of the living annuity, of which some are offshore, for example, in US dollars. Does my South African will cover the offshore investments, or do you have to have a will which reflects whatever the rules are in the country where the investments are actually made?
Okay, John, let me answer that, but let me first answer that with an important announcement. If you have any property anywhere else in the world, you do need a will in that particular jurisdiction. And every country has different rules regarding property. When it comes to investments, if you've got funds, you've got equities, you've got unit trust, you do not need a second will. A lot of people will say you do, you don't, because your South African will suffice. However, let me tell you what will happen. Your South African will gets wound up. Your executor will need to appoint someone in the foreign jurisdiction. They will have to provide them with a copy, with the original of the will. That's why I always suggest, if you've got assets offshore, have two wills, both duly signed and witnessed correctly, but you will not need a will. There may be a slight delay, whereas people may want money in South Africa. Most people who have investments offshore and they've got children who inherit, those children may even continue with the investments you've got. So there may be a slight delay, but I don't think that warrants you having a second will, having to appoint someone in the UK. They call it probate. We call it winding up of estates. And the answer is you do not need a second will. As a matter of fact, on television last night, my program dealt with exactly that particular point. I had Gordon Stewart from Acura, who's a managing director of a trust company, and Harry Joffe, head of legal services at Discovery, discussing it. So, John, you can pick that up on a podcast on You and Your Money, and you can I dealt with wills in extent last night.
Brian, great. Mm-hmm. Thank you, John. I want to ask you one last question before we head off to the news. One of our listeners asks, when comparing premiums with different life companies, why do they vary so much?
Okay, life insurance, remember, each policy has a different premium payment pattern. So you can buy a policy on your age and next birthday, and if you're 35 next birthday, you can compare premiums with different companies. You can buy premiums where your premium stays level, but there's a compulsory increase every year, and therefore that premium level may start off slightly higher, but it'll be flat. Or you can also buy a premium where automatically there will be both increases in cover and increases in premium. And then when you add other riders to it, disability, there are different definitions of a disability. Are you insuring for an own occupation, a similar occupation, or any occupation? So you've got to understand comparing policy premiums is very difficult. It's not just about buying the cheapest cover, but understand again, whoever you're dealing with, what the future costs are going to be, because I can tell you premiums for older people, when people still need cover in their 60s and early 70s, their premiums are escalating at a horrific rate. So you just need to understand what is your premium paying pattern, and if you've got any ancillary benefits, dreaded disease or critical illness, they're all different components, what we call riders to a life policy that most people will buy. And you need to fully understand. And sometimes when you deal with an agent, they can only offer one company. When you deal with a broker, they can go to the market and explain it to you. And I've always said, important today under phase that you fully understand what you're buying, why you're buying it, and what the future costs will be.
Brian Hirsch, always good speaking to you, and thank you for so much for the financial insights that you bring. One of our listeners actually says, "Hi Joanne, thank you for a financial literacy program. I am learning," says MM. I think we're all learning, and Brian is a wonderful teacher. So Brian, thank you so much for your time, and we will catch up with you at 11 o'clock next week. Remember, if you'd like to get hold of Brian, and if you have a question that you would like to pose to him, you can do so in the week. info@bhca.co.za, info@bhca.co.za. His phone number is 011 880 4888. 011 880 4888. You can just leave a voicemail on there. He wants as many details as possible so he can answer your question in the best way possible. And then, of course, he will come back onto our program next week at 11 o'clock and answer those questions for you. Thank you very much, Brian Hirsch. Right, let's take you to the news next. Juelani Nwepe is standing by with your latest headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. Good morning. Making headlines. Ghana's repatriation plane has departed from the Omar Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg. Earlier, the Home Affairs Department said that its officials have found that only 10 Ghanaians on the plane are documented. The murder case of media personality Warwick DJ Wara Stock has been transferred to the High Court in Johannesburg, where it will sit for a pre-trial hearing on the 18th of next month. And finally, the Electoral Commission is currently launching its 2026 local government elections campaign at Gallagher Estates in Midrand, Johannesburg. I will have details at midday.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
11:31, and thank you for your communications over the course of the day. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of the questions for Brian. It ends up being a race to the finish line by 11:30, unfortunately. But we will. What we'll do is we'll pass those voice notes on to him, and ask you, please, Mel and Ginewe, to please send him these last two questions about interest rates and the pension fund, so that he can perhaps answer them next week. And hopefully, Tony, he'll also have an answer for you about the 50-30-20 budget structure that Jewish families apply. It was also the first time I heard of that, but I'm intrigued to know what it's all about. And one of you said, oh, shame, this was obviously a message for Justice Edwin Cameron, whom we had on a little bit earlier. Again, we were just flooded with calls, and we took as many as we could, as well as messages, but we couldn't get to them all. But I think it's worth recapping what was said here. This person said, equip prisoners inside, like the 20 prisons that now have bakeries. Qualify them in aquaponics in all aspects, from plant building to planting, fishing, management, sales, marketing, etc. And on release, send them to an aquaponics work farm with the vision and resources to start up another farm, and the parole cycle repeat. Drop the parole system. We're making a joke of the judge's sentence. If you get sentenced 1 year, you serve 1 year. All right, so some helpful, very, very helpful and practical advice there from one of our listeners. And then one of you was speaking about what deters people from committing crime.
Hi, JJ and Justice Edwin Cameron. So, what I've noticed, and I think most men will agree, that what deters most people or most men from committing crime is the fear of being sodomized and being shanked in prison. And I wanted to find out what is being done to assist with deterring people from committing crime because of the state, not because of the prison gangs. Shivers in Boksburg.
Shivers, thank you. And I'm sorry we didn't get to that question while the judge was here. He did mention when I spoke to him on Saturday, there's still a lot of violence. There's quite a lot of sexual violence in prison. That hasn't changed.
Good morning, Joanne. This is Nancy from KZN.
What a brilliant guest you have there, and a very relevant topic for discussion. Thank you. Great show.
Thank you, Nancy. I really appreciate that feedback. And Judge Edwin Cameron, I mean, I could literally talk to him for hours. I think any of us could. He's also just such a human, down-to-earth person. He has such humility despite all that he's achieved and all he's done for the country. But he takes a very humane approach to justice, which is one of the things I love best about speaking to him. One of you says, "Morning, my name is Solomon. I run an NGO called Realistic that assists on reintegrating ex-offenders. I worked for DCS for 10 years, and we're the only organisation that started a male halfway house. These types of initiatives, nerds community, I think probably encourages community to be involved as well as families, or needs community to be involved as well as families. I really agree with you there, Solomon. I think that is a wonderful idea. You know, reintegrating people, making them feel useful again, and teaching them to be useful to society. This is why rehabilitation is so important, right? That's why it's called correctional services and not the prison system. It's supposed to change people for the better. And there are many wonderful volunteer programs in this book of Edwin Cameron and his colleagues. There are beautiful pictures of vegetable gardens that are being run. There are sewing classes. You see pictures of prisoners receiving educational classes there as well. So all of that needs to be built upon. You know, we really need to work on rehabilitation so badly. But Solomon, it sounds like you're doing wonderful work, and I wish you all the best with that. Let's listen to these notes.
Good morning, Joanne and your team. This is Sakilin Win from Wamhlabialinga. You know, Joanne, I wish our constitution had a provision which says the moment you are convicted of any crime, you forfeit all the rights you had before you were arrested. And I believe that would act as a deterrent to criminality. Thank you.
All right, we're taking some of your calls at this hour. Jacques in Durban is on the line to us. You want to talk about Cape Independence. Jacques, hi there.
Hey, Joanne, how are you?
I'm so well,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yes, go for it.
Thank you so much for your team phoning me back. Joanne, like I was telling you before, you know, I think if someone wants to have a referendum and see what the majority say, then our constitution says that the majority actually rules or gets what they want.
Yes.
So, like I was
In
saying
most
previously,
cases.
yeah,
Yes.
correct. Okay, within reason. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Yes.
So what I was saying is, if this gentleman or the people that do follow him want to actually do that, I don't see the problem with it, because in KZN they wanted to do something very similar in terms of the KwaZulu-Natal. So they wanted to actually make KwaZulu-Natal a country on its own in terms of protecting the Zulu culture and the Zulu people.
I remember
And
that.
I don't know whether they didn't. I don't know whether they didn't or didn't have a referendum. But I mean, I'm neither white nor black. But so I'm going to say that we're going to have to go with the majority, no matter which way it goes, whether it's right, whether we feel it's right or wrong. I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles. So I feel that at the end of the day, if someone feels that this is what needs to be done, and say for instance, to prove your point, say for instance they do have a referendum and he loses badly, there's no justification for him to have this argument again. The other side of that coin would be that if the majority say that they do not want to move away from or apart from South Africa, and they take into consideration whatever they deem important, it would show the rest of the country that what one person paints a certain color of portion of people is not really true, because they are individuals. Yes, they may be white, yes, they may be black, but they have their own thoughts and own feelings on the matters. And I think that in itself will bring us more unity than just saying, no, let's not do this, or no, let's do this, or the other.
Jacques,
because
thank you. Yeah.
And one more thing I wanted to say, please, people need to be a little bit more mindful that Donald Trump is the elected president of the United States. So he may be bad, he may be whatever it is, and that's fine. But but we must understand that the majority of the people voted him. So what he said he would do is actually what he's doing. So it's not for us to say that it isn't, because I can hear I can hear the tone of people's voices when they're saying the Ghanaians must go back. I don't think they mean it with respect and understanding, but that's my feeling. That's something I can't prove. So I said to all people, be mindful. You know, we all different colors and all different cultures, and we are a mixing pot. And like I said, for an Indian analogy would be that Mixing everything together makes a really good biryani.
Quite a delicious metaphor to end off with there. Thank you very much, Jacques, for coming back to us.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Right, many of your voice notes are coming in as we edge towards 20 minutes to 12 on the program. Let's listen to a couple of those.
My name is Nozipo from KZN. Please take what Mlenze is saying with a pinch of salt. He's a staunch member of the MK party. And Mhlatuze is one of the best-run municipalities. I think they've just targeted the municipalities that they want, where there's money. eThekwini and Mhlatuze. I'm surprised that he only mentions those two. Mhlatuze has been getting clean audits year after year after year. I think they just have their eyes on Mhlatuze because there's big industry there. They just want the money there. Please take it with a pinch of salt. Thanks.
Thanks, Nozipo, for balancing us there. And I'll take a couple of your calls now before we ring off. Prince in Durban is on the line to us. Hello, Prince.
Hi, Joanne.
You want to talk about public procurement?
Yeah, but I just want to agree with your last caller. I'm in support of what he's saying. Joanna, if the province, the citizens, the residents of that province didn't agree, they all need to agree.
Yes.
To these things.
You are in favor of a referendum as well.
Otherwise, if not, these people have no right to go around calling for independence and all that. They're committing a crime just by doing that, So I'm in full support of what your last caller was saying. And about this procurement, basically it's the private sector the most I want to talk about.
Yes.
Which is outsourcing of their production work from the ground.
Right.
It needs to stop, Joanne, seriously, because this system in itself is in promotion of cheap labor in our country. And it's promoting this illegal foreign employment. So it needs to stop. It must be enforced. All private sector, all private company must enforce their work. Because if not, then they're in support of this illegal, illicit tradings in our country.
But don't you think if you've got to hand papers in and you've got to show who's on the team and you've got to send in documentation to prove that, isn't that a way of regulating the system and making sure that everything is above board, Prince?
Yes, but the system in itself, it just gives too much space for these people to bypass our labor laws and all these things. So. Why the reason for outsourcing in the first place if it's not profit?
But companies are supposed to be profitable, right? They're not charities.
Yes, but at what cost? At what cost, Joanne? You have to look at that also. It's costing.
Okay, Prince, thank you. No, thank you. You've made your point very well. Sabelo is in Cape Town. Sabelo, you want to talk about guns?
Yes, Joanne. I want to talk with guns, man. With the men of South Africa.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the incident that happened recently in Tableview.
Yes.
In restaurant, whereby people were eating. Those boys just end up there and shoot while the people are there. What do you call that, Joanne? it's like men of South Africa have a degree. When they have a gun, it's a degree to them. If anything perhaps can be done, because people are dying outside and we're not safe in this country.
No, I'm also very worried about the violent rates in this country. I mean, it looks as though serious crimes like murders have dropped, but you're right. We've developed a gun culture in this country, Sabelo, and I think people initially started arming themselves to protect themselves because the crime rate was so high and government wasn't doing much about it. Well, the crime rate started to come down a few years ago and then it shot up again, and people were doing this to protect themselves. But we discussed this on the program as well a few weeks ago. When we are such an angry society, is it wise for so many of us to have guns? I don't know. I don't think so. That's my personal opinion. Sabelo, are you still there?
We're eating in the restaurant. We're eating. Someone just butts in. Shoot people. Shoot, like there's a camera. There's everything there. And that area is a very safe area. But now tell me, Joan, what trauma they bringing to us? The men of South Africa with guns, especially the black child. The black man with a gun, Joanne. Well, why is like that? I just want to know, is any rehabilitation maybe can take men of South Africa to there, teach them about the guns? Well, what is the purpose of the gun?
Okay, Sabelo, thank you. I mean, I think you're raising an important point. I think we need to be careful about just stereotyping as if it's only with guns, right? We've talked about 100 incidents where people of all colours and backgrounds have engaged in this kind of activity that has resulted in the deaths of people. I think we need to think very carefully about how violent our society is and how it became that way. And what we're going to do to start rehabilitating people in general, but especially men, in regard to how we stamp out violence or how we eradicate violence in communities. I think it starts at a very small level, even at family level, how we engage our children, how we teach a culture of negotiating and dialogue as opposed to violence. I think it starts at the smallest level, and if we can capture the problem and nip it in the bud at that level, I think we could make a start there. It's a very simplistic comment that I'm making right now because it's a much bigger issue than this. But I think if we can start in our personal lives, turning this around where instead of opting for violence, we look for other ways to resolving things. It could be a small step socially towards helping us to work towards this. And then, of course, there are all sorts of larger social programs that need to be introduced to reduce gun violence in our country. Thank you for that thought, Sabelo. And that is the one on which we will end the show today. Thank you for joining us on the Daily Discourse. It's been lovely chatting to you again today. We'll do it all again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll see you then from the team and me. Take care. See you then. Bye-bye.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book, The Unfair Way. The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Shadrach Mlife. Mlife had many stories to tell about blackfell golf, some of which, in fact, involve nasty and regrettable moments. One such involved an unpleasant incident which occurred while he was playing in a tournament in Daleside. Apparently, a golfer he was paired with, he recalled, had threatened him and ordered him to stand still and not to keep moving as he was about to hit his tee shot. A standard practice, pretty much a par for the course as far as golf etiquette goes. Anyway, Mulife remembers how surprised he got as he was moving in order to get out of the other player's way. It turned out that the other player thought Mulife was trying to unsettle him as Mulife was leading the competition. Mulife would later that day recount the incident to Otto Lee, his mentor, and who, in turn, also gave the offender a telling off. In yet another incident where he accidentally sought to upset the apple cart, he says, he had gone for a game at Kyalami with Cox Lapo after having played through 17 holes as he was approaching the 18th hole and last hole. One player was at the clubhouse after posting a score of 67, which was 5 under par. By this time, the said player and the other players were convinced that none of the players who were still to complete their round could post a better score than his. Of course, Mlife was in the last group playing the last hole and was certain that he would finish on 64. And this he did, much to the disappointment of the player who had posted 67 and was looking forward to collecting the top prize, which included stake money and side bets. Mlife says Cox had in fact warned him beforehand, while on the course, that he would be killed by people for his exploits. Mlife says this sounded odd as, insofar as he was concerned, he had done nothing wrong in the process, pointing out that it could not possibly be his fault that others had counted their chicken before their eggs were hatched. Indeed, Mlife recounted several other such incidents during his golf career, and some in which he was not directly involved. One such occurred in 1972, involving a sudden death playoff between Papua and Cox at Ahonemuri. Jesus! What Cox did was unbelievable. As they went to the 16th hole for the playoff, they were followed by a throng of golfers and fans. Africans supported Cox and didn't like Papua as he was always beating us. The Indians who were always traveling together from Natal supported Papua. Cox and Papua placed their tee shots on the fairway. Papua found the green with his second shot, while Cox was short. He was at the edge of the green. As Cox had a bad lie, he opted to use a putter. As he hit the ball, it sounded like a whirlwind as it moved swiftly like a rat scampering straight to the hole, first striking the flag stick before dipping inside the hole. And then it was Papa's turn to putt. His ball went directly towards the hole, but as it got nearer, it lost momentum and it stopped. At that moment, we, the black golfers, rushed to Cox and hoisted him into the air. He was our hero, and he had beaten Papua. These were some of the fun moments for Mlife. As a professional golfer, Mlife says he was never employed as he was making enough money from the sport to put bread on the table without having to beg anyone else to do so for him. It helped a lot also that he was playing in many tournaments and was constantly winning. He remembered times when, for instance, on being spotted approaching the course for a game, the players who were gathered and accepting competition fees would shout that it was full and they no longer accepted any other participant. But some of the incidents were actually heartbreaking, as Mulife recalls. Remembered with bitter memory to this day still is one incident where Mulife missed out on a 250,000 rands prize money for a hole-in-one performance, and which he blamed squarely on apartheid and white attitudes. His view is that he was denied the prize money for the hole-in-one achievement because he was a black person. This incident occurred when he was playing in an ICL tournament at the Zwartkop Country Club. With his best effort for the game on the day, he made the hole-in-one for the prize money on offer. Yet, when he went to claim the money as advertised for the hole-in-one, he was simply and summarily told he had misunderstood the advert. The prize money was not for that day, but for the final day of the tournament. Except that was not stipulated on the board advertising the hole-in-one. As it would turn out later, a white player was given the 250,000 rands for a hole-in-one at the Wanderers Golf Club on a hole that was not designated for a hole-in-one. This, according to Molefe, was one of the numerous accounts of politics of racism between black and white golf players. Another incident that still weighs heavily in Molefe's memory is that which involved the then Black Tournament Players Association, TPA, and its white counterpart, the Professional Golfers Association, PGA. As Molefe recalls, endeavor at the time was for formation of a single body for golf players, and as part of the process, black golfers had been requested to air their views as well as grievances. For the process, black golfers nominated 10 players to represent them in the unification. As things turned out, that the 10 players in their constituency got invited to a meeting with their white counterparts, where the constitution of the new body was supposed to be adopted. Yet, oddly enough, on arrival of the TPA supporters at the meeting, they were surprised to see their 10 representatives wearing similar blazers as their white counterparts. We were very surprised by this. This was something unexpected which we didn't understand, says Molefe. In fact, I'm fully aware of this particular incident as I was directly involved in the arrangements. As Molefe remembers, I had arrived late at the meeting and refused point blank to join the 10 black members. That standoff with our colleagues eventually led to a decision that black members should boycott tournaments of the Sunshine Tour. The decision negatively affected some black professional golf players, such as Modiba, who was now regularly playing on the tour and was doing well. Because of that decision, Modiba lost his sponsorship as he was no longer playing tournaments. The view was expressed that it was hard luck for the good players. According to Molefe, that and numerous other incidents reflected how black golfers had faced a multitude of problems. He says white golf administrators inflicted cost-prohibitive measures against black golfers such that it was a struggle for black golf to gain the tour card to play in the Sunshine Tour. Fortunately, for him though, as a senior and an outstanding professional player, he did not have to go to the tour school. Regardless, he did not struggle any less as, in another bitter incident, after he had qualified for the tournament with prize money of 25,000 rands, he was told to come to the course the next day and be on standby, in case a scheduled participating player did not pitch for the game. I was surprised by this as I had filled the last qualifying position the previous day. All the players who had qualified arrived and I didn't play. Although I had qualified, I don't even want to mention possible prize money I would have won. On the other hand, Alan Modiba's story is not dissimilar to that of Molefe, as the two recount their involvement in the game of golf. Modiba's career in his early years as a budding black golfer involved a memory of his first black golf club, which had a hickory shaft. As was to be expected, it was used for every shot on the fell courses he played. Modiba recalls that when he started playing on fell courses, there were already several golf clubs that included Gloria, Penfold, Mfulo, Charles Seaford, in Soweto as well as the Temple of Golf, Alexandra. It was the latter that he had made his own home, a decision that he regretted. With his golf skill progressing well, Modiba went to join the Mufulo golf course, where he met the likes of George Tiger Mnisi, who would mentor him. For him, it was from here that he participated at various golf club competitions. In those days, golfers came together and played for prizes, which comprised the money put together for that purpose. The most popular prize format, the winner takes all. Modiba remembers strange characters that were part of the golfing scene of that era. One that comes to mind is one London tough Katide, who participated in many other sports over and above golf. He coached tennis and was a boxing trainer as well. During those days, playing golf on sand greens, a golfer used what was called a scraper to level the putting surface.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, and Tato.
Well, a very good afternoon. It is 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM, leading the conversation. I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
Local government elections occupy a unique and deeply important place in our constitutional democracy. In fact, it is where democracy and its potential are best expressed.
The IEC is currently launching the 2026 local government elections at a Gallagher Convention Centre in Midrand, and a multi-party agency operating targeting foreign-owned businesses is currently underway in the Kimberley in the Northern Cape. I should say multi-agency operation targeting foreign-owned businesses. Well, we'll bring you more on that, but also coming up in sport.
I got some World Cup news. I got World Cup news for you today. 15 days to go to the kickoff of the World Cup. Bafana squad going to be announced later on this afternoon, and also some security concerns in Mexico.
Interesting. John Kirika with those details later in the show. But we also want to hear from you. 41391 is the SMS line number. You can also write to us via X, our handle at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming to you on this Hump Day edition of Updated Noon. First, though, is the latest news with Jolane Tulongwepe.
Our top story is a Sawa flight carrying Ghanaian nationals takes off and the Electoral Commission launches its elections campaign. Good day. The flight that's repatriating Ghanaian nationals has departed from the OR Tambo International Airport after logistical hurdles caused hours of delays. The aircraft was initially scheduled to leave in the early hours of this morning. The departure of the first group of Ghanaians comes as protests against undocumented migrants continue in South Africa. Didaba Tsodetsi reports.
The repatriation flight has finally departed South Africa for Ghana, while 300 Ghanaian nationals were initially expected to return home. Documentation issues meant 4 passengers could not board. A second group is scheduled to depart on Sunday. As the Department of Home Affairs continues processing those opting for voluntary return. Ditabo Tsotesi, SABC News, OR Tambo International Airport.
The murder case of media personality Warwick DJ Warras Stock has been transferred to the High Court in Johannesburg, where it will sit for a pre-trial hearing on the 18th of next month. The alleged shooter Amindo Pakula and alleged orchestrator of the assassination Victor Majola appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. They face charges of premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder and have been remanded in custody. Stock was gunned down in Johannesburg CBD in 2025. State Prosecutor Vincent Mochabela.
Our investigations are complete, and therefore should be in terms of Section 75, 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act. State request to be transferred to the High Court. The indictments? The indictments are regulation. One has been served to the defense, and one for the court is available.
The Electoral Commission has launched its 2026 local government elections campaign at Gallagher Estates in Midrand in Johannesburg. The Commission says it's pushing hard to ensure that the country's youth show up at polling stations on the 4th of November. It also says that communications and outreach programs are largely designed to appeal to the younger people. New government statistics released ahead of Child Protection Week reveal a rise in sexual violence cases involving minors as perpetrators. Nearly 9,000 child abuse cases have also been recorded nationwide. They include hundreds of reported rapes. Nelson Mandela Children's Fund Chief Programs Officer Carl Muller has warned that the trend signals a normalization of abuse that requires urgent national intervention.
For us, as the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, these figures point to a much deeper societal crisis and the normalization of violence. That would be violence, the traditional violence of adults to children, but also, more worryingly, child-on-child violence is becoming normalized. And just to put that data into a historical perspective, just between 2024 to 2025, there's a 13% year-on-year increase in child abuse cases.
Samsung Electronics in South Korea has struck a deal with its union. This has averted a massive strike and given the memory chip company's workers massive annual bonuses. But there are concerns that the deal has opened a Pandora's box for companies in South Korea, a country known for militant wage bargaining. The BBC's Achina Shutla has more.
It's a win for these workers. We're talking about average bonuses of about $340,000 to $400,000 in some cases. And Samsung agreeing to keep about 10.5% of their profits for these bonuses linked to the profit milestones and stock performances. We've seen the stock's performance has been phenomenal in the last few quarters, driven by huge demand for memory chips that Samsung makes, which are critical components in data centers. We've seen Samsung's valuation cross $1 trillion. They've reported 700% profit in the Jan to March quarter. And that is where this deal becomes a win for workers, James, because this is what they were demanding, that the workers who make these chips also get a share of these profits.
Recapping the top story this hour, the flight that's repatriating Ghanaian nationals has departed from the OR Tambo International Airport after logistical hurdles caused hours of delays. The aircraft was initially scheduled to leave in the early hours of the morning. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life. The sounds of Morna and Coladeira travel far beyond its shores.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975, a small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity, education, and global influence.
Cape Verde turns isolation into connection. In every melody, in every island, in every journey, there is soul. Cape Verde, soulful, resilient, connected.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. In case you missed it,
should we look at these as some sort of light at the end of the tunnel?
What is happening currently in the SAPS compared to the ocean? So I think the SAPS is in that position as well, that it's cleansing itself. All that is unbecoming of good police officers is being thrown out of the SAPS. I think it's a good thing.
Crime and policing expert Dr. Mkolisi Matebula.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, very good afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in to Update at Noon. At 10 minutes after 12 it is right now. And coming to you live this afternoon from Gallagher Estate in Midrand, north of Johannesburg. And this as the Independent Electoral Commission launches the national local government elections. And that, of course, taking place on the 4th of November 2026. Well, the program is still underway. And one of the things that have already been noted, of course, is the fact that young people is quite a focus for the IEC in terms of trying to get them to register and to participate in this democratic process. And also, very interestingly, earlier on, there was talk about how people and South Africans in general seem to be disengaging, especially when it comes to the electoral processes in our country. And that, of course, is very worrying. But let us know your thoughts on all of this. We'll speak to some of the stakeholders present here in a short while. In the meantime, let's take you to the Northern Cape, where a multi-agency operation targeting foreign-owned businesses is currently underway across parts of Kimberley. Now, members of the South African Police Service, Home Affairs, immigration officials, and the Saltply municipality are conducting raids that are aimed at identifying undocumented foreign nationals and ensuring compliance with municipal bylaws. For more on this, we are joined by community activists from Operation Fiela in Kimberley, Bishop Tabiso Low. Bishop Low, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good day. How are you, Sakina?
I'm good. Bishop, what is the name of your operation? If you could just clarify that for me, please.
Operation Fiela.
Fiela. Thanks so much, yes. Bishop. Now, Bishop, we've seen so many protest marches across the country. Talk to us about what's happening in Kimberley today and what has the community's reaction been to today's raids?
Sakina, today what happened is we were surprised, and we surprised also the police today. We had a meeting with the municipality and law enforcement and immigration yesterday to inform them that today we want to raid the shops and check compliance, but we want to do everything peacefully because we've been seeing what is happening in other provinces, and here we want to do everything peacefully. So, and we are having a serious problem of drugs in Kimberley, and today we are surprised none of them came. And when we raided the shops, when we do shops of the Bangladeshians and the Ethiopians, there's no problem. No one will stop us. But when we do the Chinese, we are getting an attitude. There is a building that we are stopped that we must not go into. We don't know why, and it's the second time. There was a building of drugs that we were stopped that we must not go into, and this raises why certain nationalities we are not supposed to approach, but certain ones there is no problem. And certain buildings, there are 3 buildings in Kimberley. Those buildings, we can't touch those buildings. We always get an attitude whenever we want to approach those buildings.
So, just for
So there's the
clarity,
challenge we are
Bishop
searching
Lowe, who's stopping you from entering those buildings, and what are the reasons?
What is surprising is high-ranking officials are coming out of their offices to come and stop us. We are not just talking about police officers. We are talking of high-ranking officials or police officers who are coming to stop us and guarding a shop. This Chinese supermarket was guarded by this high-ranking officials. We are surprised. We don't know why. But when we do these other shops, there's no problem. But we are just asking ourselves, why are the high-ranking officials coming out of their offices to stop us in doing what we've been doing for the whole 3 years we've been doing this? And their reasons is that there is no municipality, there is no immigration. But we said to them, these people were in the meeting yesterday, and they were told what we will be doing today. But why are they not here today? We are not getting a clarity. So we are setting meetings and meetings and meetings, and after the meetings, there is no implementation at always. So that's why we are requesting General Mkwenas to come to Kimberley and help to investigate this, why certain buildings are not to be touched.
Well, it's a very interesting proposition there, but looking at that situation and asking the question of the impact that foreign-owned businesses actually have on the local economy in Kimberley, how would you assess that?
It has dented a lot because of there is a high rate of unemployment in our city, and we've said to the foreigner, stop this thing of foreigner employing a foreigner. Start to employ our people and register them at labor also. Do things right. That's what we've been asking. And that's not been happening. Those people don't comply. Those people are sleeping in shops. Those people are cooking in shops and selling rotten food. In one supermarket now, we found rotten food, a supermarket selling rotten food to the shops. Shops are just buying from this big supermarket. So it has dented a lot of small businesses that was in our location. South Africans don't have any shops that they are running now. Everything from supermarkets, from shops, from kitchens. They have taken everything. They are occupying every space where South Africans wants to go in.
Dr. Lowe, the reality though is that there are bylaws and there is a law enforcement in Kimberley, I would imagine. So have you actually gone to engage them to find out why they are not doing their jobs?
We've got several meetings with them, all of them. That's why we are saying, Sakina, those people, we talk in meetings and promises are being made. But when we say, let's go on ground, let's go out there, let's work, we don't see them.
All right, I'll tell you what, we'll be keeping an eye on We'll keep an eye on these developments just to see how things actually progress. But that is where we will have to leave it this afternoon. And what we are continuing to see, of course, is a lot of different raids across the country. And this, of course, is what we are keeping an eye on just to see how things are progressing. So that was from the Solplaatje municipality in Kimberley, Bishop Thabiso Low speaking to us there. Now, the executive mayor of Ekurhuleni, Dr. Nkosindipile Xakaza, is today leading a mayoral spaza shop compliance campaign in Vosloorus and Katlehong. And this follows protests where residents demanded that undocumented foreign nationals, including some traders, leave the country, leading to shutdowns of several spaza shops over ownership concerns and bylaw enforcement. For more on this, the executive mayor of Ekurhuleni joins us. Dr. Xakaza, thanks for your time. So what specific findings prompted this compliance campaign today at this moment in Vosloorus and Katlehong? Dr. Xakaza?
Hello.
Dr. Xakaza, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thanks for your time. I was asking why, what specifically prompted today's compliance campaign in the Katlehong area?
No, thank you very much. I think we've been doing these campaigns, the blitz, these operations, from time to time as part of our outreach, mayoral outreach programs. We do target certain areas where we do the operations as part of our regular outreach. And we are in the area of Vosloorus. Of course, this is a second operation since the incident, involving the young businessman Mazwi that we're doing. But the intensity of the operation this time around is that we've also got the immigration involved. We also, we've got all the other departments, including some of the workshops that we're conducting for locals, because we've realized that the number of local, household owners are subleasing, their properties to the foreign nationals. Those who used to run the shops, they've actually, now are no longer running. They are leasing out those spaces. So we've also added a component where we must give them workshops just on compliance issues, on ensure that their documentation are up to scratch, because for you to have a business license, a trading license, you must be compliant, but also for you to benefit out of some of the vouchers that government gives. Because one of the things when we went to the young man shop is that he does not have enough stock to be able to compete with some of the foreign-owned shops. So we have to ensure that we do some of the empowerment with some of the vouchers that we issue. Locals can actually be assisted with some grant, to support their startup operations and all that. So we are not just doing the Vosloorus, we will also be visiting other areas. We don't want to announce on there, because by the time you arrive there, you find that they've, those shops are closed. We're not just only doing the shops, we're also attending to, other illegal activities in the area, illegal connections, people who are stealing electricity and doing all those sorts of things. So it's a full-blown operation, but we are paying specific also focus in terms of the foreign-owned shops and all that, yeah.
So what exactly are you targeting then, Dr. Xakaza? Is it licensing, business licensing? Is it undocumented status? What exactly is it? Because this is what frustrates communities, where they say that it's only when they take to the streets, it is only when, they cause ructions, when government actually steps up to do the right thing.
Well, I don't think that's a fair, assessment of government by communities to say nothing has been happening. We've been doing these operations, but of course, we must be able to measure whether are we succeeding in the work that we are doing. And I think we must agree that much more work needs to be done to get locals to compete, because one of the problems that we've realized, one of
But
the
are you succeeding?
Well, I mean,
to
that's why I
your
said
own
one
question,
of the
are you
problems is
succeeding?
locals. Where the locals are the ones who are subleasing. We issue trading permits, we issue business permits to local owner. It is a local owner who opens up his own garage and allow a foreign national to trade there. Even some of the shops that we knew in our townships, we knew Apa Gugamguni, Apa, they've actually subleased those. We give them, capacity interventions from time to time, and they have to compete and be sustainable. And I think that's one part that we must work on, and get Department of Small Business, get other stakeholders to actually capacitate locals to compete. I think in the main, it becomes also a price issue. Foreign nationals, they sleep in the same area, they lower their prices, and those are some of the things that we have to work on to actually protect.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Tlagaza. I think this is a much broader conversation that we need to have, because I'm listening to your interventions that you want to bring, and I'm already asking how sustainable these will be in the long run. But as I say, that's a broader conversation for a different time. But as that operation continues, Dr. Tlagaza, I thank you for your time. That is, of course, the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Dr. Nkosindipile Tlagaza.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us.
Well, 25 minutes after 12, and coming to you from Gallagher Estate here in the north of Johannesburg. And this, of course, as the IEC launches its communications campaign in the main ahead of the local government 2026 elections. And I'm joined now by the EFF Secretary General Marshall Dlamini. Thanks so much for your time, Mr. Dlamini.
Thank you, and greetings to the listeners at home.
So it's election season. Today, of course, really gets things underway. One of the things that, at least two, that have stood out for me this morning. The first one, the participation levels that are dwindling, where South Africans are essentially not caring to participate in the electoral processes. How does the EFF view that?
Look, we are on the ground registering our people to vote, especially the youth. And what we've picked up is that sometimes it's very easy for institutions to blame the citizens without getting to the issues. What are the real issues on the ground? So, for example, now we are engaged on voter registration. The IEC first, it has accepted that to move from a village to a township to go and register at the IEC, it's impossible, because you must spend money to get into that tax. Then they introduce what you call an online registration. But on the same online registration, they're saying to you, you can only register one person on a cell phone online. But if you go to the villages and you go to high schools in the townships, where a lot of young people are found, they don't own cell phones. And we are raising that with the IEC, which we're going to raise, because as I sit here, myself, I can't register my children. I can only register myself. If I want my children to register and participate in the elections, I have to buy them cell phones, because each and every one of them must be having a cell phone to receive an OTP number. And we're saying that is wrong. We can't have a democracy that is going to need you to have money for you to participate. It should be easy. It should be seamless. And even when we're speaking to parents, they say we barely afford to buy them shoes. Now you want us to buy them cell phones so that they can just register, because we don't have money to take them to town. So we're meeting IEC tomorrow to raise that as a big concern, because it's a stumbling block.
A valid concern.
Yes.
But I think you would understand that what they are trying to mitigate, and perhaps, as you say, you're meeting them tomorrow so you guys can discuss it, but it's the whole issue of, a credible voters' roll, because we know that fraud has been committed in the past. So it's easy for Mr. Marshall Dlamini to sit and register 100 people. We don't know, whether those are actually real people, valid people. So in that regard, in terms of fraud, what are your views in that regard, and what the IEC needs to do to combat that?
No, that can be an answer. That you create a system that the citizens, they cannot participate in their democracy because they've got security issues. Firstly, to register, it means I've already got an ID number. So that can be fraud because for me to register, I must have an ID number. But secondly, come up with other security issues to deal with them rather than to block people to participate. Because if I want to, as I'm saying that, if I want to register my children, coming from Eastern Cape yesterday, the family says, I want to register all these children. They don't have cell phones. What do I do now? So you can't use that because there's a security concern. You have to be innovative in saying, how do I put other security concerns without making sure that people are being blocked to participate in their own democracy? This has been an issue, elections after elections, that people are not registering to vote. But here are the systems, the bureaucracy that has been put by the IEC itself. But then, secondly, that's why I'm saying that one of the issues that we are raising, but it's a policy issue, are even taking to Parliament. It's an issue that, firstly, people, they shouldn't be even subjected to registration. It should be automatic registration. Once you turn 18, you must be in the voters' roll. It must be as simple as that. And we're taking that to Parliament as a bill because that one is beyond the IEC themselves.
Because that's a multi-system situation.
Yes. Yeah, it has to be
whereby if someone dies as well, they should automatically be removed.
But that's what the IEC is doing now. That when you pass out, when you die, Home Affairs give those reports because they are linked with Home Affairs, and then they automatically remove you from the voters' roll. So they shouldn't put stringent and difficult obstacles to make you to register. Firstly, you are 18. Home Affairs has already agreed that we've got your ID and we are 18, and you have to be in the automatic registration. Now that is not done. Let's have the system that are user-friendly for everyone to register and participate. It can be certain issues of people who are misconduct, and then you just block the entire society to participate freely in the elections.
The second issue is that of young people, of course, and we saw the emphasis in the communications campaign by the IEC focusing on young people, and it has been a bit of a letdown in previous elections where young people are not coming out. The EFF's take on that?
That's why I was saying we've went to the ground now. We've got 7,500 high schools. The matriculants that are writing now, class of 2026, there's about 745,000 of them. And majority, if not 90% of them, they are 18 years and above. It means they are qualified to vote because registration is 16, but you can vote at 18. We are with them in the townships and everywhere else. They're saying this system needs us to have cell phones and our parents can't afford them. So there's this stumbling block on the systems of the IEC that deliberately make the young people not to be encouraged to vote. They want to participate. We're in the high schools and institutions of higher learning. You know that the EFF, it leads all the institutions of higher learning through the Youth Command. And this is the challenge, where you're going to go to a university in Nelson Mandela. EFF get 8,000 votes, but majority of those people are not registered because it's this bureaucracy in the system that has been created. We are saying to the IEC, open it. And by the way, they've done it because you can see that it's not even an issue on what we're trying to raise of fraud. That it's an issue of IEC not prepared to play the ball because that issue of a cell phone registering, you could register 5. Now they've just reduced it to 1. So you can see it's an operational issue. It's not even an issue of police or anything. They just decided that, no, we're going to register to 1. When you ask them, they say no, because someone cheated on the by-election. But these are national elections. There's no shifting of voters. It's not like a by-election where I can shift a certain number of voters. But you can't also, because of challenges of some people who are doing some misconduct in your system, and then you just block all the citizens in participation. The young people, they're going to come up. They want to come up. Let's make it easier for them to participate. It cannot be costly. IEC cannot be engaged in a business of selling cell phones because State South Africa, including IEC, they're saying there's 15 million people that are eligible to vote, but they are not registered to vote. So you are saying If those people, they must come and register online, they must buy 15 million cell phones. It's not their business to sell cell phones. They must allow the system to operate freely and fairly.
We into news time. Is the EFF prepared for the 4th of November?
We are ready for the elections. Our structures are there. We are happy with what is currently happening on the ground. 4th of November, let it come so that South Africans can be given an opportunity to choose their next government for the next 5 years at the local level.
I tell you, I can't wait. It's going to be exciting. Thanks so much, Marshall
Thank you
Dlamini,
very much.
who is, of course, the EFF Secretary General, speaking to us there. And we'll speak to some more stakeholders. But right now, let's bring you a news update with Jwalane Tulongwempe.
Thank you, Sakina. We start with breaking news. Taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. They're accused of money laundering as well as extortion amounting to millions of rands. Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, Benjamin Kwashi, says a wave of protests against undocumented migrants in recent weeks has only led to fears among his country's citizens. And finally, the murder case of a media personality Warwick DJ Wara Stock has been transferred to the High Court in Johannesburg, where it will sit for a pre-trial hearing on the 18th of next month. I will have details on these and other stories at 1 o'clock.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it's a Wednesday. We're joined by Muteo Maposa, who's APSA investment analyst. Good afternoon, Muteo.
Good afternoon, Sakina. Seeing our local equities close marginally lower in yesterday's session, just seeing the Aussie down about 0.15%. The downside there primarily driven by weaknesses in industrials. Today, seeing some continued downward pressure with both the top and all shares down about 0.5%, and the major drivers of that drawdown driven by resources as well as financials. Industrials, on the other hand, providing some offset, up about 0.13%. Moving over to the global economy, seeing U.S. markets close stronger in yesterday's session, so SP 500 and NASDAQ closing in the green. In Asia, seeing a bit of mixed performance with the Hang Seng as well as the Shanghai 50 closing in the red, whilst the Nikkei 225 continuing its positive run we've been seeing this year, closing in positive territory. In Europe, seeing markets trade in the green in today's session, and this is despite heightened inflation concerns and expectations that the major central bank could raise interest rates. And just having a look at commodities, seeing gold and platinum trading softer in today's session, so down about 0.3% and 1.2% respectively. Brent spot prices also cooling, and this largely on the back of progress towards a ceasefire agreement, supplemented by an increasing number of ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. From a currency market perspective, the rand continues to firm against the US dollar, so now trading at 16 rand and 31 cents. And lastly, just looking at economic data we anticipate to see this week, our attention now turns to the SARS policy decision tomorrow. So we are expecting to see the MPC deliver a 25 basis points rate hike. And this comes against the backdrop of renewed inflationary pressures with Brent-driven energy costs elevated amongst the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Of course, headline inflation has mostly recently accelerated to 4%, so reinforcing the case for modest tightening by the South African Reserve Bank. Other key data points that investors will be keeping an eye out for: in the US, expecting to see first quarter GDP numbers, markets expecting the economy to grow by 2%. We will also be seeing the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, which is the PCE price index, markets penciling it to come in at 3.8%, well above the 2% inflation target mandated by the US Federal Reserve. Thank you, Sakina.
SAFM Sport with John Gerika.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the sports. Who will take over the job at Naturena? Sundowns and Pirates dominated the headlines on the field. Kaizer Chiefs stole the limelight yesterday. They announced the departure of the men that took them to their best league finish in 5 years. Three names risen above the noise. Pitsumo Semani was the first speculative name to be whispered. Benny McCarthy's also topped the trending list for a while. The Montville Golden Arrows coach, Manqoba Mqiti, is the third man on a very short list. Mosimane, though, is the only one who's unattached and without a club at the moment. All three have experience with coaching in Africa. Chiefs will be competing in the CAF Confederation Cup next season after finishing in the top three behind Sundowns and Pirates. We wait with bated breath. Meanwhile, Milford FC were first out of the blocks in the PSL promotion relegation playoffs. The Stallions beat Cape Town City at the Athlone Stadium yesterday afternoon. Magesi come up against Cape Town City on the 30th. It's a 3 o'clock kickoff in Polokwane. Now, police say that 60 Crystal Palace fans classified as known troublemakers were ordered to leave Leipzig city centre last night. There were 2 arrests made following clashes between supporters of the Eagles and Rayo Vallecano. Thousands of fans have travelled to Leipzig for the Conference League final between Palace and the Spanish side tonight. After videos appeared online of rival fans clashing in the German city, Saxon State Police confirmed 2 arrests were made. All individuals involved in the disturbance were ordered to leave the area. The Spanish side are looking to prevent the UEFA Conference League being won by an English side for the first time in 4 seasons.
Attention, you're involved in a breach of the peace against Spanish football fans this evening at Dillon's. This constitutes a criminal offence under German law. For this reason, you are now subject to police control measures. These measures include the establishment of your identity, a search of your person, and a full body photograph. Following the completion of these police measures, you will be released. However, you will be issued with an exclusion order for the entire city centre area until tomorrow at 10 o'clock. 27th of May, 10 o'clock. So you're being dispersed. So comply with that. Any issues with ID, we'll come and speak to you.
World Cup's just over 2 weeks away, 15 days to the start, and Germany's Miroslav Klose has scored the most goals in the World Cup. He's put 16 goals across 5 tournaments. Part of the German side that lifted the trophy in 2014, he won the Golden Boot with 5 goals in the 2006 finals on home soil. He had a hat-trick in the 8-0 thrashing of Saudi Arabia 4 years earlier. Well, that record may be in danger this time around. Lionel Messi needs only 3 more goals to equal his tally, and Kylian Mbappe is a goal further back. Meanwhile, the 32-man Bafana Bafana training squad for the World Cup are being hosted by President Cyril Ramaphosa in a send-off dinner this evening. But for some, it could be a really sad day because in that ceremony, Hugo Broos will announce the final 26-man squad to coach that will go off to Mexico, Canada, and the US. So I kind of wonder if the non-selected players already know their fate before they go off to the dinner, or if they found out at the dinner. Could be quite sad. Meanwhile, FIFA have confirmed that Iran's national team will be based in the Mexican border city of Tijuana following for the upcoming World Cup, rather than in Arizona in the United States. Here's Public Security Council President Robert Quijano.
The message is that Mexico is receiving a national team with which the United States currently does not have the best of relations. So while it is true that they are welcome, it is also true that I believe a sporting matter must be kept very separate from a political matter. The Iranians are welcome, and so are national teams of the other countries.
Roland Garros today sees Iga Swiatek on court, starts things off. She's the 3rd seed. Elina Svitolina is directly after that against Caitlin Quevedo. Then the men tonight, Novak Djokovic up against Valentin Roya, and Alexander Zverev takes on Thomas Machak. Some rugby news for you as we start building up towards the international rugby season. Bad news for New Zealand as their skipper Scott Barrett's been ruled out for up to 5 months with a back injury. He'll undergo surgery, ruling him out of the All Blacks' hugely anticipated rugby's greatest rivalry tour of South Africa. The Springbok rugby season starts just in 3 weeks' time. The men in green and gold meet the Barbars in Gqeberha. The cycling, stage 17 today of the Giro. It's a rolling stage, no big severe climbs. Yesterday, Jonas Vingegaard extended his lead in the GC. He leads by 4 minutes and 3 seconds over Felix Gall. Tiemann Arensman is 4 minutes and 27 off the pace. And there's Test cricket on the go. The only test in Belfast between New Zealand and Ireland. Ireland won the toss, sent New Zealand into bat. They've lost an early wicket after just 6 overs. New Zealand 21 for 1. And that's your sports.
Thank you so much, John Hirika there. Latest sports news, and of course, just apology from our side for some of the technical glitches that we are dealing with here this afternoon. But of course, coming to you from Gallagher Convention Centre, as it's now known, in Midrand, north of Johannesburg. And we're joined now by the IEC's Vice Chairperson, Janet Love. Thanks so much for coming through. And what an exciting time. You know, elections are my absolute best. So we are just bouncing. But talk to us about today's launch and what this means in the broader scheme of things.
I think that today's launch was exciting for all of us. I think partly for me it was so exciting because we were able to see the kind of enthusiasm that a whole lot of social partners are embracing the challenge of getting participation, of getting people to get out there and register, and really encouraging people to vote. So I think that for me was really very important to see that kind of embracing of this, because it is a collective challenge. And so I loved some of the media stuff, but I think what we were able to show is how we're going additional steps in order to enable people to have the necessary access to information, to give people the levers of being able to control that information, to disseminate it in their different ways, and also to ensure that we give people the tools so that they can actually inform themselves, whether they are candidates and political parties or just citizens, because at local government level, that's where your life is. And for you to leave that life to somebody else to make decisions about without your participation is just crazy. It's just going to make your life at the very day-to-day level so much more difficult. So I think that was something that was brought across very, very strongly.
And we see the frustration. You know, we cover these protests around the country, and I think what is of concern is the fact that people seem hopeless. They feel that it doesn't matter if they vote, it doesn't change anything. So that sort of disengagement from the electorate has to be concerning for the IEC.
It's hugely concerning. I think it's concerning for us as well as everybody who is here today. And it's one of the things that we really have to get beyond is getting beyond the idea that once one has a democracy, one can hand over responsibility to people we elect. Sure, we elect people because we want them to do what they're elected to do, but part of our responsibility is to continuously engage. We've seen that in local spaces where you've got an active citizenry, you've got people who are then able to push to ensure that there is some level of accountability. And even if there's anger, even if there's frustration, people going out there and being part of, being agents, controlling their own lives is absolutely critical. And it's nowhere more important than local government elections. So that's why we are really wanting to get beyond that hurdle of people's absence of hope and saying to people, you can have hope in yourselves. You can have hope in that kind of agency, but also we're wanting people to be informed in advance. That's the voter as well as people who are standing as candidates, so that there is a possibility for greater engagement, for greater assessment, past performance, future possibilities. And that's really what today was about. It was about showing people the kind of tools that we put in place for that transparency, for that communication, for that engagement, because we want people to engage us on the platforms, to ask the questions, and that's what those platforms are set up to do.
And just with regard to making it easy for people to actually register so that they are able to participate. Just had a conversation with the Secretary General of the EFF before you, and he was saying that they are, for example, and I'm sure you will engage them on this, but they are concerned about the fact that to actually register in terms of the youth, you need a cell phone because you get an OTP number, and therefore each person will need to have a cell phone, and they've raised a concern around that. So just talk to us about, making it easy to enable more people to register in order to vote.
Look, we try to make things as easy as possible, but we all know that when we, as much as we want to live in a situation of trusting everybody, we have to develop systems for people who do mischief. And unfortunately, when we had a situation when we were enabling a single cell phone number to be used for many people, we had people doing mischief. We had people moving people from one ward to another ward, sometimes without their knowledge. And the consequence of that is that people who have had no role in it get disenfranchised for the purposes of some kind of, if I can call it, more personalized political gameplay rather than the necessary processes of democracy. So we've had to adapt our systems to accommodate that, to still be accessible. Look, we believe that the number of people who can register using a single mobile device is still okay. But if there is a whole range of a community, a sports club, whatever, and the political party is feeling that there are going to be too many people who don't have cell phones, we've said, approach us. We will look towards enabling one of our own municipal outreach officers, a MOC, to actually go there with a voter management device in order to be able to register people. People can go to our offices, and those offices are open every day, in addition to the registration weekend. And the registration weekend is that leveler. It's where all of the voting stations, or the registration stations as they'll be, will be open so that people can approach them, can check their details, register afresh, verify where they're voting, and so on. And that's why we are saying that, yes, if we could, for example, people ask us, why can't we vote anywhere, wherever? These are things that we have to adapt to what our systems are able to do, but recognizing that we try in every way to enlarge, to give options. And in our online registration, in our voter management device, in the work that we do with youth going and registering people in tertiary institutions, we have people from the campuses doing that registration, and it's producing results. So to the extent that people have done wrong things and we've had to adapt, which we always do, it's unfortunate, but that's the world that we live in.
So the credibility of the voters' role is, of course, key. So there's a lot of work that will go into that, and I'm sure we'll engage on as we move towards election day. But then also, just a hangover from the last general election was, of course, the MKP taking the IEC to court in this regard. So how far is that particular issue, and is that likely to impact on the credibility and the reputation of the IEC in this local government election?
Look, the fact that case has been, there have been various dates that have been set down and various processes that have happened that have caused the MKP to be asking for various postponements and so on, has been of major concern. We have, however, got a date that has been agreed by all parties, which is in June, and we are really hopeful. We really are wanting, with every sort of ounce of our consciousness, to have that resolved then, whichever way it's resolved, because it is a problem. It's something that lingers. We think that we have acquitted ourselves very clearly. We know that other cases have been dealt with by the courts in our favor, but we want this one to be settled. We want to ensure that an important potential, well, we're assuming they're going to be contesting, an important contestant like the MKP also has the matter settled, so that we can all look to the future to make sure that these local government elections are as robust, but also as able to articulate the voters' requirements as possible, and without being sidetracked by things that really we don't think have got a place, but are creating challenges for us. And we want that to be resolved.
Tell you what, I'm sure we'll talk more I'm certain there will be much more opportunity, but for now we'll park it there. Thank you so much, IEC Vice Chairperson Janet Love, in conversation with us here at the Gallagher Convention Centre as the IEC launches, of course, first and foremost, the communications program going into these 2026 local government elections, and particularly aimed at young people, because if you watched the program earlier, so important, but you heard Janet Love there tell us that there will be young people going onto campuses, and there are officers. If there are a number of people in your locality who need to be registered, just reach out to the IEC, even if it is through your local councillors or however you do it, and they will be able to send a representative out in order to register people. I think that is hugely important. And of course, our first voter registration weekend coming up.
20th and 21st.
That's it, 20th and 21st of June. So that's a big one. And don't leave it too late. You will regret it. I saw that in the general election where people who didn't register regretted it, and then it was too late. So make sure that you are, if you've moved, this is important. Go and make sure that you are now registered in your new locality. So because you'll get there and you're not able to vote. So very important that we listen to all of the communication messages that will be put out to by the IEC. Thank you so much to Janet Love there. And we're also joined by political analyst Yolagazi Mfuto. Thanks so much for coming through. So from an analyst perspective, today, of course, very critical, and we had the date pronounced, but today, when we all come here and everybody, all the stakeholders come together, you kind of start getting the sense that we are now full swing into electioneering mode.
Yes, definitely, Sakina. Thank you so much for having me. So the mood here at Gallagher is quite euphoric because we are actually getting the hang of things, that actually our IEC is ready for these elections. But most importantly, the number of mechanisms they're putting in place, trying to reach to young people. And I'm quite pleased that young people are not an afterthought in this campaign. They're a central part of this campaign to ensure that we actually get those young people who have not registered to vote, but secondly, those who are first-time voters, because they are going to be a determining factor in terms of are we going to increase our voter turnout for these local government elections. So I'm quite happy with the innovative, the app that we have, the atlas, where people are going to get more information around where am I supposed to vote, when are we voting, when are we registering. Because sometimes you'd think that people know actually how to actually get information, and you find out they don't know. So this is quite important, but also the mechanisms for the first person-to-person interactions with the 800 outreach officers are going to be deployed in municipalities, because we can't only rely on social media and digital campaigns.
This is true, and of course very important that, as you say, we don't take for granted that people know what to do, people know where to access information, because we've seen in the past that that isn't always the case, where people show up and think that they can vote. People sometimes not understanding the difference between a general election and what is allowed there, and a local government election and what is allowed there, and particularly also young people, first-time voters, people who haven't voted before. It's important for that messaging to filter through.
Yeah, yes, definitely. And in South Africa right now, Sakina, we have a huge level of depolitization of young people. So they're quite depoliticized. They don't necessarily think that engaging with local leaders is as a political machinery as it is for engaging with the president of the country. So now with this kind of campaign, it's very important that even the people who are going to be voted for, they get in touch with their citizens on the ground. Because the one thing for sure that this local government election is going to show us is that people, they do want to hold government to account, not that only on the day of elections, but after elections. Who then becomes your councillor? How do they get to discuss around the IDP, and how do you hold them to account? So it becomes quite important that these people are in touch with the citizens, not only for us to discuss national discourse on who's the president, who's the minister, but for them to know how's the council actually established and who are you voting for. Because now there's this narrative that we're just voting for mayors, but the point of contact in our local municipalities is our ward councillors, and at some point the PR who actually go and sit in council, because we have to trust those people.
But isn't that indicative of a broken system? Because you can go and pull up any annual report from any municipality, and they will tell you in the 80s and above in terms of how well they are performing in terms of ward committees and engagement. Yet you go onto the ground and people are oblivious to all of these things that are happening.
Yes, no, definitely. It is a broken system, and I think we are all to blame, not only government, as we sometimes trying to do, us as citizens as well. We've kind of ignored our part of engagement or social compact, having to actually hold our leaders to account and also to know what's happening in your own local municipalities. And I think this is to blame because of the many issues that people are facing. So, for instance, if you're sitting at home, let's say you're unemployed and you're thinking of what meal are you going, where is it going to come from, it's seldom that you're going to participate in a local meeting unless there's probably food that's going to be provided. So it's quite important that when we discuss these issues, we also actually go into the deeper impact on if then people they feel destitute, they're not necessarily having anything to offer, then probably they won't participate. So it's now this campaign and also everyone else should be able to touch base on people and say, if then you have these many issues, probably your vote is going to bring some kind of change, because they're quite disillusioned with the kind of leadership they have from local government up to national government.
Yologazi, let me play devil's advocate. Is it possible that young people are deliberately being sidelined, especially at the grassroots level? Because as you said, we look at the campaign that was launched by the IEC today, and as you rightly point out, it is refreshing to see that young people are not an afterthought. However, we are a few months out of going to elections. What happens in the interim, in the 2.5 years between your general election and your local government election? What sort of work is being done at a local level? If you think about our makeup as a nation and how many young people there are, surely there should be greater youth participation in our politics. And yet, this is where, and we were told it's not apathy, this is where we see disengagement of the highest degree.
Yes, so one thing for sure, I think I said it earlier on, that we have a huge depolitization campaign around young people, because you find that young people are quite engaged in the things that they matter to them. So you find them on social media, you find them in the sporting clubs. If the Kaizer Chiefs and Paris are playing, you'd find young people there. So maybe, yes, I want to agree with you a bit that in politicians, in politics, the framework itself, they tend to put young people in the leagues and relegate them to voting persons without actually engaging them on the societal matters in their various communities. So there is a bit of sidelining young people on the issues that matter the most, but also involving them when they want votes. We see them in the major
but
political
where's their agency? Because as you say, the things that matter to them, they know how to go about finding their way into things. They are technologically savvy. They are savvy in so many ways, except for politically.
Yes, but we remember, young people, their agencies is also contested by the major issues that they want to have social mobility. So that element of you are in waithood, you want to actually liberate yourself economically. So if a person is offering you a better chance of climbing the ladder, maybe in politics, to just be a support staff without engaging on the party politics, you probably take the easier way out because of the material conditions on the ground. So it's quite important that maybe we also understand the plight of young people, that they want to advance themselves, but also they want to participate politically, which is going to culminate fruitfully later on.
I think that's one of the issues we need to discuss with young people.
Yes.
Ask the questions directly to them, get the answers directly from them as to where is the disconnect.
Yes.
So there, because we're out of time. Yologazi Mfuto, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And that is all from us here at the Gallagher Convention Center. We're out of time. But thank you so much to everybody who's listened in. Thanks to the teams here at Gallagher and at Auckland Park. And it is now time for your latest news with Twalane Tulo Mwepe.
Thank you, Sakina. Top stories: Asawa Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni expected back in court tomorrow, and Spanish police raid the governing party's headquarters. Good afternoon. The National Prosecuting Authority, or NPA, has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. The two are accused of money laundering and extortion amounting to more than 2 million rand. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
Last week it was struck off the roll. There were no issues that related to the merits of the case. Therefore, in this case, the merits of the case will then come into play, but for now it is just a matter of re-enrolling it and making sure that it is back and then it goes through the systems of the court. We are doing 4 things. When the matter was on the 18th, we then said we're suspending the prosecutor, we are doing internal investigation, which is happening. And then the second step was to protect the prosecutor from being arrested because we felt that what was done was not done properly. We did leave to appeal. And then the third one, Magistrates Commission had to be informed, or a formal charge was laid against the magistrate for what we believe is misconduct.
Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, Benjamin Kwashi, says a wave of protests against undocumented migrants in recent weeks has only led to fears among his country's citizens. The first batch of Ghanaian nationals have departed from OR Tambo International Airport after logistical hurdles caused by hours of delays. Some lobby groups say undocumented migrants are putting pressure on South Africa's public services. The March and March movement, which describes itself as a citizen-led movement for immigration reform, has set a 30th of next month as the deadline for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Kwashi says Ghanaians don't feel safe in South Africa.
There's a systemic issue that needs to be solved here. What are we talking about? Illegal immigration. How do we solve it? It is the approach with which the South African people are trying to solve this problem that has become a banter between all of us. I believe that if state institutions were able to, stamp their foot down, you've heard of demonstrators saying all sort of unprintable things against foreigners in this country. I think we need to change that narrative, and that is why we believe that taking our citizens, remember, it is not all of them that are undocumented. Some are very much documented, but they feel that their lives are in danger.
Meanwhile, the mayor of the Inkosi Langalibalele local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, Mduduzi Mieza, has agreed to take down content on his Facebook page. It is alleged to constitute hate speech against foreign nationals in Escort. Mieza has conceded to the demand following an application that the Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia has brought him in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg. A group of 38 Ethiopians have also lodged an urgent interdict against Mieza and the municipality for allegedly preventing them from trading since April. The murder case of media personality DJ Warra Stock has been transferred to the High Court in Johannesburg, where it will sit for a pre-trial hearing on the 18th of next month. The alleged shooter Amindo Pakula and alleged orchestrator of the assassination Victor Majola appeared in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning. They face charges of premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder and have been remanded in custody. Stock was gunned down in the Johannesburg CBD in 2025. State Prosecutor Vincent Mochabela.
Our investigations are complete, and therefore should be in terms of Section 75 of the Criminal Procedure Act. State request are to be transferred to the High Court. The indictments? The indictments are ready. One has been served to the defense, and one for the court is available.
Police in Spain have raided the headquarters of the governing Socialist Party. They are searching for evidence connected to a financing scandal. Local media say the homes of party leaders and a businessman are also being searched. The BBC's Paul Moss has the details.
The allegations of corruption keep piling up in Spain. This is a country where the Prime Minister's brother and wife have been charged with influence peddling, where the former leader of his Socialist Party has just been placed under formal investigation, and with a former minister and prime ministerial aide already on trial. Now it seems Spanish police are broadening their inquiry to other party figures. Those accused deny any wrongdoing, but last Saturday saw a huge demonstration in Madrid with protesters demanding the Prime Minister resign. Those calls now seem likely to get even louder.
Recapping the top story this hour, the National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. For SAfm News, I'm Jolani Tulo Ngwepe.
SAfM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Guinea-Bissau, West Africa. A small coastal nation in West Africa, bordered by Senegal and Guinea, with islands stretching into the Atlantic Ocean. A land of mangroves, rivers, and rich biodiversity. The Bajau Islands remain one of Africa's unique ecological treasures. Portuguese is the official language. Crioulo and many local languages carry culture through communities.
Guinea-Bissau gained independence in 1973, however recognized internationally in 1974, a liberation struggle that inspired anti-colonial movements across Africa. Agriculture and fishing support the economy. Cashew nuts are one of the country's major exports, but political instability, poverty, and weak infrastructure continue to slow development. Still, culture, music, and community remain powerful sources of identity.
Guinea-Bissau stands resilient through uncertainty. In every island, in every rhythm, in every struggle, there is spirit. Guinea-Bissau, resilient, cultural, enduring.
Africa Month on SAfM. Conversations, context, connection.
South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with a moment we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico come the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. and you can also stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game, it's our story, our passion, our time. All of us, all in Gaufela, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
SAfM, playing your music.
Said I'd be gone.
I mean, this is how he announced the fact that he was now on an international trajectory, and that was through this, or trajectory rather, that was through this collaboration with Alicia Keys. In Common is the name of the song, and it appears on Alicia Keys' 6th studio album titled Here. The project came out in 2016, and literally about a month or two later, the remix followed as reworked by Black Coffee himself. This song made that announcement that I'm on an international path. It also made the announcement and completely confirmed his musical friendships and allegiance that he had silently been crafting and working on for the years preceding this particular collaboration. And since then, they've gone on, particularly he and Alicia Keys and her rock star husband, Swiss Beats, who's a rock star producer, have gone on to really cement their personal as well as professional relationship. They were both in the country about a month ago for Black Coffee's big milestone birthday when he turned 50. And this past weekend, in fact, she was on stage with him for a sold-out show. It looked like a spectacular of the show at London's O2 Arena. And this song they also performed in common. That is Alicia Keys with Black Coffee on this particular remix of Alicia's In Common. It's gone 1 o'clock on the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga. I hope you're having a great day. We've got lots of conversation coming our way from our side. Today, we're not starting off as heavy as we did yesterday, but we are reflecting on a moment in time, and we're looking at Jomo Kenyatta, the legacy of Kenya's first Prime Minister and President. We're going to explore the contributions of him as a sitting leader, as well as the legacy that he leaves behind for Kenyans, and what maketh of the man, the father, the partner, and how that influenced his role in politics. Stages, pages, screens, and more is also coming up, and we're looking at a local night market that actually takes place just around the corner from where we broadcast in Randburg. So we'll catch up with the organizer around that, and then on the other side of it too, because it is a Tuesday, we're going to have a financially focused conversation, and we're looking at what happens when SARS raids your bank account, because we know how SARS can just go in there without your permission and do what they need to do. Do you have any kind of recourse or any rights around that situation? So we'll be in conversation with the tax specialist around that. Our lines of communication are always open for you if there's any matter that you want to contribute on or reflect upon. 061 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line. You can send through a WhatsApp voice message. You're more than welcome to do so. 086 000 2032 is the number that you can find us on in studio. Of course, we are live streaming as well on at SAfmRadio and at Bridget Masinga on X.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus, and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
So on the 27th of May, back in 1963, Jomo Kenyatta was elected Kenya's first prime minister following the country's independence from Britain. And the following year, in 1964. He became the first president of the Republic of Kenya. As Kenya's first president, he remains one of Africa's most influential independence leaders as a symbol of liberation, nation building, and African self-determination. Joining us now to explore the political legacy, the history, as well as the family man and the leader that he was, is Professor Masharia Munene, chairman of the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi, Kenya. How are you doing this afternoon, Prof?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's a nice afternoon.
It's a nice afternoon in Nairobi.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wonderful stuff. We appreciate the time with you this afternoon. Thank you so much, Prof. Let's delve into it and let's explore why Jomo Kenyatta is becoming Kenya's first president back in 1963 was such a historic moment for both Kenya as well as by extension for the continent.
Yes, Kenyatta was a legend by that time because he had been in anti-colonial politics for at least 40 years. Note that in the 1930s, that's when he splashed in the international stage, when he published his book, Facing Mount Kenya. And in publishing the book, Sierra James, another Pan-Africanist and anti-colonialist, declared him to be the voice of Africa because of what the message was, challenging the colonial logic, colonial philosophy about the inferiority of black people, or Africans. So he had been at it. And during World War II, he was still in Europe and participated in the Manchester Conference in 1945, where his message was very clear that we must get political independence first. Then the rest, we can deal with it. He was an inspiration to a lot of people in Kenya. And as an inspiration, they looked up to him as the guide. Although he was jailed for supposedly being involved in the Mau Mau War, which he denied, the people believed in him. And so when he came out of jail, he was the natural leader. Everybody accepted him for that. And so when his party, KANU, which he inherited from supporters, when the party won the election of that particular year, May, he became the natural person to be the prime minister. And so he served as prime minister for roughly a year and a half when Kenya was still a dominion. And then after that, Kenya became a republic in December 1964. And so he transitioned from being a prime minister to being a president because a lot of people believed in him as the inspiration, as the man with experience to guide a young country into the future.
And when we look at that belief, Prof, as you say, a lot of people, the nation of Kenya and even beyond believed in him, really bought into the ideal and the vision that he was championing, not only for his country, but for the continent. At the crux of it and at the essence of it, what was that messaging and why did it also resonate so strongly at the time with young Kenyans and liberation seekers across the continent?
One, the Kenya becoming independent and look as if it was an impossibility. Remember, Kenya used to be portrayed as white man's country, and the African was virtually the slave, property. And for someone to stand up and say, we can get rid of this relationship, where the African is said to be an inferior, and the Mzungu is the superior. It was very inspiring and giving hope, even when the situation looked hopeless, because he promised it could be done. And so anti-colonialism in Kenya and in many African countries was mainly anti-racism, and Kenyatta became the symbol of that anti-racism, not only in Kenya but across the African continent. And so when it was done, then others also felt yes, if it could be done in Kenya, it can be done anywhere else. At least we have that from the authority of Nelson Mandela and Robert Mugabe, that they showed the way. To them, Kenyatta was the symbol of that, showing the way to end colonial racism by enabling Africans to occupy those positions that the white man could only was the only one who was allowed to occupy. So the belief that the Mzungu could be defeated became true in Kenya becoming independent. And the symbol of that success was Kenyatta himself, not only in Kenya but across the African continent.
It's also just an interesting observation, Prof, as we're talking, the fact that, on the one hand, it seems as though Jomo Kenyatta had the ability to be an agitating leader, a leader not scared, right, of confronting the colonial superpowers and challenging their ideals at the time. But also, on the other hand, there was almost a consciousness of how one does that as well when you look at the works that he published through the journal, and please forgive my pronunciation, so I'll use the English translation, One Who Reconciles, which first went into publication around May in the late 1920s. That speaks to a man who, on the one hand, understands that there needs to be a dismantling of the system, but also who understands that requires a rational, balanced, and calculated leader who is able to talk with a softer tone and a softer voice, on the other hand, to ensure that though we dismantle and agitate, we don't do it at the cost of our people.
Yes, it became very clear in the 1920s. He was actually recruited by the founders of the KCA because he could speak English, because he was one of the few elite who could read and write, and so becoming the editor of Moigwithania, the reconciler, was a platform that gave him a lot of mileage. And yes, in the columns of Moigwithania, tried to bring people together. The message was very clear that the different factions among the Africans, and particularly the people of the Kwe community, should be put down so that you can speak with one voice. Because the challenge was the colonialists, the enemy. And so you cannot confront.
I think we've just lost connection there with the professor as we try to reconnect again to Nairobi, Kenya. It is hashtag Moments in Time. It's a brand new exploration for us going into this new season of the show for 2026, where we try to unearth the cultural context and the historical context of stories of the peoples, the places, and the things that have shaped us as Africans. We are in conversation with Professor Masharia Munene, who's the chairman of the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi. Apologies for that disconnection, Prof, but we were still exploring this idea of bringing a people together through the reconciler.
Yes, it's something he started very early. And as the editor of the newspaper Moigwithania, the whole people knew about him. And then when they sent him to England to protect, convey their concern, the grievances to the home government, the colonial government, there was a belief among the African elite and leaders that the problem was the practitioners of colonial governance in Kenya were not following the expected rules and philosophy. So the idea of sending a delegate to England, to the home country, to make the home country know that bad things were happening was kind of novel in itself. and he himself agreed to go when somebody else who should have gone kind of stepped aside for him to go. And so the emphasis on reconciling differences is what he came to be known for. And as then inspiring people to be united with the belief that together they can dislodge the colonial system. He kept on saying that one. Together we can do it. He was the titular head of that movement.
Yeah. Prof, let's just pause here for a brief minute as I take the headline news from my side. Then we'll come back and continue our conversation with Professor Masharia Munene.
Good afternoon. Making headlines, the National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Kwaggafontein Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. The city of Johannesburg has tabled a 97.1 billion rand budget for the 2026-2027 financial year, with a strong focus on reforming struggling municipal trading entities and stabilizing service delivery infrastructure. And finally, health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say around 1,000 people are currently showing symptoms consistent with Ebola. Tracing their contacts has become a big focus of the efforts to contain the outbreak. I will have details on these and other stories at 2 o'clock.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are looking at moments in time, and today we're exploring the legacy of Kenya's first democratic president, the country's first the country's first president of independence from colonial rule by the British, Jomo Kenyatta. We're exploring the legacy of the first president who went from prime minister to presidency in 1964. I wanted to count how many years actually, and then I thought, hey, my phone is too far to count to see how many years in right now. As we observe 27th of May and back in 63, that is when he was elected in his seat as a prime minister. Let's take just a quick moment to listen to Jomo Kenyatta in his own words in an interview that was sourced from the archives of the Associated Press, and he sat down in conversation with British reporter Ivor Davids, sitting with Kenyatta in May of 63, talking at that time and reflecting on the Kenya African National Union's success in the elections.
Mr. Kenyatta, how do you view KANU's sweeping success in the Kenya general election?
Well, I think it's very important because it gives us very good working majority in the House.
A majority to make changes in the Constitution?
Well, not only the business of the government is not only to change the Constitution, we've got many other things to do.
What have you in mind regarding the Constitution?
That remains to be seen. We've got to see that the Constitution works.
How will you govern Kenya?
Democratically.
And what is the future for whites and Asians in Kenya?
Well, they have every hope like any other citizen in Kenya. They will be protected just as any other citizen in Kenya is protected. Right to their own property. We have the Bill of Rights to protect every citizen in this country.
And that is Jomo Kenyatta in his own words in conversation there with British reporter Ivor Davies for the Associated Press. And that clip coming out from May 1963, right after the Kenya African National Union success at the elections, making that a 63-year-old news clip. So do pardon the fact that the audio was not quite as crisp as you've become accustomed to. And Prof, that leads us into perhaps looking at Kenyatta's leadership, particularly in his early political years, how that went on to shape the economy and the social direction of independent Kenya, and whether or not that legacy still can be felt in today's Kenya.
Yes, Kenyatta was very conscious of his domestic and international environment. And because he was very conscious, that's why he was reconciliatory even to the British and the Western powers when he won the election and they were asking him how he was going to do things. They to assure everybody that everyone was protected and they were all welcome into the country as long as they agreed to be part of the new system. So he laid the foundation of that. Part of the reason he did that was because of what was happening in Congo. Congo had become independent in 1960 and it broke down into pieces. And the concern at the time from the various people, particularly in the West, was whether Kenya was going to be more chaotic than Congo, given that Kenya had actually fought for that independence physically, and Congo had not. So Kenya is going to be worse. Aware of that sort of concern, he went out of his way to try and assure the various people, the departing colonialists and their friends, that Kenya will not be ruled in a arbitrary way. So it's talked about democratic. And it's interesting in that clip, he points out that although the constitution under which that independence was to be granted had been agreed on at Lancaster, it was not essentially acceptable. And in fact, the campaign, that campaign for election, he and his team made it very clear that when they win, they were going to seek adjustment to the constitution so they stopped being a hindrance to national development, because it was called the Majimbo Constitution that kind of weakened the central government to a point where it could not do anything. So that's what he was talking about when he said we are going to make adjustment to the constitution to enable the national government to deliver on its mandate. And so initially it started very well, assuring everybody, the international community, as well as the Africans, that things were going to be well. Now, with time, many of the people in Kenya started grumbling that there had not been substantial change from what they expected from Kenyatta. But then that was a different matter, because in the 1960s, he was trying very hard to convince everybody that Kenyans are not thugs, that they will move, they will rule within the rule of law, and be accommodative to everybody. Those clips there kind of made that very clear, what he was up to.
That leads us into, I guess, asking the question around, let's start with maybe the observation that oftentimes in the history of Africa and all of her 54 states, we will see matters of ethnic divisions coming to the fore, creeping up. You know, we are not exempt from that here in the southernmost tip as well. And those matters of ethnic division will at times threaten the stability, will threaten the democracy of a particular country. How did President Kenyatta approach nation building in a country that is so incredibly ethnically diverse in cultural identity, cultural histories and placing? How did he manage to create a one Kenya with multiple voices?
Well, it was difficult work, but he was aware of the challenges, because during the colonial times, there were two policies towards Africans. In one instance, when they were serving the colonial interests, they were called natives. Everybody was a native, as long as you are black, and which meant exploitation and overtaxation, and doing the work of the colonial master because you are African. That's one definition. The other one was when the same natives united to challenge the colonial order. Then they were told they are tribes. Then there is nothing in common. And towards the end of colonialism, there was a lot of emphasis on that you are different, some of you are superior to others. The enemy, this is the enemy. And the whole Majimbo constitution was based on that, engineered tribalism, which then was meant to make it difficult to create a united nation. So Kenyatta's challenge then was to create a united nation amidst an environment created to create animosity, tribal animosities. And so he went out of his way to try and find people to reconcile with. I mean, you look at his cabinet, had people from all over holding key positions, even the appointment of ambassadors, the first group. There was that attempt to make everybody feel good. Although at the same time, there are people who are being engineered, incited to create problems and say that things are not going well. And initially, people believed in him, they accepted. So when they say nearing all the people, what may have happened thereafter was not so much the issue of tribe, although the tribe was overplayed. It was a question of differing in the direction that the country should take.
Yeah.
And that became a very difficult situation.
Prof, a quick pause from our end for a commercial break, and then we'll come back on the other side and wind down our conversation.
Outsurance can't improve your price skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Mzansi, it's time to get your game up to scratch. Sizekaya is giving you more chances to win big with scratch cards. All you have to do is grab a coin and scratch the card to reveal if you've won. If you've hit it big, you can claim your prize instantly. The more you scratch, the more chances of winning. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya from June 1.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
Winding down on this afternoon's moments in time as we reflect on Jomo Kenyatta, the legacy of the first Prime Minister and President of independent Kenya, having been elected back in 1963. Interesting that the Kenyatta family has remained centered in the politics of the country, with his son taking on that baton in 2013 with his first inauguration as the president of the country. And that was, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta. Let's speak about the legacy, Prof, as we close our conversation. What would you say is Jomo Kenyatta's legacy today? And do younger generations, do younger Kenyan as well as African generations view him much in the same fondness and the same light, perhaps, as the generations which he essentially shared a lived experience with back in the 60s and 70s?
Well, his legacy was long-lasting. Those who remembered him in very good light, except there were grumblings and questions here and there. And so when his son, Uhuru Kenyatta, became president, he became president in part because people, when voting, they said they were voting against imperialism. The impression that the British and other Europeans had wanted a particular person because they could control the guy. And so the Uhuru, with not only his father's name, but his father's voice, was very attractive as a fighter because of something that happened in 2007, 2008. And that he was also very appealing across the third world, the African diaspora, by people remembering the old man himself. So they could see some sort of a reincarnation of Kenyatta. And he also has Kenyatta's voice in that sense.
Hmm. Well, it certainly has been.
So in
yes.
country.
Apologies, Prof. Continue.
That people remember that they can criticize. Yeah, you said people remember that he created a stable, united country despite the challenges that confronted him. And he died peaceably in the office. Maybe he should not have died in office, but he left a stable country that other countries were kind of looking up to. And so they say, well, he became an example of how to deal with the challenges of transition from colonialism to independence in a few other countries, which have confessed that something to that effect. So when his son became president, some people saw the incarnation of the old man himself. Of course, the son did not have the same pull as his father, but people could remember that imagery as being very positive in many places.
Professor Masharia Munene, thank you so much for the time and the conversation. That was chairman of the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi, reflecting, of course, for moments in time on that legacy of Jomo Kenyatta. It's gone 1:45. We're going to take a quick pause from our end, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car premiums every month. My Way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, as we get into a different kind of conversation now, let's experience the flavor of the Randburg Night Market, which returns this Saturday, the 30th of May. We're catching up with owner and organizer of the market, Jackie Paneno, who joins me on the line. How are you doing this afternoon, Jackie? Jackie?
Hi, I can hear you great. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you so much. Are you good?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Definitely a different turn of conversation from your previous one.
This is what life looks like on the Full Circle.
Exactly. Literally full circle. You got to cover everything, eh?
Everything indeed. Let's talk about the Randburg Night Market. Firstly, just a bit of background, in terms of how long the market has been in existence and perhaps even just the inspiration for yourself and the team to initiate a market of this nature.
Yeah, so Evo Events, which is my company, we've been running night markets since 2017, so quite a while now. We joined forces with the Diggers Rugby Club in 2025, so mid last year, just to encourage the greater Randburg community to come out, visit the club, enjoy the amazing facilities that they've got, watch a bit of Diggers Rugby, and then, of course, get to enjoy some night market magic. So that's why we collaborated with the Diggers Club. So we actually do events all across Joburg.
I heard about that, and we'll definitely double back to that. Indeed, I mean the concept of night marketing, is it something that Johannesburgers and perhaps even other South Africans in other cities are really sort of showing a keen interest in and taking up?
From my side, yes, we've seen a big uptick in it, and people love it. It's just such a fun thing to do after you've gotten your day done. Like on a Friday night after work, to pop in, grab a drink, some food, see friends, have a bit of fun, let the kids run wild. It's just a fun activity in the evening.
Talk to me a bit as well about the kind of offering that the market has, because every market sort of has its own unique angling and its unique selling proposition. Entice me a little bit about the Randburg night market.
So our philosophy has always been come for the food, stay for the arts and crafts. So we first of all have a huge selection of food stalls, everything from paella to sushi to every Instagrammable worthy street food that you can imagine. And then we blend that in with just Joburg's best and finest artisanal arts and crafts vendors, the guys that are out there with their hobbies, making unique things, creating, that have that vision and passion to make and create and want a space to sell it.
And have you found that the same vendors keep returning to the market time and time again?
Yes, so we have a core set of vendors that join us time in and time out, and then we have a rotation of vendors that come through as and when, stock availability, seasonality, that sort of thing. So it changes regularly through the events, but we do have a core set of vendors that are what we term our die-hard vendors. They're there through the thick and thin, the hot, the cold, the rain, the shine.
Yeah. And I can imagine that a lot of them obviously are Johannesburg and sort of surrounds residents, right? Involved in all manner of business. Folks are always trying to figure out, okay, at the stalls, when we're talking arts and crafts, things of that nature, what are some of the especially the frequent brands and folks that you can speak on in terms of what is they offering, what do they bring to the market? Are we looking at home decor? Are there specific crafters that do specific things where you've noticed also maybe that your audiences tend to gravitate towards a little bit more at all times? I know there's obviously a diversity of curiosity, but just to sort of bring us into the picture.
Yeah, so we cover such a broad range of categories. You touched on a few of them. So it's everything from home decor to bath and body to, it's guys that are creating their own lotions and potions, for lack of a better phrase. It's guys that are doing hand-poured candles, that are creating their own scents and aromas. It's quite amazing to see what creative people are living in Joburg and what sort of really, really cool products they are developing. I'm not sure if I answered your question there, but category-wise is jewelry, there's clothing, there's handmade bags, there's people that have created their own activities, 3D prints, just so much stuff.
And then talk to the folks around safety. People, we know we live in the city. And for people to come out at night, they're always thinking, okay, well, Jackie, is my car going to be safe? Am I going to be safe?
Yeah, so we do a couple of things. So we obviously work with the industry leaders. They're called Chiloa Event Security. They manage our entire event for us. They do stop-and-go search points, car guards, internal security. And then for every event, we always partner with the Neighborhood Watch. For Randburg specifically, we partner with the AfriForum Neighborhood Watch Joburg North Branch, who does patrols in the area. We are still in South Africa. I would love to tell you that the event is totally safe, but that's not the reality of it. But we do everything humanly possible to keep everyone as safe as possible.
Yeah. Gaming access, does that cost me anything, or is all my money reserved for spending on all the vendors and the food stalls?
There is a small access fee of 30 Rand for adults and 10 Rand for the under 18s and pensioners, and your parking is free.
Oh, I mean, that's manageable. So 30 Rand per adult and 10 Rand for the under 18s. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
The kids will cost you much more once you get in, so we don't charge so much at the door.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully you don't charge for babies.
No, definitely not.
Okay, that's good. That means I'm coming. And then, in addition to the Randburg night market, you also alluded to the fact that you are involved in other night markets scattered around Johannesburg. Maybe give us some detail around that. And do they all happen at the same time, or that would just create a logistical nightmare? So you've kind of spread them out.
I would be way grayer if we did them all at the same time. So we're generally the first, last, and second weekends of the month, and on Fridays and Saturdays happening at various locations. So there's Bedfordview, Benoni, Randburg, Alberton, Kloof, which is in Pretoria.
Aha. Where do folks go to track the market dates and just keep themselves abreast so that they don't miss it?
Yeah, so it's super easy. The website is www.thenightmarket.co.za. All the dates and information for all the events is freely available there. If anybody is a vendor and one of those creatives that I was speaking about earlier, there's a form for them to fill out if they'd like to join us, if they think if they've got a product that they would like to sell. We'd love to hear from you. We're always on the lookout for new and exciting products. We're always looking to partner with people that are creative and fun and have something different to bring to the world and need a space to sell it.
And I think, people in this here city particularly, because we don't have a beach and we don't have a mountain, forever looking for something to do also as a family. So this is a good option indeed. Jackie, we appreciate the time with you. So this coming Saturday, 30th of May, between 5 and 10 p.m. at the Diggers Rugby Club here in Randburg. If you're going to be in Johannesburg, that market is happening. That was Jackie Pineno, who's the owner and organizer of the Randburg Night Market. We've got about 4 minutes to go before the top of the hour, and then we'll come back on the other side of 2 after the top of the hour news with Cholani. We'll come back and we'll explore a finance conversation. Then we're looking at what happens when SARS raids your bank account. Do you have any kind of recourse as a taxpayer? Do you have any kind of rights whatsoever? If there was ever an entity of government that I am deadly fearful of, it is SARS. For that exact reason, that they don't ask for permission. They just do. They course correct you without waiting on you to give them the green light to do so. So we'll have that conversation on the other side of 2. You might have a question, you might have a matter that is currently sitting in front of SARS, and maybe you need some guidance. Maybe my guest will be in a position to answer you or lead you in the right direction. So that's coming up on the other side of 2. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line there, or 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on.
Dança mami crioula, cola na mim. Pensa na passada, sabe, no coladeira. Dança mami crioula, cola na mim. Pensa na passada, sabe, no coladeira. La nota cindi na meia nossa edição. La nota cindi na meia nossa edição. Chega na mi bobeira tão forte que pra me sentir calor de boa morinha ao Cabo Verde. Chega na mi bobeira tão forte que pra me sentir calor de boa morinha ao Cabo Verde. Sabor da ela na nossa terra Cabo Verde. La nota cindi na meia nossa edição. La nota cindi na meia nossa edição. Dança mami crioula, cola na mim. Pensa na passada, sabe, Sama mi criola, cola na mim. Pensa na passassa, vindo na tela. La nota senti na meio nostra lição. La nota senti na meio nostra lição. Chega na mi bober tão forte que pam sentir calor de bom morrinha o Cabo Verde. Chega na mi bober tão forte que pam sentir calor de bom morrinha o Cabo Verde. La nota senti na meio nostra lição.
SAfm, playing your music.
Top stories. The Sawa Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni expected back in court tomorrow on over 1,000 suspected cases of Ebola in the DRC. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. The National Prosecuting Authority, or NPA, has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Dalmas Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. The two are accused of money laundering and extortion amounting to more than 2 million rand. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
Last week it was struck off the roll. There were no issues that related to the merits of the case. Therefore, in this case, the merits of the case will then come into play, but for now it is just a matter of re-enrolling it and making sure that it is back and then it goes through the systems of the court. We are doing four things. When the matter was on the 18th, we then said we're suspending the prosecutor, we are doing internal investigation, which is happening. And then the second step was to protect the prosecutor from being arrested because we felt that what was done was not done properly. We did leave to appeal. And then the third one, Magistrates Commission had to be informed, or a formal charge was laid against the magistrate for what we believe is misconduct.
The City of Johannesburg has tabled a 97.1 billion rand budget for the 2026-2027 financial year, with a strong focus on reforming struggling municipal trading entities and stabilizing service delivery infrastructure. Delivering the budget speech at the Johannesburg Council Chamber, Finance MMC Loyiso Masuku warned that years of governance failures, weak revenue collection and aging infrastructure had severely weakened key services such as electricity, water and waste management. Masuku says a major reform of the city's trading services will be central to restoring financial stability and improving service delivery.
Electricity distribution losses stand at 27%, and the combination infrastructure renewal backlog across Joburg Quarter, City Power, Joburg Road Agency exceeds 185 billion. Without meaningful institutional reform, capital investment alone cannot achieve this, and we have to work together to ensure sustainable service delivery.
The City of Cape Town is not going to appeal a ruling by the Western Cape High Court declaring the municipality's property value-based cleaning levy and water sanitation tariffs in the 2025-2026 budget unlawful and invalid. The High Court ordered that these tariffs be set aside with effect from the 30th of June 2026. Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis says the main impact of the judgment is to limit the ability of the city to cross-subsidize to protect lower and middle-income households. The city has now embarked on a supplementary public participation on amendments to its 2026-2027 City of Hope budget. Lewis says the amendments represent the city's proposed efforts to continue offering protection within the framework of the ruling.
Today we open comment on budget amendments that protect lower and middle income households. These changes do not include any cuts to Cape Town's essential infrastructure projects. We made a solemn promise that Cape Town would never follow the path of decline like other cities around our country, and that we would do whatever it takes to ensure that our city remains the most functional city in South Africa and a better place to live for every resident.
Many undocumented migrants have been arrested in supermarkets in Vosloorus in Ekurhuleni. Several businesses, mostly spaza shops and supermarkets, have also been issued with notices for non-compliance. This follows a spaza shop compliance blitz. The operation is in response to the ongoing impasse between South Africans and undocumented migrants in the country. City of Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosi Ndipile Xhakaza is leading the operation.
Just now did a big, closure of a supermarket, a cash and carry. We've picked up that a number of guys who work there, they don't have all the proper documentation. We've made some of the arrests, but also the structure is not compliant. They've done an extension. So we've got our building controls guys that are assisting us to actually ensure that, all our structures are compliant. It's important that we get the business structures. If you are trading, you must make sure that where you are correctly zoned.
Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say around 1,000 people are currently showing symptoms consistent with Ebola. Tracing their contacts has become a big focus of the efforts to contain the outbreak. The head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, is expected to arrive in the DRC today to assess the situation. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Asher has more.
There's a lot of different armed groups. Conflict is ongoing. Control of different areas changes regularly. So it's a place that you can't just...
We do apologize for that incorrect soundbite. Recapping the top story this hour, the National Prosecuting Authority, or NPA, has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Dalmas Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Benin, West Africa. West Africa's historic crossroads, bordered by Togo, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and Niger, with a coastline stretching along the Atlantic Ocean, a land deeply connected to African history and spirituality. The birthplace of the Vodun tradition, a belief system that shaped cultures across the world. French is the official language, Fon, Yoruba, and many local languages carry culture through generations.
Benin gained independence in 1960, a nation shaped by kingdoms, trade and transformation. Agriculture, trade and cotton drive the economy. The port of Cotonou connects the country to regional commerce. But challenges remain. Poverty, unemployment and security threats spread throughout the Sahel region. Still, Benin continues to preserve its heritage while building towards growth.
Benin honors its past while moving forward. In every rhythm, in every tradition, in every voice, there is legacy. Benin, historic, cultural, enduring.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. SAFM, playing your music.
Sometimes it feels like heaven, and sometimes it feels like hell. But you keep on going until it gets hard to tell. And your body moves with the grace of an archangel, like a stroke of genius from Raphael. The crowd was still like a fresco in a chapel. 9-7 in the fifth, oh Saint Sebastian must have been beside you all the way. The greatest match in history, you put them all to shame. 4 hours in a Rolex could not put you away. You did it for yourself, now the people sing your name. The people sing your name. Sometimes it feels like heaven, and sometimes it feels like hell. Sometimes you keep on going until it gets hard to tell. Sometimes your body moves with the grace of an archangel. Sometimes it's stroke of genius from Raphael.
I swear my team today is trying to channel a Friday. And that's maybe because we are going into the first order of programming business for our year, because most our year starts in April, so it feels like our year just began. So for the next 2 days, we're going to be landlocked, room locked, as we do strategy for the year moving ahead. Maybe that's why they're pretending like today is Friday, because for the next 2 days, we're going to be engaged in broadcasting debate. Beatenberg coming through with Raphael, taking us to 10 past 2 o'clock as we get into a finance conversation now. And we're looking at what happens when SARS raids your bank account. What right do you have as a taxpayer? Do you have any kind of recourse in how they conduct themselves? A lot of South Africans, myself included, I kind of feel like, SARS is a law unto their own. And woo you for being the one who decides to be on their bad side. Niku Theron joins us now, founder of Unicus Tax Specialist South Africa. How are you doing this afternoon, Niku? Is it more Niku or Nico?
Whichever you prefer, I'm used to both.
Okay, I'll go with the English then. Nico Tehran joins us. Thank you for the time, Nico. Much appreciated. Let's talk about the South African revenue, because a lot of folks, we kind of have an idea of how they work. We kind of have an idea of how they work, particularly if you are on the bad side of them. Most of us feel as though we don't have much recourse or much say in how they do things, but maybe just as a broad general overview, do we have some kind of say in how our relationship with SARS is conducted and how it plays out?
Very much so. In fact, that is the reason my firm exists, is to assist taxpayers to make sure that their rights are protected and that they don't get walked over by SARS, because taxpayers do have rights. SARS does have wide-ranging powers, to be fair, but that doesn't mean that power is absolute. There are things that taxpayers can do to defend themselves against SARS's action, including SARS raiding your bank account. We've had many instances where SARS have taken money and our intervention secured repayment of that money within sometimes days, sometimes even the same day. But of course, you must know when they are doing something that's wrong and when they are doing something that's right, and that distinction often requires, expertise, specialist expertise. But that's where the issue lies. Is in if you don't know when they're doing something wrong or when they're doing something right, and I think lots of taxpayers labor under the misapprehension that SARS always does things correct and in line with the law. And the simple reality is they don't. I'm not suggesting that they are always wrong either.
Yeah.
But there's this common misconception that if it's SARS, then what they're doing must be right. And I have proven, and other taxpayers have proven multiple times that that's not the case. And so I think the assumption should not be what SARS has done is right. Certainly, if SARS has done something, you must take it serious because they do have lots of power. But it certainly means, okay, let's see what they've done and let's see if what they've done here is correct, because it might turn out it's wrong, which often is the case.
When we talk about those wide-ranging powers, right? Obviously, even within the context of SARS, those powers come with some kind of responsibility. What are some of those powers that they hold, particularly when it comes to matters of outstanding tax debt, for instance, and the kind of process and procedure that should be followed for taxpayers in sort of those kinds of instances?
Right. So the SARS, as you correctly point out, I mean, SARS has this massive power, but that power must be kept in check, and so there are procedures that they must follow to balance out that power, so there's not an abuse of power. So if we talk about their power of collection action, one of the things that SARS that's most intrusive or is often experienced as the most intrusive is where SARS. The common way of saying or referring to the SARS took money out of your bank account. But what technically happens is SARS sent an instruction to the bank and said, this guy owes me money, pay me his money, because you are holding his money on his behalf. You must pay it over to me. So if you owe SARS money, they have the power to do that. So now you might say, well, that's very intrusive, which indeed it is. So how that is supposed to be kept in check, or how that is kept in check, is before SARS can do that, they're supposed to send the taxpayer a letter, a final demand, right? And they must say to the taxpayer, listen, you owe us X amount of money. You've got, and normally that demand says you've got 10 days to pay, and it should in fact say you've got 10 days to pay it. And if you don't, we could take several forms of collection action, including taking the money out of your bank account. And that letter will typically say to the taxpayer, if you don't want to avoid that, you can do a compromise, or you can do a payment arrangement, or if you want to dispute it, you can do this, that, and the other thing. So there are procedures that limit that power. So it's not, I always explain to my clients, SARS taking money out of your bank account should not be a surprise, because you would have or should have been forewarned that you owe them money and that they could do this. And if you weren't forewarned, well, first let's check if your details are up there, because they might have sent the notice somewhere else. But if you weren't forewarned and they took the collection action, then that collection action is illegal, and we can have it set aside fairly quickly. And so it is kept in check. But I think the most important point is although the letter, the final demand, will say to you, look, you owe X amount of income tax or VAT or PAYE or whatever it is that you owe, they don't necessarily tell you where it originates from. So my first port of call is if you get that final demand, the first thing you should do is, first of all, don't ignore it. It's not going to go away. And if you do ignore it, they'll end up taking the money out of your bank account. Right? So you need to go as a first step before you even consider just paying, because the fact that they say you owe them doesn't mean it's necessarily the correct amount, right? Because you can dispute the amounts, but you have to go first figure out, where's this money, this debt, where's it coming from? It's probably coming from some form of assessment that SARS issued somewhere, where they said, well, hang on, you earned this amount of money, so you should pay this amount of tax. You haven't, right? And that assessment, that is like an invoice, we call it, for by way of simple analogy. You have to go check that what invoice is this tax for? And I use that term loosely because it's called an assessment. But where is this invoice? And is this invoice right? Because if it's wrong, there are certain things you can do to challenge it. It doesn't mean you just have to go and pay it straight up. If you have a bona fide or a real challenge against that invoice, for lack of a better word, or assessment, then you can challenge it and you can do things like suspension of payment applications. And if SARS then takes the money out of your bank account regardless, then you can go to them and say, I want the money back. And if you follow the right steps, like we've done recently, recovered 4.6 million rand that SARS took illegally out of a bank account and said pay it back because you didn't follow procedure. So there are mechanisms in place to protect taxpayers, unfortunately, or procedures. Unfortunately, those procedures aren't always followed. I'm
Yeah.
sure they try to follow them in most of the time, but not always. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break here, Nico. We'll come back. We'll continue the conversation. Our line is also open to you if you're listening on 061 410 4107. If you do have a matter that's currently sitting before SARS and perhaps you think that Nico would be able to steer you within the right direction by way of action that you can take to resolve that matter, not to avoid it, but to resolve it, you're more than welcome to send us a voice note. It's 20 past 2 o'clock on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Mussing.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Cindy Siwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026, under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
In case you missed it.
I understand you've been using a GLP, Bonnie. How's it going?
The side effect is that I've lost weight. I've lost 21 kilograms. That's been the nice side effect.
Yes.
You know, there are some bad side effects when you start. Another side effect, which my friends say now, oh, it's a negative side effect, is that my alcohol intake got to be so low.
Listen properly.
My alcohol intake got to be so low.
That's a great side effect. I'm sure that saves you lots of money as well.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
We're in conversation with Nico Taran, founder of Unicus Tax Specialist, and we're looking at the steps, processes, as recourses for when SARS goes into your bank account and extracts their money without your say-so, the power of collection. And as you were saying before we went into this break, Nico, that normally what precedes that power of collection is a final demand letter that spells out various alternatives as well that SARS can be engaged in. Let's say someone, because I've never heard, in all honesty, whenever I've heard about SARS going into a bank account to extract money, I've never heard anyone admit that they got a final demand letter. It always seems as though it came as a shock that SARS went into their bank account and took the money. So what happens when you get that final demand letter? Because we also know we have a culture of ignoring final demands as debtors. When you get that letter, what must you do?
Well, the first thing you must do is pay heed to it, pay attention to it, and look at the alternative options that SARS is offering you, because they will say you must make contact with us. This is how you can make contact with us. You can do a payment arrangement. You can do a compromise application, and all sorts of things, so as to avoid that we just take this money out of your bank account. And they spell it out there, and on their website, for the most part, you can go and follow those procedures, and that would be the best step. But as a dispute resolution expert, my question is before I just go and pay this tax, whether by way of arrangement or by compromise or by you taking the money out of my client's bank account, I just want to go check if this tax is actually due. Is this assessment that you're saying I owe you this money, is this correct? Because I can guarantee you, if SARS taking money out of your bank account comes as a surprise, then you probably don't know about the assessment they issued, which is that invoice I was liking it to or making an example of earlier. And so the first step is to go and check where's this liability coming from, and whether I agree with it or not. And often you'll find that the taxpayer has already said to SARS, I disagree with this liability, and they filed something that we call a suspension of payment application, and then SARS nevertheless sends a final demand, which in and of itself is, in my view, a breach of the law. And then we have to go and say to them, but listen, you sent a final demand, but we've disputed that liability. We know it exists. We know it's there because you've raised the assessment, but we disagree with it, and we've filed a suspension, and we're going to do an objection. And so you must withdraw your final demand. So the first step for me is not necessarily to look at the alternatives of how we pay this. My first question is, should we pay this? Is this the correct amount? Because the fact that it's on a final demand doesn't mean it's necessarily correct. What it does mean, it's assessed by SARS, which does mean they have a claim to, unless you take action. So they do have a claim unless you take action. And so the first step is to see where's it coming from, and then to determine what is your next step. Do we have to pay it? Okay, we'll do a payment arrangement, or we'll do a compromise, or can we fight this? If so, how do we stop this collection action? Because there's ways you can do that.
Are taxpayers able to resolve such disputes on their own? Or perhaps it's more advisable to engage a tax specialist such as yourself?
It depends on the facts and circumstances of a case. I mean, if it's a simple, yes, you owe SARS 4,000 Rand, then engaging with SARS, you don't need necessarily a tax specialist to do that. But if it becomes a little bit more complex, there's, the assessments are a little bit more complicated, whether or not you owe the money is complicated, or your business setup is complicated. So you might say, yes, I owe the money, but look, there's no way I can pay this. Then putting together, so either we dispute it, which you require a specialist for in many instances, but most certainly not all. So we dispute it, for which you need a specialist, or we say, we owe this, but it's not like I can pay this easily. So then putting together a proper, as we call, compromise application or deferred payment application requires quite some financial skill and tax law skill to understand what you must give SARS and how they want it. So there are instances, I think, where taxpayers, in fact, I've advised many taxpayers, say, go on SARS's website. There's a guide there that says how you do payment arrangements. Your case is not that complicated. But there are issues where, of course, it becomes complicated, and then putting together a comprehensive strategy to deal with this debt becomes the area of specialist knowledge, which is what we do.
Can taxpayers still ensure that they remain compliant, ensure their compliance, even if they've got a matter that's pending, even if they have a dispute with SARS or some other issue that is still very much a challenge?
Yes, very much so. If you think about the typical example of a tax debt, so the taxpayer is disputing this debt, and if they do a suspension of payment application, then they can still reflect as compliant in SARS' system. So there are instances where, despite the fact that SARS' systems will reflect this amount as owing, that you can still be compliant. And that is a big issue for taxpayers who require compliance PINs to do work. Lots of the guys operating in the public sector and even in the private sector are very much reliant on a tax clearance PIN to show that they're in good standing with SARS to get paid or to get contracts. And oftentimes there's this debt that arises from nowhere, or seemingly nowhere. It hardly ever comes from nowhere, but for the taxpayer, it's seemingly from nowhere. And then the question is, well, goodness, this is a large amount. I don't agree with it, but now my tax clearance status is reflected as non-compliant. Well, if you follow the right steps, we can get the status compliant without you having to pay in the right circumstances. And then, of course, you must continue to be compliant with all your other obligations. So normally the debt is isolated to a year or a period or something in particular, but of course you must still continue to file other returns, etc., etc. So yes, taxpayers can, and I think the message for I think for businesses it's worse if you don't have a clearance pin. In fact, I know for businesses it's worse. If there's a tax debt and you don't have a pin because you can't get work, you can't get paid. But if you follow the right process, then SARS should reflect you as compliant. And I've had many instances where, despite the fact that SARS should be reflecting the taxpayer as compliant, they don't. And then we serve legal notice and SARS say we're going to force you to make it compliant, and then they fix it. It's unfortunate that one has to go to that length, but if you're sitting with an immediate issue, I can't pay because I'm not getting paid, then you can submit a complaint, I suppose, but that's going to take a couple of weeks to get resolved. And when you're in a business situation where cash flow is critical, dealing with that clearance pin or that debt requires swift and decisive action. And that is often where we come in and say, okay, look, no, we can't be waiting 2 weeks. This is going to cost the taxpayer's business and his employees and all sorts of things. We're going to take action, SARS, unless you fix it. And then that swiftly takes care of the problem, of course, in the correct circumstances.
I think the message is crystal clear. First and foremost, don't ignore SARS is really just the golden rule of thumb. Don't ignore SARS. Any and all communications from them must be given the necessary attention promptly. And hopefully you are then able to navigate your way through it. Nico, I appreciate the time with you. I'm going to bounce you back to my producers. I think there's a listener that would like a way to get in contact with your firm regarding their personal tax issues or tax issues for their entity. It's 2:30. It is time for Jolani with the headlines, and that will lead us into our kids' programming for the afternoon.
Thank you, Bridget. Good afternoon. Making headlines. City Power has allocated over 28 billion rand to help pay its debt and address mounting electricity infrastructure failures. City Power and the City of Johannesburg owe Eskom over 5.2 billion rand. IEC Chief Electoral Officer Simon Mabolo has unveiled several innovations in respect of the Electoral Commission communications ahead of the 2026 local government elections. And finally, the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, is expected to arrive in the Democratic Republic of Congo today to assess the situation following the Ebola outbreak. I will have details on these and other stories at 3 o'clock.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Wednesday. Welcome to Kids Corner. Now that the weather is getting colder, let's talk about wearing shoes and keeping our feet warm. Do you prefer walking barefoot, always wearing shoes? Why is it important for children to wear shoes, especially during winter? How do shoes help protect your feet when playing outside or walking around the neighborhood? What can happen if you walk barefoot on cold or dirty ground? And what type of shoes do you like wearing the most during cold weather? All right, friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jabulo Mabuya. I am doing grade 5 at Mikateka Primary School and I am 11 years old. Now that it's getting cold, I prefer walking with my shoes on because shoes protects me from getting a cold. It is important for children to wear shoes, especially during the winter, to prevent heat loss and to stave off cold and frostbite. Shoes help protect my feet when playing outside by shielding from sharp objects and rocks. If you walk barefoot on cold or dirty ground, you will get injured and infections. The type of shoes that I like wearing during cold weather is boots.
Greetings to you all. My name is Aneolo. I am 11 years old. I am currently in grade 6 at Megateka Primary School. I prefer shoes on because it is cold. It is important for children to wear shoes during winter in order to avoid sicknesses such as fever. They can protect you from being hit by bottles. You can get sicknesses and infections.
What types of shoes do you like wearing the most during cold weather?
Boots.
Hi, my name is Nompumela Ntlizi. I am 12 years old. I am in grade 7. My school name is Mikataka Primary School. I prefer to wear shoes in winter because my feet get very cold and numb. When I walk barefoot, shoes keep my feet warm and dry. It's important for children to wear shoes in winter because cold ground can make us sick, and wet or dry ground can have sharp things, germs, and mud that can hurt our feet or make us sick. Shoes protect us from cuts, cold, and dirt when we play outside or walk around the neighborhood. If you walk barefoot on cold or dirty ground, you can get cuts or infections. During cold weather, I like wearing warm boots the most because they keep my feet warm and stop water from getting in.
It's cold now, and if I'm gonna be completely honest, I sometimes walk barefoot on the cold floor because when you wake up, you don't know where your shoes are, so you just get up and then you just walk around barefoot, and then eventually you get used to the cold, so you just keep your shoes off. But most of the time, I put on shoes when I'm walking inside the house and when I'm outside because I want to stay warm. Other ways I keep myself warm during the cold weather is by making sure I always have a jacket on, wearing long pants. But if it's hot, because there are those days in winter when it's hot, so I will wear shorts. So I don't wear long pants every single day of winter because there will be those hot days. Walking on the floor barefoot is dangerous to your health. You can get flu, and then if you continue walking barefoot while you have flu, it can become even worse, and then you could become very, very sick. Everyone should wear shoes while they're walking on the floor so that they don't get sick.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kabamba. I never walk barefoot on cold floors. I always make sure I have shoes or at least socks on. During this cold weather, to keep myself warm, I would mostly stay indoors, wear warm, and make sure I have my blankets with me. I am aware that walking barefoot on cold floors could be dangerous for you, mainly because the floor could be dirty, and then walking on a cold, dirty floor would lead to bacteria getting on you and making you sick.
Hello, my name is Monet Instrument Covera. Yes, it is cold now. Sometimes I do walk with my socks on and no shoes on cold floors. I also make sure that I have shoes on sometimes. How I do keep myself warm during this cold weather is that I wear socks that are like comfortable and very warm. Wear long sleeve t-shirts and jerseys, jackets, and clothes that keep me warm. And also have a blanket with me or hot water bottle with me that will just keep me warm during winter. Yes, I do know that walking on cold floors with barefoot can be dangerous to your health. You can get injured while walking with barefoot. You can like get poked by something, maybe a glass or a nail. So let us be careful and not walk with barefoot. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Hello, my name is Mbalentle. I always make sure that I have shoes on. I make sure I am warm by wearing gowns and having blankets wrapped around me. Yes, I do know it can be dangerous for your health. It can be very dangerous because the germs on the floor get into your feet. Also, the coldness of the floor could make you very sick.
Hi everyone, my name is Lisa. My full name is Malureka. I am 10 years old. I am in grade 5 at Mikateka Primary School. Now that it's getting cold, I prefer always with shoes on because my feet get cold fast. And it's important for children to wear shoes, especially during winter, because shoes help protect our feet when playing outside or walking around the neighborhood by getting us warm. The thing that can happen if you walk barefoot on cold or dirty ground is that the feet will get very cold. Type of shoes that I like wearing the most cold winter is the winter shoes that is very warm.
My name is Jonaka Malias. I live at Middleland Zone 7. I'm here to talk about the importance of keeping your feet warm during winter. Yes, I do think it is important to keep my feet warm because the cold goes through feet to the body. No, I do not prefer walking around the house with my bare foot. I always wearing warm socks and slippers every day. Yes, I think I can get ill if I do not keep my feet warm. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Now that the weather is getting colder, we all know that winter can get very cold. And even though some of us may enjoy walking barefoot, it is important for us to wear shoes when we go outside and also when we're in the house. Wearing shoes helps keep our feet warm, clean, dry, and protected from the cold ground. During cold weather, our bodies need extra warmth to stay healthy and comfortable. We should also remember that shoes help protect our feet from many things that we may step on while playing outside or walking around the house. Things like stones, broken glasses, thorns, mud, insects, or slippery surfaces can hurt our feet if we're barefoot. Wearing proper shoes helps us run, jump, and play safely without getting injured. Walking barefoot on cold or dirty ground can sometimes lead to cuts, infections, cold feet, or germs getting into our bodies. That is why it is important for us to take care of our feet and practice good hygiene. Clean feet and clean shoes help keep us healthy. During winter, you can wear warm boots, sneakers, closed shoes, or slippers with socks because they help you feel warm and comfortable, especially in the morning and evenings when it's very cold. You and I have to learn that taking care of our feet is also part of taking care of our health. Wearing suitable shoes, keeping our feet clean, and dressing warmly during winter helps us stay active, safe, and comfortable while enjoying school, playtime, and our daily activities. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. In case you missed it.
What we are seeing in South Africa is that corruption is systemic and it's well organized. So it's not the act of an individual who maybe escapes the system. The system itself has been corrupted. And that means that anybody who speaks out, a police officer, an employee, somebody in procurement who was asked to favor one group over the other, they are risking quite a lot because they find themselves having to perform according to the rules in a system that has created sub-rules, which are corrupt rules, maladministration rules.
Lebogang Ramofoko, Executive Director at Corruption Watch.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Made in SA with Bridget Masinga.
Okay, listen. It's just a pity that we don't live stream the show during commercial breaks because all kinds of things happen here. But my next guest is so impassioned about what she does for a living. And I think it's just part of what you do for a living. And it's an interesting space as well. You're not the first female, young female, black female I've seen get into this space. It's such an interesting space, but it also seems like such a difficult space that requires so much of you. This is why she's here to, help us see the bigger picture. How are you doing, Tumi Mdluli?
I am very well, thank you, Bridget.
Come closer to the mic. Come closer, just with your chair. Yeah,
just with my chair.
Yeah. There
am
you
I
go.
good?
Yeah, then you can relax
awesome.
into it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to the show. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
So, franchisee, cattle farmer. Why do I feel like you are living the life that I envision for myself when I'm done playing. You know how when you're in the creative or creative adjacent, people will go, so when do you get done playing?
Yeah.
So when I'm done playing, the things that you seem to be in are the things that I've got on my board. Let's talk about, you as a businesswoman, as an entrepreneur, and you are in different spaces.
Yes, I am.
On the one side, petroleum franchisee. On the other side, agriculture. How do you find yourself in these spaces?
And on the other side, I just opened a ice cream and tea franchise.
They did tell me you're a tea entrepreneur. So the other side of you speaks.
It's also franchising. But we can look at, when you're saying playing, you're talking media. So that's where I started. Straight from varsity, I joined my sister in the media business. Gwenta Media, we were publishing Mamas and Papas magazine and Essays of Africa magazine. I had to actually, last night I had to go and check. I'm like, have we never featured Bridget on the covers? I'm sure we have.
Never
Inside the
me
magazine.
Of Mamas and Papas, because I was never pregnant.
Yes, until recently. I'm like, actually, we've never. But yes, so that's where we started. So we were the publishers of Mamas and Papas magazine, Essays of Africa magazine, African Travel magazine. And then throughout that journey, we then decided to venture out. That we cannot keep our eggs in one basket. And we saw an opportunity to step into the fuel industry.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's so, I mean, no joke. I'm like right here just taking crib notes, right? Because it's such polar opposite industries. So then I've got to ask, at varsity, before you joined your sister in publishing, what were you majoring in? What was the intention and the focus?
It was legal. I thought I am good with my words and I wanted to be a lawyer. That's what I wanted to do. But immediately after varsity, mid-varsity, I said, actually, I'm just going to finish this for my dad. And then I'll see what to do. Then next thing I found myself in media and I loved it. And next thing I was the fashion editor. I was a beauty and fashion editor. I was a production manager. I became the CEO and the editor of the magazine until we moved into the fuel space when print was dying. Not dying per se, but slowing down in South Africa. Then that's when we decided that, we cannot keep all our eggs in one basket. We need to step out and find other things to do.
It's so interesting because, I mean, when you look at Utumi, if you're live streaming, you look like, and I'm not going to ask your age, but she looks like she's no older than 30. So all of this life must have happened, I don't know when, when you were still in the womb.
You're right.
All of this life happened. Then has it been a family business even after media? Have you continued in fuel with your sister and agriculture with your sister, and have you brought on other family members, or you decided I want to go do this on my own?
So when we started, how we got into the fuel industry, it was myself and two of my sisters, and we got the M2 Ultra City, then we got Shell Weinberg, and then whilst we're still there, that's when we're like, okay, I think now I have graduated from, I call it varsity, M2 varsity, so now I can step out on my own. And then I got the Shell Golden Meters in 4 ways. So there I'm alone with the Spa Express. So it's a Shell with a spa. But actually before that, my mother, when I had my daughter, my mother gifted me with 4 kettles.
Oh, high five to Mom Zoe.
Yes. So she's like, here, go start your life. And I was like, okay. And at the time, I just gave birth. I'm driving a 2-door car. I'm like, I don't need this. I sold it. I bought more. And that's where I started. Well, I'm not in commercial yet with the kettles, but I'm just buying and learning as I go. And my dream is to have an abattoir. So
we are going to be best friends after this. If you are listening to this conversation and you're wondering why I'm geeking out, it's because my producers know the dream. So I don't know if this was intentional or not, because I'm geeking out. Honestly speaking, I'm a big believer in kettle. And what it means and what it symbolizes for Africans and Black people in particular. Kettle is very central to our livelihoods and to our stories, to our wealth, to our prosperity, to our heritage, our history. Kettle for us is similar to a hair conversation. It's except
wealth.
kettle makes us money.
It's wealth. I mean, back then, the damages, you take a cattle, you have an event, you must slaughter a cattle, you have this. So it has always been, when you've got money, bari inkomo, esikhwameni inkomo zakhe zingakhi. So that's it's wealth.
Shout out to Mamzo for that. Hello. I love it for you. Talk to me before we get to, and I know we're on the kettle, so maybe we stay on agriculture before we double back to fuel. Okay. Because, so you get these 4 cows from mom.
Yes.
You decide, I'm living my best Joburg soft life in my coupe. Please, man, I don't need this stuff. I'm presuming at the time you didn't even have land to house, or you did, or there was family land.
And I did not have land to house, but then my sister also got into farming. So she's got the farm. And I've got the cattle in there, and I pay her. I give her 1 cattle every year. So I give her a heifer every year.
Yes.
Just to keep my cattle there. So yes, for now, whilst I'm still looking to grow.
Yes.
Because the dream is to have an abattoir. The dream is to have a bigger farm. The dream is to have more farms, and that is the vision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is that journey, Dumi? How is that journey sort of, and also navigating the waiting, right? The waiting. Because when you speak about agriculture, so people often ask me, what do you want to do with the cattle? And I go, I'm not sure yet. I just want to start. And then I'll figure it out somewhere down the line, what I do with them, right? But I think I kind of know now. And it almost seems like folks don't want to allow the patience of you to discover along the journey. So how do you navigate that sense of, I am content in the patience of waiting, and whilst I wait, I grow for the plan to be crystallized?
I think so that for me, so that I do not focus on rushing this process, is to keep busy with other things. Like, so there's the Shell and the Spa, and now there's iChat that I just opened. So now, yes, so there's that. But with the cattle farming is, as they breed every year, I know that I need to get rid of the males because we need females, because women are important, right?
Yes.
So yes, so it's just that. But keeping busy with other things, like not having all your eggs in one basket, I think that's important. Yeah.
Now, back to the service stations. Hard business, challenging business, especially if you are a female?
It is a challenging business because obviously most of the guys that you hire at the forecourt, we call them service champions. So we don't call them petrol attendants. No, they are service champions because they are the face of the business. So mostly a man. So some of the guys, they do not want to be led by women. I think that's where the challenge is. But it's all about having a good relationship with your staff, and that helps. I think with my team, we've got an open door policy. They've got direct access to me. This morning I started at the office because one guy called me. He's like, no, ma'am, I'm not working today, but I need to speak to you. Okay, I'll be there at 12. Come, let's meet. So I just have that. So that makes it easy. They know that I treat them well, and they return that to me.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
But it's a hands-on business.
It is,
because it's
right?
a cash business. It's a hands-on business. You need to be there. Yeah.
And then how do you, because you strike me as being very ambitious in very demanding spaces that also, as you say, require you to be there, to be the driving force and really be the interface, especially if you're dealing with customers and you're in the service business. For you, how do you sort of strike those balances of having to lead, having to interface, having to also strategize around, business growth, business development? And do you have, I'm presuming you, outside of even your sisters, you have other women in spaces that you lean on, family, external businesswomen, that you lean on for your own personal growth and own personal development?
Yes, definitely, because I cannot be in an island alone. So there is support from people outside. We've got a woman in fuel group where you always tap in, guys, I don't understand this. And also I've got my back office team. I've got an amazing team. And also some of the staff members from the other different sides, I tap into them. Guys, I've got a problem. Labor decided to show up. What do I do? They did this document. So there's always people that I can bring in for assistance and advice, because there's no ways that you can be able to run businesses one man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And every level of the business, I presume, requires a different part of Dumi.
Yes.
And a different approach from Dumi.
Yes. So with the filling stations, it's quite well now because I've been in the business since 2017. So already that's something where I am very familiar with. I am comfortable. Whilst now I'm trying to grow this new baby that just opened a month ago. It is ice cream and tea. And we just started winter, and I'm like, oh, the ice creams are not selling. Guys, please come buy ice cream because I need these ice creams to go, right? And also, it's a brand from Indonesia, Malaysia, and so it's Pearls. It's boba tea.
Oh.
But it's not the boba that we know here, because I've always thought the boba is those popping bobas. But this is Pearls, real pearls, chewable pearls. Right? So I'm trying to grow that baby. So right now that is my baby, and I want to open lots and lots of them because I'm just in love with the brand.
So, okay, where do you discover this Indonesian boba? I mean, admittedly, I'm not that cool. I'm not that Instagram cool. The phases, I've not tasted matcha. I went the whole of last year not knowing what matcha tastes like. Hey, I'm in good company. My team also goes, no. So with boba, I probably had one boba drink, and it was out of curiosity. And then I thought, okay, I don't know what's up with these popping things, but all right. How do you land yourself? Because we know how you landed up in agri. We know how you landed up in fuel. Now, how do you land in boba, ice cream, and tea, and...
So I think keeping good relationships, it's important. So there's a guy called Tato, used to work with him. He used to work for Spar. So I think he left Spar, then joined the Aicha team. So now they're trying to penetrate the South African market because they already started in Kenya, but now they wanted to enter South Africa. He approached me, Miss T, there's this and that and that. Would you be interested? So we start looking for space. I'm like, oh, okay, this is interesting. I want in because it's still new. I want to be the first few people. And then we looked for spaces. Eventually, we found one in Greenstone. So that's what happened.
You decided to do a bespoke tea, and no shout out to Greenstone people in Greenstone.
In Stone Ridge.
Why would you not go to Parktown, Parkhurst, Park?
Don't give out my ideas now. You see now, guys, please close your ears because like the plan.
Okay,
is to have more. No. I'm just saying that to have more Aichas. So this one is it was a startup to see, okay, is it working? What's happening? Test the market, test the brand. And I think it is a brand. It's a good brand. It's a nice brand. And I'd love to grow with them. I'd love to have more stores.
What makes you decide that? Like, what made you decide? Because you can say, oh, it's an interesting business. It's, there's potential. It's lifestyle. It's Instagrammable, as people always say. But as an entrepreneur, there's that thing that makes you go, okay, I'm going to be courageous and see this through.
I always say to my team at the filling station, because we've got a kitchen, that the moment I stop eating the food there, then it means there's a problem.
Okay.
So the fact that I love this brand, I can drink the tea, the lemonades, the ice cream, I can have all this, it means it's a good brand. So if something that, if I can have it, then anyone can have it.
All right.
And also the team behind Aicha, I think they're very supportive. As much as they're still new, but they are very supportive in the journey.
What I take away from that, Dumi, is authenticity, right? Because if you were the client, if you're not going to buy it, if you're not going to consume it, then you're not going to get into that business, because how dare you then say someone else must be into something that you want,
that I don't,
or that you don't believe in.
Yes, that I don't believe in 100%. You see, my quote: you must believe in everything that you want and do. You must believe in it. For someone else to believe in it, you need to believe in it.
The golden thread, and I think someone once asked me this, it was Tebe Kalafang, many, many years ago, as we wrap up the conversation, and, I was giving him plans about things that I wanted to do. And he said, with everything that you must do, there's a golden thread, right? There's the identifier that even if it's different spaces, different things, when people think, do me, the golden thread is?
It's job creations. I think I'm very passionate about creating jobs. I've got the fact that I think I sleep better at night knowing that I've got over 60 families that I'm feeding. And I would like to still contribute more. The unemployment rate in South Africa is very high. It's shocking, actually. And I would like to make a difference, to add on to that just a bit. And change people's lives.
Well, listen, I think you're supporting more than 60 families, right? Because data tells us that in every household, then there's 4 or 5 members that are being, and those 4 members might have other responsibilities elsewhere.
Outside, yeah.
So it's a rippling effect. Well, what a pleasure to have met you, and thank you so much for coming through. So Greenstone,
Stone Ridge Shopping Center. Please, guys, please come and support.
What's the because this is a lifestyle brand, so, and you're busy streaming, so you obviously on social media.
Yes, I am.
What is the handle?
It's aicha.stoneridge for the Aicha one, and I've got my own personal page.
I don't give them that one.
No. And then you blockile vele, so
okay.
But it's aicha.stoneridge.
I mean, I did say to her that I literally fill up across the street from her. Literally across the street from her. So I'll double back.
Come back home, Bridget. And that's my other name, by the way. So come back home.
Really?
Bito,
it was
come
meant
back
to
home.
be. I'll double back. That was Dumi Luli, found franchisee and general entrepreneur, really agricultural, fuel, and now a lifestyle for Made in SA. That is where we leave it today. We will be with you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We're coming to you from Four Ways Side. The show is going to be broadcasting there for the next... tomorrow's Thursday. Sorry, today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. We're going to be in Four Ways for the next 2 days. We're closing out our week there, but the conversation still continues between 1 and 3 o'clock. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Top stories: Asawa's City Power handed a lifeline to pay its Eskom debt, and the head of the WHO expected to arrive in the DRC. Good afternoon. I'm Jonani Tulo Mwebe. City Power has been allocated over 28 billion rand to help pay its debt and address mounting infrastructure failures. City Power and the City of Johannesburg, or Eskom, over 5.2 billion rand. Delivering the 2026-2027 budget speech at the City Council chamber in Braamfontein, Finance MMC Loyiso Masuku says the allocation will support electricity grid strengthening, smart metering, electricity loss reduction and renewable energy projects.
The city is finalizing the development finance linked to projects as approved by Council yesterday, including the recent loan of KFW, which is worth 200 euros to support City Power's infrastructure. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the city is engaged with constructive discussions with Eskom on the current debt and recovery interventions with the support and collaborative efforts from national government.
IEC Chief Electoral Officer Sai Mamabolo has unveiled several innovations in respect of the Electoral Commission communications ahead of the 2026 local government elections. Speaking at the launch of the IEC's communications campaign at Midrand, Johannesburg today, Mamabolo said that the IEC's commitment to being responsive to the public and its stakeholders is reflected in every channel it opens, every language it serves, and every query it resolves. Amongst the innovations are an IEC podcast, a television program called Beats for Peeps in conjunction with the SABC, as well as an app for journalists. These are in addition to the Electoral Commission's online registration platform, as well as a contact centre with new AI capabilities.
For the Commission, this means we have to adapt to this shifting landscape in a manner that is second to none, in a manner that we have not done before. Our new initiatives seek to transform communication from a periodic information broadcast into a continuous national dialogue. I was very pleased when I saw the podcast and noted that citizens will not miss anything, and they will get all the information they need at the time they need to get that information.
The IEC has also unveiled its youth-targeted local government 2026 elections TV ad campaign, which it shared with invited guests gathered at the communications launch. The National Prosecuting Authority has confirmed that taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sibanyoni will be back in the Dalmas Magistrates Court in Mpumalanga tomorrow. He will appear alongside his fellow taxi tycoon Bafana Sindani. The two are accused of money laundering and extortion amounting to more than 2 million rand. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Hanyaho.
Last week it was struck off the roll. There were no issues that related to the merits of the case. Therefore, in this case, the merits of the case will then come into play. But for now, it is just a matter of re-enrolling it and making sure that it is back and then it goes through the systems of the court. We are doing 4 things. When the matter was on the 18th, we then said we're suspending the prosecutor. We are doing internal investigation, which is happening. And then the second step was to protect the prosecutor from being arrested because we felt that what was done was not done properly. We did leave to appeal. And then the third one, Magistrates Commission had to be informed, or a formal charge was laid against the magistrate for what we believe is misconduct.
The Northwest Department of Education is holding a memorial service for 2 learners from Roshenville Primary School in Amalia near Schweizer Reinecke in the Northwest who died with their driver in a collision on the Schweizer Reinecke Road to Amelia. The crash happened on the 20th of May in 2026 after extra classes. 2 others, including a parent, were injured and hospitalized. Provincial Education Department spokesperson Vuyo Mansule says the 2 learners will be buried on Saturday in Amalia.
The funeral notice of this particular 2 learners will take place on the 30th of May 2026 in Amalia Community Hall at 7 a.m. In terms of full report, we are still waiting for Department of Community Safety and Transport and also the South African Police Services to get back to us as a department for a full report.
And finally, the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, is expected to arrive in the Democratic Republic of Congo today to assess the situation following the Ebola outbreak. Health authorities in the DRC say around 1,000 people are currently showing symptoms consistent with Ebola. They say tracing their contacts has become a big focus on the efforts to contain the outbreak. The BBC's Barbara Plett-Asher has more.
We've been speaking to a member of the medical charity Doctors Without Borders who's on the ground. And he said that it will take weeks, not days, to get the infrastructure in place in order to be able to contain this epidemic. And a lot of that has to do with testing. The Doctors Without Borders official said, really, until we get a picture of what's happening here, until we get that testing capacity fully operational, we're just running behind the virus. We don't even know how bad it is.
Recapping the top story, the Sawa City Power has been allocated over 28 billion rand to help pay its debt and address mounting electricity infrastructure failures. City Power and the City of Johannesburg owe Eskom over 5.2 billion rand. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
In sports this hour, Bruce to announce final Bafana squad. Scrum have concerns for England and Box, and Thunder 1 win from NBA Finals. More details at 3:30.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
I'll tell you what, I've been looking at the countdown to the Bafana squad announcement, and I know that only 26 players can go to the World Cup, but currently we have a squad of 32, and they're all together, and they're all at this big event, and 6 players from the 32 will not be in the team. And I don't know if they know at this point in time that they're not in. Meaning, have they been told or not? And what would you prefer? To be told in advance, or when your name doesn't get called out, to then understand that you haven't quite made it? I think it must be the most tense thing in the world now, for the last few hours, to that squad announcement to play in the World Cup 2026. Well, that's certainly one of the key issues that moves the conversation today on the National Pulse. My name is Ashraf Garda. Welcome to the show. There's so much else happening, including the ANC's chief whip explaining their position regarding the impeachment committee, and that what comes up in a moment. There's also been the official launch of the IEC's communications campaign for the local government election. And if you think that's not all, There's a conversation about Mexican cartels fueling terrorism in Africa. I wonder how you'd respond to that and a whole lot more. All of that coming up. But first things first, we chat to the ANC's chief whip.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Varangay.
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Join the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities as Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga officially launches the Year of Jubilee, 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March on 29 May 2026, under the theme Empowered Women, Empowered Nations. The launch takes place at Freedom Park Heritage Site and Museum in Pretoria. Join us as we honor the courage, resilience, and legacy of the women who shaped our democracy. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, let's start then with the ANC's position, the Chief Whip's position, parliamentary position really, regarding the issue of the impeachment committee. A reminder, you can connect anytime. Now, how do you do that? Because you're part of the Pulse community. You can call in live when we open the line. Short, sharp calls, please. 086 000 2032. You can WhatsApp in text or voice note form 0614 104 107. If you're doing that, 30 seconds, please, max, with a voice note. And you can tweet right away, okay? In fact, as you tweet right away, you can probably tweet with you should with a Bafana top, because it is World Cup squad announcement day. It doesn't happen every day. Remember, it's the first proper announcement of a team that's qualified for the World Cup since, 2002, I think it is? Not 2010, 2002, I think. Anyway, we have another issue on our hands at home here. You know this, the Concord ordered Parliament to establish the impeachment committee to probe the findings of a Section 89 panel, which found President Ramaphosa had a case to answer over the theft of cash hidden in a sofa at his Palapala farm, right? Now, let's find out more about the party's position. Certainly, we have with us now the ANC's parliamentary chief whip, Mdubiseni Ntuli. Appreciate your time and thanks for connecting with us here on the National Pulse, Mdubiseni.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and your listeners, and thanks for having me on your show.
Thank you. Now, I have noticed that you're on the show now. You've been on every other show, radio, TV, all day. Explain, there has to be a purpose. That's not a coincidence. There has to be a reason behind that. Why?
Well, Ashraf, as you know, the ANC submitted its members of the impeachment committee to the office of the Speaker, and we were the last party to make that submission. And naturally, everybody was interested, very keen to know when is the ANC submitting the names, what could be the hold-up, and what is our attitude, what approach do we want to take as we prepare for the work of the impeachment committee. And I refused to take interviews last week because I was still concluding the consultation with the ANC headquarters about the names that we should be sending to the impeachment committee. So during the start of this week, there were many requests, and I said, sure, let me respond to them positively like I'm doing with you.
Well, I'm glad. I think it's that type of proactivity that is so welcome, where you make yourself, avail yourself to multiple platforms and say, this is where we are, this is our position, so now you know. And I think the audience, in this case the Pulse community, would be very, very pleased with that. Now, having said that, right, what then is the position, and I'm not too sure whether, as you answered, do you speak as the parliamentary chief whip or you speak as the ANC, and I understand one can be interchanged. What is the position of whoever you speak on behalf of regarding what's happened and the Concord ruling?
Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the ANC caucus in my capacity as the chief whip. In this case, as I'm discussing the matter with you, our position is quite clear. The court handed down the judgment, and therefore we were required as Parliament to respond to the judgment accordingly, which included a process towards reviewing some of our rules, which were declared invalid and unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court, and also to set up an impeachment committee and begin in earnest to look at how to process the report of the Section 89 report of the panel that was then appointed by the Parliament within the 6th administration. So our position as the ANC caucus is that we have to comply with the court judgment, and we have to act accordingly to ensure that we don't in any way act in a way that suggests that we are in contempt of what the court has laid down as a judgment.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's clear you have to, follow what the court has suggested. So whatever your views are, that part you have to do. You've got your names as well. But interestingly enough, as we talk about, the ANC members that will form part of this impeachment committee, the president of the country, but also the president of the African National Congress, has filed a review application to the High Court to set aside the findings of that Section 89 of the Phala. What do you make of that?
Well, besides the fact that it was well known to some of us that the president was going to intervene and get the report peer-reviewed by the High Court, that was also a provision, an avenue made available through the judgment of the Constitutional Court. What then this has now necessitated, in my view, is that it places a challenge on Parliament to answer the question, what should we do in the light of the fact that while we are required to comply with the Concord judgment, that very same Concord judgment also gave an avenue for the president to review the report. Of course, there was a condition to that, because the judgment is saying unless and until it is reviewed and set aside, Parliament will have to proceed with this work. But the key question that must be answered, because you don't want to start a process and be subjected to huge litigations, which could have been avoided. The question would be, in the light of the fact that the review has now been launched by the President, what is it that Parliament should do? And my own view is that the point of departure will be the Speaker getting a proper guidance, legal guidance from the parliamentary legal division, so that the committee, when it assumes its responsibilities early next week, including electing the chairperson, is not found wanting in terms of what needs to be done and what the law dictates in the context of what parliamentarians are supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of that guidance, I mean, do you have any idea what sort of guidance is required at this point in time? I know it's for the parliamentary speaker, but do you have any idea what input is going into the legal guidance that is so important?
I think there are two fundamental questions to be canvassed. The first one is that you have a court judgment which requires that you should act in a particular way. And while we're acting in that way, there is an intervention by the President through the High Court. What are the implications of that? And the second question would be, the rules of Parliament also make a provision for how Parliament should behave when dealing with a matter that is sub judice, which is before the court of law. Now, you need an interpretation of what our rules requires of us to do, but not in isolation, in the context of what the Concord judgment had said and the intervention by the President. That is why, in my own view, I hope and I trust that all political parties will avoid the temptation of posturing and allow a much more informed, rigorous legal process to determine what becomes the best course of action in the light of the current circumstances.
Let's go a step back in terms of what happened a few years ago when, in fact, the ANC were in Parliament as a majority party and effectively turned down any opportunity for the president to be impeached. In fact, the Concord judgment is a slight on that position a few years ago, right?
Well, as you recall, Ashraf, in this case, at that point, I wasn't a member of Parliament, let alone a chief whip. So what I have understood from my predecessor is that in terms of the law of Parliament, the rules of Parliament, there were two options that were contemplated. One of the options was that the report could be taken to an impeachment committee, ex officio committee, take the report there, get it processed by the committee, which will then decide whether there is a case to answer by the president before you can decide to call the president to answer the case. If there's no case to answer, then the matter dies there. The other option would be Parliament deciding whether to agree with the report as the basis upon which you can set up a committee to determine the next question about whether or not the president has got a case to answer. Now, the MPs at that time, majority of them took the option of the latter option, whereby they made the conclusion that there are no basis in their own opinion to even initiate a process leading to the establishment of the impeachment committee. Now, of course, we now know with the benefit of hindsight that the Concord had said that action was not consistent with the Constitution and was declared invalid and unlawful.
Which basically means they were wrong. I mean, in essence, yes.
Sure, that's correct. I mean, by the judgment of court, that's what it means. And when you take decisions, Ashraf, based on certain policies, some of which may be acts of Parliament, it's always an open possibility that a court of law may intervene and say, well, you may have been using your rules or your procedures, but we believe that in this case your procedures are not properly consistent with what the Constitution requires. So it's not something abnormal. It does happen in the course of the work of Parliament and the judiciary.
Okay, I'm really keen to find out about the 9 members of the ANC that's now been named in the impeachment committee, which we'll do in a moment.
Outsurance can't improve your couch coaching skills, but they could improve the car insurance premium you currently pay. SMS out to 30754. Get a quote today, and if Outsurance can't save you money on your car insurance premium, ask for 500 Rand cash. Make that 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get a quote and get savings or cash. Either way, you win. SMS out to 30754. When it comes to car insurance, you couldn't be in better hands. Outsurance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row. Beal to Reader's Choice Best Insurer 4 years in a row. And City Press Reader's Choice Best Insurer Award 3 years in a row. Clearly, they all feel they're getting something out. SMS right now to see if you can switch and save. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's online.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Right, this message is brought to you by the National Lottery. 2026 is the year of the comeback. First, the return of the iconic live lotto draws and now scratch cards. SAfmRadio, the new official National Lottery operator, is making winning cool again with scratch cards. So get your sealed scratch cards from participating outlets. Scratch, reveal, win instantly. A new chapter begins with SAfmRadio. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is operated by SAfmRadio from the 1st of June 2026.
X at SAfm Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, we continue to chat with the ANC's Parliamentary Chief Whip, Ndumiseni Ntuli. We conclude that in the next few minutes. So, Tell me about the nine names that now form part of the impeachment committee that makes up the ANC's 9. In fact, the more than any other party, but not the majority any longer.
Well, yes, of course, Ashraf, we have 9 members as the ANC because when you are setting up a committee on impeachment, the primal, what we are required principally to do is that each party represented in Parliament must have a representative in the committee, and that was done. Only 2 parties waived their right to serve in the impeachment committee, which is Good and the PAC, because as you know, they are one member parliamentarians, and both the member of Good and the member of the PAC are also ministers, so they serve in the executive. It was not going possible for them to double up as executive and equally members of a portfolio committee of Parliament. And then the next stage was then to say, now that you have addressed the first requirement, you also have to recognize the fact that parties in Parliament are not of the same size. So respect the electoral outcome. Hence, the ANC got 9. I think the DA has got 6 or 5. MK party down up until each of those parties that have got 1 member represented.
There's been talk, and I've heard it from more than one person, about yourself and the ANC Secretary General disagreeing over the names of the 9 members that represents the ANC at the impeachment committee. Tell me more about that. The disagreements, that is.
No, there actually hasn't been any disagreement, Ashraf. This is how Parliament and the ANC relates. When you are a chief whip of the ANC, you are an official and a principal representative of the ANC in Parliament. And so, because you have that responsibility, if there is a major decision to be taken by Parliament, you have to consult with the headquarters of the organization. And this is also applicable to all other parties, I would imagine. But you can't go and do a consultation without a proposal. You've got to come and say, we are confronted by the following tasks. And in my own view as a chief whip who leads the team that is in Parliament, these are the names of people that should be considered for that responsibility. And of course, you motivate and you allow the leadership of the organization to receive that, to reflect, and to come back and say to you, okay, no, we agree, or we think there must be amendments here and there. That cannot constitute disagreements. It's a question of how consultation is done, because when I must sign off and submit the names to Parliament, I have to do that after consultation with the head office of the ANC. And that was done.
Okay, but so
Now,
the final call is your call, even if there's disagreements.
Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but the official person that submits to Parliament on behalf of the ANC caucus is the chief whip of the ANC. But because of how my organization works, it's natural that what I will submit will be what is informed by the directive of the party on matters where the party needed to issue a directive or a guidance.
Okay, so you're saying the speculation of a spat between yourself and the SG is what? Is not true?
No, there hasn't been. I mean, one of the journalists was saying to me, I mean, we can see you are also not in the committee. Clearly, it means that there's something going on. I said, no. There hasn't been anything going on. I mean, I'm also the head of elections in the ANC. We're preparing for the election. So if the leadership of the ANC takes a position that I should not serve on this or the other committee, I would imagine that part of the consideration will include the fact that I have a much more major and urgent task that I have to provide leadership on, which is the election.
All right, let's end with this. I mean, in terms of your position as the chief whip that deals with parliamentary rules for the ANC, right? I know that technically the president is not a member of parliament, right? But this position regarding Pala as well as now this impeachment committee, it must put even people like yourself on the back foot. I mean, it's an embarrassment. It must be incredibly difficult. What are you feeling right now?
Well, it's a challenge. Ashraf. My own view is that I don't think it's a difficult issue. It's a challenge. It's challenging. It's very complex in the sense that you have to deal with a situation that you have had no precedence on, which is how you handle matters relating to an impeachment of the President of the Republic of South Africa. So in that way, it means that you have to think on your feet. You need people who can strategically think as things are unfolding, including in that committee itself, and how to engage with the issues as they arise in the course of that way. But I don't think that it is something that we should be scared of, and something that we should be, very worried that it might cause a huge
But I mean, why?
problem.
But let's end with this. Why wouldn't you be worried if yourself, not only as the chief whip, but also heading up the ANC's election machinery, as you've said, right? A key member of your election drive could well be in big trouble. I mean, that does compromise your work. It has to.
No, you're quite right. In a sense that you are saying, if you are saying I should be worried in the context that the matters we're discussing talks about the president of the party, who is the face of the movement, even as we engage in the preparation for the elections. Sure, you're quite right. I mean, no one in their good senses will not be concerned about the extent to which that might have an impact on the work of the party.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to be a chief whip. That's all I can tell you. Certainly not the ANC's chief whip. Him to be sending to appreciate.
I thought you were going to volunteer to exchange with me just for this past.
Well, you never know. Knock on my door. You never know what may happen, right? Him to be sending to the ANC's parliamentary chief whip. Thanks for your time, and in fact, thanks for availing yourself. I think to media in general. I think it's very, very welcoming, and that's the type of leadership we want to see, no matter what. This is the National Pulse. Thanks for that. Let's get to some quick comments from you. Here's an interesting one.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, we don't know anymore what to listen as South Africans. The SG of the party, who used to label South Africans as xenophobic, lately is saying South Africans are not xenophobic. Really, the race for election is causing people to speak back and forth. Now, really, we are confused. We don't know what to say anymore, Ashraf. Because it wasn't long that party's president was echoing the word xenophobic for South Africans. Thanks, Ashraf.
Okay, there we are. Thanks for that. Let's get another call to Kurman. We go. Kagiso, hello.
Yes, Ashraf.
Yeah,
Ashraf, I want to talk about the issue of Phala and then the issue of crime in South Africa. Number one, on the issue of this impeachment, I don't see these opposition parties winning. Meaning, I think it is strategic that ANC has got 9 members and then DA has got 5. So, and we all know that DA is on the side of Ramaphosa, basically. They don't like ANC, but they are on the side of Ramaphosa. So, for me, I don't see these opposition parties winning this impeachment. And then on the issue of crime in South Africa, what are we saying about the victims of crime? Somebody breaks into your house, you are sleeping, you are at your, what can I say, unconscious moment, you are sleeping, somebody breaks into your house, and then maybe
I'm going to push you very quickly onto news time. Quickly, go for it, yeah.
Yes, say now you hit them by something, then perhaps maybe they die, and then you now becoming a criminal, whereas there's somebody that decided to break into your house, whereas you were just sleeping in your house. What does the law say about that? Because oftentimes we hear that the criminals have got rights, be crying about hot water in prison.
Yeah, all right. I need to move on, only because I need to move on. I think you've made your point. Maybe we'll talk about that just now, okay? But it's an interesting point you make. Let's get to the news headlines now. 3:30 years, Jolani Tulo Mwepe.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines. Deputy President Paul Mashatile is visiting various areas on the Cape Flats today to assess progress made to fight crime through Operation Prosper. Johannesburg Water has been allocated 21.6 billion rand as part of efforts to reduce massive water losses and prevent further strain on the already pressured Vaal water system. And finally, Israel has killed the new head of Hamas military wing in Gaza as it intensifies its attacks in Lebanon on what it says are sites linked to Hezbollah. I will have details on these and other stories at 4 o'clock.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, Chumi, it's World Cup announcement day, and I'm not in the 36, I'm not in the 26, I'm not in the 32, and I'm definitely not in the 26, I know that.
Absolutely not. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Coach Hugo Bruce will announce his final Bafana squad at Union Buildings in Tshwane tonight. The official announcement will be made at 7 p.m. South African time, and it's going to be televised on SABC3 starting from 6 p.m. 6 players from the preliminary squad will be left out, but all 32 players are already at the Union Buildings for the announcement. Actually, just earlier on, the squad had a farewell from headline sponsors Standard Bank in Rosebank today, with a number of fans over there just to see the squad off. Meanwhile, Stellenbosch FC have confirmed the signing of striker Sinoxolo Gwaiba from Chipa United. This is ahead of the new season. The 26-year-old links up with coach Gavin Hunt, who recently signed a 2-year extension with the Maroons. Now, Gwaiba joins his third club in a year. This is after a brief spell at Orlando Pirates before reviving his career at Chipa with 6 goals and an assist in 15 matches to help the Chile boys avoid relegation. Elsewhere, West Ham have confirmed that Nuno Espirito Santo will remain as manager. This is despite relegation, and he's now tasked with leading the club back to the Premier League at the first attempt. Nuno met with senior management this week, with both sides agreeing to continue together rather than part ways. And the club says that he's highly motivated for the challenge and pointed to his successful 2018 promotion campaign with Wolves, where he secured 99 points to win the championship title. In terms of rugby, England face a potential blow with the Alex Mitchell doubtful for the July Nations Cup opener against South Africa. This is after a hamstring injury in training. Meanwhile, Bok coach Rassie Erasmus has multiple 9s sidelined, like Kobus Reinach, Grant Williams, Jaden Hendrickse, and Monet van den Berg. And it raises the prospect of recalls for Faf de Klerk, Ambrose Papier, and Evan van Zyl. Now, the Boks begin their season against the Barbarians on the 20th of June. This is before meeting England at Ellis Park on the 4th of July. In the meantime, New Zealand captain Scott Barrett has been sidelined for up to 5 months with a back injury requiring surgery, and it rules him out of July's Nations Championship and the 4-test tour of South Africa. Now, Crusaders coach Rob Penny confirmed the 88-test lock will undergo surgery this week after non-invasive treatments failed, and Barrett had returned from a sabbatical but was frustrated by recurring back issues. In terms of tennis, world number 1 Yannick Sinner began his French Open campaign in style. He went past French wildcard Clement Tabor 6-1, 6-3 and 6-4 to extend his winning streak to 30 matches. And up next for him is Argentina's Juan Manuel Cirindolo. Elsewhere, Portuguese qualifier Jamie Ferrari stunned Denis Shapovalov 6-4, 7-5 and 6-4. Anything's off with basketball. Oklahoma City Thunder beat the San Antonio Spurs 127-114 last night to move within one win of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City lead the Western Conference Finals 3-2 with Game 6 in San Antonio on Thursday. If needed, Game 7 will be back in Oklahoma City on Saturday, and the winner will face the New York Knicks in the finals starting the 3rd of June. That's it from my side for now. I'm sure, Ashraf, everyone is just looking forward to that Bafana squad announcement to see which players will be representing South Africa at the World Cup.
That's a good point. I wonder whether the players are looking forward to it, meaning if you're one of those 6 who are going to be cut, do you know you are in that 6 that are definitely out? And if you are out, are you just smiling for the cameras now or not? When would you like to know? Sure. Joy and misery all at the same time, I would think. Thanks for that, Tumi. We'll talk more in an hour.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Mzansi, it's time to get your game up to scratch. SAfmRadio is giving you more chances to win big with scratch cards. All you have to do is grab a coin and scratch the card to reveal if you've won. If you've hit it big, you can claim your prize instantly. The more you scratch, the more chances of winning. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio from June 1.
In case you missed it.
Why, or do we know why the courts decided to ignore, if one can call it that, the prosecutor saying, I'm not available on Monday?
But when it got to the point of bail, that's when the prosecutor actually said that he's actually not ready for bail. He needs further investigation, and everything that complicated there with the date of his diary, as he had another bail to attend to, and unfortunately he was ordered to make it to court today, and upon his failure to arrive, he was found in contempt of court and a warrant for his arrest was issued.
That was The Meeting Point with Koketso Sachane. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, so you heard my conversation with the ANC's chief whip, right? So how about you reacting to that? Bring those comments on. We'll take them right away. We'll call, well, when we get the chance, live, but we'll bank your WhatsApp comments right away, and anything else as well that you may want to add. And part of that, of course, is the fact that we have this local government election coming up, right? So the IEC launched its communications campaign for the 2026 local government election today. Now, we know the date, November 4. Let's find out what happened. Dr. Victor Shale with me, ANC, not ANC, I better change that. IEC's Deputy Chief Electoral Officer for Outreach. Dr. Shale, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and thank you for having us on your show.
Much appreciated. The countdown clearly has begun. When you say you launch a communications campaign, why is that important, firstly?
Very important because it marks the beginning of our massive communications campaign for voter registration on all media platforms. And also physically, we are present on the ground in each and every single province. It is our push for citizens to show up on voter registration weekend, which, as you may recall, has been set for 2021 June.
Okay, let's then. So that comes up in just, in fact, about 3 weeks, just thereabouts, right? As sure. Part of the communications campaign, tell me more about that. What do you seek to communicate from today onwards?
It's a clarion call for eligible South Africans to understand, firstly, that they need to continue to contribute to South Africa's constitutionalism project. That the country needs them, that the change and their needs and aspirations can only be achieved with their participation. It is a clarion call for South Africans to understand that South Africa needs to develop beyond where we are now, but there is a process. So elections become a process and therefore a means to an end, which is development, that we cannot realize development without participating in the democratic project. And we also provide targeted information about how they then go about exercising that constitutional right.
Tell me more about then what was rolled out today. I mean, the obvious one that comes up is that first voter registration weekend, but what else?
That's our key focus for now. We are trying to have as much information out there about voter registration, encouraging people to register, informing them about the different platforms where they are to register. And Ashraf, you recall that one of the challenges we are faced with is that there is a very low interest, as it were, of young people in the electoral processes. So the communications campaign is really very much youth-oriented. So our targeted messages are looking at young voters from 18 years and above. So, this is what we were launching today. We put on display our several innovations, like, for instance, the online voter registration portal, which is proving to be quite popular with young people. As a result, we are just shy of reaching the 28 million voter registration mark, which already surpasses the numbers that we had in the NPE 2024. There is some significant progress already, but we are hoping that when we get to 2021 June, we will then definitely harvest more voters and definitely go beyond the 28 million mark, which is good for our democracy.
All right. Just lastly, tell me about the key messages. I mean, you're right to target young people, and I spoke about it on Africa Day to say, if TikTok and Instagram is the vehicle, then so be it, right? Meaning, yes. What is the type of messaging? Because one thing is calling young people to vote, and if they're not listening and they're not registering, it means the message is not landing. So what is the platforms you're using, and what are the types of messaging you're using to speak to them directly?
We are on all multimedia platforms. We are encouraging young people to understand that the future starts now, that they have to take responsibility over the future. We are telling young people to understand that they need to register and to check that they are registered where they will vote, because the local elections are different in the sense that you cannot vote anywhere else but where you registered. So because of the changes in the boundaries after the municipal demarcation board exercise, there could be some voters who are affected with their voting district either merged, or maybe the voters being moved from one voter district to maybe a new one. So all that information is packaged in a user-friendly way, and we are encouraging especially the first-time voters to then participate.
I think just WhatsApp them, they'll get the message. Much appreciated. I'm sure we'll have many conversations between now and November 4.
Absolutely.
Dr. Victor Shale, the IEC's Deputy Chief Electoral Officer for Outreach. Appreciate your time here on the day when they've rolled out their communications plan for this election, the significant election.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Right, so this is, was with one hospital, a significant hospital in Joburg. That's just one. But in general, the general poor state of healthcare in the country, public healthcare that is, right? And this seems to be just confirming that all, because there are different, touch points regarding healthcare in the country. So here's the story. The South African Medical Technology Industry Association has called for urgent and measurable action to resolve the escalating supplier debt crisis in Gauteng's public health system. We'll talk about that coming up just now. In the meantime, let's get some of the responses that we've had regarding, in fact, firstly, we get to call some of the calls. Lowered, right? Lowered in Guyana, hello.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Are you well, my brother?
Yeah, very good. What's your point?
Good. I'll be very brief, my brother. I did watch the press from Lutuli House yesterday whereby our SG is sought to clear the confusion about the composition of the representatives of the ANC in that impeachment committee.
Yeah.
The journalists, they queried them about the ultimate authority as to who has got the right or the authority to select our representatives. But accustomed to his public posture or playing to the gallery, he mentioned something that was so damning to me, because he referred to Comrade Ntuli as a mere chief whip who is in parliament by virtue of deployment. But the last point is, Ashraf, some of us have got profound respect for Comrade Ntuli, because despite all the consistent probing by you guys as journalists, he remains composed, and then he's always principled. So I'm so proud to be having that person as my chief.
Well, look, that's his job. That's exactly the point. If we ask questions, he needs to be able to deliver the answers in a composed way. So, point noted. Lowered, thanks for that. Right, Peter in Middleburg, hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah, good afternoon. What's your point?
My point now, I want just to applaud to Miswane Ntuli, for holding his horse. This man is really disciplined. You know what Mbalula said yesterday? He pronounced himself as a boss, and that he cannot be likened to a chief whip. He's a boss. He's doing. Miswane Ntuli is just been employed, but even not by him, but directly is employing him. I don't know whether the ANC do they know or do they see that how much cost to this Mbalula man costed them. I'm running the people that are toying, they are vigilantes and what. He comes out of the NEC, then it's another language.
All right, I take it you are not impressed. You are not impressed with him.
I'm running. I've just designed. It means since the Zuma left the ANC, when he talks, that I just made a verb. I think he has got what I can call a colloquial diarrhea.
Colloquial diarrhea. Okay, Peter in Middleburg. Listen, that's the point. People come on, people pronounce, and by pronouncing and saying certain things, right, the public, the electorate, they form opinions. And here's another.
Afternoon, Ashraf. This is Bongani Mkwanazi from Taswet. I just want to talk about SG of the ANC, Fikile Mbalula. In Zulu, we say Uyekoki, because another day he was telling us we are xenophobic, vigilante, all those words. But another day he comes and say, no, South Africans are not xenophobic, blah, 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 blah. This guy, I don't know. The parties like PA, Al Jama, I am so confused now, because they were voted by the people. But now if they say they are not going to impeach the president, they will be on the side of the president. It's confusing, Ashraf.
Well, there's so much in our country that's very, very confusing. Thank you for that. Right, listen, this should confuse you. The state of healthcare in South Africa, Gauteng specifically, this will confuse you. Next up.
Have you discovered the TV license WhatsApp yet? We see you binging reruns, living for the drama, loving the SABC Plus sports replays. Now, paying your TV license fits the vibe. Simply say hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060. Get your balance, make a payment, or set up a debit order all in one chat. No queues, no please hold, just convenience that feels like it should have been here all along. Because every screen in South Africa is a stage and yours is lit. So why wait? Send hi on WhatsApp to 077 6069 060 and get your TV license sorted today. Hashtag your screen, your story.
Makoti Down Products is a proudly South African family business, started more than 30 years ago with 12 geese and a piece of material. Makoti manufactures duvets, pillows, sleeping bags, and high-quality Egyptian cotton linen. Our Dawn products are suitable for people with dust mite allergies and come with a lifelong guarantee. And we are today or call us on 0419222395 for quality Dawn, Makoti Dawn.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Somalia, East Africa. The Horn of Africa's coastal nation, bordered by Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Kenya, with Africa's longest mainland coastline along the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden, a land shaped by trade, poetry, and movement. For centuries, Somalia merchants connected Africa to Arabia and Asia. Somali and Arabic are widely spoken, a culture deeply rooted in oral tradition, faith, and community.
Somalia gained independence in 1960, but decades of civil conflict and instability followed. Agriculture, livestock, trade, and telecommunications support the economy. Despite immense hardship, entrepreneurship continues to thrive. Challenges remain: insecurity, drought, displacement, and rebuilding state institutions. Still, the Somali spirit endures, resourceful, resilient, and unbroken.
Somalia survives and continues to rebuild. In every coastline, in every story, in every generation, there is perseverance. Somalia, resilient, enduring, rebuilding.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, so let's talk about healthcare. As per the conversation with the Minister of Health the other day, and you can catch that podcast yesterday. In fact, you can catch the podcast as well. Go to SAFM.co.za now. In the meantime, the South African medical technology industry has called for urgent and measurable action to resolve the escalating supplier debt crisis within Gauteng's public health system. What does that really mean? Monica Lucas is the Vice Chair of the South African Medical Technology Association. Monica, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and afternoon to the listeners.
Is it a case of technology association or medical tech, or is it like debt collectors here regarding South Africa's supply in terms of healthcare? Which one is it?
No. So it is the debt owed to the suppliers around the country that supply the Gauteng Department of Health with medical technology. That's anything from a bandage or a syringe to an X-ray machine or an MRI machine to an implantable cardiology stent.
Okay, so what's it bottom line? They provided a service and they are not being paid, right?
100%.
Why are they not being paid?
So it's a combination of issues. It's a cash flow challenge. It is a human resources issue, but at the bottom line of it is the issuing of purchase orders and the payment processes that unfortunately is leaving the Gauteng Department of Health non-compliant with the PFMA.
Okay. Now, as a result of that, what does that then do? Does that further compromise these are businesses that provide a service. It compromises their ability to stay alive as a business and then compromises service delivery even further, isn't it?
Completely. Ashraf, we've got companies who are members of our association who have faced issues of retrenching staff. Some of them are facing business closure entirely. There's obviously no ability to grow in these kinds of frameworks. From a patient perspective, a number of suppliers have had to cease supply to some institutions, sometimes to the entirety of Gauteng Health as a result of these non-payment challenges. Companies are having to take out overdrafts just to be able to pay their electricity bills. The situation is critical. It has been an insurmountable issue that's been going on for well over 10 years, and there are peaks and flows in terms of successes and failures in terms of that number, the debt number that is actually owed to suppliers. But at the end of the day, that it's not an issue that is going away. And that's one of the biggest challenges that SAMED is trying to advocate for, is really a system of redress to try and resolve these accrued debts that are sitting there for years and years and years.
Now, the Minister of Health, specifically, we're talking national, has made the point as late as yesterday, as he has repeated very, very often, we are underfunded. Does that then not apply to the various provincial departments in healthcare, which means they are underfunded, they are unable to sustain themselves, and therefore this situation will perpetuate over and over again?
Definitely. So the change in budget allocations from a national level that trickles down into province is something that is a major issue. And no matter who you talk to in the provincial departments, they will also cite that is one of their biggest challenges. It's no secret regarding the employment of doctors and healthcare workers in the institutions is a challenge as a result of that. But certainly the accrued debt that is sitting there and continues to roll over financial year after financial year because of these budget deficits is a major concern for us. We are aware that Treasury has made special allocations to try and assist the provinces to address this accrued debt. But it's a very, very slow process at this stage.
Now, understand that you specifically yourself, on behalf of SAMAD, has written to the MEC for Health in Gauteng, right, Faith Mazibuko. Has there been a response?
So I'm actually currently talking to you from my car. We are following the MEC on a roadshow with the various tertiary institutions. We've been to Chris Hani Baragwana this morning, Charlotte Mateke, and now we're on our way to Steve Biko, and later this afternoon, George Makari. She's invited all suppliers to attend these meetings, and she has all the relevant departments at the institutions available to us to really hold them accountable and get their on-the-spot responses as to how they plan to address the challenges being faced by suppliers. One of the key issues is the issuing of purchase orders, particularly for implantable products. These are products that are used within the surgery environment, which unfortunately you are unable to follow a normal PO process in the institutions because patients are anatomically different. So there is a mechanism here, and I will say I'm very impressed with the MEC's response today, and we're very encouraged by the action that she's putting in place. So we are hopeful that this will have an elevated change as to how the institutions are actually dealing with supplier debt and outstanding purchase orders going forward. All
right. So besides you being impressed by the commitment of the MEC, I mean, you put through many demands, including, publication of a verified and transparent debt position and a whole lot more, right? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? Do you see anything that if you and I have a chat in 6 months' time, you're going to tell me something very, very different?
Ashraf, I'm an optimist, so I will always say yes. I based on the interactions we've seen today, I certainly think that there will be some progress, some level of progress, and some level of change. Whether we will have a complete turnaround, I'd love to say yes. Unfortunately, I've been doing this for too long, and history has taught us that it may not pay to get our hopes up on this.
Monica Lewis, the cautious optimist. Points taken. Thanks for your time, Vice Chair of the South African Medical Technology Association. Yet another example of compromised service delivery by an inability to pay service providers, which compromises them as business entities as well. How long can this continue? Let's get the news now. It's 4 o'clock.
Top stories. Asawa Mashatile assesses Cape Flats crime program and scorching weather conditions in Europe. Good afternoon. I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe. Deputy President Paul Mashatile is visiting various areas on the Cape Flats today to assess progress made to fight crime through Operation Prosper. Hundreds of SANDF soldiers have been deployed to crime hotspots since the 1st of April during the operation. The effectiveness of their deployment has been largely questioned, with high levels of crime and murder still occurring across the Cape Flats. Mashatile is expected to visit Mitchell's Plain, Guguletu and Manenberg. He will be accompanied by various other government and SAPS officials. The Department of Human Settlements has been given an allocation of 26 billion rand for the 2027-2026 financial year from the National Treasury. The Minister of Human Settlements, Thembisi Malani, had disclosed this during the tabling of the budget vote for the department in Parliament. The minister says conditional grant funding will receive 23.6 billion, and this amount will represent 87% of the annual allocation. She added that the Provincial Human Settlements Department will get an allocation of about 15 billion, which constitutes a 64% of the total grant allocation.
Programs which are meant to ensure that we restore the dignity through sustainable human settlements is what we manifest ourselves and our motto and theme of this budget. This we strongly believe housing is more than a shelter, as Umama Mlambo told us, but a tool for dignity, social justice and improved quality of life.
Johannesburg Water has been allocated 21.6 billion rands as part of efforts to reduce massive water losses and prevent further strain on the already pressured Vaal water system. Delivering the budget speech at the Johannesburg Council Chamber, MMC for Finance Loiso Masuku says the city aims to reduce non-revenue water from 226 megalitres per year to below 185 megalitres through leak detection, pressure management and pipe replacement programs. Masuku warned that Johannesburg cannot afford to continue losing nearly 40% of treated water while supply remains under increasing pressure.
Johannesburg cannot afford to lose 40% of treated water while the source system itself is under stress. The budget allocates approximately 21.6 billion in operating expenditure to Johannesburg Water, with 6.4 billion in capital investment over the medium term. Every litre saved, every pipe replaced.
Deputy Head of Crime Intelligence in Gauteng, Feroz Khan, has approached the High Court in Johannesburg to seek blocking the SAPS from accessing data from his electronic devices. Khan is also demanding the urgent return of the devices, arguing that SAPS did not have a warrant to search his house. The matter is expected to be heard tomorrow. In court papers, Khan has warned that the devices contain information on undercover operations, political killings and gang violence investigations. He says any forensic analysis of the data could compromise national security. Independent security expert Azania Mnisi.
His argument is valid. That is raising that lots of secrets will come out and then it will put certain people, undercover agents, in danger in that regard, which is actually true. What I think the judge should do or will do is to weigh on those options, which one outweighs the other, and then a decision will be taken. Chances of success is 50-50 as far as I'm concerned.
Parts of Europe are sweltering under an unseasonably fierce heat wave that has shattered temperature records in Britain and France and left scientists warning of increasingly hot summers. Britain's National Weather Service, the Met Office, confirmed that this past Monday as the country's hottest May day on record, with a temperature nearing 35 degrees Celsius. In France, the toll has been deadly after 7 people died directly or indirectly due to the heat wave. Claire Barnes is a research associate in extreme weather and climate at Imperial College London.
These temperatures are really unusual. Not only in general, these would be unusually high temperatures for any time of year, but for this early in the year, before summer has really started, they're really extreme. We've seen temperature records broken by really big margins. Actually, I think in some regions, June temperature records have been broken and it's still only May. And some of those records have been broken by as much as 2 degrees, which is absolutely massive.
Recapping the top story, the SAWA Deputy President Paul Mashatile is visiting various areas on the Cape Flats today to assess progress made to fight crime through Operation Prosper. Hundreds of SANDF soldiers have been deployed to crime hotspots since the 1st of April during the operation. For SAFM News, I'm Jolani Tulo Wepe.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Blitzbox chase World Championship glory in Spain. Musele returns to Pirates. This is after Chipolone and Stain targets Comrades glory and record bonus. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Still heavy on the R21 away from the airport, heading through towards Pretoria. This is Joburg's R21. It's this morning's truck crash, which is still being recovered between Pomona Road and the R23 Benoni exit, and it is very slow. Queues back as far as Atlas Road. N1 south from Ravonia, heavy down towards the William Mandela off-ramp. There's still no traffic lights, William Mandela and Monte Casino. So William Mandela from Bryanston across the N1 and up at the four ways is heavy, and that's what's preventing that free flow going south at that ramp. Also a collision scene through Midrand, the N1 between Allendale and New Road. If you're on your way up through Midrand, that is already delaying traffic from Buccleuch, and a crash on the N14 towards Krugersdorp at Dipsut. So coming from the R55 Pretoria West exit, as you move towards the R511 off-ramp, it gets very slow. Crash between Hillcrest and Kloof. It's on the M13, just by Maytime Stores. That's reasonably slow. There's also a bit of a backlog on Durban's N3 outbound. It's a broken down vehicle at Spaghetti Junction. That's the pushback there beyond Sherwood at this stage. And if you're driving out of Cape Town today, it looks fairly standard. No major crashes, but there is a breakdown on the N2 outbound just before Hospital Bend, so delays coming out from the city centre. And the N1 out of town also with a breakdown at Plattekloof Hill, slowing traffic from around N1 City. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm. Prime time all day long. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So the IEC's campaign specifically targets youth. Doesn't mean they're not targeting you as well, but youth as a primary target. They're on the right track, aren't they? I mean, what do you think? How do you think the messaging is coming across? I know it's day one for the elections itself. You may want to consider that. Later on, we'll talk about many other things, including foreign nationals taking a municipality in Ascot to court. Sure, man. And then coming up just now, as part of our Tech Talk feature, have you heard of Hello AIDA, which bridges language barriers with AI-powered tutoring for South African students? I would suggest that you pay attention to that. But coming up next, well, first let me say this: bring your reaction to the conversations we've been having so far. I mean, the conversations that you know, that moves us, you and I. What has moved you today? Let's hear it. You can WhatsApp immediately, because we'll bank those WhatsApp calls, or call in live when we have the opportunity. You can tweet as well. That we'll check out right away as well. All of that. And don't forget that hashtag, the National Pulse. Now, next up, here's a question. Are Mexican cartels fueling terrorism on the African continent? Let's see if we can find out.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough 4 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Listen, by the way, the deputy president is in Cape Town, Cape Flats, trying to clean up the ganglands and with the community as well. If you are there or you live in those communities, how about you being the Pulse eyewitness, so you can share what you thought? I mean, we want these citizen reporters to tell us what you see there and whether that's going to work. Now, here's an interesting thought, but before we get to that thought, listen to this for good news for you, right? SABC TV licenses have partnered with Capitec to make paying your TV license simple, affordable, and accessible. If you're a Capitec client, sign into the app and click on Transact. Next, select Pay Bills, then click Pay At, and enter your reference number to complete your payment. It's as easy as that. You'll receive instant SMS confirmation. Now you can keep your stories alive and your screens shining bright. TV licenses, pay yours, make a difference.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Well, you heard a story about those Mexicans in South Africa fairly recently. Just think about that, because this is important. A U.S. general, Dagvin Anderson, who heads the U.S. Africa Command, has gone public in warning that Mexican cartel activity in the African continent, including this country, South Africa, is boosting terrorism. So how does he make that statement? How solid are those claims? Andy Mashaile is a security strategist. Andy, is always good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
It's wonderful talking to you, Ashraf, on very serious matters, especially the drug distribution into South Africa and drug cartels setting up base here. We have seen them before. The arrest of Mexican, as I said in one of our interviews, Ashraf, is now sending their chemical engineers or experts to come and manufacture here to avoid their merchandise or contraband from being intercepted and confiscated.
But let me check with you first. I mean, and is the U.S. General Dagvin Anderson, is his claims correct? That is, there are drug cartels operating in Africa, number one, and including South Africa, and B, that they are linked to terrorism on the continent.
He got it wrong when he talks about cartels being connected to terrorists in South Africa. There hasn't been, that claim has not been tested, and evidence has not been supplied to the powers that be. Otherwise, you have to have seen this in the media. Elsewhere in Africa, we have seen at the top of Mozambique, Cabo Delgado area, we have seen terrorists operating the ISIS, and there were claims that the drugs that come from Central America do make their way up to northern Mozambique into eastern parts of Africa, and those drugs, the drug money is used to fund terrorist activities, but not in South Africa. I haven't learned about it, and there's never been credible research. Maybe he knows what we don't know, and we are waiting for him to provide us with credible evidence and not just hot air in front of the committee.
All right, because I mean, I'm looking at a piece, and he's been quoted in the Daily Maverick as well, and then he says drug production is aiding terrorists in a situation that, if not properly dealt with, could lead to a rupture. I mean, that's his words, rupture. Now you're saying you're waiting. So who should be waiting on this one here? Is it South African intelligence? Is it foreign relations, international relations? Who? We can't just leave this thing lying around, can we?
Yeah, we can't, and we must not. We have a responsibility to defend future generations, those that will uphold the safety and security as well as the stability of the country, if not the continent. Those who should be waiting should be those who come from your foreign intelligence services agency as well as your domestic intelligence agents. So it becomes very important that he shares from country to country or state to state. He shares the operations of those cartels that exist. I think he knows more than what I know, more than what SSA and all others crime intelligence know, and he has an obligation to share with South Africans so that proper measures can be put in place to deal with the scourge of drug manufacturing and drug distribution and drug consumption. Remember, 2024, a global initiative against transnational organized crime delivered a report called the Powder Storm, and that report indicated, taught you and I, that 450,000 people in South Africa by then were consuming cocaine every day, or should I say on a daily basis. Now you can imagine 2023, 2024, this is 2026. Those numbers would have increased given the young people and people who are introduced into drugs.
But my mind goes back to what happened, the announcement just a few days ago, in fact on the 13th of May, that a drug manufacturing facility worth about R1 billion was discovered in the place called Swartrugens in the northwest. And I mean, most of the people arrested were Mexicans, right? So it goes back to my point, right? You know, does his claims have any validity regarding drug cartels in South Africa? I mean, would that be a drug cartel, for example, being propped up? And the other part is, when he talks about terrorism, the fact that he doesn't, and I don't see anywhere that he specifically mentions who are these terrorists, would that be considered an irresponsible from where you sit?
Yeah. Yes, that's very irresponsible. Hence I said we are waiting to hear which terrorist organizations are funded by cartels operating in South Africa, so that we get to have a better view of what he has to say. Hence I said what he presented there is tantamount to hot air, because there were no specifics. There might be specifics. He might have kept them away for reasons best known to them. But I can certainly tell you that the 5 Mexicans that were arrested in Swartrugens, you add them to the 2 that were arrested at Limpopo at that 2 billion rand illicit drug manufacturing company operation, and we can safely assume that them being Mexicans, they might be coming from the Sinaloa cartel or the Jalisco cartel, and obviously, Ashraf, drug sovereign countries testing the laws in terms of the punishment that comes with them being arrested and their stuff being taken, as well as the lucrativeness of country A and country B, including South Africa. These are some of the things that makes them expand. Remember, in Africa, that in America and in other parts of the world, like your Philippines, the drug space is being squeezed to zero. You remember President Duterte, who used to shoot drug dealers and drug manufacturers. So in that space, those individuals would not want to have the pain physically and on themselves and their families, and they will go to a country that is that has.
All right, let's just end very, very, very quickly on this one here. Who would you expect then from South Africa to make a statement on this issue?
The president, obviously, as the head of the state. You would also expect the national commissioner, acting or not, to pronounce, to counter that claim in terms of challenge of facts, as well as the head of your Directorate for Priority Crimes, the DPCI, and those would be key. You wouldn't expect people from SSA to talk because they don't talk, they are ghosts. So long story short, those who are in our face on a daily basis in terms of the uniform, in terms of family meetings, they would need to set us at ease and say, yes, there are drug cartels in South Africa, or no, there are no drug cartels in South Africa, and yes, they are funding terrorist organizations, and these are the terrorist organizations that they.
Well, otherwise it's just speculation. Appreciate your time, Andy Mashaile, the security strategist. This in response to a comment and a piece by the U.S. General Dagvin Anderson, who heads the U.S. Africa Command, making the comment that there are examples of drug cartels, Mexican, in the African continent, including South Africa, and also they're propping up terror organizations on the African continent. Believe it or not.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Rwanda, East Africa. The land of 1,000 hills, a small nation with a powerful story of recovery and transformation. Bordered by Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Kenya-Rwanda, English and French shape the nation's voice. A culture rooted in unity, discipline, and renewal.
Rwanda, gained independence in 1962, but the nation, a tragedy that shocked the world. Since then, Rwanda has rebuilt with remarkable speed. Technology, tourism, and services drive a fast-growing economy.
Kigali stands as one of Africa's cleanest and most organized capitals. Yet challenges remain: political freedoms, regional tension, and economic pressures. Still, Rwanda continues to move forward with vision and determination. Rwanda turned pain into purpose. In every hill, in every innovation, in every generation, there is renewal. Rwanda, resilient, visionary, rising.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Hey, let's talk Czech. Somebody asked me about the fact that it's Eid in some parts of the world and other parts, maybe Southern Hemisphere, maybe tomorrow, and what's it all about. If I get a chance, I'll tell you about it, but I certainly will be celebrating Eid al-Adha, the Arabic word, tomorrow. In the meantime, it's time for Tech Talk.
Tech Talk on the National Pulse.
Right, so at least once a week, we've responded to a demand for people to say, hey, you need to talk tech. You need to talk all things tech, from AI to gadgets to everything else. So we'll do it once a week. Now, what about Hello AIDA, spelled A-I-D-A, right? Which could well be artificial intelligence, A-I-D-A, if you get my point, right? Which is a South African AI tutoring platform that, well, is there to solve problems. I like that. Let's find out more about it with Leora Hassan, the founder of Hello AIDA. Leora, I appreciate your time and thanks for connecting on the National Pulse.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Right, tell me more about this.
So, Hello Ada is as you said, it's a multilingual tutoring platform. And I noticed a while ago my daughter was having an issue with maths. And my background is in tech, so I sat down and I said, okay, I'm going to help create a tutor for you. And I realized that my domestic worker's granddaughter and my daughter are the same age, in the same grade, they're born a month apart. My daughter was flying at maths, and her granddaughter was failing maths. So I thought, okay, let me create a tutor for her at the same time. She's Afrikaans speaking. She goes to a school where she's learning maths and English, but her home language is Afrikaans. And she was failing maths not because she didn't understand the maths, but because there was too much going on in the classroom. There were like 45 or 50 kids in the class learning in English. There was a total sensory overload. So I created what is a tutor for her and my daughter, for example, but it's actually for everyone. So it's trained on the entire CAPS and IEB curriculum, using the curriculum that they're learning in school, CAPS, IEB, and now also Cambridge. And it's fully multilingual, so it talks to the student in their own home language and explains concepts to them in their own home language. And not only was it for maths, but because it's trained on the entire curriculum, it's all subjects as well.
Okay, so let's take an example. I'm going back to my old days when I was a lighty, would struggle with trigonometry. So what do I do then? Put in a question.
Yes.
Just talk me through the process. What happens?
So what happened was my daughter started using ChatGPT to help her with her homework. And I thought, well, if she does that, she's not going to actually understand how to get to an answer. She's just going to be told the answers. And I didn't want that. So this is a Socratic tutor. So if you put in a question, a trigonometry question, for example, this won't just give you the answer. It will explain to you step by step in your own language how to actually get to the answer. And if you're struggling with one concept over and over and over, it doesn't lose its patience with you. It explains to you at your pace, at any time of the day or night. But it tells you step by step instead of just giving you the answer. So the next day when you're going to school or you have to write a test, for example, you understand and remember the steps of how to actually get there as opposed to just having had the answer.
Okay, so you developed it from a need, right? Now, to what degree has it been rolled out?
So far, we only officially launched, we did a soft launch last year and we officially launched in March this year. We're in 6 schools now, and So we have about 4,000 students using it at the moment, and we're hoping to roll it out to another 30 schools within the next few months.
Okay, and is it working now beyond those initial few people? How are you tracking that?
So we're tracking it. We have a full analytics background, so we can just see all the data. The schools we're working with give us the student test marks. So when they started the term, we saw their test results, and we're tracking their test results through this term to see at the end of June what their test marks are. But from what we can see, kids are using it, students are using it for up to 4 hours a week. So, and we can see the conversations that they're having, and anywhere from maths to life orientation to Afrikaans, they're using it for all the subjects. So what's nice is that a student is using it for example, Afrikaans homework, and then their science homework at the same time, or their life orientation and maths. There's also the learner's license module, which people are struggling with at the moment, because I don't know if you know, the learner's license has changed the test. So people are using it to study for their learner's license as well.
So how does one then log on? I mean, what I mean by that is, is it an app that you download? Because it's artificial intelligence driven, right?
Yes.
What's the process?
So it's a web app, so you don't actually have to go and waste data downloading a full app. You just go onto the website, and if you're on a mobile device, it acts like an app, but it doesn't use too much data. So we kept it very data light. For schools, we have a different pricing module to individuals, but anyone can go and sign up at any time. So it's not only for schools. We have individuals signing up as well at just helloada.ai.
Okay, you have a pricing model. Tell me about that.
Yes, so it starts at 99 Rand a month. You get access to a certain number of conversations and questions backwards and forwards. There's also a free trial, so you can have a conversation, 20 questions, just to test it, to see if it works for you. There's no credit card required. You don't have to put in a credit card in order to access the free trial. And then for 200 Rand a month, you get full unlimited access, and that includes access to the voice, so you can actually just talk to it. So if the child has a learning difficulty, they can talk to it, and it talks back to them. And you can also, there's a place where you can upload questions. So if you have homework that you don't understand, you can upload your questions, and it will answer you on what you've uploaded as well.
Okay, hello, Ada, right? You said
yes,
AI.
Hello, AIDA.
Hello, AIDA, Ada, right? Just a last one, very quickly, in a few seconds. How are teachers responding to this, keeping in mind that it effectively could well render them redundant?
So that's the best question of all. We say that our biggest guardrails in a classroom are always going to be the teachers. We want the teachers to be using it together with us. We developed it with teachers, not against teachers. Teachers are still there to do the jobs that humans do, like noticing when a child is hungry or sad or quiet or struggling with something. So it's never going to replace a teacher. What it can do, though, is make a teacher's life a little bit easier, because when a teacher's got 45 or 60 kids in a class, they're now able to stream them. And the kids that need enrichment can use Hello Ada to get more difficult tasks, and the kids that need extra support can be slowed down and use this as the extra support in the classroom.
All right. Hello, Ada. Hello, the future. Pulse. Time for the news headlines. Here's Jolani.
Thanks, Ashraf. Good afternoon. Making headlines, Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane says her department is optimistic that it will be able to meet its targets it set for itself in the building of RDP houses in the current financial year. Deputy President Paul Mashatile is visiting various areas on the Cape Flats today to assess progress made to fight crime through Operation Prosper. Hundreds of SANDF soldiers have been deployed to crime hotspots since the 1st of April during the operation. And finally, Army officials in Latvia say they're increasing anti-drone defenses on its borders with Russia and Moscow, allied Belarus, in response to drones flying into the NATO country. Greg House has the details at 5 o'clock for SAFM News. I'm Jonani Tulo Wepe.
SAFM. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. If you live in the airport, OR Tambo heading through to Tembisa or Pretoria, the recovery of this morning's truck crash is still underway. It's there between Pomona Road and the R23 Benoni exit, and there's a backlog that extends back through Atlas and back towards Voortrekker Road. So that R21's quite heavy up into a double-lane closure for the recovery. N1 South down to William Mandela is heavy from Buccleuch, and then from Bayers Nordea down to 14th Avenue gets heavy. I think there's some traffic lights out 14th Avenue Bridge. That bridge from Veltruim Park getting across to Rudaport side, if you like, is heavy, and that seems to be what's holding that N1 going south up there. Earlier crash on the M1 North at New Road is being cleared. There is a collision seen on the N14 heading into Diepsloot. This is the N14 Krugersdorp Highway. That collision just before the 511 exit, and it is quite a heavy queue to work through there. Durban side, the N3 outbound breakdown just by Sherwood has been cleared. There is a crash that seems to be easing traffic, but it's a little bit slow between Hillcrest and Kloof. In fact, that now having a bit of a slowdown impact both ways, and a lot of truck congestion today around Umbilo, Rochborough area, also Bayhead routes like South Coast Road, Umbilo Road, the Bayhead Road, M7, South Coast Road interchange. It's all a bit messy through there. Cape Town, a couple of breakdowns on the M1 out of town around Plattercliff Hill, so that's slow leaving the city centre, and there's a lot of traffic on the Barclay Road. It's a popular route these days between Salt River and Ndebele. Barclay Road both ways, very jammed up and slow going. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
It's the Bafana World Cup squad announcement. Yes, that's happening, but there's also news about the Blitzbokke, right?
Yes, so the Blitzbokke head to Via-Gillette this weekend for the second leg of the HSBC Sevens World Championship, already assured of next season's series spot, but they're very determined to underline their dominance. Philip Sneyman's side have hit P first ever Hong Kong crown. As top seeds, they face Australia, Kenya and Great Britain in the pool stage with knockout rounds set to test their consistency. Ricardo Duarte replaces the injured Ronald Brown, bringing energy and experience from the earlier tournament wins. In the meantime, Stormers wing Sabelo Senatla is set for a crucial comeback in Saturday's URC quarterfinal. This is against Cardiff at the Cape Town Stadium, 3 years after a car accident threatened to end his career. Now, Senatla missed the 2023 semi-final and final due to injuries sustained in that accident, but he made a scoring return in last season's quarterfinal against Glasgow. His current campaign has been disrupted by a cough and other setbacks, limiting his involvement, and Director of Rugby John Dobson has admitted that Senatla's strike power has been sorely missed, but his pace, big match pedigree and also energy is expected to lift the squad. In terms of football, midfielder Goodman Musele is expected to return to Orlando Pirates ahead of the next season after a standout loan spell at Chippa United. The 26-year-old made 28 league appearances and contributed consistently in midfield, but Chippa are not in a financial position to secure him permanently. Musele will therefore report back to Pirates for pre-season under coach Abdeslam Wadu. Meanwhile, Milford FC coach Dr. Klanti Pupuma says that opening the PSL promotion relegation playoffs with an away victory gives his side confidence heading into the remaining fixtures. Milford edged Cape Town City 1-0 at Athlone Stadium in the opening of the mini-league to immediately move to the top of the table with 3 points. And Pupuma says that the result gives Milford a solid platform as they prepare for clashes against Magezi FC and the return leg against City at home in the coming days.
Getting 3 points away is a very, very big plus. Doesn't mean automatically we are guaranteed the points at home. However, we it's in Mhlatuze where we train and sleep and eat. And so we're going to make it very, very difficult for the teams that are going to come in there, both Magezi and Cape Town City.
Well, still staying with football, elsewhere, Argentina coach Lionel Scaloni says that early signs on Lionel Messi's hamstring issue are not that bad as the World Cup looms just 2 weeks away. Messi was diagnosed with muscle fatigue in his left hamstring after leaving Inter Miami's MLS win over Philadelphia in the 73rd minute. Scaloni hopes further tests will confirm the initial diagnosis, adding that he was relieved that progress, leaving uncertainty over the 38-year-old's availability. In terms of netball, Gauteng Golden Fireballs coach Dr. Elsa Jordan says that she's very impressed by the team's efforts to collect maximum points during Telkom Netball League Power Week 2. After a slow start to the season, the Fireballs secured 4 wins from 4 matches to begin their second-day campaign on a positive note, including yesterday's 47-29 win over KZN Kingdom Stars at Ellis Park Arena in Johannesburg. And Jordan says that she hopes their current momentum will help secure a place in the semi-finals.
Getting 3 points away is a very, very big plus. Doesn't mean automatically we are guaranteed the points at home. However, it's in Mhlatuze where we train and sleep and eat. And so we're going to make it very, very difficult for the teams that are going to come in there, both Magezi and Cape Town City.
Well, apologies for the wrong clip over there. But moving on to athletics, South African ultramarathon star Gerda Steyn is targeting back-to-back Comrades marathon titles when she lines up for the up run from Durban to Pietermaritzburg on the 14th of June. The 36-year-old, nicknamed the Smiling Assassin, already claimed her 7th Two Oceans Marathon crown in April and also holds the Comrades women's record of 5 hours and 49.46 seconds set last year. A repeat victory could earn her 925,000 rands, rising to 1.5 million rand if she breaks that record again. And Steyn skipped the Cape Town Marathon to focus on Comrades, spending time training in Delstrom to prepare for the hills. With that said, it's a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
Right, perfect. And all I know is that announcement is at 7 o'clock. Yeah, eyes on 7. And that World Cup squad.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, as always, Makwe Masilela, what's big today?
Ashraf, Telkom yearly trading update. The guys, they expect their data-led strategy to continue delivering enhanced profits, and they expect profits as headline earnings per share up 55%, driven by strong underlying operating performance, continued focus on structural cost optimization, and lower finance charges resulting from reduced debt levels. And while stock markets appear to be looking past the Middle East crisis and the havoc it has wreaked on energy supplies, central bankers are signaling that the inflationary damage is already done. At the gathering of central bank officials in Tokyo, the Bank of Japan cautioned that a temporary energy shock can have persistent impacts, and the European Central Bank board member said interest rate hike in June is warranted, even if the US and Iran reach a peace deal. And remember, our interest rate decision is tomorrow. And China's industrial profits jumped 24.7%. That's in April, the best gain in over 2 years, and that's despite the headwinds. And locally, our housing market stays resilient despite the global risk. FNB latest property barometer shows that housing prices growth moderated in April after a stronger than expected start to 2026, getting support from a constrained supply, improving affordability and sustained demand from higher income households. And hopes for a deal to end the Iran war and revive the Strait of Hormuz lifted market sentiments. Also, as AI trades are helping out, a yellow metal fell as inflation worries persist amid the US-Iran peace talks, and also interest rate hikes are now in play. We see gold is down 1.3% at 4,449, platinum down 2% at 1,920. Oil extends its drop as Iran TV says it has seen a draft deal with the US to reopen Hormuz that outweighed Iran's earlier comments that the US had violated a ceasefire. Brent crude is down 3.8% at $95 a barrel, and global stocks continue to be mixed, with the local post down only 0.2% because of falling commodity prices, putting a damper on our resources stocks, which, by the way, are part of the heavyweights on the GSE. Rand flat against the dollar, 1936, 21.97 against the pound, and 1902 against the euro.
Right, thanks for that, Makwe. We'll connect again with you tomorrow. Time now to connect to you because you're part of the Pulse community.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Seriously, I'm looking at these tweets about the marches in Kenya. Well, marches, support for Arsenal Football Club after they won their league title. Was it last week, Tuesday? It's like it's a week and more. And the thousands of people out on the streets in, Nairobi in Kenya and other parts of the Kenyan nation. I'm suggesting if they formed a political party called Arsenal, well, in Kenya, they would win an election in a landslide. There is the challenge. Let's hear from you, okay? Right, here's an interesting one.
Afternoon, Ashraf. Can you balance me here? On that impeachment inquiry panel, are the parties or representatives not meant to be unbiased and independent and impartial? Because how do you say going into the inquiry, because of what evidence is going to be put in front of you, you have made up your mind, you put the cart before the horse. So then really, if that is the case, and honestly, then what is the use of this inquiry since people won't be impartial and independent?
Well, yes and no, maybe, because, yes, I hear what you're saying. You expect them to be honorable about how they make decisions. Do they go against a party line, for example? Number two, but on the other hand, assuming they did that, there's no single party that's got a 50% plus one majority, even at the impeachment level. Unlike what the ANC had before when it came to the General Assembly. They don't have that any longer. Big difference. And we'll see that playing through.
Afternoon, Ashra. This is from Mufande. No, Ashra, the method of selecting more players and then later on you reduce the number, I think it's totally wrong. I think we need to stop that method. You can't select 30 players and then later on you cut almost 10 players. So you are damaging the morale of the players and also you are discouraging them. Thank you. Bye.
Well, I don't quite agree with you. I think the fact is all teams have a broad squad that they put in camp because there's no guarantee that all the players will go to the World Cup. People get injured as well, right? So they're in camp and then they assess them and then based on that, they cut them down to 26. I think the question you're asking or you're mentioning is not that. They have to have a broader squad. The question is at what day do you cut it down and do the players who are cut to 26, do they still attend the celebrations? That's really the big deal.
Hi, good day, Ashraf. You're speaking to Ivan, or actually Ivan speaking here. Ivan the trucker, yeah. Yeah, I had a conversation with you in the chief. You did ask the right questions, but I couldn't hear any answers that is related actually on the questions that you asked. Yeah, but good luck for the ANC.
Right, good luck to the ANC. Many saying the same thing. You see, here's another.
Politics, Ashraf, politics is a scam. It's a scam. Today, they call South Africans xenophobic. Tomorrow, South Africa are not xenophobic. They are changing colors like chameleons. You don't believe them. Whatever they are saying, it's a lie. It's a lie. You don't trust politicians. They are changing colors. Tomorrow, South Africa is xenophobic. Today, South Africa is not xenophobic. Which is which here? You.
So, if you don't trust them, how much attention do you give them of what they say and when they call you to vote for them? If it's a scam, not one party, all the parties, how much attention do you give to those parties? Think about that. Sipho in Viking. Hello, Sipho. The Viking Sipho, yes.
Yes, hi, Ashraf.
How's it, man? Yeah, what's your point?
I'm good. Ashraf, Ghana today took some of the people and left for Ghana and left others whom they said were having issues with documents and they left them behind. Ashraf, it's a hypocrisy of Ghana. This is the very same issue that South Africans are talking about, saying people need to come into the country, need to be documented when they come into the country. Ashraf. When we do that, we are labeled xenophobic. But them, they turned away some other people whom did not have a necessary required documents. So who is xenophobic in Africa?
Well, I
be
hear,
honest,
I hear that, and I
Ashraf.
did find it surprising they turned them away, and also the fact that a huge number of these Ghanaians were actually undocumented, so therefore they were in this country illegally. Thanks for putting that on the agenda, Sipo. Butana in Rosebank, go for it.
Hi, good afternoon, my brother Ashraf.
Good afternoon.
What happened with that master's degree of Oscar Buyan? Was it a scam? What happened? Did the SIU manage to investigate, or did he block the report? Or is it SIU sitting with that report? Please find out from SIU, man. They've got a history. These reports have been blocked, or if they are not blocked, they're sitting on them. You know, it reminds me of the CR17 sealed financial file. It reminds me of Brian Shongwa. The report was given to the public very late when the chap was dead.
Okay, got that. You put questions, and hopefully we get some answers from someone, if not now, later on when we try and get hold of them too, right? We're going to talk about this later. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. We are so very happy and glad that this useless mafia and extortionist pretending to be a taxi owner called Sebanyoni is back in court tomorrow. And therefore, I think they paid that magistrate. It was corruption. You know how serious crimes and organized crimes are disappearing cases like that. This is a serious case, extortion. You must face its consequences. This mafia / a taxi boss. Aubrey.
And there's more.
Ashraf and the SFM, I know nothing about the judicial system, how it works, but what happened to Sibanyoni there? Nothing else. It's a muti. That guy got a strong muti. No intimidation for others. It's just a muti. They make you like Fertoal. They make you like, Ferloren. So you're just like missing going to work, going to the other direction. It can't be whereby like a person. Even the magistrate, I don't think his mind was normal by that day. Most of the time you need to say like, I remind this thing. But he just say, we struck it out of the roll. It's impossible.
Well, they've come back and they've made a plan. So there we are. Things have been fixed, right?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf. Ashraf, we don't know anymore what to listen as South Africans. The SG of the party who used to label South Africans as xenophobic lately is saying South Africans are not xenophobic. Really, the race for election is causing people to speak back and forth. Now, really, we are confused. We don't know what to say anymore, Ashraf, because it wasn't long that party's president was echoing the word xenophobic for South Africans. Thanks, Ashraf.
Well, if they're changing their tunes, how are they changing it? I mean, be specific about what is it they are actually saying.
ANC leaders are arrogant. Thabo Mbeki, Dlamini Zuma, Fikile Mbalula, Paul Mashatile, they are losing touch with the reality on the ground about illegal foreigners. Amponene Chego, Severfonteng Mostorlos.
Okay, that sounds like a news report where you signed off. Just what I'll tell you.
Ashraf, Ariane here from Pietermaritzburg. If the Department of Health is so underfunded, how were the people from Tembisa Hospital able to siphon 2 billion rand off one little hospital? And then secondly, why is it that the MEC has to take the suppliers around to the different hospitals so that those suppliers can hold the officials to account when it's actually the MEC's job? She's saying to those suppliers that she's not capable to do her job.
Okay, maybe someone say they actually ran into financial problems after the siphoning off of money, isn't it? Which one came first? Right, by the way, talking about that, let's talk about children's education and access to them learning ASAP. We'll talk about that next.
Thought Leadership Conversations on the National Pulse.
Yeah, we certainly do this once a week. Pick up a thought leader and get him or her to just share their thoughts on a very, very important issue. My guest today is Dr. David Harrison, who's the CEO at the DG Murray Trust. Well, Dr. Harrison, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon, listeners.
Thank you. Now, you have opinions about the Children's Amendment Bill and how that will be a game changer for young children. Tell me about that.
Well, I think the law just got real for children in South Africa, certainly when it comes to early learning. We've missed out in South Africa because we've neglected our children, and we haven't realized that our single biggest weapon, our single biggest way of changing the future of South Africa is to invest properly in our young children. If their brains don't develop, they can't learn at school, they can't get proper jobs, and guess what? They end up doing things that they shouldn't do. So we perpetuate inequality. So early childhood development is this incredibly powerful time for changing the future of South Africa. And government has started to realize that. So firstly, the president announced a new amount of 10 billion rand towards early learning that would bring a lot of young children into the fold, enabling them to get public finances. But secondly, we're now starting to get enabling legislation that undoes some of the injustices of the past. The previous system was designed to exclude the poorest children. It expected children to be able to go to attend ECD centers that were of a high standard, great bricks and mortar buildings, and a large number of practitioners there to care for them. And of course, the wealthy children could do that. Some of the poorer children could, but the poorest children couldn't. And so they were never eligible for public financing. So what this amendment does now is it relaxes the understanding and it relaxes some of the standards for provision of early learning. And it allows children who are in shacks or in play groups or in child-minded groups also to be able to access that public money. And that's a major breakthrough. It recognizes that what is really, really important is the quality of the interaction between the practitioner and the child, and not so much the appearance of the building that they reside in, as long as, of course, basic health and safety measures are sustained.
So, I mean, let's just take a step back. I mean, before this new bill, right? It's a draft, right? Before this, what was the status quo then?
Well, the status quo was that early learning programs, we call them ECDs for short, so they could apply for public funding. But in order to get that funding, public funding, which was like a per capita amount, so an amount per child in their care, they had to firstly register twice. They had to apply through two different parallel systems. And then they had to meet standards that related to the number of practitioners per child, but also very, very high infrastructure standards, building standards that were really geared for wealthier communities and certainly not for children in poorer communities. And so the net result was that the children that got finance, and we don't begrudge them that because they needed it, but the children that got finance were in fact those that were not the poorest. And so we had this crazy differential of public financing meant to be directed to the poor, but in fact further advantaging wealthier children and excluding the poorest children. What we've seen now, firstly, is that there's been a simplification of the application process, so bringing two processes into one. There's been an understanding that you can have good quality early learning program in an informal settlement, provided that one directs support to the practitioner, and the norms and standards are made more realistic for the type of situations that young children learn in South Africa today. It opens up opportunity. It means that potentially we can close that early learning gap that currently excludes 1.3 million children age 3 to 5 years of age.
And we feel the difference because of that. I mean, the numbers are staggering, right? Let's go back. I mean, so the Children's Amendment Bill has been approved by Cabinet. What has then changed in the mindset of the decision makers?
Well, and that's preceded this bill since 2022, when there was a shift from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education in terms of who controls early learning. We've seen the development of a strategy that is far more realistic. We've seen the development of a 2030 roadmap, and so in fact, what this bill does is simply to legislate for a lot of the mindset change that has already happened over the last 15 years.
How, if you and I then have a chat, say in 1 year from now, or and then maybe 5 years from today, what would you like to be then telling me regarding early childhood learning?
Well, there's a differential at the moment. 3 to 5 year olds, about 50% of poor 3 to 5 year olds, quintile 1, 3 to 5 year olds, are in early learning programs, 70% of quintile 5s. I would like to see 95% of the poorest children in those early learning programs as well. The practical problems on the ground, we can talk about that another time, but at least now the funding is there, the law is enabling it to happen. Now it's a case of just putting the shoulder to the wheel, helping to support the department to achieve this incredible goal that can be achieved by 2030.
Now, I mean, let's end with this. I mean, next month is Youth Month, and one of the things we'll talk about in the first week already, we're having this big issue conversation around unemployed youth. And I'm thinking now, the numbers you give me around the absence of early childhood learning for like 1.3 million people and children and even more, that deficit then continues when they become teenagers and they get into work or they don't get into work. I mean, how did we get ourselves into a situation where in a democracy that so many of these young people were so neglected?
Well, our Constitution in 1996 said in all things related to children, we must put them first. We ignored that constitutional obligation. We've now dealt with issues of early learning, but let's not forget that early learning requires both intellectual stimulation, but it requires food as well. We've seen the greatest potential opportunity for children since 1994 open up this year with the President's announcement of a mission to end stunting, which is a lack of food that damages children's brains. If we can now together take this expansion of early learning and in stunting, we can reverse the neglect of the last 30 years within the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, thank you for that and a very important thoughts leader conversation about where we are and where do we go next. CEO of the DG Murray Trust, that's Dr. David Harrison. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse. Time now for the news at 5 with Greg House.
Thank you. Ashraf Mashitele visits crime hotspots and the Human Settlements Minister confident of meeting RDP targets. Good day to you. The Deputy President, Paul Mashitele, says a strong relationship between communities on the Cape Flats and the police is crucial in fighting crime. He's visiting the area to assess progress made in fighting crime through Operation Prosper, in which the Army's been deployed to crime hotspots in 5 provinces. He spoke in Tafelsig and Mitchell's Plain.
Without the community, we will not succeed. So the police and the army are working with the community to ensure that they can identify the criminals so that we can arrest them. So this operation is intelligence-driven.
The Human Settlements Minister, Thembi Simelane, says her department is optimistic it will be able to meet the targets it set for itself in the building of RDP houses in the current financial year. The minister tabled her department's budget in Parliament today.
We have set ourselves below the following targets. Delivery of 2,878 social units with 2,000 units fully tenanted. Registration of over 20,000 title deeds. Delivery of 39,000 housing units. Completion of over 25,000 service stands across our programs or provinces. And blocking 195 projects with a budget and ensuring that 11,358 first home finance subsidy applications are approved and 9,231 subsidies must be dispersed to qualifying beneficiaries.
Police have seized illegal alcohol worth more than 3 million rand in Easter River in Cape Town. Police spokesperson Temakasim Budukana.
An inspection operation held by the Counterfeit Unit, Liquor Authorities, SARS and SANDF in Easter River led to an arrest of an adult male suspect for alcohol that was amounting to 6,201 litres of various liquor products in his store. The estimated value of this alcohol is 3.5 million and it was booked in as exhibit. The adult male suspect was arrested and detained at Kleinvlei SAPS.
The appeal on a ruling denying bail for musician Lehlohonolo Chauke has been postponed to next month in the Polokwane High Court in Limpopo. The postponement is to allow the state to file supplementary heads of argument. Chauke, known as Shebo Maberna, is facing charges including attempted murder and malicious damage to property, among others. Presiding Judge Karen Pillay.
I've also took cognizance and note of the fact that the state advocate appearing today was not the state advocate who filed written heads of arguments yesterday. I also appreciate the fact that in this particular matter, a lot of pressure has been put on the parties because a date was given very quickly after the matter was sought for leave to appeal or appeal on the bail appeal on the new facts from the judgment of the court of law, that everybody had to scurry.
Judge Elsa Marie Bezuidenhout has reserved her ruling in the Pietermaritzburg High Court in KwaZulu-Natal in an application by a group of Ethiopian shop owners in Escort that they be allowed to trade. In their application, they say they've effectively been prevented from trading after municipal officials took the keys to their shops. It's also alleged that the mayor gave them 21 days to leave the town. The judge will give her interim ruling tomorrow, with arguments being heard in August. Army officials in Latvia say they're increasing their anti-drone defences on the borders with Russia and Belarus in response to drones flying into the NATO country. The Latvian Army's Modris Kais.
We plan deploy forced interceptor teams already in next a few weeks, let's say. And we plan publicly demonstrate as well, or some different weapons what we currently work. For example, what you mentioned, automatical turrets. If you will follow to the Latvian MOD page, you will as well will find some already in sites or some photos. But we as well publicly will demonstrate remotely control turrets for machine guns.
The top story: the Deputy President says a strong relationship between communities on the Cape Flats and the police is crucial in fighting crime. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Huss.
In sports this hour, Bruce to announce final Bafana squad tonight. Blitzbox chase World Championship glory in Spain, and Stain targets Comrades glory and record bonus. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
If you're heading away from OR Tambo International Airport up the R21, it's a heavy one today. That truck crash recovery still underway. The traffic queues from the R24 Barbara Road onto the R21 at the airport, and then all the way up through Four-Tracker, through Atlas, through Pomona, and up towards that scene before you get to the R23 Benoni exit. It is heavy. Also, there's been a crash on the N3 North before Galuli, so coming through from Germiston, it's bad. The N1 South queuing from Malabongwe down to 14th Avenue. Traffic lights out at the 14th Avenue Bridge, causing delays there. N1 North through Midrand, fairly busy between Buccleuch and Samran, and that crash on the N14, the Krugersdorp Highway at Diepsland, still causing a delay between the R55 and the R511 exit. Crossing to Durban, absolutely jam-packed with truck congestion today around Congella, Bayhead, Umbilo, and the Rossborough area. Also on top of that, South Coast Road at the M7, there's no traffic lights there. It's really serious congestion going on in that part of Durban this afternoon. Bit of traffic on the N2 South between Gateway and Kwamashu. That's a breakdown in the roadworks causing that delay. And there's another crash this afternoon at the ramp from Hammersdale. So coming from Cato Ridge and Chunga down towards Cliffdale, there's quite a heavy queue approaching that scene. Cape Town, Stellenbosch R44 south towards Jamestown. That's really busy. The N1 out of town has a crash by the N7 highway. So delays leaving the city centre all the way out passing Canal Walk. And then 2 breakdowns further out at Plattercliff Hill. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Lots more to talk about here. This A in the countdown to the Bafana World Cup squad announcement. I mean, I see lots of polls about who should be in the squad. I think that's a bit late. What you should be asking, of the 32, which 6 would you axe if you were the coach? That makes more sense. Which 6 out of the 32 would you kick out, unfortunately, to comply with the 26 that'll go to the World Cup? I wonder. You can be the coach yourself, your fantasy coach, and make your own choices on that one there. Later on, we'll talk about car hijackings and huge concerns around it, as per the Motor Industry Staff Association. They're very worried about it. We'll talk about that too. And other developments regarding an issue that I think many of you already touched on, that of the Sibanyoni story, right? So we'll talk about that too. But you know, what's that phrase? South Africa is alive with possibilities. Have you heard the story of a group of foreign nationals taking a local municipality to court? We'll talk about that next.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game with the Free Spa Limited Edition Soccer Ball when you spend 650 Rand and buy any 3 participating products. Like 120-gram Simba potato chips. Buy any 2 for 34. Save 10 Rand. Or 8 kg Spa Wolf dog food, excluding puppy range, for 149.99. Save 80 Rand. Price is valid from 25 May till 7 June 2026. While stocks last. Only at Spa. T's and C's apply.
As part of Africa Month, now we are profiling
Seychelles, East Africa. An island nation in the Indian Ocean, northeast of Madagascar, scattered across turquoise waters and coral islands. A country of breathtaking beauty, white sand beaches, granite cliffs, and rich marine life known across the world. Creole, English, and French shape the nation's identity, a blend of African, European, and Asian heritage woven into island life.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy, one of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain: climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism. Still, Seychelles protects its natural environment with pride and purpose.
Seychelles guards a paradise for generations to come. In every island, in every reef, in every breeze, there is beauty. Seychelles, peaceful, pristine, unforgettable.
Africa Month on SAFM. Conversations, context, connection.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Now, what do you make of this? Listen to the story. I believe 38 shop owners, maybe more, but 38 in Ascot, right? And the local municipality is the Inkosi Langa Libalele local municipality in Ascot. So these businesses have taken They were closed, we believe, on the instruction of the mayor, and that's Mayor Mduduzi Mieza. That's the allegation. They've been shut down, and these businesses are owned by foreign nationals. As a result of that, they've now taken the municipality itself to court. They filed an urgent application against the municipality and the mayor. South Africa is alive with possibilities. Let's find out more about it with Koldani Zuma, who's effectively the legal representative of the mayor. Appreciate your time, Koldani. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Ashraf.
All right, so believe it or not, tell me.
Yeah, it happened. We got instructions from client yesterday that there is an urgent application in court today, indeed brought by 38 business people that work and reside within that municipality. Basically, the essence of what they're asking for is for the court to they're asking the court to direct that the municipality gives back the keys that they were alleging were taken by the municipality and their businesses were locked up and they've not been able to operate. That's the first issue. The second issue, they are demanding that the municipality must never intimidate them. They must not threaten them. They must not basically, come anywhere near their businesses. And that is the interdict that they are seeking. So in respect of the first order, what we are saying to the court is that it is, in fact, a tired argument. The municipality did not just, out of excitement, close their shops. These are operations done by officials of the municipality. They are empowered to do so in terms of SPLUMA, in terms of their bylaws, and in terms of all the other prevailing legislation. So any person that operates a business in a jurisdiction of a municipality would be subjected to those laws. That's what they had done. They came to inspect, they wanted to investigate, and when they wanted to investigate some businesses, business owners, they ran away, they closed their shops, and in general, no shops basically were just closed by the municipality against the law. They were investigated. They came back to give them the keys. Keys were then given back to the employees of those shops or businesses, and therefore there are no keys that are currently with the municipality. So going to court was unnecessary. They have the keys. They can go back and operate. What is left to be asked is why are they not opening the shops? That is an issue to be dealt with later. The second issue that we're dealing with is that the municipality is empowered by law to inspect, to take decisions when it comes to the breach of the operating licenses, whether you have a business permit. If you breach those permits, then the municipality will exercise the power it has, because you cannot just expose the people of that area into environmental hazards, health hazards. But the municipality is not unlawfully stopping these business of foreign nationals from trading. The matter then has been adjourned to tomorrow, but the judge will hand down his decision, which will be an interim order. So I must indicate, Ashraf, that this is a matter where the matter has not been finalized. There's going to be an interim order tomorrow. Whether the court says, well, the municipality can, mustn't, do anything unlawful, which is to, close them without complying with the law. They must comply with the law. But the right of the municipality to inspect and ensure that businesses that operate unlawfully are closed cannot be taken away from them. Okay. So she will issue that interim order tomorrow, but the matter will proceed in August.
So I'm a bit confused about a few things here. So, your point about the municipality has the right to inspect the validity of a business operating with a business license, I think that's a given, absolutely, right? Just then confirm this with me. You saying that when I say you, the municipality, when they went to visit these businesses, you saying these foreign national-owned businesses effectively ran away. Is that all of them?
Well, not all of them. So those that were found, they were able to inspect their shops, and some, of course, they would have, taken the keys because there were certain things that the municipality would have identified as unlawful in those premises. Of course, the challenge with these things, Ashraf, is that when they come to these premises and they identify wrong things, they will have to call Home Affairs, Immigration to come and assist, and the police. And Home Affairs will always complain about the staff shortage and all of that. So those are things that are becoming a problem. But indeed, there were businesses where people ran away, they closed shop. Even today, the municipality is saying, go back to your places, go and operate. What you cannot do is to operate outside the ambit of the law. But also, what the municipality is saying is Home Affairs must also get closer to these businesses and check, even if whether the documents that are actually in the hands of these foreign nationals are in fact legit, because if they are legit, they must continue to practice their trade and do business, because
yeah. So what that is the sense of it? What I'm trying to say is that, is it a case of these are foreign nationals who are undocumented, which actually means they are here in the country illegally, so that's already a crime. That's the first part. The second part is they could be foreign nationals who are documented, but the businesses they're trading in, that they're doing it and they're flouting rules. I mean, which is it a case of either or both, or none of the above?
Well, what the municipality was doing was to focus on what they are empowered to do, which is to check whether they are complying with the bylaws in terms of and the operating licenses, and they have found certain things that are are not in keeping with the law. But what the municipality is doing also is calling upon Home Affairs to come and check whether the documents in the hands of these foreign nationals, in terms of whether they are refugees or whether they have business visas, it's only Home Affairs who can come and confirm that indeed they have valid documents. Because what the mayor and the municipality is saying is they have seen, through the SIU report, that there are so many foreign nationals who are here with fraudulent documents that have been sold to them by Home Affairs. But what the mayor is saying is that this case is a classical example of what they have been calling for as government and citizens, that everyone who's in the country must be in the country lawfully, but also it is also democracy at play, that our courts must then finally make a determination on what it means to be in South Africa. Does it mean that if you are from another country, you can just do as you please in the country? But what the municipality is saying is that everyone who operates or lives in Umjezi, they must live there lawfully, they must have legal documents to be in the country, they must trade and work lawfully, because even if you work, you must have a work permit, but also you must have a particular skill to work, because the jobs must be given first to South Africans and then to foreigners. So that's basically the case.
All right. Can we say that, and you're well aware of this rising tide of people who are concerned about foreign nationals who are undocumented and trying to even rid them out of the country anyway? We know that. It's well documented. Would you say that, in fact, even in this case here, the response of this municipality in the Escort region is a direct result of that? That means inadvertently there's now pressure on municipalities to up their game.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you look, you would see, because the matter is coming back on the 20th of August, you would see that the court papers are riddled with even comments and statuses on Facebook about Abahambe and people must leave. But what the municipality is saying, it is indeed in the heart of the societal challenges. Our people of this country are saying any person who's here illegally must go, and the municipality have said we are taking that responsibility of assisting other agencies of government to identify those who are here illegally, those who are trading illegally, those who are selling drugs and so on. In fact, you'll see, Ashraf, in that very court case, that there is a foreign national who has raped a 13-year-old in Ward 9 of Umjezi. Those are some of the issues that the municipality is picking up and saying, we are listening to what members of the public are saying. As a responsive government, we are now heeding the call to say only those who are here legally must stay in South Africa, but those who are here illegally must then be deported, and then, the law must take its course. But we must emphasize that the mayor is saying, based on our instructions, he is not xenophobic, he is not hating on foreign nationals, but he just wants people to live in Umjezi within the ambit of the law.
Quick answer, why is the mayor himself not talking?
Well, firstly, today when court, the mayor had a council meeting, and also because this matter is now before the court, and we have been instructed as attorneys to deal with the legalities around this matter. We obviously, some of the legal issues on this matter will then be addressed by the attorneys. However, I think the mayor is available to
Okay.
address all other
right.
issues, particularly in this matter and service delivery.
right.
So he's available to
Okay.
talk to the media.
Let's see what happens tomorrow. Much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. And a fascinating story with all its contradictions. One of the other points that came through was the point made by the lawyer to say, often Home Affairs are just very slow to respond. Did you hear that? They're very slow to respond. We have another take with another lawyer on another issue completely after this.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
More chances to play, more chances to win. That's the future of the Lotto, Mzansi. Introducing Multiplay from SAfmRadio. For the first time ever, you're not limited to just 6 numbers. With Multiplay 1, you can pick 7 numbers, and if you only get 6, you still win. That means more combinations, more excitement, and more chances to win big. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio from June 1.
In case you missed it.
What we are seeing in South Africa is that corruption is systemic and it's well organized. So it's not the act of an individual who maybe escapes the system. The system itself has been corrupted. And that means that anybody who speaks out, a police officer, an employee, somebody in procurement who was asked to favor one group over the other, they are risking quite a lot because they find themselves having to perform according to the rules in a system that has created sub-rules, which are corrupt rules, maladministration rules.
Lebogang Ramafoko, Executive Director at Corruption Watch.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's talk about another story that certainly is, to a large degree capture the imagination, right? Remember the story of the Mpumalanga taxi boss, Joe Ferrari Sibagnoni and his 3 co-accused, right? Well, it's back on the roll, after it was sort of taken off about a couple of weeks back. Remember, all of that linked to a legal person, in this case here, the magistrate, not arriving and then being showed up for not doing that, right? So there's a development on that story now. Let's find out more about it with Mpumelelo Bon Nyoka, the attorney and legal expert. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me, Ashraf. I'm from a 3-hour drive from Tanzania Court. I just let it arrive now, so I'm tired a bit. But
okay,
talk.
Well, tired you may be, but then you're the ultimate citizen. You were there and you know more than most. What happened today?
Yeah, okay. Context, the matter was struck off the roll earlier on.
Yes.
Under Section 342A, where a court is satisfied, after an application by the attorneys, by the way, that 3 options could be taken by the magistrate, either struck off the roll or bail granted because affidavits were supplied, but there was no response from the side of the state, either through an affidavit or testimony by the investigative office or postponement. Then she chose the most drastic one of striking it off the roll because she's empowered in terms of that section that I quoted after considering all the other factors. What happened then is that there was no show by the prosecutor, no word at all from him, from the investigating officer, from the chief prosecutor or the control prosecutor, nothing for 3 hours in full glare of the public and also on television. So she acted and decided to take the most drastic step. The matter was struck off the roll. It was not an acquittal as people were celebrating.
Well, I mean, let me just jump in there. That's how it came across, a few weeks back to say struck off the roll means like, case closed, and that's not the case, right?
Let me make an example. Let's say there's a soccer match scheduled to be played. For some reason, it gets postponed. It doesn't mean it's not going to be rescheduled again. That's what striking off the roll means. It has nothing to do about an acquittal or conviction. So it was returned back. But for such a matter where it is struck off the roll under Section 242(3), 42A, Section 42A, it has to be returned only under the written instructions of the DPP, Director of Public Prosecution, not a junior prosecutor. So that must have been done for it to be re-enrolled for tomorrow.
Okay, so what's going to happen tomorrow?
They have the option of arresting him or inviting him to go to court. We're going to start where we left off, but it's not going to be bail application this time. He's not arrested. The matter will be postponed for further investigations. Since, however, this has been a prosecution investigated matter for 5 months, the state should be ready with everything. So they should postpone for copies of the docket, to give copies of the docket to the 3 attorneys to go through, to prepare. Next postponement maybe to be for trial, for consultation, then for trial, because they are trials ready. They've done everything. All they must do now is to supply the defense with what they have. After that, they consult, the defense consult. After consultation, then the matter is going to be enrolled for trial now.
What's the big lesson to learn from this? I mean, the actual, the merits of the case is another conversation for another time, right? But what's the big lesson, big takeout to learn from this?
Whilst everyone must be given a chance to tackle high-pressured or high-profile cases, there should be a flexible, the application of this principle should be flexibly applied. Here, I expected a high-profile or high-pressured prosecutor to tackle it. You understand? One who's used to having security detail was the prosecutor, although he has security detail. He could have phoned wherever he was to say, I have got safety issues to the court, to the control prosecutor, etc. No one knew anything. That was embarrassing. And now the NPA messes the matter further to say we're suspending him without hearing the other side. Only afterwards now they are going against the magistrate. You can't, as a lawyer, suspend someone without hearing his or her other side and jump into that without knowing the facts. The person could have had a stroke or, passed on somewhere. They acted prematurely. So this is not a good omen for the case after.
Absolutely.
It's not a good omen for the case going forward.
And linked to that, I mean, what happened today around the issues of, some of the people maybe testifying, fearing for their lives as well?
Yes, there are measures taken by the state to ensure that their safety is taken into consideration. It's not an excuse to say, I'm not going to testify because I'm fearful. They'll be subpoenaed to testify. So they must have taken all the precautionary measures, seeing that they took 5 months to investigate this. Their ducks must be in a row now regarding all those issues, seeing that the nature of the charge itself is extortion. What does extortion mean? Getting money from someone, if not, then under threat of violence. So the nature of this case speaks for itself without undermining the principle of law that everyone must be presumed innocent until proven guilty. He'll be proved guilty in court when the case starts and after everything has been done.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Let's see what happens tomorrow and thereafter. Thanks for your time. Pumelelo Bond Nyoka, the attorney and legal expert. Appreciate you talking to us. There's lots more to come. By the way, I'm trying to make this point because it's been well, maybe bugging is the wrong word, okay? But I've thought about it for a long, long time. Whenever you speak to political people and things have gone wrong, they always say, we have challenges. Seriously. Just pay attention to it. How often do politicians, when something has gone wrong in their zone, municipality, city, hospitals, schools, we have challenges. So the great word, the great phrase, we have a challenge. Not Houston, we have a problem. We have a challenge. 5:30 is the news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. In the headlines, the Western Cape Police Commissioner says crime levels reported at 11 identified police stations and hotspots on the Cape Flats have dropped since the army was deployed. The aftermath of devastating floods in the Little Karoo of the Western Cape is now a race against time for farmers whose produce is losing value every day. And medics in the Ebola-stricken DRC are facing a race against time to trace more than 3,000 people identified as contacts of the infected group. A full update at 6.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Truck crash recovery continues to cause major delays getting away from Kempton Park at the airport heading north today on the R21. The crash happened much earlier this morning. Two trucks involved in this. It's a big recovery operation. A couple of lanes are closed between Pomona Road and the R23 Benoni exit. The queue is heavy. It starts all the way back on the R24 East at Barbara Road. The Mike 1 from Melrose up into Buccleuch is quite tight today. The N1, there's plenty of traffic going slow. Rivonia to William Mandela. And then from Randburg all the way down through to 14th Avenue. The traffic light issues on 14th Avenue Bridge causing a major backlog trying to get off, and that traffic going down on the M1 is heavy today. Big queues home to Brakpan and Springs. There's those roadworks on the N17, one lane open as you approach the Carnival City Carnival Mall exit. That's the Heidelberg Road off-ramp. N14, the Krugersdorp Highway, leaving Pretoria, crash at Diepsloot, still causing a big delay. That collision just down by the 511 exit. Now, if you're moving from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, an earlier breakdown between Hammersdale and Cliffdale, the back traffic up has been cleared. It's not a bad run across Durban today. Spaghetti Junction, Umgetta Road, slow rather than heavy, and moving from Kumashu up towards the gateway on your way to the airport, looking okay as well. A lot of congestion due to truck volumes around Umbilo, around the Congela, Bayhead and Rossborough area. On top of that, truck congestion, no lights on the South Coast Road at the M7, so it's all a bit jam-packed through there. And Cape Town, there's been a crash on the M1 out of town at the N7 highway, so the N1 main carriageway is busy. A lot of traffic being caught up on the service road that runs parallel to that, passing Century City as well today. And the N2 outbound is sitting from Robert Sabukwe in quite a heavy queue out towards the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
It's not a case of who's in for the Bafana squad, is who's out. To me, 1.5 hours to go.
That's true. That's the big question. Who's going to be out of the Bafana squad that is going to represent South Africa at the World Cup? Well, we're expecting Coach Hugo Bruce to announce his final squad at the Union Buildings in Tshwane this evening. The official announcement is going to be at 7 p.m. and it will be televised on SABC3. There'll be a build-up from 6 p.m. So we've got you covered here at SABC. 6 players from the preliminary squad will be left out, but all 32 players are already at the Union Buildings for the announcement. And actually just earlier on, the squad had a farewell from a headline sponsor, Standard Bank in Rosebank. Meanwhile, SABC Sport has reported that Jamaica will be the final team that Bafana plays as preparations for the FIFA World Cup. The date hasn't been confirmed as yet, and we still are waiting for that announcement. But Bafana leave for Mexico on Sunday, and they are expected to play their final friendlies on the 3rd to the 4th of June. So we are awaiting to see who is going to make that final squad. Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs defender Zita Kunika has signed a contract extension with the club. The experienced centre-back was the key member of the Amakosi squad this season before suffering a long-term injury that ruled him out of the remainder of the 2025-26 campaign, in which the side finished in 3rd place. Prior to the setback, Kunika had made 25 appearances across all competitions, including Kaizer Chiefs CAF Confederation Cup campaign, where the club narrowly missed out on progressing beyond the group stages. And we're still waiting to hear an announcement from the club who the new coach is. But I see on X they've been announcing some of the coaches departing, including the goalkeeper coach. But we'll definitely keep a close eye on that developing story, because they did say they will make an announcement today. Elsewhere, West Ham have confirmed that Nuno Espirito Santo will remain as manager. This is despite relegation, tasked with leading the club back to the Premier League at the first attempt. Nuno met with senior management this week, with both sides agreeing to continue together rather than part ways. And the club said that he is a highly motivated football talent, and pointed to his successful 2018 promotion campaign with Wolves, when he secured 99 points to win the championship title. In terms of rugby, the Blitzboks head to Valladolid this weekend for the second leg of the HSBC Sevens World Championship, already assured of next season's series spot, but determined to underline their dominance. Philip Snyman's side have hit peak form, while titles in Cape Town, Perth, Vancouver, New York, and their first ever Hong Kong crown. As top seeds, they face Australia, Kenya, and Great Britain in the pool stage, with knockout rounds set to test their consistency. In terms of tennis, world number one Yannick Sinner began his French Open campaign in style. He claimed a 6-1, 6-3, and 6-4 win over Clement Tabor to extend his winning streak to 13 matches. And up next for Sinner is Argentina's Juan Manuel Macerindolo. And then finally in athletics, South African ultramarathon star Gert Steyn is targeting back-to-back Comrades Marathon titles when she lines up for the uprun from Durban to Pietermaritzburg on the 14th of June. Now, the 36-year-old, nicknamed the Smiling Assassin, already claimed her 7th Two Oceans Marathon crown in April and holds the Comrades women's record of 5 hours 49 seconds, 46 set last year, and a repeat victory could earn her 925,000 rands, rising to 1.5 million rand if she breaks the record again. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. I'm going to be glued to the TV, Ashraf, to see who is actually going to.
Well, before I let you go, I mean, you made the point last week. You are back with your predictions. So how about you predicting which 6 players get the X? Not who do you want to get the X, who do you think will get the X?
My goodness. I wouldn't say all 6 of them, but I think perhaps Makanya, Goss, Maseko, Okun, and Cross might be dropped. But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see who's going to be dropped today. But I really do feel for the players that are going to be there at the union buildings, because I'm sure they already know who's in the final.
But listen, I mean, while we're at it, I mean, here's a fascinating anecdote to share, because I think it's very inspiring. So during the 2003 Cricket World Cup, which South Africa hosted, right? I think they have 15 players or so playing the World Cup. So they had a squad of 16, fine, and they dropped one because only 15 can play. And the person they dropped, finally, the one out, was distraught at having missed the World Cup. And as you know, we hosted the World Cup. We were very disappointing in the World Cup. We hosted it. We lost it. We got knocked out against Sri Lanka, where we got our sums all wrong. And South Africa, high-performing South Africa, didn't advance. A few months later, that person who missed the World Cup was brought back into the squad. And you know what? He was named the captain of the national cricket team. His name is Graham Smith. There's hope for everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's hope for everyone, even though obviously every single player would want to go and represent South Africa at the World Cup. But we never know what the future holds.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
There's always those numbers, and it's not about the cricket numbers we've been talking about, but other things regarding the markets. Jimmy, you've got a story about Pick and Pay, right? No, you don't have Pick and Pay. That was the other. You've got a brick story.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. The BRICS Business Council concluded a dialogue, sit-down session around trade and investment within the BRICS bloc, and we're going to be taking a look at that. Very interesting developments out of that, especially where they relate to South Africa as one of the founding members of that bloc. We're going to see what the dialogue was centered around and some of the key priorities and discussions that took place, and how they would potentially impact the South African and BRICS conversations at large. Then we also have a conversation taking a look at fuel stations and the risk they are under at the moment. We know that the fuel levy the fuel levy relief that National Treasury had put in place is set to come to an end at the end of June, and that means that smaller fuel stations in rural areas, they could potentially be in for some serious implications, including having to shut down because of lower fuel sales. We're going to take a look at that in a bit more detail and see if we can make sense of where we go to from there. Then we're going to speak to Chief Economist at Efficient Group, Dawie Ruet, around his thoughts on the latest draft proposals of crypto regulations that have been put forward. The conversation has been ongoing. We've previously had this conversation as well, but the developments now potentially point to the fact that if the regulations go ahead as planned, we could potentially see very different conversations emerging around the South African rand. So I want to get his thoughts around that and see where we go to from here in that respect. And we have a conversation taking a look at the opportunity that sits in quite a unique renewable resource in the form of bioethanol. We're going to speak to the Chief Executive Officer of the Localization Support Fund and get a sense of what that opportunity set could potentially look like. We also have an executive lounge conversation, as we always do every single Wednesday. We're going to speak to the founder and group chief executive of a company called Mash Ubora. We're going to get to know the chief executive a little bit better beyond his day-to-day responsibilities. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of what's been happening on the markets front. It has been a fairly quiet day in the case of the rand basically holding steady against major currencies, but I'm happy to report it has dipped against the British pound, or gained strength rather against British pound, and is below 22 rand for 1 British pound. We're at 21.97. We're still above 19 rand against the euro and around 16 rand 36 cents against the US dollar. One Bitcoin, $75,300 a coin in rand terms. That puts it at around 1.23 million rand, so about 20,000 rand cheaper than where it was this time yesterday. If we look at the commodities and other markets, the equity front wasn't the best of trading days. Bit of a mixed bag, though, if we look at it globally. The Asian markets, the Nikkei in Tokyo was ever so slightly in the green, as was the ASX in Sydney. That was up about 0.5%, but Shanghai and Hong Kong were both in the red. European markets not very different there. The DAX in Germany down, the CAC 40 in France up, and the FTSE in London down. US markets at the moment are in the red, and they are still obviously going to be trading into the evening, so they still have the benefit of that. But for now, the Nasdaq is down almost 0.1%. The S&P down almost 0.1%, about 8 basis points down. Locally, our markets were down about 1.7% in the case of resource stocks. Financial stocks 0.1%. Industrials came to the party 0.2% to the green, but the all shares still finished down about 0.3%. We're going to have a look at these and other conversations with David Shapiro of Auto 1890 a little later on, but that comes up after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, enjoy your show, 6 to 7, regarding the BRICS Business Council and a whole lot more.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
By the way, I told you, people have been asking me, like, what about the Eid story? Let me give you a quick 30-seconder. So tomorrow I will not be around, and Friday, so I'm back on Monday, okay? And that's because of the Muslim religious day of Eid al-Adha, which really means the festival of sacrifice. And for nothing else that you need to know, excepting this, if you're a follower of the Abrahamic faiths, right, then you would know the conversation of the Prophet Abraham and how he was tested by being asked to sacrifice his son is in the Old Testament and the New, and in the Quran as well. And Muslims, therefore, commemorate that act and how he passed the test to his whole family once a year. And that's why I'll be off tomorrow and on Friday, and I'll be back on Monday. Right, let's get to your conversations now. Still want to know which players, 6 of them, are likely to get axed, sadly so. Right, here are thoughts from you.
Good afternoon to you, Ashraf. You see, regarding the issue of immigrants and them running businesses, we have heard since the pushback from March and to Operation Tudula and them, quoting the law that any foreigner opening a business in South Africa must have a minimum investment of 5 million. Why is that issue not been asked? You know, it's all about regulations. Are they complying with the bylaws and what? Let's start there. Are they having the minimum of 5 million to start a business? If no, they are not even supposed to be starting that conversation.
I think your point is important, and I think we must have a full-on conversation about that, because I can tell you now, most of these small shops, there's no way they can be worth 5 million rands. Just absolutely no way. So the question is, are they allowed in the country, provide they come in as investors for a 5 million rand business? If they all have that 5 million, my goodness, we'll be lucrative in the country. There's no way. But I think, without me saying much more, we need to do an explainer on that and get the right people to talk about it. Thanks for putting it on the agenda. Ashraf, I always find it fascinating when an accused or person under examination is quick to say, I am not guilty, even though no one says they are. The lawyer from KZN kept on saying the mayor is not xenophobic. Who said he is? From Anonymous. Here's another one about the same mayor.
Hi, just a quick one on this thing of the Ethiopians taking the Escort municipality to court. Look, this is South Africa. If you don't like a decision or something the government's done, you can take it on review. Our current president is taking something on review. That former person who went to prison, our former president Jacob Zuma, he's been tying up the court for years and years with his legal Stalingrad defense. So just because they're foreigners doesn't mean they don't get to access the court. And if you're a businessman and your business is shut down, then it's only natural to seek legal recourse. If they were doing something wrong, that can be proven and ventilated in court. They can be shut down. And if the municipality overstepped, then that can be ventilated too. So I don't understand why everyone's getting so shocked. I'd also like to ask SAFM how come they didn't have the lawyer for the plaintiffs, for the Ethiopians, on the show, and they only had... Seems a bit one-sided, no? Maibuya from Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Maibuya. Let's end with the end. Sometimes what happens when you have in a current affair show like this, which playing in the moment, you everything happens at the very last minute, which is very different to a profile type of show, right? And of course, this is one of them. So we've got the one. Your point is absolutely correct. I agree. I think the message to my producer, to Keys and Tammy, saying let's get their side of the story, because your second part, which I don't agree, which is yes, of course they have a right to go in, take the mayor to court. I don't even think that's an issue. The question is what led. I think the hoo-ha is what led to that they felt aggrieved enough to want to take the mayor and the municipality to court. But point taken about getting that side of the story. Absolutely.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Madonna here in Vanderbilt Park. Ashraf, the hypocrisy of Ghanaians. Just imagine, majority of them, they are undocumented. And they are the ones who took South Africa to United Nations, as if they themselves, they did not chase the Nigerians away in their country. These Ghanaians really, they are not make sure. Maybe they are the agents for America. Maybe they are the agents for this thing which is called mega what there in America. They need to be investigated, I think.
But you're saying a whole lot of different things. You're talking about agents of America. That's the last one. Then you said the majority of Ghanaians in South Africa are illegal or foreign nationals, undocumented. I mean, how do you know that? And then you said they took South Africa to, did you say to the United Nations? Did they? What did they do? Just refresh my memory. It's escaping me. Anonymous, go for it. Hello.
Good evening, Ashraf, and good evening to your listeners.
Yeah, good talking to you. Thank you. What's your point?
Yeah, illegal immigrants is an emotive and a very volatile subject. But I think as a nation, we need to have a sober engagement and a discourse around this question, because it seems we are none wiser. I think patterns like this happened when Hitler was whipping up emotions in Germany, which led to the Holocaust, because he was just like not dealing with the substance. I think the pronouncement by the SG of the ANC proved that ANC is responsible because he's leading the country. We cannot only use whims and irrationality when we deal with these issues, because there are two sides of any coin. There are South Africans in the diaspora who are studying, some are pursuing various endeavors and businesses and everything. So when we deal with this thing, we need to encourage and press on the state to be very vigilant in terms of preventing illegal immigrants from flooding the shores of the country, which might lead to these people who are mobilizing people. And really, the solution isn't there at a level of mobilization of and sensationalization of the people without looking at the substance and the detail of this thing. We can correct this without making animosity and creating acrimony amongst the nations in Africa.
Well, I hear
we
you.
are not condoning that illegal immigrants must settle in South Africa. They must be pushed out. That is true. But we must use the state because we are a government, not a pressure group.
Okay, I hear you, and thank you for that. And I think everybody's grappling with that type of question and conversation. So thank you for that, Anonymous. I think it was Bram Morrow who said this morning, was it on Kathy's show? I think it was Kathy's show or Joanne's show. Kathy's show, definitely. And he said, I'm a Ghanaian and I will not leave this country. I'll be the last person to leave. But something like I'm paraphrasing, that if I have to leave to go back to Ghana, that will reflect a complete breakdown in the relationship between South Africa and Ghana. That'll be the worst thing. And I'm paraphrasing. I don't know the exact words, but that's what he said. And, he listens to the show often. Let's talk about the rise in kidnapping cases in South Africa. A very important issue. We'll talk about that next.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We buy cars.